Chapter 1. Golden Fried Rice. Bang, bang, bang. Li Jie was jolted awake by the sound of firecrackers. Rubbing his hungover head and muttering, "What the hell? Why are they setting off firecrackers when it's neither a holiday nor a festival?" The crackling noise grew increasingly nearer, prompting Li Jie to steady himself against a chair and stagger towards the door. Whoever is wasting their time with firecrackers had better watch out. I'll report you to the Environmental Bureau with just one call. Boom. The glass door behind him slammed shut, and a gentle breeze swept over Li Jie, sharpening his senses. What kind of place is this? He stood dumbfounded, observing the unfamiliar street adorned with English signs everywhere. Thud. A bullet ricocheted off a nearby utility pole, whizzing past Li Jie and striking a sign. Startled, he instinctively crouched down, his mind suddenly alert. What the hell? This isn't a celebration, it's a gunfight. A group of white individuals was exchanging fire with a group of black individuals on the street, transforming the entire area into a battlefield. What kind of place is this? Li Jie repeated his question for a second time, glancing back to see a sign riddled with bullet holes that read Chinese restaurant. Ouch! A sharp pain sliced through his head as a torrent of unfamiliar memories surged forth, and he caught a glimpse of his own reflection in the glass door. How did I become this disheveled uncle? Hell's Kitchen. Have I really crossed over? Li Jie flung open the restaurant door and rushed inside, dousing his head with half a bottle of mineral water from a table, peering through the windows at the ongoing shootout outside. And no doubt about it, I've crossed over and I am stuck in one of New York's most chaotic neighborhoods, Hell's Kitchen. Broad daylight, and there are gunfights in the streets, with the police too terrified to intervene. At night, it becomes a paradise for criminals, where no officer dares to enter Hell's Kitchen alone. The original owner, also named Li Jie, was the proprietor, chef, and waiter of this Chinese restaurant. He had pinched every penny, yet the establishment was on the brink of collapse due to poor management. The previous night, a group of thugs had dined and dashed, making off with all the earnings the original owner had worked tirelessly to accumulate throughout the day. Typically timid, the original Li Jie had inexplicably grabbed a knife from the kitchen and charged out to confront them. The outcome was predictable. The thugs ransacked the restaurant and left with their spoils, while the original owner met his demise. The headache wasn't from a hangover, it was from being beaten. Detecting that the host owns a Chinese restaurant, successfully activating the gourmet system. A voice suddenly echoed in his mind, filling Li Jie with a flicker of hope that a golden opportunity. Wait. Is it possible that my posture upon awakening was incorrect, leading to a mix-up with the golden opportunity? Come on, this is Hell's Kitchen. Why would I be given a gourmet system? Continuing as a chef, running a restaurant, only to earn a meager income and risk being robbed or even killed. That's not how it's supposed to work. Shouldn't I be granted a warrior system or an immortal cultivation system instead? Congratulations, host, for embarking on a culinary journey. A beginner's gift pack has been granted. Would you like to open it? Li Jie, could you perhaps consider switching to a different system? The beginner's gift pack has already been opened. Congratulations, host, on receiving the following benefits. Restaurant renovation. Congratulations, host, on acquiring culinary skill, golden fried rice. Congratulations, host, on obtaining skill, poisonous vine. A panel materialized before Li Jie, displaying his basic information. Name, Li Jie Jack Li. Level, 10100. Culinary skill, golden fried rice. Skill, poisonous vine beginner, can control vine growth and secrete a toxin that induces unconsciousness. Before Li Jie could delve into the skill, the system's voice chimed in again. The restaurant is undergoing renovations. Please wait. A miraculous scene unfolded. It was as if the restaurant had been enchanted, completing its renovation in the blink of an eye. What was once a dimly lit, greasy establishment reeking of mold transformed into a spacious and bright venue. Although the decor was not lavish, it exuded a refreshing cleanliness. Renovation complete. Note, the kitchen is stocked with ingredients for 50 servings of golden fried rice. Please, host, strive to let more people enjoy this culinary delight. Compared to the pristine restaurant and kitchen, Li Jie was more concerned about his newly acquired skill. At his command, vines manifested in his hands, growing in response to his thoughts. After some familiarization, Li Jie realized this skill was reminiscent of that of poison ivy. With such a poisonous vine at his disposal, Li Jie possessed a degree of self-defense in this perilous world. Once he stored the poisonous vine back into the system's inventory, he began to reassess the restaurant. The front door bore a sign that read, "No outside food," and a menu occupied a large portion of the wall, listing only one item for sale: golden fried rice. The price, however, shocked Li Jie. $100. What kind of audacity is this? Even considering the high cost of living in America, a bowl of fried rice priced so exorbitantly is simply absurd. At that rate, only a fool would indulge. With that kind of money, one could easily walk 2 blocks to buy 2 hamburgers, at least providing some meat. Detecting that the host has doubts regarding the pricing of their food, the host will receive 1 meal per workday. Please try it personally to alleviate these doubts. As the head chef and owner of a Chinese restaurant, only 1 meal a day? That's rather stingy, isn't it? I need to see for myself what justifies this exorbitant pricing for golden fried rice. With questions swirling in his mind, Li Jie made his way to the kitchen. For $100 a bowl, there should at least be shrimp or beef included, right? Otherwise, what's the gimmick to justify such a price? As it turned out, Li Jie had overestimated the system's provisions. The ingredients prepared were merely steamed rice and raw eggs. Just that, $100. With the flair of a culinary master, Li Jie ignited the stove, added oil, scrambled the eggs, and tossed in the rice. In half a minute, a fragrant bowl of golden fried rice was ready. The golden eggs paired with the pristine white rice seemed to emit a subtle glow. The legendary luminous fried rice couldn't be less than this. The appearance was promising, but the portion was rather meager, wasn't it? The system maintained strict control over ingredient quantities. Despite scooping a generous bowl of rice, it automatically reduced in size once in the pan. After cracking 2 eggs, only one made it into the mixture, a fist-sized portion of rice paired with a single egg. That amount might not even suffice for a frail young girl. Yet, they expect to sell it for $100 a serving. Who knows if the customers might beat the chef to a pulp? Nevertheless, it smelled divine. Chapter 2. Unlocking Daredevil's Supersensory Perception. Li Jie savored a mouthful of golden fried rice, the rich aroma of rice harmonizing exquisitely with the fragrance of eggs, filling his palate with delight. The plump rice complemented the tender egg, creating an unparalleled pairing. A simple phrase echoed in his mind. Delicious. What a moment. Tears welled up in Li Jie's eyes as he realized he was moved to tears by the exquisite flavors of the dish. He had never tasted such delectable egg fried rice in his entire life. The food lingered in his mouth, making him reluctant to swallow. The art of savoring, which he had failed to master in his past life, finally unfolded within him. After the first bite, he only took half a spoonful for the second. The portion was so small that if he indulged, it would vanish in mere moments, allowing him to relish the flavors longer. In simpler terms, he found it hard to part with it. Ultimately, despite his reluctance, the entire serving of egg fried rice was consumed, leaving the plate so clean it hardly required washing. Suddenly, as he set down the plate, Li Jie realized the throbbing in his head had vanished. He felt rejuvenated, devoid of any trace of a hangover. Moreover, his energy surged, akin to having consumed a potent restorative elixir. Could golden fried rice possess such therapeutic effects? It appeared that $100 was indeed a bargain. Unsatisfied with just one serving, Li Jie resolved to prepare another batch. However, to his dismay, the ingredients he had set out to use mysteriously disappeared. A system prompt informed him that the host was entitled to only 1 work meal per day, and that day's meal had already been consumed, rendering him unable to obtain another. Damn it, Li Jie thought, feeling the urge to smash the pot. Just then, a sound echoed at the door. A dapper gentleman clad in a suit, wearing sunglasses and wielding a cane, entered the room. "Jack, I caught a whiff of something delightful from outside. Have you concocted a new dish?" The blind man remarked, as he reached out to feel the table and seated himself at the nearest spot. With a sudden flash of recognition, Li Jie realized that the blind man before him was Matt Murdoch, the attorney residing in the neighboring building. However, as a traveler from another realm, Li Jie was aware that Matt Murdoch also had another identity, Daredevil. This superhero, who roamed Hell's Kitchen, had been blinded by chemicals. Yet this very affliction endowed him with extraordinary sensory capabilities. Despite his blindness, his heightened senses allowed him to perceive his surroundings in vivid detail. forming a mental map of the environment. Quite the act you put on, Li Jie mused inwardly, then smiled and said, Matt, your sense of smell is sharper than a dog ass. Indeed, I have recently developed a new dish, golden fried rice. Would you care to try some? Golden fried rice. An excellent name. Just when I find myself hungry, I would love a serving. Oh, and please, also bring me a cup of coffee. Li Jie glanced at the menu, which had only a solitary item, golden fried rice, and then at the empty shelves. I'm afraid, Matt, today we are serving only golden fried rice. Furthermore, it is $100 per serving. Are you certain you wish to order one? Matt extracted his wallet from his pocket and placed a crisp $100 bill on the table, a smile curling at the corners of his lips as he said, Jack, I am confident that the golden fried rice will be worth every penny. Recognizing the value, Li Jie approached and discreetly tucked the $100 into his pocket, lest Matt have a sudden change of heart. Just a moment, it will be ready shortly. As Li Jie turned towards the kitchen, a virtual panel before him displayed a scrolling message. Congratulations, host, you have sold a portion of golden fried rice, earning 0.1 level points. Simultaneously, in his profile, the level indicator changed from 0-100 to 0-100. Li Jie's eyes sparkled with excitement. This meant that for every portion of golden fried rice sold, he would earn 0.1 level points, and upon reaching 100 points, he could achieve an upgrade. Having gained experience, Li Jie directly measured out a portion of rice. Otherwise, with Matt's heightened senses, any fluctuation in the quantity would be immediately detected. Half a minute later, the golden fried rice was ready. Li Jie presented it to Matt, saying, Your golden fried rice. Ah, it smells delightful. Jack, your culinary skills have truly advanced by leaps and bounds, Matt remarked, leaning in to inhale the aroma. Li Jie responded confidently, Indeed, this golden fried rice is a treasured family recipe passed down through generations. If business were thriving, I wouldn't have brought it out. As Matt took a spoonful of the golden fried rice, he became visibly exhilarated. Jack, this is absolutely delicious. Li Jie chuckled. And once again, the virtual panel displayed a scrolling message. Congratulations, host. You have gained the recognition of Daredevil, successfully unlocking the skill, Enhanced Senses. A new entry appeared in his skills section. Daredevil's Enhanced Senses, annotated with, Successfully unlocked 10, unlocking in progress. At that moment, Li Jie noticed a transformation in his own senses. Details he had previously overlooked were now vividly clear. For instance, he could hear the faint buzzing of a mosquito flying near the back of his head and could accurately pinpoint its location based on the airflow. With a swift motion, he reached back and caught the escaping mosquito. Is this the enhanced senses of Daredevil? Incredible, he marveled. And this was merely a 10% unlock. What would it be like if fully unlocked? In just a few bites, Matt finished the portion of golden fried rice and immediately felt invigorated, astonished that all his pain from the previous night had vanished. Jack, what did you put in this golden fried rice? It's simply extraordinary, he exclaimed. Matt, I've already mentioned that this is a family secret. Do you think I could possibly reveal it to you? Li Jie replied with genuine delight. At that moment, another message appeared on the panel. Congratulations, host. You have just gained the recognition of Daredevil. The unlocking of Daredevil's enhanced senses has now progressed to 11. In essence, acquiring the Night Demon's approval merely increases the skill unlock by 1%. Jack, your golden fried rice is undeniably a treasure, though the portion is rather scant. Please, bring me another serving. No, make it 2. The Night Demon extracted $200 from his wallet and placed it upon the dining table. TSK. Li Jie felt a surge of delight within, having unlocked an additional 1% of his skill. Matt, I regret to inform you that our establishment's golden fried rice is limited to 50 servings each day, and an individual may purchase only 1 serving within a 24-hour period. Li Jie indicated towards the menu affixed to the wall. The Night Demon, in truth. The trace elements emanating from the menu had already conveyed the limited availability to Matt, yet he dismissed it as mere marketing gimmickry, choosing to overlook it. Jack, can I have an exception? Matt inquired, undeterred. Regrettably, no, Li Jie responded, genuinely remorseful. Without the system's constraints, he would have acquiesced long ago. What if I offered $200 for a single serving? Matt pressed on. Li Jie strode directly to the entrance, pushing open the restaurant door. Matt, the rules of the establishment cannot be breached. Please return tomorrow. Alas, that is truly unfortunate. Matt sighed in resignation, placing the money back into his wallet. Chapter 3. Captain Marvel and the Devourer of Worlds. A solitary serving of golden fried rice could scarcely satiate the appetite of Daredevil. Exiting the Chinese restaurant, Matt veered left into a fast food establishment, purchasing 2 burgers and a cup of coffee. The burgers from this fast food joint were among Matt's favorite indulgences. However, upon taking a mere bite today, he expelled it immediately. Heavens, what in the world is this travesty? He exclaimed, realizing too late that he had attracted the gaze of onlookers. Hastily, he rose with his burger and coffee, making his exit. As he passed the Chinese restaurant, a stream of invectives surged through his mind. Curse Jack, your golden fried rice has spoiled my palate for all other food. Even more infuriating was the absurd limitation of 1 serving per person each day. It felt as though his very life was at stake. Upon returning to the law firm, Matt discarded the bitten burger into the trash, clutching the remaining burger and coffee as he rapped on the door of Foggy Nelson. Foggy, Matt's college roommate and closest friend, had partnered with him to establish the law practice after graduation. By a stroke of fate, Foggy had uncovered Matt's secret, one of the few privy to the truth that Matt was, in fact, Daredevil. Foggy, I've brought you lunch, Matt announced, placing the burger and coffee on the desk. Foggy, engrossed in organizing materials, looked up with delight. Matt, you are undoubtedly my best friend. I was on the verge of starvation. Had you delayed any longer, I would have had to summon an ambulance for myself. With that, Foggy seized the burger and took a hefty bite. Foggy, I recall you have a penchant for Chinese cuisine. Am I correct? Matt queried. Goodness, who doesn't adore Chinese food? Foggy replied, chewing heartily. He paused momentarily before adding, as long as it's not from that wretched restaurant downstairs, I swear I would relish it all. Have you ever tasted fried rice priced at $100 a serving? Matt pressed. Foggy halted his chewing, staring incredulously at Matt. After a few moments, he responded, Brother, are you jesting? $100 for fried rice? Even a Michelin-starred restaurant would never charge that much. Matt smiled, certainly not from a Michelin establishment. I know of a Chinese restaurant where the fried rice is divine. It's the finest I've ever encountered. $100 a serving? Foggy struggled to swallow his mouthful. Incredulity etched across his face. Indeed, Matt affirmed with unwavering certainty. Foggy's mind raced. Matt, I trust your judgment regarding culinary delights. If you vouch for it, then I am certain that this $100 will be well spent. Come, take me to experience the taste of $100 fried rice. Not today, perhaps tomorrow, Matt replied, turning to leave, leaving Foggy with a multitude of unanswered questions. Matt, don't be like that. Let's go today, it's on me. Foggy hastily pursued him. Within the Chinese restaurant, congratulations are in order for the host, who has just earned the recognition of Daredevil. Upon noticing the scrolling notification, Li Jie glanced at his personal profile and discovered that his supersensory skill had been unlocked by an additional 1%. He silently expressed gratitude towards Matt. Yet his stomach betrayed him with an insistent growl. Just as a single serving of fried rice could not satiate Daredevil's appetite, Li Jie too felt the pangs of hunger. He longed for another portion of golden fried rice. However, the system stipulated that he could partake in only 1 employee meal per day, presenting a dilemma. With no alternatives, Li Jie resorted to steaming a pot of rice, scrambling some eggs, and cooking them together. Since he was not utilizing the ingredients provided by the system in the kitchen, he had the liberty to use as much rice and eggs as he pleased. Channeling his inner culinary genius, Li Jie skillfully prepared a dish equivalent to 3 servings of golden fried rice. Although the technique remained the same, the dish appeared to lack something essential. Oh, it was not luminous. The golden fried rice emitted a faint glow, while the oversized portion of scrambled rice before him merely resembled golden fried rice. Devoid of its unique sheen and distinctive aroma, Li Jie, unable to resist his hunger, scooped a mouthful of the scrambled rice. Alas, in the next moment, he expelled the rice from his mouth, exclaiming in dismay, "What is this? It is dreadful. No, it is truly unpalatable." Li Jie scrutinized the scrambled rice before him, vowing that had he not tasted golden fried rice, this dish would have been a delicacy. Yet, having savored the true golden fried rice, the similar-looking scrambled dish became nearly inedible. Comparing it to the ingredients provided by the system, Li Jie realized the flaw lay in the ingredients themselves. Without those special provisions, one could not achieve golden fried rice. How frustrating. His mind was consumed with thoughts of the delectable golden fried rice, rendering the scrambled dish before him utterly unappetizing. Suddenly, a meow pierced the air. Li Jie turned to find an orange tabby cat that had inexplicably wandered in. It lay not far from him, fixated on the plate of scrambled rice. As he pondered how to deal with the unappetizing meal, a smile broke across his face upon seeing the cat. "Little kitty, what is the matter? Are you hungry?" Saying this, he placed the plate of scrambled rice on the ground. "Don't be shy, go ahead and eat." The orange cat did not hesitate, devouring the meal in large bites. In the blink of an eye, the oversized portion of scrambled rice vanished into the cat's belly. Meow. The tabby then leapt onto Li Jie's lap, yawned lazily, and settled down comfortably. "What is this? Are you full and feeling sleepy?" Li Jie instinctively began to pet the cat, which seemed to revel in the attention. "Ah, you are quite fortunate, while I remain hungry." Meow. The tabby purred contentedly, closing its eyes to savor the affectionate strokes. "Little kitty, what is your name?" Li Jie inquired, but the cat, in its languor, offered no response. As Li Jie gently caressed the cat, he remarked, "No name, is it? Allow me to bestow one upon you. I am the proprietor of this Chinese restaurant," which translates to the Great King. "Henceforth, you shall be known as Little Wong." "Wait a moment, Little Wong, doesn't that sound somewhat derogatory?" At that instant, the bell above the restaurant's entrance chimed, and a girl with golden short hair burst in, clutching a shopping bag. "Sir, have you seen an orange cat?" she inquired, her gaze fixating on the orange feline sprawled across Li Jie's lap, seemingly in slumber. "Huey, how did you end up here?" The moment she stepped inside, Li Jie recognized her. Wasn't he this Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers? Indeed, Carol Danvers owned an orange cat named Huey. However, the true nature of that feline was that of a flurkin, one of the most formidable creatures in the cosmos. Could this be it? Li Jie found himself staring down at the cat he had been petting, his body suddenly stiffening in realization. Chapter 4. Unlocking the pilot's skills. It is not that Li Jie lacks courage, but rather that the terror of the devourer is beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Many are deceived by the creature's feline resemblance, unaware that it possesses the capacity to consume objects vastly larger than itself. This is due to the devourer's ability to connect with another parallel universe. Thus, no matter how much it devours, its essence remains unaffected. If this revelation does not instill fear, consider the creature's combat prowess. Nick Fury, as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., wields immense authority, commanding the allegiance of numerous superheroes. Yet, even this formidable figure had his eyes gouged out by the devourer. The critical point is that the damage inflicted by the creature is irreversible. This is why Nick Fury perpetually dons an eye patch instead of opting for advanced S.H.I.E.L.D. technology to restore his sight. What? Though Nick Fury holds absolute power as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., his combat ability pales in comparison to any superhero? Very well. Thanos possesses formidable combat skills, yet the visible scratches upon his face are the work of the devourer. Li Jie has now unlocked a portion of Daredevil's heightened senses, granting him sharper observational acuity than the average person. However, should the devourer choose to attack him, he would be utterly defenseless. "Hey, Carol Danvers," Huey called out to the devourer. "Mew." The devourer, somewhat reluctantly, rose, arched its back, and leapt down from Li Jie's knee, ambulating leisurely towards Carol Danvers. "You little rascal, have you been gluttonous again?" Carol Danvers scooped up the devourer and playfully flicked its head in reprimand. "Mew," the devourer protested, casting a glance at Li Jie. Was this creature mocking him? Did it think he would dare to flick its head? Well, he certainly did not dare. Li Jie had discerned the true identity of the devourer and thus refrained from making any ignorant gestures akin to those of Carol Danvers. Provoking the devourer could lead to dire consequences. Fortunately, the devourer had long grown accustomed to Carol Danvers' oblivious antics, consistently masquerading as an ordinary orange cat in her presence. "My apologies, I was shopping and didn't notice it had vanished," Carol Danvers expressed gratefully. "Sir, I truly appreciate your help. No need for thanks. Just be more careful next time," Li Jie responded, eager to expedite the departure of Captain Marvel and the Devourer. Stealing a glance at the menu on the wall, as if to show gratitude for Li Jie's hospitality, Carol Danvers inquired, "Boss, since I haven't eaten yet, could I please have a serving of golden fried rice?" After all, one cannot turn away business. Moreover, should she manage to unlock Captain Marvel's abilities, she would be invincible in this world. Golden fried rice is $100 a serving. Li Jie kindly reminded her to prevent any misunderstandings later. "Oh, I understand. Do I need to pay up front? Can I use my card?" Carol Danvers extracted her bank card from her wallet, exuding an air of affluence. Matt Murdock, known as Daredevil, is a lawyer, while Carol Danvers hails from the United States Air Force. When it comes to earning potential, the lawyer undoubtedly holds the upper hand. However, Daredevil often engages in less lucrative endeavors, taking on cases that yield little financial reward, rendering him somewhat of a pauper within his profession. In contrast, Carol Danvers is a top-tier pilot, enjoying a commendable income. Additionally, being single ensures she has ample funds at her disposal. By comparison, Carol Danvers is considerably wealthier than Matt. She swiped her card, and the transaction was completed. Li Jie busied himself in the kitchen, shortly returning with a serving of golden fried rice placed before Carol Danvers. The aroma was utterly enticing. Carol was immediately captivated by the delectable scent of the dish. The flurkin, with its tongue out, licked its lips, embodying the essence of a greedy feline. "What? Are you still hungry? Just a moment. This is the plate you just used, right?" Carol Danvers bent down to pick up the plate that Li Jie had yet to reclaim, ready to share her golden fried rice with the flurkin. "Wait," Li Jie instinctively interjected. "What is it?" Carol Danvers inquired, her beautiful eyes blinking in curiosity. Li Jie glanced at the flurkin and cleared his throat, saying, "Oh, it's nothing. I merely wanted to remind you that it has already consumed an amount equivalent to 3 times what you have in your hand." Huey, you've eaten that much already?" Carol exclaimed. "Then, I can only give you this much." Initially intending to share half with the flurkin, she now only offered a quarter. Upon witnessing this, Li Jie quietly murmured to himself, "I hope you won't regret this later." "Wow, this golden fried rice is absolutely delicious," Carol Danvers exclaimed excitedly after taking a bite. "Meow." The flurkin, engrossed in its meal, responded in kind. Meanwhile, messages began to scroll across Li Jie's interface. "Congratulations, host. You have gained Carol Danvers recognition, successfully unlocking the top-tier pilot skill. In the profile, a new skill has been added. Top-tier pilot skill, unlocked at 10. Congratulations, host. You have gained the flurkin's recognition, increasing affection value by 1. A new section for exotic creatures has appeared in the profile, displaying the flurkin's name with an affection value of 13. What is happening? Li Jie furrowed his brow, feeling perplexed by these changes. Why, upon receiving Captain Marvel's acknowledgement, did he unlock pilot skills instead of her array of extraordinary abilities? Could it be that the unlocking of character skills progresses from weaker to stronger? Yet that didn't seem right. After gaining Daredevil's recognition, he had unlocked the superhero's heightened senses, not legal skills. Where was the discrepancy? As Li Jie contemplated these questions, Carol Danvers took another mouthful of rice, joyfully chewing and exclaiming, "Delicious, so delicious. This is undoubtedly the most exquisite fried rice I have ever tasted in my lifetime." A scrolling message appeared on the panel. "Congratulations to the host for recently gaining the recognition of Carol Danvers. The elite pilot skill has been unlocked and increased to 11. Upon seeing this scrolling message, Li Jie finally understood where the issue lay. He instantly recognized Carol Danvers as Captain Marvel, a realization stemming from his identity as a traveler. When receiving Matt's acknowledgement, the system referred to him as Daredevil. The system had consistently used the name Carol Danvers twice, just now, rather than Captain Marvel. This implies that Carol Danvers is still merely an Air Force pilot, yet to become an agent of the Airborne Intelligence Agency, and has not yet acquired the powers of Captain Marvel due to any unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 5. System Bug. Gaining the affection of the Devourer merely increased its fondness towards her, yet did not unlock any of its abilities. Likely due to the fact that the Devourer was not human. Carol Danvers, a soldier by trade, consumed her meal with remarkable speed, devoid of any semblance of ladylike decorum. Coupled with the exquisite flavor of the golden fried rice, she swiftly cleared her plate and fixed her gaze intently on the Devourer's dish. The Devourer had licked its plate cleaner than if it had been washed, and after exchanging a glance with Carol, they both turned their attention to Li Jia. Meow, the Devourer vocalized. Carol produced her card and presented it to Li Jia with a radiant smile, exclaiming, "The golden fried rice is utterly delectable. May I kindly request 2 more servings?" "I'm afraid not," Li Jia replied, gesturing towards the menu. Carol had already noticed the limited sale announcement and clasped her hands together, pleading, "Boss, while your golden fried rice is indeed delicious, the portion is far too scant. I, as a woman, did not feel satiated. I implore you, sell me 2 more servings." Your charms will not sway me," Li Jia retorted, beginning to clear the tableware. Adding, "If you are weary, you may rest here a while longer." Realizing her request was somewhat unreasonable, Carol glanced at the Devourer, a sudden spark of joy illuminating her face as she pointed at the Devourer and exclaimed, "Boss, it states here that each person is limited to 1 serving per day. Therefore, I shall purchase 2 servings of golden fried rice for my cat. Surely, that is acceptable?" Li Jia raised an eyebrow. Had Carol discovered a system bug? Logically, there appeared to be no flaw. However, at that moment, a message scrolled across the panel. The culinary delights prepared by the host are intended for guests. Selling them to non-humans may cause discomfort among other patrons. To protect the rights of other customers, the sale of gourmet dishes to non-humans is prohibited. Very well. The bug had been sealed. "Madam, I believe your cat is sufficiently fed," Li Jia remarked as he turned and retreated to the kitchen with the plate in hand. Carol acknowledged that her request to sell food to the Devourer was somewhat excessive. After all, golden fried rice was hardly cat food. "Curse it, had I known. I wouldn't have shared," she lamented, regretting her decision to offer the Devourer a portion of the dish. "Meow," the Devourer protested, asserting that it deserved more. "At least half of the serving." "Never mind. I shall return tomorrow," Carol resolved, placing the Devourer into her shopping bag and departing, offering a farewell to Li Jia. "Boss. See you tomorrow." Upon exiting the Chinese restaurant, Carol retrieved her phone and snapped a picture of the sign, posting it on her social media. "Today, I discovered a Chinese restaurant with flavors that are simply extraordinary. The golden fried rice here is the finest delicacy in the entire universe. Fellow food lovers, me if you wish to indulge." In the kitchen, Li Jia stood before the sink, observing the constantly scrolling information on the panel. Congratulations to the host for recently gaining the recognition of Carol Danvers. In a brief span of time, the elite pilot skill has already been unlocked by 30. At this pace, one could become a top-tier pilot before dawn breaks tomorrow. After finishing his dishes, Li Jia sat in contemplation. Although the system had rejected Carol Danvers' request for golden fried rice for the Devourer beast, it had sparked an idea in Li Jia. As long as he adhered to the system's rules, he could exploit its bugs. For instance, "Boss, I would like an order of golden fried rice." Li Jia retrieved the $100 previously paid by Daredevil from his pocket and placed it on the table, then slipped his other hand into a different pocket. "All right, please hold on." A typical transaction from the left pocket to the right. What began as a mere experiment unexpectedly succeeded. Moments later, Li Jia sat down to enjoy a serving of golden fried rice. The system merely stated that each person was limited to 1 serving per day, and that Li Jia could only have 1 work meal per day. It did not specify that he, as the owner, could not purchase as a customer. Thus, Li Jia could indulge in 2 servings of golden fried rice in a single day. After his meal, he remained in the restaurant, awaiting other patrons. However, he gravely underestimated the original owner's influence in this locale. After waiting through the afternoon, aside from the daredevil drawn in by the aroma and Carol Danvers, who stumbled in searching for her cat. Not a single customer entered. At 2 o'clock, Li Jia promptly closed the shop, took a hot shower upstairs, and then retired to bed. As for venturing out, dear God, this was Hell's Kitchen. Even during the day, Li Jia was reluctant to risk the streets. At least for now, he needed to grow stronger before considering such endeavors. The restaurant opened at 6 in the evening, and Li Jia remained seated until 9 o'clock without a single visitor. Just as he contemplated enduring until 10 o'clock to close, the door jingled, and someone entered. Welcome. Li Jia quickly rose to greet the newcomer, only to freeze upon seeing who it was. A tall figure clad in a hooded sweatshirt and jeans stood at the entrance, momentarily taken aback by the transformed ambience of the restaurant. Li Jia immediately recognized this imposing figure as the individual who had previously entered the shop for a $0 purchase and had inadvertently taken the original owner's life. The man happened to pass by, drawn in by the illuminated interior. Initially startled by the drastic changes in the restaurant, his gaze quickly fell upon Li Jia. You're still alive? The words sent a shiver down Li Jia's spine. If the original owner had perished due to an accident the night before, that would be one thing. However, the implication from the man's tone suggested intentional murder. Just as well, I am hungry. Prepare something for me to eat. The man grinned widely and sauntered to a corner to sit down, evidently intending to repeat his previous $0 purchase. Li Jia sensed that the demise of the original owner might harbor deeper secrets. Thus, he retrieved the poisonous vine from his storage compartment and concealed it within his sleeve. Armed with the toxic vine and the heightened senses of daredevil, Li Jia summoned his courage and approached. Despite the firearm possessed by the man of African descent, Li Jia believed that if he acted swiftly, he would face no peril. I'm afraid our establishment has a rule. Payment must precede dining, Li Jia declared, standing beside the man. The individual glanced up, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a broad grin. What? Are you afraid I won't pay? He retorted, as he reached into the large pocket of his hooded sweatshirt. The pocket was ample enough to conceal AM 1911 without drawing suspicion. Concerned that a weapon might indeed be hidden within, Li Jia concentrated on honing his daredevil-like abilities, bracing himself to strike with the poisonous vine if necessary. The man withdrew his hand from the pocket, revealing a bundle of rolled cash, all crisp $100 bills. See, I have plenty of money, he boasted with an air of smugness. Chapter 6. The puppet master's target to forego earning money is sheer folly. After receiving the payment, Li Jia turned to the kitchen to prepare a meal, all the while employing the heightened senses of daredevil to keep a close watch on the black man. Moments later, he placed a serving of golden fried rice on the dining table. Is this all? The black man first expressed his dissatisfaction with the portion, furrowing his brow as he addressed Li Jia. Hey, though your cooking was unpalatable before, at least there was enough of it. What is this supposed to be? Culinary excellence cannot be measured solely by quantity. The most delectable dishes are often served in smaller portions. If you doubt this, I suggest you visit a so-called upscale restaurant. Li Jia had found a perfect justification. The black man pondered seriously for a moment before nodding in agreement. You make an astute point. Although I can't afford those fancy places, I've seen them on television. The pricier the food, the less there seems to be. He paused, gazing at the golden fried rice. I hope your dish lives up to its $100 price tag. Li Jia remained silent, simply observing the black man, ever vigilant. After taking a bite of the golden fried rice, the man's eyes lit up, exclaiming, "Oh my God, there exists such deliciousness in this world?" At that moment, a notification appeared on the panel. Congratulations, the host has gained Mike's approval. Note, Mike, a professional thug from Hell's Kitchen. As Mike lacked any skills that the host could unlock, the host had the option to use Mike's approval to unlock existing skills. Is it really possible to do this? Li Jia wondered. The top-tier pilot skill acquired from Carol Danvers had successfully been unlocked to 80. This indicated that Carol Danvers was indeed a social butterfly. Every time she introduced the golden fried rice to someone, it translated into her affirmation of Li Jia, thus accelerating the unlocking process. In contrast, Daredevil's heightened senses had only reached 15. After briefly mentioning the golden fried rice to his friend Foggy Nelson, Matt seemed to have forgotten about this culinary delight, resulting in a temporary halt in the unlocking progress. Therefore, Li Jie decided to utilize the approval gained from Mike to enhance Daredevil's heightened senses, raising the progress to 16. "This is unbelievably delicious," the black man remarked. "This exquisite taste is enough to bring tears to my eyes. If I could eat golden fried rice every day, it would be worth dying for." Mike, the black man, was certainly quite the chatterbox as he continued to speak incessantly, each word serving as another affirmation for Li Jie. In the time it took to consume one serving of golden fried rice, Li Jie managed to boost the unlocking of Daredevil's heightened senses to 30. This unexpected turn of events sparked a flicker of affection for Mike within Li Jie. "Bring me 3 more servings of golden fried rice," Mike declared, slamming $300 bills onto the table with a flamboyant attitude. "Apologies, but our establishment has a policy of 1 serving per person per day. If you wish to indulge further, please return tomorrow," Li Jie replied. As the imposing figure of Black Mike rose, he reached out towards Li Jie with a menacing growl. "Damn it, today I'm giving you face." Li Jie, utilizing his heightened senses akin to those of a vigilante, locked onto Black Mike. And with each increment of his unlocking progress, his abilities grew stronger. The moment Black Mike moved, Li Jie detected it, even anticipating his actions based on the flow of air and other subtle cues. Thus, he seized Black Mike's wrist with precision. With a sharp twist, Black Mike's right arm was forced behind him, pinning him against the table. Struggling, he exclaimed, "Damn, you dare lay hands on me. I'll kill you." The heightened perception allowed Li Jie to notice Black Mike reaching towards his pocket with his left hand, prompting him to yank upwards forcefully on Black Mike's right hand, causing him both pain and a loss of balance. A pained cry escaped Black Mike's lips as he felt as though his right arm were being fractured, the agony unbearable. In the next instant, the cold steel of a gun's muzzle pressed against Black Mike's head, revealing that Li Jie had, unbeknownst to him, retrieved an M1911 from his pocket. The firearm, though aged and likely passed through numerous hands, remained functional. Faced with the gun, Black Mike's demeanor shifted. He quickly adopted a disarming grin, saying, "Boss, I was merely joking with you earlier. There's no need for the gun, right?" He then cautiously added, "Besides, you're just a chef. Would you dare to use a gun?" Li Jie disengaged the safety and chambered around, his tone frigid as he responded, "Have you forgotten this is Hell's Kitchen? Do you truly believe a chef lacks the courage to wield a firearm?" A hint of anxiety crossed Black Mike's features as he forced a smile. "I was wrong. I apologize. I'll remember the rule of 1 portion of golden fried rice per person per day. Can I leave now?" "What do you think?" Li Jie retorted. "Let us not forget, you visited me for a zero-cost purchase yesterday. How do you plan to settle that account?" Reluctantly, Black Mike replied, "I have money. I'll compensate you." Without hesitation, Li Jie extracted all the cash from Black Mike, stating bluntly, "This money is not only for the loss I incurred yesterday, but also covers medical and emotional damages." Black Mike stammered, "What? Do you still wish to play games with me? I ask you, who sent you here last night?" Li Jie decided to pierce through the veil of deception to uncover the truth. Upon hearing the question, Black Mike visibly tensed, his eyes darting as he replied, "I don't know what you're talking about. No one sent me here. I came because I was starving. And then I thought of the zero-cost purchase when I saw you alone. I swear it's the truth." In response, Li Jie pressed the gun barrel against Black Mike's ear and pulled the trigger. A howl of pain erupted from Black Mike as he felt the deafening shock resonating through his head. Silence. Li Jie once again pressed the muzzle of his gun against the head of the African-American Mike, his voice sharp and commanding. "Listen carefully. This is your final opportunity. If you fail to speak the truth now, I shall blow your brains out. Damn it. Take your cursed secrets to hell." Mike had never anticipated that the seemingly feeble owner of the Chinese restaurant, whom he had mercilessly subdued just yesterday, would suddenly exhibit such ferocity. That gunshot had shattered any remnants of his courage, prompting him to exclaim hurriedly, "It was the eyeball who sent me." "The eyeball? Are you referring to that assassin associated with Jinbing?" Li Jie inquired, all the while gathering information about the eyeball in his mind. only to realize that the original owner had no prior connection with this notorious figure. When had he crossed paths with Jean Bing's top assassin? Indeed, it is he. The eyeball holds a significant position in our circle. He approached me to deal with you, and I had no choice but to comply, Mike shouted. Chapter 7. Unlocking the abilities of Bullseye. Indeed, Bullseye is a formidable adversary. Li Jie meticulously analyzed the information already present in his mind. Firstly, the original owner was merely a humble Chinese restaurant proprietor, entirely unworthy of attracting the attention of someone as significant as Bullseye or Kingpin. Secondly, if someone had indeed hired Bullseye to commit murder, why would Bullseye not take matters into his own hands? Was it out of disdain? Or perhaps concern for the lawyer next door? The enmity between Bullseye and Daredevil, Matt Murdock, runs deep. Renowned as the master assassin, Bullseye stands as a fierce rival to Daredevil. It is unlikely that Bullseye would be unaware of Daredevil's true identity as the lawyer Matt. Even if he were aware, he would harbor no fear and would likely instigate an attack. Thus, it follows that Bullseye would not abandon the pursuit of the original owner simply because of Matt the lawyer. This leaves but one possibility: disdain. As a legendary assassin of great renown, Bullseye would look down upon the prospect of targeting a timid cook. This brings us to the matter of the Black Mike incident. The pressing question arises: why would Bullseye seek to eliminate the original owner? Or rather, who had contracted Bullseye for this task? Why did Bullseye send you to kill me? Li Jie inquired with a furrowed brow. Black Mike shook his head and replied, I do not know. I only know that killing you would earn me $10,000. $10,000. This implies that the stack of cash Li Jie had recently taken from Black Mike was, in fact, his own life insurance. All right, you may leave, Li Jie declared, taking 2 steps back. Black Mike, filled with trepidation, looked at Li Jie. Aware of the firearm in Li Jie's possession, Black Mike instinctively raised his hands. Asking you, you aren't going to kill me? Murder? Li Jie had never taken a life. However, this was not the reason he chose to allow Black Mike to escape. Primarily, committing murder in his own restaurant would undoubtedly complicate matters, especially as he lacked a foolproof plan for disposing of a body. Rather than eliminate Black Mike here and invite trouble upon himself, it would be wiser to let him go. After today's encounter, Mike would likely refrain from causing any further issues. As for Bullseye, that individual is a top-tier assassin, and facing him directly would surely spell disaster for Li Jie. Yet, should he employ Daredevil's heightened senses and the powers of the Vine, the odds might not be entirely unfavorable. Furthermore, with the lawyer Matt next door, as long as he remained within the confines of the restaurant, danger should be mitigated. Nonetheless, one cannot be entirely complacent regarding Bullseye. It would be prudent to enhance his own capabilities before Bullseye makes an appearance. Leave before I change my mind, Li Jie barked menacingly. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Black Mike, having narrowly escaped death, expressed his gratitude and fled. Li Jie disposed of the M1911 into the trash, planning to rid himself of it along with the refuse. While possessing a firearm could serve as a means of protection, this particular weapon was one with an unknown history, potentially linking him to a crime scene and drawing the attention of law enforcement, a situation he wished to avoid at all costs. After disposing of the handgun, Li Jie returned to the restaurant and glanced at the bullet holes in the wall, contemplating finding tools to repair them the following day. It was already too late, so Li Jie locked up the restaurant and ascended to his quarters for the night. As for the African-American Mike, he had bungled the task assigned by the target and was unlikely to show his face in front of him anytime soon. The night passed without incident. The next morning, upon rising, Li Jie stumbled upon an oddity. The bullet holes he had intended to mend had vanished, the wall now as smooth as ever, as if the shooting had never transpired. Was it possible that the system refreshed daily, ensuring the restaurant remained immaculate? In addition to the disappearance of the bullet holes, the ingredients consumed the previous day had been automatically replenished in the kitchen. How convenient, saving him the time of venturing out to procure and prepare supplies. After reviewing the previous day's earnings, he was pleased to find that not a single cent was missing. This indicated that the system not only replenished the ingredients, but did so without any cost incurred. It was a truly advantageous arrangement. Li Jie began to envision a future where, through this effortless endeavor, he would swiftly attain a comfortable life, perhaps even achieve great wealth. Just as Li Jie entertained the idea of treating himself to a serving of golden fried rice for breakfast, he heard the roll-up door of the restaurant being raised. Moments later, a young man wearing a hat pushed open the glass door. A thief? Was this audacity not too blatant? Grabbing a kitchen knife, Li Jie emerged from the kitchen. "Boss, you're already awake?" The young man stood at the entrance, momentarily stunned, but upon seeing Li Jie, he remained unfazed and even greeted him. "Peter Parker," Li Jie exclaimed in astonishment. There was no mistaking it. The shy boy with freckles before him was indeed one of the city's superheroes, Spider-Man. Upon hearing Li Jie's somewhat sharp voice, Peter Parker assumed Li Jie was displeased and quickly removed his hat, saying, "I'm sorry, boss. I know I haven't been to work these past few days, but I sent you a text requesting leave. You must have missed it, right? Work?" Li Jie suddenly remembered that the original owner had employed a part-time student worker. He had not anticipated that this student would turn out to be the renowned Spider-Man. Clearing his throat, Li Jie adopted a serious demeanor and replied, "Of course. I am aware that you requested leave. I simply did not expect you to return to work today. Has your graduation exam concluded?" "Yes, it has," Peter Parker said, holding his hat with both hands, appearing quite reserved. After a moment's hesitation, he continued, "Boss, I actually came today to inform you that you might need to find someone to replace my position. Have you found another job?" Li Jie inquired. Peter Parker sheepishly raked his fingers through his hair and admitted, "Yes, I secured a position as a photographer at the newspaper. So I'm afraid I won't be able to work here anymore." "Oh, I understand. Have you yet to partake in breakfast?" "It appears I have not either. Let us share a meal together." Li Jie, unwilling to forfeit the opportunity to unlock Spider-Man's abilities, diverted the conversation. "Breakfast? My dear boss, I have already dined. But I can prepare a meal for you if you desire." Spider-Man promptly followed Li Jie into the kitchen. To have a mere kitchen assistant prepare breakfast for the chef is an affront to culinary artistry. It seems even Peter Parker refrains from praising the original chef's skills. "Allow me to take over. As you are soon to depart, consider this a parting gift. Oh, a gentle reminder. The staff meal is limited to one per day." Li Jie intercepted Peter Parker at the kitchen entrance. Chuckling, Peter Parker managed to smile. Even if the staff meal were to be non-existent, he would express no discontent. He would rather return home to indulge in instant noodles than endure the unpalatable staff fare. Li Jie, well aware of Peter Parker's sentiments, chose not to expose them and skillfully prepared 2 servings of golden fried rice. The aroma was delightful. As Peter Parker paused in his task of wiping tables, he gazed in astonishment at the golden fried rice Li Jie presented. "Boss, is this a new addition to the menu?" "Indeed, golden fried rice. Henceforth, this will be the sole offering at the establishment. Now, come sit and savor it." Li Jie placed 1 serving before Peter Parker. Although Peter Parker had already eaten, the enticing scent of the fried rice beckoned to his appetite. "Boss, I shall not hold back then." Wiping his hands, Peter Parker seated himself and inquired curiously, "By the way, when was the restaurant renovated? The ambience is truly delightful. It was during your absence. Now, let us not dawdle. Eat quickly," urged Li Jie. "Very well, boss." Peter Parker scooped a spoonful of golden fried rice into his mouth, his eyes instantly alight with delight, nearly biting down on the stainless steel spoon as he exclaimed, "This is exquisite. Boss, why have you not offered such delectable dishes before?" A smile played upon Li Jie's lips. The information on the display began to scroll. "Congratulations to the host for gaining Spider-Man's approval, successfully unlocking the spider sensibility. Spider sense is but one of Spider-Man's numerous skills. Enhanced, it bestows upon him superhuman strength, speed, agility, endurance, defensive capabilities, and reflexes. He can lift weights of 15 to 25 tons, leap vertically up to 30 feet, and pursue speeding long-distance vehicles with ease. He can remain active for hours in peak condition, hold his breath for over 8 minutes, and even survive close-range explosions. In addition to his spider sense, Spider-Man possesses a healing factor, an immune system, and various other superhuman abilities. Li Jie's profile has been updated, now featuring the ability of Spider Physique, successfully unlocking 10. Although it is merely 10%, for Li Jie, it feels akin to a rebirth. He can effortlessly lift a 2.5-ton automobile, experiencing significant enhancements in speed, agility, endurance, defense, and reaction time. For someone who once possessed an ordinary physique, Li Jie now feels like a superhero. Concealing his hand beneath the table, he exerts a gentle force, transforming a stainless steel spoon as if it were made of clay, before returning it to its original shape. Remarkable. In comparison to the enhanced sensory perception and elite piloting skills he acquired yesterday, the prospect of spider physique fills Li Jie with an exuberance that makes him want to shout with joy. Even without rigorous combat training, Li Jie feels adequately equipped for self-defense should any adversary come his way. "Peter, if you find it delicious, feel free to indulge," Li Jie said with a cheerful smile. Peter Parker nodded vigorously. "Boss, rest assured, I won't miss out on such delectable food. Congratulations to the host for gaining Spider-Man's recognition." A notification appeared, indicating that the unlocking progress of Spider Physique has now reached 11. Li Jie chuckled softly, continuing to engage Peter Parker in conversation to foster a sense of camaraderie. After a serving of golden fried rice, Li Jie's Spider Physique was unlocked to 16. This approach is quite effective. It seems he must interact more with the customers in the future, Li Jie thought to himself with a sense of pride. "Boss, may I have another serving?" Peter Parker inquired, holding up his empty plate. "What are you thinking? I already mentioned that staff meals are limited to one per day." Li Jie replied with a sideways glance, taking his plate to another table. Peter Parker glanced at the menu, noting the price of $100 per serving. He decided against it. For someone with limited finances like Peter, no matter how delicious the golden fried rice, he was unwilling to spend that much. Quietly, he resumed wiping down the tables. Li Jie stole a glance and thought to himself, "Poor thing, don't blame me for being stingy. After all, I only get one meal a day. I can't just give it away." Once Li Jie finished eating, Peter Parker dutifully collected the dishes and headed to the kitchen to wash them. Peter Parker had arrived a bit early. It was still before 9 in the morning, while the restaurant's official lunch hours were from 11 to 2. Given the restaurant's cleanliness and lack of tasks, a 2-hour gap emerged. After completing his chores, Peter sat across from Li Jie and said, "Boss, may I discuss something with you?" "Go ahead," Li Jie replied, scrolling through the New York news on his phone. Tony Stark has returned from the Sahara Desert, successfully developing the Mark II and earning the title of Iron Man. Peter Parker bit his lip and said, "Boss, although I've found work as a photographer, the hours are quite flexible. In the future, if I find the time, may I continue to work part-time here? I am willing to charge the minimum hourly rate." Li Jie lifted his eyelids to gaze at Peter Parker, instantly comprehending the fellow's ulterior motives. By merely working at the Chinese restaurant, one could receive a daily employee meal, a sumptuous golden fried rice worth $100. This would allow one to enjoy a delightful dish without spending a dime, effectively earning $100 in a roundabout way. How clever, indeed, for a gifted individual. "Boss, honestly, the amount of money is of little consequence to me. What truly matters is the affection I have developed for this restaurant and for you. I am genuinely reluctant to part ways," Peter Parker expressed with heartfelt emotion. Just a fraction more, and Li Jie might have been swayed by the fellow's words. Although fully aware that Peter Parker was speaking insincerely, Li Jie acquiesced in order to continue unlocking his spider-like abilities. "Peter, I can agree to your request, but you must praise my cooking first," Li Jie began to entice. Peter Parker immediately responded, "Boss, your golden fried rice is the most exquisite delicacy in the entire universe. Even Michelin-starred restaurants are unworthy to carry your shoes." However, Li Jie found that no recognition was forthcoming, nor had the unlocking progress increased. It appeared that this tactic would lose its efficacy with repeated use. Genuine acknowledgement must stem from the heart of the intended recipient. "Peter, you little rascal, how insincere you are," Li Jie could not help but exclaim. Peter Parker raised his hand and declared, "Boss, I swear that what I just said was entirely sincere." Get lost. Chapter 8. The Iron Man from the Sky. Virgil Nelson had been preoccupied with thoughts of the golden fried rice that Matt had mentioned since yesterday. Today, he was utterly out of sorts at work, and by 11 o'clock, he was already dragging Matt to lunch. Upon seeing the sign of the Chinese restaurant before him, Virgil furrowed his brow and remarked, Matt, you cannot possibly be jesting with me, can you? This is Jack Lee's Chinese restaurant, isn't it? Indeed. We find ourselves in Hell's Kitchen, yet the fare prepared by Jack Lee is akin to culinary damnation. With a smirk, Matt replied, Virgil, do not always view others through the lens of past experiences. Trust me, Jack's golden fried rice will surely exceed your expectations. I sampled it yesterday, crafted with the ancestral secret recipe of the Lee family. Not only is it delectable, but it also invigorates the mind and alleviates fatigue. Is it truly that miraculous? Virgil retorted, his tone tinged with skepticism. Matt, I am increasingly inclined to believe you are jesting. He chuckled dryly, lacking the courage to enter the restaurant and sample the cuisine. Inside the restaurant, Jack Lee had already spotted Matt and Virgil through the window and wore a broad smile. The source of Jack's delight was simple. The scrolling message on the display read, Congratulations, the host has just received the endorsement of Daredevil, and the super senses have successfully unlocked 31. Excellent, quite commendable. Jack anticipated that by midnight, Daredevil's super senses would be nearing a 50 unlock. With a clap on Peter Parker's back, Jack urged, Stop daydreaming and hurry out to greet the customers. Oh right. Peter stumbled and rushed to the door, flinging it open to exclaim, Good day, Mr. Matt, Mr. Virgil. Welcome to the Chinese restaurant. Peter, it has been some time since I last saw you, Matt remarked as he entered the establishment. Regardless of whether Virgil followed, Matt was determined to indulge in the golden fried rice, and his craving had reached a fever pitch. I have been on leave, busy with graduation matters, Peter replied. Matt, Virgil called out, and when Matt feigned ignorance, he reluctantly followed him inside. Jack, is it still just the golden fried rice today? Matt inquired as he entered the kitchen and greeted Jack Lee, who was seated there. Indeed, Matt. However, since you are my first customer today, I can offer you a complimentary glass of plain water, Jack said. Plain water? Free of charge? Matt asked cautiously, wary of falling into a trap. Jack rolled his eyes and replied, Matt, I already stated it is complimentary. Of course, it is free. I truly wonder how you became a lawyer. With a chuckle, Matt took the slight against his profession in stride and said, Jack, then I shall have a portion of golden fried rice along with that glass of plain water. Very well, 1 golden fried rice and 1 glass of plain water. Mr. Virgil, would you like the same? However, I cannot offer you plain water for free, Li Jie remarked deliberately. What? Oh, then I would like a serving of golden fried rice, please. Ultimately, Virgil Nelson chose to trust Matt. After all, now that he was here, it would be a pity not to sample the dish. What if it truly was delicious? As for the lack of complimentary water, what a jest. Having already spent $100 on a serving of golden fried rice, would he truly be concerned over a glass of free water? Virgil Nelson straightened his attire, adopting the demeanor of a successful individual. Please hold on. Peter, pour a glass of plain water for Mr. Matt, but let us skip it for Mr. Virgil. Li Jie intentionally treated them differently. After all, Virgil Nelson had dared to question the culinary delights. The critical issue was that he had overheard it himself. Alas, Li Jie finally comprehended the plight of Daredevil. Sometimes, possessing keen hearing could be a burden, allowing one to hear even the disparaging remarks made about oneself. To make matters worse, last night, as he tried to sleep, Li Jie could even hear the amorous activities of a couple from down the street, which resulted in a bout of insomnia as he pondered how to silence his heightened senses. In a moment's time, Li Jie rang the bell for food retrieval from the kitchen. In truth, with only 2 customers, he could have easily brought the dishes out himself. Yet, rules are rules. Otherwise, the poor Peter would find himself out of a job. It was only fair to give the assistant something to do. Mr. Matt, here is your golden fried rice. Enjoy. Mr. Virgil, this is your golden fried rice. Bon appetit. Peter Parker placed the 2 servings of golden fried rice before Matt and Virgil Nelson. And as he turned away, he couldn't help but swallow hard. How delightful it smelled. He longed to take a bite. Congratulations to the host for recently earning Spider-Man's endorsement, successfully unlocking 17 of Spider abilities. Oh, Li Jie cast a surprised glance at Peter Parker. This was quite the unexpected delight. Matt seized his spoon and began to eat. Virgil Nelson, still gazing incredulously at the golden fried rice, remarked, $100 for just this little? That is outrageous. Though, it does smell quite appetizing. What is the matter? Aren't you eating? As he spoke, Matt had already extended his spoon toward Virgil's plate, scooping a generous mouthful of golden fried rice into his own mouth. Matt, why don't you? Have you finished already? Virgil Nelson exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that Matt had indeed consumed his golden fried rice, leaving only a few stray grains in the plate. The speed at which he ate was nothing short of remarkable. Virgil knew his friend all too well. There could only be one explanation for this. Matt was worried that Virgil would eat his share, so he hurriedly finished his own. Consequently, Virgil could not partake in his, while Matt could take advantage of Virgil's portion. Upon realizing this, Virgil Nelson swiftly shielded his golden fried rice with his body before Matt could extend the spoon once more, then scooped a generous spoonful into his mouth. As he savored the first bite of the golden delicacy, tears welled up in Virgil's eyes. It was not solely due to its exquisite taste, but also because he regretted not having tasted it earlier, allowing Matt to snatch a spoonful away. Matt, you are truly a scoundrel, Virgil exclaimed in frustration. Yet, Matt wore a smug grin as he replied, Virgil, if calling me a scoundrel brings you some comfort, I don't mind if you utter it a few more times, as long as you allow me another bite. I promise, just a tiny morsel. Get lost, Virgil retorted, decisively taking his plate to the adjacent table, tears streaming down as he continued to eat. Delicious, it is simply divine. Jack, I was wrong. Your golden fried rice is unparalleled. It is the most delectable dish I have ever tasted. Jack chuckled softly. Just moments ago, he had received 2 acknowledgments from Daredevil and 3 from Virgil Nelson. Since Virgil could not provide Jack with any unlockable skills, Jack utilized all of Virgil's endorsements to enhance Daredevil's super senses. Once Virgil devoured a serving of golden fried rice, Daredevil's super senses were successfully unlocked to 39. Jack, bring me another serving. No, better yet, give me 2. Virgil licked his lips after speaking. Virgil, you should check the menu. There is a daily limit of 1 serving of golden fried rice per person. I already had mine yesterday. Jack won't make you another, Matt interjected, lifting a glass of water, blowing on it before taking a sip, then reaching into the plate to pinch a grain of rice, chewing it thoughtfully. Although it was merely a single grain, it still possessed the delightful flavor of the golden fried rice. Matt had intentionally left some grains in the plate, allowing himself to savor and reminisce about the exquisite taste. What? Virgil glanced at the menu, gritted his teeth, and called out fiercely, Jack, I will give you $200 for another serving of golden fried rice. How about that? No, $300 for just 1 more serving of golden fried rice. Daredevil raised an eyebrow, tilting his head slightly, directing his ear toward Jack. Peter, on the other hand, gazed at Virgil with his mouth agape, silently marveling at the luxury of wealth. Just when the 3 assumed Jack would be swayed by the offer, Jack replied with calm assertiveness, Virgil, are you attempting to throw money at me? Humph, that is an affront to both me and the culinary arts. If you continue this way, I will have no choice but to ask you to leave. No, that is not my intention. Jack, please hear me out. The golden fried rice is simply too delicious. And I am still hungry. That is why I wish to have another serving. Please believe me, I have no intention of challenging your rules or insulting you. Urgently, Phil Nelson spoke, his concern that Li Jia might blacklist him evident. Congratulations to the host for having just earned the recognition of Phil Nelson. Li Jia felt a surge of joy within, for Phil's acknowledgments far surpassed those of Matt. Peter, please serve Mr. Nelson a glass of plain water, he requested. Certainly, boss. Peter Parker replied, pouring a glass of water for Phil Nelson. This small gesture alleviated Phil's anxious demeanor somewhat. He turned to see Matt elegantly picking grains of rice from his plate, prompting him to glance down at his own. Damn it, who left their plate this clean? He muttered. Hey, Matt, Phil Nelson said as he resumed his seat opposite Matt. Matt naturally placed his left hand before his plate, smiling as he inquired, Phil, what brings you here? Seeing that his intentions had been discerned, Phil let out a huff. Matt, today you've taken a bite of my golden fried rice, which is quite a despicable act. Remember, you must return that bite to me tomorrow, or I shall not let this go. Oh. Matt continued to gracefully pick at the rice on his plate. Ding dong. The bell at the restaurant door chimed as the glass door swung open, and a ginger cat dashed in first. Meow. The creature leapt directly onto Li Jia's lap, rubbing its head against him in a typical display of affection. Huey, Carol Danvers called out, entering behind, a hint of jealousy in her tone. Accompanying her were 3 men and 2 women, presumably her colleagues from the Air Force. Based on their attire, Carol, is this the fantastic Chinese restaurant you mentioned? A tall, handsome man inquired. Carol Danvers positioned her body to shield her friends as she replied, Yes. However, we have an agreement. I'll introduce you to a culinary delight, but each of you must contribute a quarter of your meal as Huey's share. The tall man ran his fingers through his hair, assuring her, Don't worry. Carol, as long as you're happy, I can give my entire portion to your ginger cat. Joe, let us not go there. I fear you might regret it later, Carol replied, turning to Li Jia. Boss, 6 portions of golden fried rice, please. Certainly. Please hold on, Li Jia responded, returning the ginger cat to Carol Danvers, feeling quite fond of the future Captain Marvel. This was not only due to her having successfully unlocked his top-tier pilot skills at 100, but also because she had brought him such a multitude of customers. Leaning closer, Carol whispered to Li Jia, Boss, you just heard that my 5 friends are willing to share a quarter of their golden fried rice for Huey. However, Huey cannot eat that much, just add half of what they set aside to mine. Li Jia. It seemed that Carol Danvers had not brought so many people merely to support her own business. Driven by a simple desire to hoard resources, refusing to share with the creature, while simultaneously seeking to procure more for herself, Carol Danvers playfully covered the ears of the creature, which protested with a sound of discontent. With a sweet smile directed at Li Jia, she reassured him, Fear not, just follow my lead, and tomorrow I shall assist you in attracting more patrons. Li Jia shrugged in response, conceding, Very well. After all, you've paid. How you choose to manage the food is entirely your affair. Upon entering the kitchen, 6 servings of golden fried rice emerged from the pot. Carol Danvers' portion appeared to be twice as substantial as the others, filling her with immense delight. The creature, observing the disparity in its own serving, emitted another sound of grievance. Much like Matt, as soon as the golden fried rice was presented, Carol Danvers transformed into an eager diner without uttering a word. The aroma of this golden fried rice is exquisite. $100 for such a meager portion? The value seems lacking. While others continued their discussions, Carol Danvers had nearly finished her serving of golden fried rice. Suddenly, a figure descended from the heavens, crashing down upon a parked Ford, reducing it to a crumpled heap of metal. Subsequently, a red armored figure rose from the wreckage, a bottle of wine in hand. Hurry up! Is that not Iron Man? One of Carol Danvers' companions exclaimed. With a mechanical whir, the helmet of the red armor opened, revealing a disheartened face that raised the empty bottle to his lips, only to discover it contained not a single drop of liquor. Upon seeing that familiar visage, Li Jia mused inwardly, no doubt about it. This inebriated individual is none other than Iron Man, Tony Stark. Another superhero has conveniently arrived. Chapter 9. The opulent Tony as a quintessential scion of immense wealth. Tony Stark naturally found himself at the epicenter of public attention. His successful creation of the arc reactor and his formidable Iron Man suit catapulted him into the spotlight, making Iron Man the most celebrated superhero in the city. With the emergence of Iron Man, onlookers paused, eagerly extracting their smartphones to capture the moment. Tony Stark emerged from the armored suit, first bowing graciously to the throngs of spectators snapping photos, only to subsequently raise both hands and cheekily extend his middle fingers in salute. Despite the jeers directed at him, Tony Stark wore a self-satisfied grin as he turned and sauntered into a Chinese restaurant. Boss, a bottle of wine, please. Any kind will do. Tony Stark staggered inside, immediately demanding his drink. Peter Parker stepped forward to steady the nearly toppling Tony Stark. Mr. Stark, I'm terribly sorry, but we don't serve alcohol here. However, I can offer you a glass of water if you'd like. Foolish lad, do you not comprehend? I require wine, not water. Tony Stark brusquely shoved Peter aside and plopped down into a chair, pointing at him as he exclaimed, Wait, do you know who I am? Peter Parker returned to Tony Stark's side, beaming as he replied, "Mr. Stark, it would be quite difficult to live in this city without knowing you. Moreover, I have idolized you since my school days. I have studied many of your papers, particularly your work on the arc reactor, which is truly a groundbreaking masterpiece." "Is this what you mean?" Tony Stark said, tapping the arc reactor embedded in his chest, scoffing lightly. "No, this hardly qualifies as a grand invention. If you desire it, I could bestow this trinket upon you, provided you procure me a bottle of wine. Of course, I cannot relinquish it now, as my life depends on it." "Sir, I believe you've had too much to drink," Peter Parker cautioned. "Nonsense, I am quite lucid," Tony Stark retorted. No inebriated soul would ever admit to being intoxicated. He produced a wad of cash from his pocket, grinning as he proclaimed, "Fortunately, I brought money today." "What is your name, young man?" "You can call me Peter," replied Peter Parker. "Excellent. Peter, I kindly request that you venture out and procure a bottle of wine for me. Any kind will suffice, and the remainder of the money is yours." Tony Stark emphatically slapped the money onto the table, over $10,000. Peter Parker realized he could simply purchase a cheap bottle of wine for a few dollars from the neighboring shop, thus earning a small fortune. However, as a person of integrity, he remained unmoved, stating, "Mr. Stark, I would be delighted to assist you. However, I am currently on duty and cannot leave the restaurant. Additionally, the boss has decreed that outside food and beverages cannot be brought into the establishment." "Which imbecile instituted such a rule?" Tony Stark cursed under his breath, and Li Jie furrowed his brow. "Is he cursing at me? It seems the rules were not set by me. A sum exceeding $10,000 in errand fees, just slipping through my fingers. All right, Peter, why don't you attend to the other guests?" Li Jie patted Peter's shoulder and then stood before Tony Stark, stating, "Listen here, you scoundrel. This is a restaurant, and presently, we serve but one type of cuisine. If you wish to dine, take a seat. If not, kindly remove your posterior from my chair and leave at once. Damn it, I am Tony Stark, and you dare speak to me in such a manner? Do you not believe I could acquire this wretched establishment?" Tony Stark shouted. "Yes, but I would still eject you from here at this moment," Li Jie retorted, fully aware that reasoning with a drunken man was futile. He seized Tony Stark by the collar, lifting him from his chair. Realizing Li Jie was indeed serious about throwing him out, Tony Stark quickly relented. He had no desire to see his visage plastered across the evening news with a headline reading "Drunken Tony cast out like rubbish by restaurant owner." Absolutely not. That would be a grave insult to his character. Though Tony Stark's mood was quite foul, he would not allow anyone to demean him. Wait. He raised his hands in surrender, a grin spreading across his face. "You are the first person in this world to attempt to expel me from a restaurant. I can overlook your rudeness. Very well, I shall have that." As the creature he pointed to protested with a sound, turning its back to him, Tony Stark chuckled. "I'm merely jesting. How could I consume the same fare as a cat? That fried rice appears delectable. Do bring me a portion as well." Carol Danvers frowned at Tony Stark, who was pointing at her golden fried rice. Wasn't he that the same dish as what the creature was eating? Uffed. Fergie Nelson could not help but chuckle, lowering his voice to remark, "Matt, I'm just realizing that the illustrious Tony Stark is actually a fool. Shoo. He is merely inebriated. Besides, do you not fear that his legal team might pursue us in court for such remarks?" Matt cautioned Fergie to keep quiet. Suddenly, Fergie grasped the gravity of the situation. Tony Stark possessed the finest legal team in the world, while he and Matt were merely struggling lawyers in Hell's Kitchen. If Tony Stark were to press charges, they could lose everything. Fortunately, the inebriated Tony Stark had not overheard Fergie's insult. "Sir, may I take a seat?" Tony Stark flashed a smile at Li Jie. Li Jie was acutely aware that Tony Stark had recently endured a harrowing kidnapping, compounded by the injury to his chest that led him to believe he was on the brink of death. Indeed, he was at a nadir in his life. Frankly speaking, what Tony Stark truly required at this moment was not alcohol, but rather a psychologist. If those exorbitantly priced therapists were genuinely effective, it would be a different matter altogether. Since you have chosen to dine here, do settle in comfortably. A gentle reminder, the gold fried rice is priced at $100 per serving. Li Jie gently placed Tony Stark back into his chair. Such a modest price? Here you go, $100 for the meal. Consider the remainder as a tip. Tony Stark casually grabbed a handful of bills and thrust them into Li Jia's hand, his ostentatious display of wealth provoking envy among the other patrons. The system imposed no restrictions on accepting tips, so Li Jia nonchalantly tucked the money into his pocket. Please remain seated. The gold fried rice will be ready momentarily. Chapter 10. The golden fried rice, sir. Your golden fried rice. Peter Parker placed the freshly prepared dish before Tony Stark. In merely a minute, Tony Stark had nearly succumbed to slumber, his head resting on the table. My golden fried rice. Did I order this? Tony Stark inquired, a hint of confusion evident in his voice. Yes, sir. At present, this is the only dish available in our establishment, Peter Parker replied earnestly. Well, it seems I must have placed the order. Tony Stark's nose almost touched the plate as he inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "Ah, what a delightful aroma. It feels as though my stomach has swung open its doors, eagerly anticipating this culinary delight." Enjoy your meal, Peter Parker said, retreating to the side of Li Jia, whispering, "Boss, could you pour a glass of water for Mr. Stark?" Li Jia shot him a glance. Water isn't free, you know? Peter, you're fostering their bad habits. If everyone who comes here expects complimentary water, I might as well declare bankruptcy. No, I mean it would add to our workload. However, Mr. Stark seems to have had quite a bit to drink and appears to need a glass of water. Moreover, he just tipped you generously, Peter Parker reminded him. With a swift motion, Li Jia playfully tossed a candied chestnut at Peter. Peter, I notice your cunning has been on the rise. Very well, for your sake. I shall bring a glass of water for the unfortunate Tony. But remember, this is a one-time exception. Yes, boss, Peter Parker replied, turning to fetch the water. At that moment, Tony Stark had taken a bite of the golden fried rice, and he was momentarily frozen in place. The effects of overindulgence in alcohol had left his stomach in turmoil, yet with that mouthful of fried rice, a wave of comfort washed over him. Marvelous, he proclaimed succinctly, a mere 3 words encapsulating his approval of the dish. Simultaneously, a notification flashed on Li Jia's virtual panel. Congratulations, the host has just received Iron Man's recognition, successfully unlocking 10 of the arc reactor technology. A surge of knowledge regarding the arc reactor flooded Li Jia's mind. Although the information was not comprehensive, merely a 10 unlock, he had already ascended to the status of a technical expert in this domain. It is noteworthy that many scientists had only scratched the surface of the arc reactor research, often veering into inaccuracies, while Li Jia had already discerned the correct path. Tony Stark devoured the golden fried rice as if he had not eaten in days, rapidly finishing the entire serving. This dish not only soothed his troubled stomach, but, more significantly, it began to heal his wounded spirit. The trauma of his abduction and the pain he bore had not only plunged Tony Stark into melancholy, but had also led him to the brink of despair. On more than one occasion, he contemplated the unthinkable. Several times, he had even leapt from skyscrapers, only to find himself crashing into his suit rather than meeting his demise. Delicious. Tony Stark, with an expression of sheer bliss, appeared as though he had been imbued with the invigorating essence of fine wine. My dear sir, may I trouble you for another serving of golden fried rice? Peter Parker placed a glass of water before Tony Stark and, with an apologetic tone, replied, I regret to inform you, Mr. Stark, that our establishment has a policy limiting each patron to 1 serving of golden fried rice per day. If you wish to indulge, I kindly suggest you return tomorrow. However, for now, you may enjoy some water. Thank you, Peter. Tony Stark casually tossed some bills as a tip to Peter Parker, then turned his attention toward Carol Danvers' table. The already satiated devourer extended its tongue, licking its lips, fixating on the food of others much like Tony Stark. Carol Danvers' companions had begun their meal, and upon discovering the exquisite taste of golden fried rice, they lamented having shared their dishes with the devourer. Upon noticing Tony Stark's gaze, they instinctively shielded their meals with their arms. Humph! Tony Stark scoffed disdainfully, muttering to himself, I, Tony, have not yet descended to the level of begging for food from you lot. Peter, what if someone were to purchase the golden fried rice and willingly share it with me? Tony Stark inquired. Peter Parker turned to look at Li Jia. Li Jia, with a deliberate demeanor, replied, as long as payment has been made. It is at the discretion of the diner how they wish to dispose of their food. A snap of realization crossed Tony Stark's face as he exclaimed excitedly, "Got it." Grabbing the bills from the table, he pivoted and exited the Chinese restaurant. Those gathered around the mech stepped aside upon seeing Tony Stark emerge. He whistled loudly and waved the bills in his hand, calling out, "Is anyone interested in earning some extra cash? I need 2 individuals to go inside and order 2 servings of golden fried rice. Each person can earn $500 for their trouble. Mr. Stark, please grant me this opportunity. I am in dire need of this money." The majority of those residing in Hell's Kitchen were not affluent, and the prospect of earning $500 simply by placing an order in the restaurant instantly drew a crowd around Tony Stark. Some audacious souls even leaped forward in an attempt to seize the money. "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" Tony Stark pushed aside the would-be thief and selected 2 frail-looking women who genuinely appeared to need assistance to place his order. "Sir, please bring me a serving of golden fried rice. Here is the payment." "And I too, sir." The 2 women entered, placed their orders, paid, and, after receiving $500 each from Tony Stark, exited in ecstatic haste. Li Jie, does this count as yet another system glitch? Well, who could blame Tony Stark for his prowess not only in the realm of mechs, but also in the art of monetary influence? Li Jie returned to the kitchen and prepared 2 additional servings of golden fried rice. Tony Stark finally satisfied his appetite. His spirits lifted considerably. He tossed the remaining money onto the table and exclaimed, "Boss, reserve a spot for me tomorrow at the same time. Consider the rest as your tip." Without waiting for a response from Li Jie, he whistled and strolled out. "Hey, listen, we only serve 50 portions of golden fried rice each day. If you arrive late, I won't save you any," Li Jie shouted after him. Tony Stark flashed an okay gesture and exited, donning his armor with flair. Tony Stark's financial prowess reminded Virgil Nelson, who lowered his voice and said, "Matt, I believe we could take a page from Tony's book and have someone order us 2 more servings of golden fried rice." "What, are you wealthy?" Matt inquired. Virgil Nelson instantly regained his composure. Not everyone possesses the same financial flexibility as Tony Stark. $100 is indeed a considerable sum for the average person. Chapter 11. The Chinese restaurant's success as the noon closing hour approached. Li Jie reflected on the day's sales. He had sold 11 servings of golden fried rice, amounting to a total of $1,100. While the revenue was significant, what truly mattered was the substantial progress made in unlocking various skills. As he had failed to unlock new abilities from Carol Danvers and her companions, Li Jie decided to utilize their goodwill to unlock Daredevil's enhanced senses and Spider-Man's physical prowess. To date, Daredevil's enhanced senses had been successfully unlocked by 50, while Spider-Man's physical abilities stood at 36, and the arc reactor had reached 15. Additionally, the appreciation for the symbiote had risen to 14. Speaking of which, the symbiote was rather stingy. It only increased in goodwill by 1 after each meal. "Boss, I've completed all the front-of-house duties." Peter Parker approached Li Jie, appearing somewhat hesitant. "Peter, if you have something to say, please speak your mind. If not, you may return to rest," Li Jie responded, his train of thought disrupted by Peter's presence. "It's not a big deal," Peter Parker quickly explained. "Today, I received a small tip, and I was wondering if I could take a serving of golden fried rice home. I'd like to share it with my Aunt May." Peter Parker's parents, both agents, had tragically passed away during a mission, and he had been raised by his Uncle Ben and Aunt May. However, when Peter acquired his spider abilities, Uncle Ben tragically died in an accident. Now, his only companion was Aunt May. Although Peter yearned for a serving of golden fried rice for himself, he was reluctant to spend $100 on his own appetite. Yet, he was willing to spend that amount to buy a meal for Aunt May, demonstrating the depth of their bond. "Peter, since you are willing to purchase a serving of golden fried rice, as a customer, it is my duty to serve you. However, there is a limit of 1 serving per person per day, which is our policy. Therefore, I can only sell you 1. Do you understand?" "Of course," Peter replied. "Thank you so much, boss. You are truly a wonderful person." With a beaming smile, he placed $100 on the counter. After receiving the payment, Li Jie went to the kitchen to prepare a serving of golden fried rice for Peter. Although Li Jie wished to show extra generosity by providing a larger portion. He was constrained by the system's limitations and had to adhere to the standard serving size. Peter, a serving of golden fried rice is $100. I cannot offer you a discount. However, since you performed well today, I will give you $50 as a reward for your hard work. Li Jie took out $50 from his own pocket, ensuring that his employee would not go unrewarded. Thank you, boss, Peter Parker said, happily taking the golden fried rice and the $50 as he left. Li Jie watched Peter's departing figure with a smile, as once again, a new notification appeared on his panel. Congratulations to the host for recently receiving the esteemed recognition of Iron Man, with the arc reactor successfully unlocking 16. After departing from the Chinese restaurant, Tony Stark made his way directly to Stark Tower, where he encountered Pepper Potts. Originally, Pepper was merely Tony Stark's secretary. However, following the incident that befell him, she essentially took over the affairs of Stark Industries. Pepper, you look even more radiant today than you did yesterday, Tony Stark remarked, presenting her with a bouquet of roses he had procured en route. His nonchalant demeanor restored him to his former dashing persona. Tony, you seem to be in remarkably good spirits, Pepper observed, her brow furrowed as she scrutinized him. Ever since Tony's return from captivity, Pepper had harbored deep concerns for his well-being, even seeking out the world's foremost psychologist for assistance, yet progress remained elusive. His exuberance today was a delightful surprise for her. That's because I just unlocked a Chinese restaurant today. Their golden fried rice is perhaps the most delectable dish on this planet. Pepper, I came to invite you to indulge in this culinary delight with me, Tony declared. Tony, do you have any notion of how busy I am at present? I fear I lack the time to accompany you for a meal, Pepper replied, her expression reflecting her worry. Previously, when she was merely Tony's secretary, she had not realized the challenges of managing a corporation. Now, she found herself overwhelmed, with scarcely any time for meals or rest. With a grin, Tony reassured her, Pepper, you must understand that life encompasses more than just work. There exists the essence of living as well. I have already reserved a table for us tomorrow at noon. I shall come to collect you. Farewell. With that, Tony leapt from the window, soaring away before Pepper could decline his invitation. Regardless, Tony Stark's transformation filled Pepper with joy, stirring her curiosity about the catalyst for his change. Hap, could you please come to my office? Pepper hesitantly dialed. Moments later, the portly Happy Hogan appeared before her, his ample frame jostling as he hurried. Once a boxer, Happy had rescued Tony Stark during an unfortunate incident and subsequently became Iron Man's driver and bodyguard. He was one of the few individuals Tony trusted and currently served as the head of security at Stark Industries. Happy, do you know where Tony went today? Pepper inquired. Happy, though stationed at Stark Industries, was perpetually attuned to Tony's whereabouts. Upon hearing her question, he retrieved his phone and replied. Tony has spent the majority of his day drinking, but his social media has just updated with a post. Look, he had lunch at a Chinese restaurant in Hell's Kitchen, though his exact location remains uncertain. Is this the Chinese restaurant that Tony spoke of? Did he become more cheerful after dining there? Little Pepper pondered to herself. Should I investigate this establishment? Happy Hogan inquired. No need, Little Pepper replied, shaking her head as she returned her phone. Then she instructed, I should be having lunch with Tony tomorrow. Please arrange for a car. Meanwhile, upstairs, Li Jie was slumbering when a loud knock reverberated through the door, followed by Peter Parker's voice from outside. Boss, are you in there? Boss. Peter, are you trying to demolish the house? Li Jie complained as he opened the door. Peter Parker, holding a newspaper, exclaimed with fervor, It's on fire. Boss, the Chinese restaurant is on fire. Chapter 12. Tony Stark arrives at the Chinese restaurant. Tony Stark, a figure of undeniable charisma, invariably becomes the focal point of attention wherever he goes. Typically, his dining experiences are reserved for five-star hotels and Michelin-starred establishments. However, today he unexpectedly chose to visit a nondescript Chinese restaurant in Hell's Kitchen. This decision alone sparked a whirlwind of speculation and conversation. Furthermore, Stark's penchant for hiring individuals at exorbitant prices to place his orders only heightened the intrigue surrounding the restaurant. The New York Evening News dedicated an entire page to a photograph of Tony Stark standing outside the restaurant, defiantly raising his middle finger to the crowd. As one of the most widely circulated newspapers in New York, the Evening News, while ostensibly reporting on Stark, inadvertently provided a boon of publicity for the restaurant, effectively saving it a substantial sum on advertising costs. Li Jie glanced at the article pinned by the editor, largely driven by imagination, showing little interest in its content. He then observed the image of Tony Stark at the restaurant's entrance. Peter, does this mean we are truly in the limelight? Absolutely. Besides the Evening News, the hottest topic on social media right now is Tony Stark and our restaurant. Boss, if you doubt it, just take a look outside. It's brimming with people. I just sneaked in through the back door, exclaimed Peter Parker with palpable excitement. Without checking his phone, Li Jie swiftly approached the window, parting the curtains slightly to peer outside. The entrance was teeming with patrons, already forming layers of eager onlookers. With less than an hour until 5 o'clock, the crowd was bound to swell even further. In pursuit of a peaceful night's rest, Li Jie had deliberately muted his heightened senses. However, now, the cacophony of the throng outside flooded his ears. The presence of Iron Man dining here indicated that the restaurant possessed something unique. I've inquired about this establishment, and the food is reputed to be the worst in Hell's Kitchen. It usually sees no customers at all. Yet Iron Man would visit a place known for its poor cuisine? Breaking news. Although this restaurant previously attracted scant attention, it has recently introduced a new dish called golden fried rice, priced at $100 per serving. Golden fried rice, priced at $100. Is it made with actual gold? Indeed, Iron Man is here enjoying the golden fried rice. For a super rich individual, $100 is hardly exorbitant. Today, I too shall indulge like a billionaire. A smile crept across Li Jie's face. With Iron Man dining here, it appeared that the restaurant's fortunes had been revived. Initially, he had anticipated it would take days to sell 50 servings of golden fried rice in a single day. Now, it seemed that goal could be achieved today. Peter, go tell them. If they wish to dine in our establishment, they must queue in the order of arrival. Those unwilling to wait can leave. Oh, and remember, we only sell 50 servings of golden fried rice each day. Once sold out, we close for the day. Today, there remain 38 portions, thus sparing the subsequent patrons from the inconvenience of queuing. Peter Parker furrowed his brow and remarked, Boss, our establishment has only just begun to flourish. Employing such tactics of scarcity seems rather unwise, does it not? This could dishearten our loyal fans. If ingredients are lacking, I could venture outside to procure more. Li Jie shot Peter Parker a disapproving glance. As the proprietor of a Chinese restaurant, do you think I do not wish to sell more and earn greater profits? The system has allocated only this quantity of ingredients. What can I do? What you bring back from outside simply lacks the authentic flavor. Do you comprehend? This approach sustains our restaurant's air of mystery. The greater the curiosity we evoke, the heightened our allure, prolonging our period of popularity. After rebuking him, Li Jie gestured, Now, simply follow my instructions. Understood, Peter Parker replied, complying with Li Jie's directive. Moments later, Peter Parker returned, a grimace upon his face. Boss, I have adhered to your instructions, and the patrons outside are lined up as requested. Yet, no matter how I explain, they refuse to believe that only 50 portions of golden fried rice are available each day, insisting on remaining there. Li Jie approached the window once more and, within a short span, observed that the line had exceeded 200, beginning to disrupt the neighboring shops and the passage of pedestrians. Peter, call the police. Call the police? Peter Parker exclaimed in astonishment at Li Jie. Li Jie asserted, as a taxpayer, it is only right that the authorities maintain order. Otherwise, should chaos ensue with so many people, what might happen? Oh, I see. Peter Parker swiftly retrieved his phone to make the call. In Manhattan, a Rolls-Royce Phantom halted beside a newsstand. Clad in a suit, Hawkeye purchased a copy of the New York Evening News and frowned upon seeing a photograph of Tony Stark alongside that of the Chinese restaurant. Did Mike botch the situation? He mused internally, maintaining an impassive facade as he paid and returned to the car. Boss, here is this evening's newspaper. Hawkeye turned and handed the New York Evening News to the solitary figure seated in the rear, Kingpin. With a cigar clenched between his teeth, Kingpin accepted the newspaper and, upon seeing the image of Tony Stark and the Chinese restaurant, inquired with curiosity, Hawkeye, have you dined at this establishment? No, Hawkeye replied. Kingpin removed the cigar from his mouth, exhaling a plume of smoke as he declared, "Let us dine at Hell's Kitchen tonight." "Understood," Hawkeye responded, then instructed the driver. To Hell's Kitchen. Upon Kingpin's arrival at Hell's Kitchen, he was taken aback by the serpentine line outside the Chinese restaurant, with police officers present to maintain order. "Hawkeye, is this Chinese restaurant in Hell's Kitchen truly this popular? Why have I never heard of it before?" Hawkeye was equally puzzled, recalling that not long ago, this establishment had been devoid of any business. "The boss, I have not heard of it either. Do you need me to investigate?" Jean Bing felt immense dissatisfaction. How could a Chinese restaurant on his territory be so prosperous while he had never even heard of it? What sort of intelligence work were his subordinates conducting? No need. After all, we are merely going to have a meal. Jean Bing took a deep drag from his cigarette and instructed the driver to take him directly to the entrance of the restaurant. Due to the throngs of people gathered outside, his vehicle could only be parked in the middle of the road, thereby obstructing traffic. A young police officer was about to approach and urge the car to move along when he was forcefully restrained by a middle-aged policeman nearby. "Are you out of your mind? That is Jean Bing's car." Upon hearing Jean Bing's name, the young officer broke into a cold sweat, relieved that he was still alive. Chapter 13. The escape of the diners. The Chinese restaurant had commenced operations. Li Jie stationed Spider-Man, Peter Parker, at the entrance, requiring each patron to pay $100 before entering. He informed them that the establishment exclusively offered golden fried rice, with not even a drop of plain water available. This arrangement allowed Li Jie to focus solely on preparing meals in the kitchen, while customers queued at the pickup counter for their orders. And then there was Kingpin, the most formidable figure in Hell's Kitchen. No, rather, the entire New York City. The moment he arrived, chaos ensued. Just how powerful is Kingpin? This mob boss had once run for mayor of New York City and succeeded. Infuriating, isn't it? Kingpin. Upon sighting him, Peter Parker's expression darkened. For Kingpin was one of Spider-Man's arch-nemesis. Peter had faced Kingpin on multiple occasions, yet had never emerged victorious. According to the official Marvel statistics, Peter Parker's intelligence rated at 4, strength at 4, speed at 3, endurance at 3, energy control at 1, and combat skills at 4. Conversely, Kingpin possessed an intelligence of 4, strength of 4, speed of 2, endurance of 3, energy projection of 1, and combat skills at 6. From these statistics, it is evident that Kingpin only fell short in speed compared to Spider-Man, while his intelligence, endurance, and energy projection were on par. Notably, Kingpin surpassed Spider-Man in combat skills by 2 points, primarily due to Spider-Man's lack of formal combat training. Kingpin engaged in fights daily with over a dozen combat experts, defeating them all within mere seconds. This explains why Spider-Man had never gained the upper hand against Kingpin. Furthermore, Kingpin was undeniably an anomaly among criminals in New York. It wasn't merely his tenure as mayor that set him apart, but rather his confrontations with Spider-Man, Daredevil, the X-Men, and others. For most criminals, merely causing a superhero distress is considered a significant achievement. Even more astonishingly, Kingpin not only contended with superheroes, but also had the majority of New York's mobsters as his adversaries. To single-handedly oppose so many superheroes and criminals simultaneously is a feat that could only be attributed to Kingpin. As Kingpin approached, Peter Parker suppressed his rising anger and politely stated, "I'm sorry, but we have only 2 servings of golden fried rice left. If you wish to dine, please queue at the back." Queue? Not even Kingpin, let alone Bullseye, was accustomed to waiting in line. Even with the police present, they could not contain Bullseye's volatile temper. As he seized Peter Parker by the collar, growling, "Try saying that again, kid." Peter Parker, wishing to conceal his identity as Spider-Man, refrained from dodging. In the face of Bullseye's intimidation, he remained unflinching. "You arrived too late. Come back earlier next time." "Brat." The Bullseye, filled with ire, let out a fierce cry, his eyes glinting with malice as he sought to humiliate Peter Parker. Surrounding police officers had already positioned their hands on their firearms, fully aware that Bullseye was a henchman of Kingpin. Yet, what did that matter? The officers had their dignity to uphold. The audacity of Bullseye to act out in front of so many would not go unchecked, even if Kingpin intervened. the police would still carry out their duties. Stop. We are here to dine, not to brawl, Kingpin admonished Bullseye, then turned to Peter Parker with a smile. You are quite brave. Bullseye apologized to this young man. Reluctantly, Bullseye released his grip, yet obediently bowed before Peter Parker, uttering, I'm sorry. I was merely jesting. Please do not be upset. After speaking, he turned to the queue of patrons with a derisive laugh, asking, Are you all here to eat? At that moment, Kingpin cast a cold glance at the two individuals at the front of the line. Just a mere look sent them nearly into a state of panic. And no, I was just passing by. My mother is calling me home for dinner. Goodbye. They barely finished their words before fleeing. Bullseye smirked triumphantly and shouted at the remaining crowd. Since none of you are here to eat, what are you still doing standing around? Enjoying the spectacle? With that, the onlookers scattered, none daring to linger. Previously, no amount of persuasion from Spider-Man or the police had dissuaded those individuals, as if they were resolute to have their golden fried rice at all costs. But now, except for the officers, the street had emptied. It must be said, Kingpin's authority in Hell's Kitchen was not something an ordinary person could contest. Little brother, may I enter now? Kingpin grinned at Peter Parker. With no one left in line and 2 portions of golden fried rice still unsold, Peter Parker had no choice but to acquiesce, coldly stating, 1 portion of golden fried rice is $100. You may pay and collect your meal at the counter. Furthermore, the restaurant is only serving golden fried rice at this time, including water. Pay up, Kingpin instructed Bullseye. Here you go. Bullseye slapped $200 into Peter Parker's hand, then stepped forward to open the door for Kingpin. What should we do? An older officer inquired of the commanding officer present. The captain, thinking quickly, replied, Since our task here is to maintain order, we have accomplished that. Let us withdraw. The officers exited with a swiftness rivaling that of the fleeing diners. The sun was nearly set, and they had no desire to linger in Hell's Kitchen, nor to invite unnecessary trouble. Inside the restaurant, everyone had received their golden fried rice. The once bustling establishment was now filled with murmurs of astonishment as patrons savored the delectable dish, and naturally, selfies were taken for social media. However, when Jean Bing and Hawkeye entered, an immediate silence enveloped the scene, as an invisible pressure spread to every corner of the restaurant. A muscular man, deliberately showcasing his physique, noticed Jean Bing approaching and promptly stood up, gathering his plates. My apologies, I have finished my meal. Please, take a seat. He even wiped the chair with his jacket. Once Jean Bing was seated, the muscular man exhaled in relief, hurried over, and handed the utensils he held to Peter Parker, forcing a smile as he remarked, The golden fried rice is exquisite. I shall return. One by one, the remaining patrons rose in unison, proclaiming they were satiated and promptly vacating the premises. Soon, only Jean Bing and Hawkeye remained, as though they had reserved the entire establishment. Ding! Order ready, came Li Jia's voice from the pickup counter. Chapter 14. Unlocking Kingpin's fighting skills. Peter Parker, noticing the absence of other patrons in the establishment, intended to retrieve his meal, only to be preempted by Bullseye. The assassin's eagerness was not a disregard for Peter Parker, the waiter, but rather a pressing need to ascertain whether Lee was still alive. Peering through the pickup window, Bullseye observed Lee extracting a cigarette from his pocket. His brow furrowed momentarily before a smile broke forth, accompanied by a hand gesture mimicking the act of firing a weapon. Although Lee was occupied in the kitchen, his heightened senses as Daredevil had already informed him of the events unfolding outside. Just the night prior, he had discovered that Bullseye was the mastermind behind the attempts on his life, and today, fate had brought them face to face. Lee flashed a smile at Bullseye. Had Bullseye sought him out yesterday, Lee would have felt a twinge of apprehension, but circumstances had changed. The recent diners had contributed a substantial amount of recognition value, all of which Lee had invested in enhancing his spider abilities. To date, Lee's Daredevil senses had successfully unlocked 50, maintaining the level achieved by midday's close of business. His spider abilities had reached an impressive 80, leaving him only 20 shy of Spider-Man Peter Parker's prowess. This spider physique encompassed strength. For instance, while Spider-Man could lift 25 tons, Lee was now capable of hoisting 20 tons. Officially, Bullseye's strength was rated at 3, the limit of an ordinary human, which meant he could not lift more than 800 kilograms. In terms of sheer strength, Lee would easily overpower Bullseye. As a top-tier assassin, Bullseye's true talent lay in his marksmanship. Everyday objects such as chopsticks, books, sticks, and chairs could all be lethal weapons in his hands. However, Lee could counteract Bullseye's innate gifts through his enhanced senses. With the addition of poisonous vines, Lee felt confident in his ability to defeat Bullseye, which was why he remained unfazed by the threat posed by the assassin. Currently, Bullseye had not undergone any enhancements through adamantium surgery. His skills merely reached the pinnacle of human capability. His overall strength was even inferior to that of Kingpin. Moreover, Bullseye was fundamentally a madman, suffering from severe mental disorders, which was precisely why he was relegated to serving as a subordinate to Kingpin. "Boss," Bullseye declared, placing 2 servings of golden fried rice before Kingpin. As a subordinate, he was not permitted to dine at the same table without Kingpin's approval. Upon seeing the portion sizes, Kingpin frowned. Even 2 servings of golden fried rice were insufficient to satiate his appetite. Nevertheless, the aroma wafting from the dish brought him immense satisfaction. After taking a spoonful, a blissful smile spread across Kingpin's face. In the kitchen, Lee received a notification from the system. "Congratulations, host. You have gained Kingpin's recognition, successfully unlocking 10 of Kingpin's fighting skills." Lee's eyes brightened, and a smile graced his lips. While the acquisition of only 10 of Kingpin's fighting skills might seem modest, it undeniably addressed one of Lee's current shortcomings. With this enhancement, his odds against Bullseye had significantly improved. Jin's attitude towards food is marked by a profound respect, as he refrains from devouring it hastily, instead savoring each bite to fully appreciate the satisfaction it brings. After relishing the first mouthful of the golden fried rice, he did not rush to take another bite, but instead retrieved a silk handkerchief from his pocket to wipe his mouth. He then took out his phone and dialed a number. "Vanessa, I just had an exceptionally delicious meal at a Chinese restaurant." "I know. Where are you?" "All right. I'll have someone deliver it to you." Pausing momentarily, he snapped his fingers at Peter Parker. "Please pack this golden fried rice." Li Jie exhaled a plume of smoke. Even a hardened gangster like Jean has a soft spot, and that is Vanessa Mariana. Jean is never short of female company, yet Vanessa Mariana is his true love. This is evident in his actions. He clearly relishes the golden fried rice, and 2 portions would hardly satisfy his hunger. However, in this instance, he instructed Peter Parker to pack the untouched portion and have Hawkeye deliver it to Vanessa Mariana. Jean ate slowly, taking a full 30 minutes to finish a single portion of golden fried rice. After his meal, he rose to inquire of Peter Parker, "May I meet the chef?" Li Jie had been hiding in the kitchen, not out of fear of meeting Jean, but rather because he was troubled. He had consumed a portion of golden fried rice for breakfast, a work meal, and another for lunch, self-paid. What to have for dinner? After contemplating for half an hour, nothing seemed as delectable compared to the golden fried rice. This, perhaps, is the lament of a chef. "Is there a problem?" Li Jie approached Jean. Jean stood with a sincere demeanor, saying, "Oh, indeed. This golden fried rice is simply marvelous. I wish to express my gratitude to you in person." "I should be the one thanking you," Li Jie replied with equal sincerity. In that half hour, Jean had affirmed his own worth to himself 20 times. And with this recent acknowledgement, his combat skills had successfully unlocked 31. Observing Jin's reverence for food, others ought to take heed and learn. Therefore, I hope to savor such exquisite cuisine again tomorrow night. Could you reserve some for me?" Jean inquired, revealing his true intention for wanting to meet Li Jie. Considering the opportunity to swiftly unlock Jin's combat skills, Li Jie agreed. "Reservations can be accepted, but it's limited to 1 portion per person per day." "That is acceptable. Additionally, I have a small request. I wish to book the entire venue." As Jean spoke, he rummaged through his pockets, only to realize he had no money on him. He then removed a sapphire-studded ring from his finger and offered it to Li Jie. "May I use this to cover tomorrow's meal and the venue booking fee?" Li Jie possessed little knowledge regarding gemstones, yet he was acutely aware that inexpensive trinkets would never grace the hand of Mr. Jean Bin. That ring, at the very least, was worth a considerable sum. no less than $100,000 to $200,000. Naturally, Li Jie accepted the ring with great enthusiasm and instructed Peter Parker to escort Mr. Jinbin out. After Peter Parker had seen Mr. Jinbin off, he approached Li Jie with a furrowed brow and said, "Boss, I believe you should not have acquiesced to that man." "Who? Mr. Jinbin?" Li Jie inquired, feigning ignorance. "Indeed, that man is far from virtuous," Peter Parker asserted. "And that is your sole reason?" Li Jie responded. "Peter, I run a restaurant. Regardless of who they are, anyone who steps into this establishment is my guest and is entitled to exquisite cuisine and respect. We must never discriminate. Do you understand?" After imparting this lesson, Li Jie handed Peter Parker some money, instructing him to procure pizzas for a modest dinner. Chapter 15. The Targeted Eye. After closing the door for the night, Li Jie did not retreat to his room for slumber. Instead, he took his small motorcycle, typically used for stock procurement, and wandered through the Hell's Kitchen. Having encountered the Targeted Eye earlier that day, Li Jie surmised that the adversary would inevitably return that night and thus resolved to prepare in advance. Although the restaurant boasted a system that would automatically restore it even after damage, Li Jie remained reluctant to engage in violence within his own establishment, for he too harbored intentions of lethal action against the Targeted Eye. A fatal incident occurring in his own restaurant would undoubtedly complicate matters. Soon, Li Jie stumbled upon a construction site, which had been dormant for several months, likely due to financial difficulties. Apart from an elderly guard stationed at the entrance, the site was devoid of any personnel. This location seemed ideal for his purposes. Scaling the wall, he ventured inside and left behind the poisonous vines. The overgrown site, having been abandoned for months, would raise no suspicions, even with the presence of some creeping vines. After completing these preparations, Li Jie returned to the restaurant, changed into a hooded sweatshirt on the second floor, and donned a mask. The tales of superheroes had taught him the importance of disguise, especially when one intends to engage in clandestine activities. Few superheroes, like Iron Man, reveal their identities so openly. With everything in place, Li Jie settled into the first-floor dining area to await his foe. Buzz. After midnight, a Harley motorcycle roared up and halted at the entrance of the restaurant. The rider was none other than the Targeted Eye, who had previously accompanied Jean to the establishment. Unlike his former attire of tailored suits, the Targeted Eye was now clad in his signature outfit, complete with a hood emblazoned with a target design. With keen eyesight, he spotted Li Jie seated in the restaurant, illuminated by the neon lights reflecting off the windows. Is he waiting to meet his demise? The Targeted Eye mused, a smile creeping onto his lips as he nonchalantly produced a handgun and affixed a silencer in plain view of Li Jie. It was evident that he had no intention of wasting time and sought to conclude the confrontation swiftly. Upon seeing the Targeted Eye, Li Jie donned his mask, rose, and gestured towards the alleyway before turning to walk towards the back of the restaurant. The Targeted Eye, puzzled yet intrigued, rode his motorcycle around to the rear alley. Buzz. Just as the Targeted Eye prepared to stop his vehicle, Li Jie burst forth from the alley on his battered motorcycle, nearly colliding with him. After narrowly evading the impact, the Targeted Eye scoffed, "You think you can escape?" As he spoke, he raised his weapon and squeezed the trigger. Puff. Utilizing his enhanced senses akin to those of a vigilante, Li Jie anticipated the attack, ducking just in time to evade the bullet. The Targeted Eye furrowed his brow, perplexed as to how he had failed. Luck? With no time for further contemplation, he dismissed the incident as mere fortune and hastened after Li Jie, who was now veering around a corner and disappearing from view. In comparison to Li Jie's dilapidated vehicle, the performance of the motorcycle wielded by the target was remarkably superior, swiftly narrowing the distance between the two after a sharp turn. During the pursuit, the target raised his gun once more and fired. Li Jie appeared to have been momentarily unsettled, his figure jolting violently with the motorcycle, narrowly evading the bullet yet again. A frown creased the target's brow, deepening his perplexity. The first evasion could be attributed to luck, but what of the second? Surely, it could not be mere coincidence. Undeterred, the target pulled the trigger for a third time, only to have Li Jie elude the shot once more. This development was intriguing. The target did not succumb to frustration after 3 consecutive failures. Rather, he felt a surge of excitement at the challenge. fearing that he might lose the target. Li Jie purposely lingered by the wall outside the construction site, waiting for the target to follow before he vaulted over the wall. The maneuver appeared somewhat clumsy, designed to mislead the target. The target, however, moved with agility, effortlessly leaping over the wall. The construction site was shrouded in darkness, but the target was able to discern Li Jie's silhouette by the light of the moon. Soon enough, the target was led by Li Jie to a building ensnared by poisonous vines. In his single-minded pursuit of Li Jie, the target remained oblivious to the treacherous vines laid as a trap. With a sudden thud, after taking several steps upon the vines, the target stumbled and fell, quickly succumbing to unconsciousness. Li Jie, wary of the target's potential deceit, refrained from approaching directly. Instead, he commanded the poisonous vines to disarm the target. Seizing the gun from his grasp, the vines subsequently ensnared the target's body, rendering him akin to a marionette, and maneuvered him against a pillar. Only then did Li Jie emerge from the shadows, searching the target's person for concealed weapons, confiscating every hidden armament before raising his gun and firing a shot into the target's shoulder. A muffled groan escaped the target's lips, the pain jolting his consciousness awake, though his body remained limp and weakened due to the vines. Upon glancing down at the entangling vines, a look of dawning realization flickered across the target's face as he exclaimed, "You're a mutant?" With a sharp slap, Li Jie struck the target, exerting enough force to dislodge two of his prominent teeth. "You dare strike me?" the target retorted, his wide eyes reflecting his confusion as his dazed mind struggled to comprehend the situation. Without further ado, Li Jie shot at the target's other shoulder, then pressed the gun to his forehead. This shot roused the target further, instilling the awareness that his life rested in Li Jie's hands. "Mike has already confessed. It was you who sent him to kill me. Therefore, I am left with but one question. Why? Why seek my demise? That scoundrel Mike. Should I ever lay hands on him, I shall surely pluck out his tongue," the target declared vehemently. "Very well," Li Jie acknowledged, recognizing that the target was a lunatic, one whose reasoning could not be fathomed by a rational mind. The target suddenly felt an intensifying pain in his shoulder. Looking down, he realized that his wound was being grasped by Li Jie, who had finally regained a semblance of normalcy. "Someone called me to kill you and even transferred a sum of money," he stated. "Who was the person that hired you over the phone?" Li Jie inquired. "Are you an absolute fool? I've already told you, that guy contacted me via phone. How would I know who he is?" The target cursed vehemently. To be berated as an idiot by a madman. Where is the justice in that? Li Jie discerned that the target was not lying. He truly had never encountered the individual who wished to have him killed. Just as Li Jie contemplated employing other means to ascertain the identity of the person who had contacted the target, his heightened senses suddenly detected someone standing behind him. Without needing to turn around, Li Jie could confirm, solely through his extraordinary senses, that the figure behind him was none other than Daredevil. Chapter 16. Edelman meddled just as Li Jie was aware that the figure behind him was Daredevil. Daredevil too recognized that the individuals before him were Hawkeye and Li Jie. Although Hawkeye was a villain, it was Li Jie who held the gun at that moment. Daredevil, like most superheroes, harbored the innate desire for villains to face justice, even hoping they might abandon their malevolent ways. This often resulted in superheroes refraining from taking lives. The quintessential example of this principle is Batman. Lacking a full understanding of the events at hand, Daredevil instinctively began to sympathize with the apparent victim of this incident, Hawkeye. "You are different from him. It is not too late to set down the gun," Daredevil urged Li Jie. Li Jie had lured Hawkeye here partly to evade Daredevil, yet he had still been found. "What if I must kill him today?" Li Jie, aware that Daredevil had seen through his disguise, abandoned any pretense and inquired directly in his true voice. "Then I shall have to stop you," Daredevil replied, brandishing his nunchaku, adding, "Listen, this is for your own good." With Daredevil's unexpected arrival, Li Jie's plans were thrown into disarray. He could not articulate his intentions to Daredevil. To eliminate Hawkeye, he first needed to deal with Daredevil. Possessing heightened senses, Li Jie understood that most of his attacks would be futile against Daredevil. Particularly, the poisonous vines on the ground would be immediately detected by Daredevil if he attempted to manipulate them. Therefore, Li Jie resolved to corner Daredevil near the poisonous vines without allowing them to strike first. At this moment, Daredevil had already discerned that Hawkeye was poisoned, yet he remained unaware that the toxin originated from the vines. Even as he pondered why Hawkeye was ensnared by the poisonous tendrils, he failed to connect the dots, merely growing wary of the vines in his mind. "All right, I will put down the gun," Li Jie uttered a falsehood. Daredevil's acute senses functioned like a specialized scanning device, detecting the slight changes in Li Jie's demeanor and concluding it was a lie. Suddenly, Li Jie pivoted and pulled the trigger at Daredevil. Bang, bang! Daredevil swiftly wielded his nunchaku, expertly deflecting the incoming bullets. Whoosh! Once the bullets were expended, Li Jie hurled the gun at Daredevil as a projectile. In terms of heightened senses and combat skills, Li Jie was no match for Daredevil. His only advantages lay in strength and the poisonous vines. With all his might, Li Jie launched the handgun with such force that its speed surpassed that of a bullet. Daredevil, unable to evade in time, stacked his nunchaku to attempt to block. With a resounding crack, the nunchaku shattered the gun, significantly reducing its force. Yet the weapon still struck Daredevil squarely in the chest. Thud! The impact sent Daredevil hurtling backward, crashing against the wall. Li Jie was well aware of Daredevil's formidable resilience and regenerative abilities. Given that he did not genuinely wish to eliminate Daredevil, his previous assault was insufficient to incapacitate him. Thus, after discarding his firearm, Li Jie charged forward and delivered a powerful punch. Although Daredevil absorbed the blow, he seized the opportunity to engage Li Jie in close combat. Unfortunately for Li Jie, his fighting skills paled in comparison to those of Daredevil, and he was swiftly subdued and pinned to the ground. While it may have appeared foolish to engage in a close-quarters struggle with Daredevil, Li Jie's intent was to reduce the distance between them. Just as Daredevil believed he had successfully overpowered Li Jie, the latter unexpectedly grasped Daredevil's arms, leveraging his brute strength to hurl him toward the poisonous vines nearby. The moment Daredevil's body made contact with the toxic tendrils, his pretense of invincibility crumbled. The venomous vines ensnared Daredevil, secreting toxins that infiltrated his system. As Daredevil attempted to speak, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Engaging Daredevil in combat required Li Jie's utmost dedication, causing him to overlook the ensnared target. Turning back, he was startled to see the target had extricated himself, swaying precariously as he attempted to leap from the building. In response, Li Jie seized the broken nunchaku discarded by Daredevil and hurled it toward the target. The nunchaku struck the target squarely in the back, eliciting a pained cry as he plummeted from the building. He must not die, Li Jie thought to himself, as he still needed to uncover the identity of the person who had contacted the target. Just as he was about to investigate further, he noticed the flickering lights and heard the old security guard approaching, alerted by the commotion. "Who's there?" the guard shouted, followed by a warning. "I've already called the police. You should leave immediately." Li Jie's heightened senses confirmed that the guard spoke the truth. The call had been made even before the guard uttered a word. After a moment's hesitation, Li Jie retreated, gathering the unconscious Daredevil as he departed the scene. After calling the police, the old guard mustered his courage to approach and found the target lying in the weeds. Initially believing the target to be dead, he hurried to dial the emergency number, only to be suddenly kicked to the ground by the target, who then followed up with a punch that sent him sprawling. The weakened target had intended to eliminate the guard, but that was all the strength he could muster. Snatching the guard's phone, the target dialed Jean Bing's number, breathlessly exclaiming, "I'm at the construction site not far from the Chinese restaurant. Help me." Before he could finish his sentence, he slipped back into unconsciousness. Moments later, the old guard regained consciousness. Glancing at the fainted target, he decided not to involve himself further, abandoning the phone as he staggered away from the scene. Before long, Jean Bing's henchmen arrived to retrieve the target. At dawn, Jean Bing appeared in a clandestine laboratory, where an elderly man in a blood-stained lab coat reported, "The target has sustained multiple fractures from the fall, with severe damage to his spine. Even with surgery, he will likely be paralyzed. Professor, is there truly no alternative?" Jean Bing expressed his reluctance to abandon the target. The target, though deranged, remained loyal to Jean Bing and had undertaken numerous clandestine activities on his behalf. Professor Kenji Yamayoshi smiled and replied, I am conducting an experiment. Should we inject Edmund metal into the target's body? It would not only mend the damaged spine, but also enhance his strength beyond what it once was. What is the worst-case scenario? Jean Bing inquired. Professor Yamayoshi responded. The target may perish during the injection of the Edmund metal. Upon hearing that the target could die, Jean Bing hesitated for no more than 3 seconds before nodding and declaring, in that case, proceed with the injection of Edmund metal. Understood, replied the assistant. Chapter 17. The little spider unlocks a new way to eat suddenly. Matt Murdock, the daredevil, awoke with a start, realizing he had left the construction site and returned to his home, where he found Lee sitting at the dining table, indulging in instant noodles. I apologize for the effort it took to carry you back. I hope you don't mind if I enjoy a bowl of your noodles, Lee remarked as he lifted the bowl and savored the last sip of broth. Matt employed his heightened senses to assess his condition and discovered that aside from a dull ache in his chest where he had been struck, he bore no other injuries. He then rose and took a seat across from Lee, hesitating momentarily before saying, You are not the same Lee I once knew. Lee nodded in agreement. You are indeed correct. I am not the Lee you once knew. However, I do not intend to elaborate. Just as you possess your own secrets that you wish to keep hidden, so too do I. After a brief pause, he smiled and added, Of course. If you wish to engage in a sparring match here, I would not object. Matt detected the implication that Lee was aware of his identity as the daredevil. As for fighting, Matt would not resort to combat merely to uncover Lee's secrets, nor would he consider harming or even killing him for such knowledge. The crux of the matter was that Matt had only recently suffered defeat at Lee's hands. Although Lee's use of toxic vines was somewhat unsporting, a loss is a loss. Even if they were to fight again, Matt did not feel entirely confident in his ability to best Lee. Moreover, this was Matt's sanctuary, and he had no desire to cause destruction within its confines. Your girlfriend? Quite beautiful, Lee remarked, glancing at a photograph on the dining table. Despite being blind, Matt's striking appearance, coupled with the inherent sympathy society holds for those with disabilities, had rendered him quite fortunate in his romantic endeavors. He had dated many beautiful women, including renowned actresses and superheroes. Notably, both Black Widow and She-Hulk had been among his romantic interests. It was rather vexing that a sightless man could attract women whom others of power and privilege could not. The woman in the photograph was the illustrious star, Mary Walker. I no longer have any connection with her, Matt stated, placing the picture face down on the table. Mary Walker, a woman afflicted with schizophrenia, possessed multiple personalities. Besides her identity as a celebrity, she also embodied 2 other personas, Mary the Hurt and Bloody Mary. Both of these alter egos were sources of considerable distress for Matt. It seemed he had uncovered Mary Walker's secrets, leading to their separation. Did you kill him? Matt suddenly inquired. Are you referring to Bullseye? Lee retorted. Matt nodded. To my knowledge, Bullseye is also one of your formidable adversaries, a killer responsible for the deaths of many innocents. Don't tell me you didn't desire to eliminate him? Lee questioned. Matt indeed harbored a desire to eliminate Bullseye, yet in the vast majority of instances, the latter managed to evade capture, occasionally even leaving Matt at a disadvantage. I merely wish to convey that violence begets only further violence. A truth that seems lost on many. Huh. Li Jie could not suppress a chuckle. Daredevil, do you not find it amusing that such words escape your lips? Matt remained silent. Very well. I shall inform you that that fellow plummeted from the upper floor. As for whether he lives or dies, I cannot say. Rising from his seat, Li Jie continued. If you are not inclined to engage in a brawl with me, I must return home to rest, for I have a business to attend to tomorrow. It is truly perplexing how these superheroes, like Daredevil, possess such boundless energy. They serve as vigilantes by night and yet toil by day. Do they not require slumber? Wait a moment. Matt called out to Li Jie, contemplating before stating, I may refrain from prying into your secrets, yet I kindly request that you do not divulge mine. A fair exchange, indeed, Li Jie replied. Furthermore, should I discover any misdeeds on your part, I shall exert every effort to thwart you. Matt issued a warning. Li Jie laughed. As long as you possess the capability, I am always ready for ATTE. One more thing. Matt called out again. Are all lawyers so loquacious? Li Jie teased. Very well. Please share your thoughts all at once. Matt cleared his throat and said, Could you reserve a spot for me at noon? Li Jie. That seems quite a substantial request. Are you certain one will suffice? Li Jie inquired. Matt swiftly amended his request. Perhaps two would be better. Very well. It appears my Chinese restaurant shall need to implement a reservation system henceforth. Li Jie felt a small sense of pride. 50 servings of golden fried rice daily hardly suffice for demand. Boss, the entrance is once again teeming with patrons. Just past 9 in the morning. Peter Parker's call came through. Understood. Please enter through the back door for breakfast. Li Jie yawned, primarily motivated by his own craving for golden fried rice. Excellent. Upon hearing the mention of breakfast, Peter Parker's excitement surged, and he swiftly made his way to the back entrance of the restaurant. 2 servings of golden fried rice were soon prepared. Just before indulging in his meal, Peter unexpectedly produced a hot dog and proceeded to sprinkle a delicate layer of golden fried rice atop it. Li Jie. This cunning fellow has unlocked a novel method of enjoying golden fried rice. No outside food allowed. Peter Parker, however, was granted an exception to consume his work meal during non-operational hours, as the system imposed no restrictions. After devouring 1 hot dog, Peter packaged the remaining golden fried rice to serve as accompaniments for both lunch and dinner. With the addition of golden fried rice, even other dishes became delectable, though none could rival the sheer delight of savoring the fried rice alone. At 11 o'clock, the restaurant opened its doors to customers. As usual, Peter Parker manned the entrance, collecting payments and explaining the dining etiquette to patrons. The exhilarating roar of a finely tuned engine reverberated through the air as the impeccably dressed Tony Stark, clad in a tailored suit, made his grand entrance in a limited-edition crimson Ferrari at the entrance of a Chinese restaurant. Seated in the passenger seat was Pepper Potts, elegantly attired for her formal engagement, as she would be returning to work after their lunch. Hey, Peter. I made a reservation yesterday for 6 servings of golden fried rice. Tony Stark interjected before Peter Parker could utter a word, tossing the car keys to the portly man at the front of the line. I know. Each person is allowed only 1 serving of golden fried rice. These 4 will assist me with the order. Happy, please ensure the car is parked properly. Yes, boss. Happy replied. It was then that Peter Parker realized the 4 individuals standing at the forefront were all associates of Tony Stark, which explained why Happy had seemed somewhat familiar earlier. Tony, do you think you might be ordering a bit too much? Pepper inquired with concern, as she, despite their wealth, wished to avoid any waste. Trust me, it's just the right amount, Tony Stark replied with unwavering confidence. Chapter 18. The Rebirth of the Target-Eyed Jack. 6 portions of golden fried rice, Tony Stark proclaimed through the takeout window, addressing Li Jie. Even if it were Daredevil, Li Jie would harbor doubts about the intent to deceive for a meal. However, he had no reservations about the affluent uncle before him. Fire up the stove. Fry the rice. 6 portions of golden fried rice, all at once. Jack, your culinary skills are remarkable, Tony Stark commended, extending a thumbs up to Li Jie. Li Jie merely cast him a sidelong glance. Humph, insincere flattery. Were it genuine admiration, the system would display scrolling subtitles. Tony, you might as well direct your persuasive talents towards women, Li Jie jested, returning to his task of frying rice for the subsequent customers. Tony shrugged, carrying the golden fried rice over to Pepper Potts. She sat elegantly, observing Tony Stark's antics, showing no inclination to assist. After 3 trips, Tony finally set all 6 portions on the table, grinning as he urged, Pepper, do taste this. I assure you, you shall not be disappointed. Among Chinese cuisine, Pepper's favorite remained dumplings, and she was not particularly enamored with the greasy fried rice. She had come only out of respect for Tony Stark. In truth, the tantalizing aroma of golden fried rice had long since begun to tease her taste buds. A woman must maintain her poise, especially in the presence of the man she adores. With a spoon, Pepper cautiously scooped a morsel, careful not to smudge her lipstick, and gingerly brought the golden fried rice to her lips. As the delectable flavors enveloped her palate, she found herself unwilling to uphold her elegance or play the demure lady any longer. How does it taste? Tony inquired, his expression brimming with anticipation. "Tony, I must apologize. 6 portions of golden fried rice may not suffice for the two of us. It is simply exquisite," Pepper exclaimed, dabbing at her lips with a napkin, mentally exclaiming, "To hell with being a lady. I intend to relish this meal like a normal person." Meanwhile, Li Jie received feedback. "Congratulations, host. You have just gained Pepper's approval." He continued to utilize the approval points to unlock spider abilities. By the time the 20th portion of golden fried rice was ready, spider abilities had been successfully unlocked to 100. Li Jie initially believed this to be the limit, only to receive a prompt from the system. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully unlocked spider abilities at 100. Would you like to continue unlocking? Can it be continued?" This implied that unlocking spider abilities to 100 was not a terminal point. To illustrate, achieving 100 merely reached the limit of the powers of young Peter Parker. By opting to continue unlocking, Li Jie would essentially shatter Peter Parker's ceiling. As the unlocking progress advanced, he would surpass Peter Parker in strength while retaining the same abilities. Continue unlocking, Li Jie promptly decided. At that moment, yet another patron bestowed an approval point, which Li Jie immediately used to further unlock spider abilities. The data has been updated, and Spider-Man's abilities have been successfully unlocked to 101. Li Jie could hardly contain his laughter, though it was merely a 1 increase. It signified that he had surpassed the prowess of the young Spider-Man, Peter Parker. However, rather than further unlocking Spider-Man's capabilities, Li Jie opted to utilize the recognition points of others to unlock Kingpin's combat skills. The Spider-Man abilities had transformed Li Jie into a muscular figure, while Kingpin's combat skills enabled him to convert that strength into practical application. "Matt, if we delay any longer, we may find no seats available," remarked Foggy Nelson as he and Daredevil entered in succession. "You're quite the clever one for making a reservation. Otherwise, we might have missed out on the golden fried rice today." "Shoo." Matt gestured for Foggy to be silent. If this little secret were to be revealed, securing golden fried rice in the future would truly be a challenge. Matt refrained from engaging in verbal communication with Li Jie, instead opting to observe him discreetly through heightened senses. An unspoken understanding had developed between Li Jie and Matt. Neither would mention the events of the previous night. Since Kingpin had reserved 2 servings of golden fried rice for the evening, Li Jie concluded the lunch service after preparing 48 portions. The Chinese restaurant opened at 11 o'clock and closed shortly before noon, much to the dissatisfaction of the guests waiting outside. A few ruffians from Hell's Kitchen even threatened to vandalize the establishment. With a single statement, Li Jie dismissed the troublemakers, effectively silencing the disgruntled patrons. "Kingpin is dining here tonight. If you wish to cause a scene, you best hurry." "What's so great about Kingpin dining here?" one of the ruffians cursed. Yet his legs carried him away faster than anyone else, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In the laboratory, a miracle unfolded. "This is nothing short of a miracle. That guy actually survived," exclaimed Kenji Yamashita with excitement. The bullseye's resilience was astonishing, as he endured the agony of having adamantium injected into him. Bang! Bullseye punched a hole through the surgical room's wall, gazing in surprise at his own fist. Adamantium, renowned as the hardest alloy on Earth, was also found within Wolverine. After the injection, Bullseye not only repaired his damaged spine, but also found the adamantium permeating his bones, enhancing his strength. "Perhaps you'd like to try it yourself?" Kenji offered, handing a handgun to Kingpin. "Bullseye," Kingpin called out, lifting the gun and pulling the trigger. Pop, pop. Instinctively, Bullseye raised his fists to shield himself, with the bullets striking his hands. The projectiles deformed upon impact, falling harmlessly to the ground. The bullets only penetrated Bullseye's skin, failing to breach his bones. He let out a manic laugh, finding fortune in adversity, emerging even stronger than before. Jean Bing smiled contentedly, tossing the handgun to Professor Kenji Yamashita, and curiously inquired, "Target Eye, who inflicted such injuries upon you last night? Was it Daredevil?" "No, it was a chef." Target Eye's expression darkened as he recalled his harrowing experience, filled with a desire for vengeance against Li Jie. "A chef? How could a mere chef cause you such harm?" Jean Bing asked, astonished. Target Eye replied, "That individual is no ordinary chef. He is a mutant. Upon hearing the term mutant, Jean Bing nodded in understanding. Change your attire. Accompany me to fetch Vanessa. We have made arrangements to dine at a Chinese restaurant. At the mention of the restaurant, Target I raised an eyebrow, but refrained from disclosing that the chef he referred to was indeed Li Jie. Very well, Target I responded. After donning a tailored suit, Target I assumed the roles of both driver and bodyguard as he and Jean Bing proceeded to collect Vanessa Mariana before heading to the Chinese restaurant. Chapter 19. The Guardians of Two Superheroes. Though Kingpin paid a substantial sum to reserve the venue, Li Jie provided little in the way of additional services. He merely offered 2 cups of plain water as a gesture. As for Bullseye, who accompanied him, he was not even granted the privilege of drinking water. As the 2 servings of golden fried rice were prepared, Bullseye once again rushed to the service counter ahead of Spider-Man Peter, sporting a sinister grin and mimicking a throat-slitting gesture towards Li Jie. In response to this threat, Li Jie merely scoffed with disdain. Long before Bullseye had entered the Chinese restaurant, Li Jie had already sensed his presence through Daredevil's heightened abilities. Remarkably, he had survived his fall from such a height. Not only alive, but seemingly more formidable than ever. Li Jie detected the presence of adamantium within Bullseye. As Bullseye departed from the gathering, Li Jie subtly lifted his eyelids. At that moment, Matt was seated in his office, attentively monitoring Li Jie's every move with his extraordinary senses. Thus, when Bullseye made his menacing appearance, Matt was acutely aware of the situation. Knock, knock, knock. Foggy rapped on Matt's door, squinting slightly as he said, Matt, you should find a place to unwind tonight. No, I already have plans, Matt replied, declining Foggy's invitation. Surely you're not diving into a new romance so soon. Foggy's expression was one of jealousy. Perplexed by Matt's seemingly endless string of romantic encounters while he remained a bachelor, Matt offered no explanation, merely smiling enigmatically. Life is truly unfair, Foggy muttered before turning to leave. Matt was not deceiving Foggy. He indeed had a date that evening, but Bullseye's appearance compelled him to reconsider. Once Foggy exited the law firm, Matt retrieved his phone and dialed. Erica, I'm terribly sorry, but I may have to cancel our date tonight. Unfortunately, a lawyer's time always belongs to his clients. Erica was a strikingly beautiful woman. Matt had always perceived their meeting as a serendipitous encounter following a previous relationship, unaware that Erica was, in fact, an assassin. She was adept in various martial arts and weaponry, her abilities reaching the pinnacle of human potential. In addition to her expertise with cold weapons, she possessed a few supernatural abilities, including hypnosis, tracking, and telepathy. At that moment, Erica was not particularly enamored with Matt. Upon learning he was unavailable, she decided to seek amusement elsewhere. Meanwhile, Kingpin and Vanessa enjoyed a delightful meal together at the Chinese restaurant. At times, Kingpin appeared like a child who had yet to grow up in Vanessa's presence. It was only when he was with her that he could momentarily forget his identity and the burdens he carried. You are the chef of this establishment? I cannot thank you enough for the exquisite meal. Vanessa expressed her gratitude to Li Jie personally after their dining experience. There's no need for thanks. We welcome you to visit again, Li Jie replied graciously. Li Jie spoke from the depths of his heart. Not only was he poised to reap substantial profits from Vanessa's patronage at the Chinese restaurant, but the recognition she had just bestowed upon him had also enabled him to unlock his combat skills to a remarkable 100%. To put it succinctly, in terms of fighting prowess, Li Jie felt he was no less formidable than Bullseye. If one were to factor in Spider-Man's athleticism, Daredevil's extraordinary senses, and the abilities of Poison Ivy, Li Jie was confident he could vanquish his opponent, even if Bullseye were enhanced by adamantium. Of course, Bullseye's weaponry skills were exceptionally lethal. Even with but a single playing card, he could cause fatal harm. Thus, one must always exercise caution in a confrontation with him. Bullseye opened the door to escort Kingpin and Vanessa out, then gestured a slicing motion towards Li Jie, understanding that this lunatic would undoubtedly seek him out again that night. Li Jie instructed Spider-Man Peter, please tidy up the establishment before heading home. Understood, boss, Peter Parker replied as he set to work. Outside, Kingpin personally held the door for Vanessa, and upon her settling into the car, he leaned down and said, apologies, please hold on for a moment. Of course, Vanessa replied with a radiant smile. A single serving of golden fried rice could hardly satiate her hunger, yet she felt an overwhelming sense of happiness that evening. After closing the car door, Kingpin called Bullseye aside and directly inquired, "Is the chef you mentioned earlier, Jack?" Aware that Kingpin had caught wind of his threat towards Li Jie in the restaurant, Bullseye chose not to conceal the truth any longer. "Indeed, that bastard injured me last night." Kingpin's demeanor turned serious as he replied, "Listen, I do not care about any grievances between you and Jack. Now that Vanessa has taken a liking to golden fried rice and has fallen for this restaurant, I do not wish to see it shuttered by tomorrow's news. Do you understand my meaning?" "I believe I comprehend," Bullseye acknowledged, realizing that Kingpin had effectively placed a prohibition on him from laying a hand on Li Jie. Meanwhile, Li Jie, seated in the restaurant and indulging in a cigarette, utilized his heightened senses to overhear their exchange, dismissively chuckling to himself. Bullseye worked for Kingpin, but if he were truly obedient, he would not be Bullseye. This implied that Bullseye would undoubtedly return that night. Once Peter Parker completed his cleaning, the restaurant closed its doors. Li Jie awaited Bullseye's arrival, contemplating whether he could extract the identity of the individual who sought his demise from Bullseye, or if he should simply eliminate him outright. However, Li Jie was acutely aware that disposing of Bullseye would not be a simple task, particularly with Daredevil Matt still residing in the neighboring law firm, who would undoubtedly devise a means to thwart such an endeavor. In addition to Daredevil, Li Jie soon realized that there was another individual intent on causing him trouble that evening, Spider-Man, Peter Parker. Although Peter Parker lacked Daredevil's heightened senses, he possessed spider sense, which allowed him to detect imminent danger without any forewarning. Furthermore, Peter had been covertly observing Kingpin and Bullseye, already aware of the subtle maneuvers Bullseye had made against Li Jie in the restaurant. This is also the reason for the emergence of Peter Parker. He concealed himself atop the Chinese restaurant, intent on safeguarding both the establishment and Li Jie. Li Jie understood that Peter Parker's intentions were noble and felt immense gratitude. However, this only complicated matters for him. If it were solely Daredevil, Li Jie could have devised a strategy to eliminate Bullseye. But with the addition of a little spider, the situation became more troublesome. When pushed to his limits, Daredevil might resort to lethal measures, while the little spider was a stubborn individual, unwavering in his principle of non-lethality. Even the Green Goblin met his demise by mere chance. In such circumstances, the little spider would undoubtedly join forces with Daredevil to thwart Li Jie's attempts to eliminate Bullseye. With two superheroes guarding him, what could he possibly do? Forget it. Sleep it is. Chapter 20. The Assassination of I was growing increasingly impatient. After escorting Jean Ping and Vanessa home, he concocted a flimsy excuse and slipped away. As twilight descended, the streets of Hell's Kitchen remained bustling with activity. This time, I opted not to enter through the front door, but chose the alley behind the restaurant instead, to avoid falling victim to the toxic tendrils once more. I exercised utmost caution, vigilantly scanning his surroundings, particularly the shadowy corners that could easily go unnoticed. Just as I prepared to pry open the door, a faint sound caught his attention from behind. He turned to find a swirling mass of white mist approaching, and before he knew it, his hands were ensnared by silken threads. With a swift maneuver, Spider-Man, Peter, seized the opportunity, leaping upwards and pulling I towards the rooftop. Having faced Spider-Man numerous times, I was well acquainted with his tactics. Once on the rooftop, I executed a swift roll and produced a blade from his shoe, slicing through the webbing on his wrists. In a heartbeat, he drew his firearm and aimed it at Spider-Man. The latter, somewhat caught off guard, scrambled to evade the gunfire, ultimately leaping off the building. I knew Spider-Man all too well. He anticipated his reappearance from behind and swiftly redirected his aim. Crack! Unbeknownst to I, Daredevil had silently positioned himself behind him, wielding his nunchaku to disarm I of his weapon. The two then engaged in close combat. In terms of fighting prowess, Daredevil was no less formidable than I. Yet the latter's enhancement from adamantium made him a challenging opponent for Daredevil. Despite I's augmented strength, facing both Spider-Man and Daredevil simultaneously proved to be an arduous task. As Spider-Man utilized his agility to swing to the opposite side of the building, He returned to the rooftop to find Daredevil entangled in a fierce struggle with I. Both heroes had heard of one another, yet this was their inaugural meeting in their superhero personas. Unbeknownst to Spider-Man, Daredevil was actually lawyer Matt Murdock, who had already recognized Spider-Man as Peter Parker through his heightened senses, prompting his timely intervention. "Stop dawdling and lend a hand," Daredevil urged. "Oh." Spider-Man finally snapped to attention, shooting a web that ensnared I's legs, rendering him immobile. Thud! Daredevil struck I squarely on the head with his baton. Lying on his bed, Li Jie furrowed his brow, envisioning the pain I must be enduring from the blow. Had it been an ordinary person, they would have surely been incapacitated. Yet, with the aid of adamantium, I merely felt a clouded sensation. Seeing the impact, Daredevil delivered another blow, rendering I unconscious. Subsequently, Spider-Man bound I with webbing, cocooning him like a larva. "What do you intend to do with him?" Daredevil inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Spider-Man replied, "Let's hand him over to the police. I suspect he is currently a wanted man in New York. Bullseye is a notorious assassin, indeed listed on the NYPD's wanted roster, however, clad in a tailored suit. Few can discern his true identity. Thus, he shall be handed over to the precinct beyond Hell's Kitchen," Daredevil instructed. Feeling rather dubious about the reliability of the Hell's Kitchen officers, particularly after sundown. "Leave it to me," Spider-Man declared, hoisting Bullseye and sprinting towards the Manhattan precinct. Daredevil lingered on the rooftop for a moment, still uneasy about Li Jie, yet he could not remain there indefinitely. The criminals of Hell's Kitchen demanded his constant attention. Li Jie, however, was not preoccupied with Daredevil. Instead, his heightened senses were fixated on a building 2 streets away. On its rooftop was a woman clad in a skin-tight suit, the alluring assassin Erica, whom Daredevil had encountered not long ago. Once Daredevil departed, Erica retrieved her phone and dialed Kingpin. Upon connection, she stated, "It unfolds as you anticipated. Bullseye has arrived at the Chinese restaurant. However, he has fallen into a trap set by Spider-Man and Daredevil and is now en route to the Manhattan precinct. Shall I intervene?" Kingpin, filled with ire, replied, "No need. Since he defies my commands, let him be delivered to his fate." "Understood. I shall handle this," Erica responded before hanging up. Utilizing her grappling hook to descend from the rooftop and mounting a motorcycle to head towards the Manhattan precinct. Kingpin intends to eliminate Bullseye? This revelation surprised Li Jie. Nevertheless, he did not believe Erica could succeed, especially given Bullseye's enhanced abilities. As a time traveler, Li Jie was aware that, according to the original storyline, Erica would meet her demise at the hands of Bullseye with a playing card. After a moment's hesitation, he donned a hooded sweatshirt, masked his face, and rode his small motorcycle towards the Manhattan precinct. Considering the equipment possessed by Daredevil and Spider-Man, Li Jie resolved to seek an opportunity to upgrade his own hoodie. As the financial heart of New York City, the Manhattan precinct was well equipped. Suddenly, a patrol car, poised to depart, was confronted by a massive cocoon that fell directly in its path. 2 officers quickly drew their firearms and exited the vehicle to investigate, soon discovering the notorious fugitive Bullseye, prompting them to call for reinforcements. In no time, a multitude of officers surrounded Bullseye, binding him after severing the webbing, and confined him in a solitary holding cell. However, Erica, witnessing this, did not rush into action. Instead, she entered the precinct, took a brief tour, and transformed herself into a policewoman. Swaggering into the room where Bullseye was detained, Li Jie had also arrived outside the Manhattan precinct, but refrained from entering. As a law-abiding citizen, he was reluctant to provoke the police without necessity, opting instead to remain outside, utilizing his heightened senses to monitor the unfolding events. Once inside the room, Erica locked the door behind her, and seeing Bullseye still unconscious, she stealthily approached from behind, securing his neck with her right arm. "Mr. Jean Bing has conveyed his profound disappointment in you." In the midst of our conversation, Erica began to exert her strength, attempting to strangle the target. However, the target suddenly opened his eyes. As a master of assassination, he was impervious to conventional restraints. In the blink of an eye, he freed his hands and seized Erica's hair. With a swift motion, he hurled her against the wall. After rising from the floor, Erica disregarded the potential alarm she might raise with the police outside, seizing the opportunity while the target remained momentarily restrained in the chair. She drew her gun and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The target was struck thrice in the chest. His body shuddered and then fell still. Chapter 21. The Hat of the Night Demon. Erica was acutely aware that the sound of gunfire would soon attract the attention of the police outside. There would scarcely be time to ascertain whether the target was truly dead before she would need to flee the scene. Just as she was about to step out of the door, a chilling laugh echoed from behind her. To her astonishment, the target had survived 3 gunshots to the chest. Police officers stationed in the corridor had drawn their firearms and were rushing toward her, shouting inquiries about what had transpired. Unbeknownst to Erica, the target possessed an inner fortitude augmented by adamantium, yet she was cognizant that he was a formidable assassin, surpassing her in skill, particularly in his throwing abilities. He could sever a throat with a thrown playing card, and had even achieved the remarkable feat of spitting teeth that pierced through a victim's skull. Realizing the peril she was in, Erica understood that she had no opportunity to retaliate. Her only option was to drop to the ground, minimizing her exposure to the target and thereby reducing the likelihood of sustaining fatal injuries. A loud crack reverberated as a bullet created a hole in the wall, embedding a handcuff within it. Had she not acted swiftly, the handcuff would have shattered her skull. A sudden jolt of pain shot through her left shoulder, akin to being struck by a bullet, yet she managed to land safely. Rolling to the side, she took refuge on the opposite side of the doorway. The officers, unaware of her true identity, were galvanizing into action upon witnessing their colleague under attack, swiftly joining the fray. Gunfire erupted as several officers barricaded the entrance and unleashed a volley of shots into the room. Erica recognized that these officers were utterly incapable of thwarting the target, and she rose from the ground, bolting toward the exit of the precinct. Outside, Li Jie, perched on his motorcycle, furrowed his brow in concern. He had not anticipated Erica's imminent failure, nor did he believe the officers inside could effectively confront the target. With a resounding explosion, the target blasted through a wall and escaped the precinct. The Manhattan police, of course, would not allow the target to evade capture easily and promptly initiated a pursuit. Erica, having evaded the police's notice, pulled her hat down low and approached Li Jie. "If you wish to survive, heed my commands," she declared as she leapt onto the motorcycle, pressing the barrel of her gun against his waist. "Am I being hijacked?" Li Jie pondered, initially intending to follow the police in pursuit of the target. However, upon witnessing Iron Man soaring through the night sky, he realized that his chances of success were dwindling. Unexpectedly, Erica had turned her attention toward him. As the long night stretched on, with Erica being a striking beauty, Li Jie resolved to alleviate his boredom. "At your service, where would you like to go?" he inquired. "Anywhere but here, just get us out," Erica replied, her vigilance heightened as she scanned the surroundings, wary of attracting the police's attention. "Hold on tight," Li Jie said, revving the engine and propelling them forward. With a sudden jolt, Erica, seated in the back, nearly found herself thrown from the vehicle, hastily reaching out to grasp Li Jie. Li Jie, pushing his modest car to its limits, sped through the streets, not only surpassing several luxury cars worth millions, but also narrowly avoiding collisions with oncoming traffic on multiple occasions. This reckless driving left Erica in a state of panic, fearing that Li Jie might inadvertently lead her to her demise. "Slow down, I'm not in a hurry," Erica shouted. However, Li Jie showed no intention of reducing speed, instead steering Erica back to the Chinese restaurant. "You own the restaurant, and the target was here to kill you today?" Erica finally recognized Li Jie, her anxiety escalating. Although Jean Bing had not mentioned the incident involving the target being injured by Li Jie, Erica's keen intellect, combined with the driving skills Li Jie had previously displayed, allowed her to deduce much. "Don't be so tense. I brought you back merely to tend to the wound on your shoulder, unless you prefer to seek treatment at a hospital," Li Jie reassured her. Blood had already soaked Erica's coat, leaving her weakened from blood loss. Given the location of her injury on her back, self-treatment would be exceedingly troublesome. As for going to a hospital, that was out of the question. "Come in," Li Jie urged, opening the door to the restaurant. After a moment's hesitation, Erica followed him inside, still clutching her firearm. Li Jie led Erica to the second floor, retrieving a first aid kit, only to find Erica had removed her top upon turning around. As a skilled assassin, Erica was quite bold, intentionally leveraging her physicality to gain an upper hand with Li Jie. He extracted the severely deformed bullet from her shoulder, prompting Erica to frown upon seeing it. This bullet was the one I shot into the target's body. It's strange, he survived 3 shots. As Li Jie sutured her wound, he explained, it's because the target possesses adamantium within his body, rendering ordinary physical attacks ineffective against him. How do you know that? Erica asked, turning to Li Jie in surprise, only to wince as the movement tugged at her injury. You should at least ascertain the abilities of your target before taking action, Li Jie admonished. You're right. It seems I made a grave mistake, Erica conceded with a nod. What do you plan to do next? Report back to Jinbing? Li Jie inquired. Erica's expression shifted to one of astonishment. She hadn't anticipated Li Jie would know that. After a moment's hesitation, she shook her head. Forget it. Jinbing doesn't tolerate those who botch their missions. Returning like this could cost me my life. Unless I manage to eliminate the target and rectify this blunder. Li Jie immediately grasped Erica's intentions. The target was a paranoid individual. Having marked Li Jie as his target, it was certain he would return after this narrow escape. Erica merely needed to remain in the restaurant, awaiting the target's inevitable return, providing her with the opportunity to eliminate him. Indeed, after the wound was deftly stitched, Erica turned to remove the excess garments from her body, her face adorned with a smile as she expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you for saving me," as a token of my appreciation. The remainder of her words were unnecessary, for adults comprehend such sentiments. Li Jie, in bringing Erica back, harbored similar intentions while also seeking to exact a measure of revenge on Daredevil, starting with gifting him a hat. Following a night of indulgence, Li Jie rose somewhat later the next day. "Boss, have you not yet risen?" came the inquiry. "I assure you, I saw nothing." Peter Parker, rather clumsily, stumbled onto the second floor and, upon witnessing Erica clad only in a shirt sprawled atop Li Jie, was so startled that he turned and fled, his cheeks flushed and breathing heavy. Erica, however, remained unfazed, simply retrieving the blanket that had slipped to her hips and draping it over herself, before closing her eyes to continue her slumber. Chapter 22. Upgrade. New products. The queue of customers outside is growing increasingly long. This cannot continue. We must devise a solution. As the number of people waiting increases, so too does the volume of complaints directed at us. Just look at the negative press surrounding our restaurant. Peter Parker approached Li Jie as he descended from the second floor, eagerly handing over his phone. The evidence is irrefutable. Some allege that the restaurant's daily limit of 50 servings of golden fried rice is merely a ploy to create artificial scarcity, while others claim that Iron Man and Gold have been granted special access, bypassing the queue altogether. The remainder consists of derivative negative comments. Currently, the restaurant offers solely the golden fried rice, with a daily limit imposed by the system. Li Jie has no better alternatives at his disposal, and he is disinclined to engage with the trolls online. After glancing at Peter Parker's phone, Li Jie exclaimed in shock, "Oh, the audacity of today's criminals knows no bounds. Peter, look at this. Last night, someone delivered Bullseye to the Manhattan police station, and chaos ensued there. Several officers have already lost their lives, and many more have been injured, still in critical condition. Alas, it is utter lawlessness. Peter, who do you suppose is responsible for this madness? What were they thinking?" Peter Parker, caught off guard, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and sheepishly replied, "I believe they thought they were doing a good deed, ridding the world of evil. After all, when a criminal is apprehended, where else would you take them but to the police station?" Li Jie, with a fervent gesture, retorted, "Nonsense. Criminals come in varying degrees. Ordinary offenders should indeed be brought to justice and face a fair trial. However, with someone like Bullseye, the authorities are ill-equipped to handle such a threat. Execution would be the appropriate course of action. Delivering Bullseye to the police station, resulting in the deaths of so many innocent officers, is tantamount to complicity." A cough escaped Peter Parker, who found it difficult to lift his gaze primarily because he had not anticipated the dire consequences of bringing Bullseye to the precinct. Yet, the thought of taking Bullseye's life himself was beyond his capacity. Li Jie placed a reassuring hand on Peter Parker's shoulder and said, "Peter, you are still young and inexperienced. Some missteps can be forgiven, unlike others who are beyond redemption." Meanwhile, in the adjacent building, Daredevil sat in his office, eating a hot dog, his brow furrowing as the taste began to sour. Matt understood that Li Jie's earlier remarks were not merely directed at Spider-Man but were, in truth, intended for him. Had Matt not intervened the previous night, Bullseye would have met his end at Li Jie's hands. Had that occurred, the tragic events of last night would have been averted and countless officers would still be alive. Ultimately, the responsibility rests with Daredevil. This is the notion Li Jie sought to convey to Matt. As a lawyer, Matt recognized that Li Jie's perspective was a conflation of concepts. Yet he could find no argument to counter it. After all, the officers who perished last night were indeed dead. What truly unsettled Matt was not merely the words he overheard, but rather the disconcerting realization that his new girlfriend was lying in Li Jie's bed. His heightened senses even revealed the frequency of their nocturnal encounters, which deeply troubled him. How infuriating! He had yet to make a move. Yet he found himself burdened with such an enormous label. At noon, Fergie approached Matt, suggesting they enjoy some golden fried rice together. However, Matt declined, citing the lack of reservations and the impossibility of getting a table amidst the long queue downstairs. Later that evening, Jean made a visit. The 50 portions of golden fried rice had already sold out by midday, leaving Jean empty-handed. Nevertheless, he was unconcerned, as his primary purpose for coming was to ascertain that Li Jie was still alive and that the Chinese restaurant was operating as usual. Since Erica had failed to report back the previous night, Jean was already aware of her mishap. Contrary to Erica's expectations, Jean was not as furious as she had imagined. After all, it was the target. To teach the target a lesson, Jean issued a bounty for his capture. Simultaneously, the Manhattan Police Department released a wanted notice for the target. Tony Stark was also preoccupied with the incident, as the target had escaped from him that fateful night. Coupled with the guilt felt by Daredevil and Spider-Man, the entirety of New York City launched an extensive search to locate the target. Yet, the target seemed to have vanished without a trace, with no news for 2 consecutive weeks. During this time, Erica diligently executed her infiltration plan. By day, she would sleep on the 2nd floor of the Chinese restaurant, and by night, she would lie in wait for the target to appear, occasionally engaging in intimate activities with Li Jie. The restaurant's business remained as bustling as ever. Though patrons grew increasingly dissatisfied with the daily limit of 50 portions of golden fried rice, Li Jie, however, remained indifferent. If they liked it, they could eat. If not, they could leave. Ding. Congratulations. The host has met the upgrade criteria. Would you like to upgrade? While frying rice in the kitchen, Li Jie suddenly heard the system's voice in his mind, prompting him to notice the overlooked information regarding his level. Initially, his level was displayed as 100, with each portion of fried rice sold increasing it by 1. Now, it showed level 100. This indicated that he had sold 1,000 portions of golden fried rice, yielding a pure profit of $100,000, with Li Jie contributing $100 each day. Eating golden fried rice twice daily for 22 days had not led to any sense of monotony. Li Jie realized he was, in fact, the restaurant's most loyal customer. Upgrade. With a mere thought, the system promptly responded. Congratulations. The host has successfully upgraded and received a reward, soup. The data changed, and his level increased to 1,000. For the next upgrade, he would need to sell 10,000 portions of food. Unbeknownst to anyone, a new item quietly appeared on the restaurant's wall menu. Soup, priced at $50 per serving. Limited to 100 portions daily. Concurrently, the daily limit for golden fried rice was raised from 50 to 100 portions. However, whether it be the golden fried rice or the standard soup, each individual is still limited to 1 serving per day. Before long, Li Jie discovered a noteworthy detail. With the successful upgrade, in addition to receiving the standard soup, he also acquired a companion reward. The toxic vine had also been enhanced. previously classified as ordinary. It was capable of secreting a toxin that could induce fainting. Now, the toxic vine had been upgraded to an advanced version, capable of secreting a variety of lethal toxins. At present, Li Jie had no opportunity to experiment with the effects of the upgraded toxic vine. Yet, with the addition of a new dish. As the proprietor and head chef of the Chinese restaurant, Li Jie was naturally eager to be the first to savor it. Upon opening the ingredient box for the standard soup, Li Jie found only dried shrimp and seaweed. Oh, and a large bucket of clear water. Is this all? Li Jie internally questioned in astonishment 3 times. Chapter 23. Unlocking the Savage Hulk physique. A bowl of daily soup was placed before Li Jie. A modest bowl typically used for serving rice. The contents were rather generous, with seaweed occupying a third and dried shrimp making up a quarter, while the remainder was merely water. However, the cost seemed exorbitant at $50 a bowl, a price that felt more akin to a lavish gold fried rice than a simple soup. With a sense of curiosity, Li Jie took a sip of the steaming soup. Still piping hot, and at its most flavorful. As the temperature gradually decreased, the taste became less appealing. The soup, devoid of any seasoning aside from salt, fully unleashed the delightful essence of the seaweed and shrimp. As the warm liquid coursed through his stomach, it expelled the chill within him, leaving him with a refreshing sensation that invigorated his spirit. Paired with a serving of gold fried rice, it would surely create a harmonious culinary experience. The dining area was nearly full, as patrons had discovered the unspoken truth over the past 20 days of operation. Reservations were advisable for dining. Consequently, the line outside the Chinese restaurant had diminished. Ding dong. As the bell above the restaurant's entrance chimed, a man with slightly curly hair and thick glasses entered. Clad in a checkered shirt, he exuded an air of scholarly demeanor. Upon entering, he instinctively adjusted his glasses and directed his gaze toward the menu displayed on the wall. Peter Parker, who had just delivered an order, approached him and inquired, "Sir, do you have a reservation?" "Oh, I am Bruce Banner. I made a reservation by phone earlier." Dr. Banner replied, glancing at his wristwatch. "If I recall correctly, my reservation is for 11:30 this morning, and there are only 10 seconds remaining until that time." "Welcome, Mr. Banner. Please have a seat. Your gold fried rice will be ready shortly." Peter Parker located Dr. Banner's reservation and escorted him to an available table. "Please hold on a moment. I would like to order an additional serving of daily soup," Dr. Banner called out to Peter Parker, who was about to leave. "Daily soup? We don't have that," Peter Parker replied, momentarily taken aback. Dr. Banner pointed at the menu on the wall and said, "But it states here that the daily soup is $50 a serving. Have I arrived too late, and has it sold out?" Peter Parker turned around and noticed that the daily soup had indeed been added to the menu, leaving him somewhat bewildered. When was this added? Other diners, having overheard their conversation, looked up with interest. "There really is daily soup," one exclaimed. "Goodness, if it hadn't been mentioned, I would have missed it completely." "Peter, the restaurant has introduced daily soup. Why didn't you recommend it?" Another patron chimed in. "Also, has the gold fried rice been limited to 100 servings daily now? I would like a serving of the daily soup. Make that 2 servings for me as well," another voice added. Soon, a commotion erupted among the crowd, with individuals chastising Peter Parker for failing to introduce the new dish while simultaneously placing their orders for the soup of the day. Upon discovering that the limited edition golden fried rice had been capped at 100 servings, some swiftly picked up their phones to inform friends, urging them to hurry and seize the opportunity. Meanwhile, on the floor above, Virgil lamented to Matt, "Matt, do you realize I called the Chinese restaurant yesterday and made a reservation for 2 months from now? Goodness, I haven't savored golden fried rice in 2 weeks. I can almost forget its exquisite taste. Now, aside from golden fried rice, nothing else entices me." "Matt, have you noticed my weight loss?" Due to the embarrassment stemming from his blind spot and the hat upon his head, Matt had refrained from visiting the restaurant for quite some time. On one hand, he dreaded the awkwardness. On the other, as Virgil pointed out, the waiting time for reservations was simply too long. Nevertheless, the delectable flavor of the golden fried rice was indelibly etched in his superhuman senses. In comparison, other foods were hardly worthy of consideration. For Matt, endowed with heightened senses, this was genuine torment. Each mealtime, He could only conjure the taste of golden fried rice from his super senses and hypnotize himself into imagining the food in his hand as the coveted dish. However, upon hearing diners at the restaurant mention the limit of 100 servings for the golden fried rice, Matt immediately sprang to his feet. "Virgil, let us go. I'm treating you to a meal. What are we having?" "Why, golden fried rice, of course." "Matt, don't be ridiculous. The only authentic golden fried rice is from the Chinese restaurant downstairs. The others are utterly dreadful. No more chatter. Let us go." With the soaring popularity of golden fried rice, imitators swiftly emerged. Even burger joints shamelessly introduced their own versions of golden fried rice at a mere tenth of the price of the dish at Li Jia's establishment. Besides golden fried rice, the market saw the emergence of platinum fried rice, diamond fried rice, and imperial fried rice, all attempting to ride the coattails of the trend. Yet not even Michelin-starred restaurants could replicate the enchanting flavor of the golden fried rice. "Wait a moment," Peter Parker shouted, rushing into the kitchen and exclaiming, "Boss, it's chaos out there. When did our restaurant start serving the soup of the day? I had no idea. It smells divine." Before he could finish, the delectable aroma of the seaweed shrimp soup captivated him, causing him to swallow hard. Li Jia had already prepared a large pot of soup and was ladling it into bowls. Noticing Peter Parker standing there in a daze, he playfully tapped the little spider on the head with his spoon, urging, "What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and serve the dishes." All right, Peter Parker replied, snapping back to reality as he picked up a tray, muttering, "Boss, why wasn't there any soup with the breakfast meal?" "I protest. You'll get it at noon." Li Jia responded. "All right." Peter Parker perked up instantly. Moments later, Dr. Banner received his own serving of golden fried rice and soup. Due to the widespread acclaim of golden fried rice, Dr. Banner, after leaning in to inhale the delightful aromas of both dishes, lifted a spoonful of the golden fried rice to his lips. Meanwhile, in a rare moment of respite, Li Jia, who was clandestinely smoking in the kitchen, couldn't help but smile. A message had just scrolled across the virtual panel before him. "Congratulations, host. You have just gained the recognition of the Savage Hulk. Unlocking one of the Savage Hulk's physique. The Hulk comes in various forms, including the Abomination and She-Hulk, yet the most renowned is undoubtedly the Green Giant. The Savage Hulk, which is the transformation of Dr. Banner. The Savage Hulk is undeniably the most formidable representative of superheroes on Earth. Although his intelligence may diminish upon transforming into the Green Giant, his combat prowess remains indisputable. As his rage intensifies, so does the Savage Hulk's strength, and the upper limit of that strength remains unknown. In terms of sheer power, the Savage Hulk is virtually invincible. Chapter 24. The bizarre case. Li Jia cast a glance at the skills section in the datasheet. The superhuman senses of Daredevil were successfully unlocked at 200. Elite pilot skills at 100, spider-like agility at 300, arc reactor proficiency at 100, and the martial arts prowess of Kingpin at 300. It remained uncertain whether the superheroes had conspired together or if the Chinese restaurant had yet to capture their attention, as for the past 2 weeks, Dr. Banner was the first to dine at the establishment. Consequently, Li Jia could only utilize the acquired recognition points to unlock existing skills. The 200 superhuman senses of Daredevil did not merely imply that Li Jia could perceive a range twice that of Daredevil in identical environments. He could detect phenomena beyond Daredevil's capabilities. Furthermore, due to the superior strength of Li Jia's heightened senses, he could interfere with Daredevil within a certain radius, even obstructing the latter's superhuman perception. The 300 spider-like agility was similarly profound. For instance, in terms of strength, Li Jia could now lift weights of up to 75 tons, while his speed and reflexes surpassed those of Spider-Man. The recognition from the Hulk had enabled Li Jia to successfully unlock the latter's physical attributes, which was precisely what he sought. Unlocking the Hulk's strength might significantly overlap with the spider-like physique. As long as Li Jia continued to unlock spider-like traits, he could achieve enhancements in strength. Essentially, strength possesses no upper limit. It is merely a matter of time. Although there are few individuals on Earth capable of inflicting harm upon Li Jia, there inevitably exist more formidable beings. In the event of injury, The regenerative healing ability of his body poses a concern. The Hulk's physique, however, addressed this shortcoming. The Hulk's physique endowed him with extraordinary regenerative and survival capabilities. Most of his vital organs could regenerate or recover even after being damaged or destroyed. Furthermore, he was immune to all diseases, poisons, chemical weapons, and biological agents, capable of surviving in extreme temperatures. One can only imagine how extraordinary the Hulk's physique is, as even nuclear weapons cannot truly harm him. Perhaps due to the overwhelming power of the Hulk's physique, the initial unlocking of other superhero skills began at a standard 10, while the barbaric Hulk's attributes were unlocked at a mere 1. Li Jie decided to pause the unlocking of other skills, fully dedicating himself to unlocking the Hulk's attributes. What concerned Li Jie was whether the continued unlocking of the Hulk's physique would consume more recognition points. This seaweed and shrimp soup is simply exquisite. Guests in the dining area expressed their delight, and Li Jie received corresponding recognition points, which he then utilized to unlock the Hulk's physique. 01. Li Jie had mentally prepared himself, yet he felt a tinge of disappointment upon seeing only 0. One of the progress unlocked. Congratulations, host. You have just received the recognition of the barbaric Hulk, successfully unlocking 2. 1. A scrolling message appeared on the panel, bringing a renewed sense of joy to Li Jie. Initially, it was discovered that unlocking the Savage Hulk physique through the approval of others would yield only a mere 0.1 increase. However, obtaining the endorsement of Dr. Banner restored it to the standard 1. Dr. Banner savored the last spoonful of seaweed shrimp soup, licking his lips in delight, murmuring to himself, "This is truly exquisite." Subsequently, he retrieved his phone to capture a selfie, which he posted on a social networking site, successfully unlocking the Chinese restaurant in Hell's Kitchen. The golden fried rice and seaweed shrimp soup here are indeed exceptional. Black Widow exclaimed, "Damn it. Banner, you went off to feast alone." Iron Man interjected, "Nanny, when did the Chinese restaurant introduce new dishes? I must check it out later." Captain America sighed, "I truly envy you affluent individuals with your leisure." Hawkeye remarked, "Once I resolve this nuclear crisis over here, I'll be sure to check in." Director Fury commanded, "Banner, hurry back to work." By the time Dr. Banner departed, the Savage Hulk physique had been successfully unlocked to 7. 1. Li Jie pondered. A single serving of golden fried rice accompanied by a bowl of soup could hardly satiate the appetite of the Hulk. If only there were a few more dishes. He could garner Dr. Banner's approval multiple times, thereby accelerating the unlocking process. Ding! The system detected the host's intense desire, successfully triggering the task mechanism. Completing the system task would reward him with new dishes. Li Jie's eyes brightened. Could it be played this way? He had previously harbored a strong desire for new dishes, yet failed to activate the task mechanism. After some contemplation, he surmised it might have been due to his prior level being 1, while he had now ascended to level 2, thus qualifying for the task mechanism. Upon accessing the task panel, Li Jie had discovered the assignment. In the past week, 3 peculiar murders had occurred in Hell's Kitchen, all sharing a commonality. The victims were male, discovered deceased in the nude, exhibiting signs of vitality loss. The cause of death, critical organs within their bodies had been incinerated. He was to identify the perpetrator within 3 days to unlock the delicacy, jajangmyeon. In his previous life, Li Jie enjoyed reading detective novels and watching suspense films. However, upon reviewing the task details, he was momentarily taken aback. First, the victims were all male and had been found naked, exhibiting signs of vitality loss. This indicated that the assailant was likely a female, possibly a stunning beauty capable of driving men to madness. Secondly, the victims had perished due to the incineration of vital organs. While the initial premise remained within the realm of plausibility, a beautiful but psychopathic female killer could achieve such feats. The latter detail was where the case grew truly bizarre. What method did the assailant employ to incinerate the victim's internal organs? Was it through the injection of gasoline or some flammable substance into their mouths, followed by ignition? These were merely Li Jie's preliminary deductions based on the task details. To fulfill the task, he would first need to examine the comprehensive case files. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. Li Jie pulled his thoughts back from the task at hand and, Upon seeing Daredevil standing at the kitchen entrance, smiled and remarked, "Matt, this is sacred ground. Not even you should trespass here." Matt's expression turned solemn as he replied, "Jack, I have come to offer my apologies." After a brief pause, he lowered his voice and continued, "While I still believe that responding to violence with violence is wrong, I must concede that, in the majority of cases, this approach proves to be the most effective." Li Jie, intrigued, inquired, "And so?" Matt responded, "In situations of self-defense, engaging in certain extreme actions may indeed be justifiable." Li Jie grasped Matt's implication. When one's life or the life of an innocent is threatened, it is permissible to eliminate the aggressor. Otherwise, such actions remain unjustifiable. In this regard, it seems that Matt has experienced a philosophical advancement. It is likely that young Spider-Man, Peter, would struggle to comprehend this reasoning and would continue to adhere to his no-kill principle. Chapter 25. The death of the target in order to obtain the necessary information. A visit to the police station was imperative. When the midday closure arrived, Li Jie refrained from hastily probing into the peculiar case, opting instead to ascend to the upper floor for a workout with Erica. Upon the afternoon reopening, he was surprised to find Peter Parker unusually late. "Apologies, boss. I have a matter to attend to this evening. May I take a leave?" Upon meeting, Peter Parker, rather than engaging in business matters, directly requested time off. This abnormality prompted Li Jie to utilize his heightened senses for observation, leading to the revelation that Peter's heart rate was elevated and his body temperature slightly higher than normal. Clearly, he was fabricating a story. "Could you enlighten me as to what your matter entails?" Li Jie inquired with curiosity. Peter raised a hand to his forehead, stating, "I believe I may have a fever. I must visit the hospital." The dilation of his pupils further confirmed that Peter was not being truthful. Who among us lacks a few little secrets? Li Jie decided against further prying into Peter's affairs, reasoning that the establishment would not be overly busy. "Next time you fall ill, simply call. There's no need to come in person." "Of course, boss," Peter replied somewhat awkwardly, before revealing the true purpose of his visit. "I would like to take away a portion of golden fried rice and a bowl of soup. Here's the money. Oh, this is for my aunt. She hasn't yet tasted the soup from here." Even without his heightened senses, Li Jie discerned that Peter was not being honest. Nonetheless, he refrained from questioning further and prepared a takeaway of golden fried rice and soup for him. After applying a discount, he charged $100. "Thank you, boss." Peter expressed his gratitude, a joyful expression gracing his face as he exited the restaurant, whistling a cheerful tune. Li Jie muttered softly, "This lad Peter is undeniably up to something. He seems to be in love. But wait, doesn't he already have a girlfriend? I haven't heard of any breakup with Mary. Could it be a case of unrequited affection?" Suddenly intrigued by the young spider once more, he discreetly employed his heightened senses to track him. Before 7 in the evening, Li Jie concluded his business for the day and noticed Spider had been lingering atop a skyscraper, as if awaiting the arrival of someone. "Erica, I'm stepping out. Is there anything you would like me to bring back?" Li Jie called out to Erica as he departed. Truly a top-tier assassin, she exhibited remarkable patience, having lurked in the restaurant for over a fortnight without stepping outside. "Please bring back some beer and pizza," Erica responded. "Understood." Li Jie acknowledged as he exited through the back door of the restaurant and made his way towards the police station. As he emerged from the alley, he sensed a familiar presence, Target Eye. After being missing for over 10 days, Target Eye had finally resurfaced. During this time, his abilities appeared to have escalated. Had Li Jie not possessed his heightened senses, he might have failed to detect him. Meanwhile, he observed that Erica had also left the restaurant. Erica did not merely discover the target's presence. Rather, she sought to use Li Jie as bait, stealthily trailing behind him. The roar of a motorcycle pierced the air. The target, overly eager, could not wait for Li Jie to reach a secluded location and took action prematurely. As dusk settled, the streets were still bustling with pedestrians. Although Li Jie donned a hooded sweatshirt, he wished to conceal his capabilities for as long as possible. Thus, when the target raised his firearm and pulled the trigger, Li Jie swiftly crouched behind a taxi. Bang, bang. 3 bullets struck the taxi in quick succession. The target, unfazed by his misfire, circled around to the opposite side of the taxi, only to find Li Jie had vanished. Li Jie's spider-like agility had surged to an astonishing 300. And in full throttle, his speed was remarkable, eluding even the surveillance cameras. At that moment, he had reached the intersection and casually whistled at the target before turning to depart. Upon detecting Li Jie's whereabouts, the target immediately pursued him into a narrow alley. Overconfident in his own abilities and exhibiting erratic behavior, the target, fully aware he had been deliberately lured there by Li Jie, remained undeterred. "Jack, no matter who comes today, they cannot save you," the target proclaimed as he dismounted his motorcycle. Li Jie, wearing a smile, replied, "To be honest, I do not wish to kill you, as you have yet to disclose who hired you to assassinate me. I have already told you, I do not know. But die," the target retorted, pulling the trigger. Suddenly, a vine erupted from beneath Li Jie's feet, deflecting the two bullets, and then it darted toward the target like a spear. The target's appearance provided Li Jie with an opportunity to test the effects of the venomous vine. The enhanced vine successfully intercepted the bullets, displaying astonishing speed in its attack. Li Jie was thoroughly satisfied with its current performance. Alas, the target could not evade entirely, and the vine struck the back of his right hand. This blow not only sent the target's firearm flying, but also left a bloody mark on his hand, injecting lethal toxins into his system. The venomous vine could secrete multiple deadly toxins. However, Li Jie opted for one with a rapid onset. The target staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground. His senses dulled and movement sluggish. The vine refrained from further assaulting the target, retreating into the shadows. Almost simultaneously, Erica arrived, brandishing a desert eagle, aimed directly at the target's head. Known as the Predator, the desert eagle could fell an elephant with a single shot. Erica used armor-piercing rounds, and the bullet penetrated the target's skull. The toxin had dulled the target's neurological responses, following the headshot. He did not even register the pain, and instead turned to face Erica. Bang, bang. Erica fired two more shots, one piercing the target's right eye, the other striking his heart. The Edmund metal within the target's body pales in comparison to that of Wolverine. While the Edmund metal alters the target's constitution, it does not render him invulnerable like Wolverine. As long as vital points are not struck, the target will not perish. However, with 3 consecutive shots landing on critical areas, the target found himself beyond salvation, collapsing to the ground with a thud. With a whoosh, Daredevil leaped down from the upper floor, gazing upon the lifeless target and Erica. Suddenly, the sound of whistling wind announced the arrival of Iron Man, Tony Stark. This was the very reason Li Jie refrained from employing toxic vines to continue his assault on the target. Even though Daredevil was aware that the target had been wounded by the poisonous vines, it was ultimately Erica who dealt the fatal blow. Oblivious to the fact that Daredevil was none other than the lawyer Matt, Erica turned and fled at the sight of both Daredevil and Iron Man. Chapter 26. Typhoid Mary. The Daredevil hesitated momentarily before pursuing Erica, while Iron Man descended before Li Jie. Tony Stark showed little interest in the deceased Bullseye, merely instructing his intelligent assistant, Jarvis, to alert the authorities. "Jack, are you all right?" Tony Stark inquired, lifting his armored helmet. "I believe I am merely startled. A drink should suffice to remedy the situation," Li Jie responded, feeling no need to feign composure before Daredevil, yet maintaining the guise of an ordinary chef in Tony Stark's presence. "Do you require a lift back?" Tony offered. "There's no need. The distance to the restaurant is quite manageable. I shall walk back myself," Li Jie replied, intent on investigating the peculiar case without Tony's accompaniment. "Very well. Should you need assistance, do not hesitate to call," Tony instructed before changing the subject. "By the way, Jack, I heard there's a new dish at the restaurant." Li Jie cast a glance at Bullseye's corpse, feigning discomfort as he responded, "Tony, are you certain you wish to discuss dining in this location?" "Ahem," Tony Stark said, slightly embarrassed. "Jack, I meant no offense. I simply wanted to ascertain whether I could reserve a table for tomorrow evening. You're quite fortunate. Starting today, the restaurant can accommodate 100 guests daily, and there happens to be availability for tomorrow," Li Jie informed him. Tony's words prompted a realization for Li Jie. He had not visited the restaurant for consecutive days, likely due to an overwhelming number of reservations. For instance, Dr. Banner had managed to secure a table today only after booking 10 days in advance. Without the patronage of superheroes, Li Jie could not acquire new skills. Thus, he resolved to alter the situation. Restricting daily reservations to 50 would allow for a random assortment of guests each day. Moreover, he decided to reserve at least 10 seats for superheroes, facilitating their spontaneous visits and bookings. Wonderful. Jack, I simply adore you, Tony exclaimed, reaching out for a hug, which Li Jie deftly evaded. All right then, it's settled. 2 seats for tomorrow night. Goodbye. After Tony Stark departed, Li Jie gazed wistfully at Bullseye, deeply intrigued by the adamantium within him. Regrettably, he lacked the skills and laboratory facilities to extract it. Oh well, he muttered, continuing his walk towards the precinct. The police station in Hell's Kitchen had officers on duty, but they locked their doors after sunset. No one wished to become a target for the rampant criminals roaming the streets. After skillfully avoiding the patrolling officers and surveillance cameras, Li Jie successfully uncovered information regarding the peculiar case. 3 bizarre murder cases, sharing striking similarities and occurring consecutively over a week, had caught the attention of the police, who classified them as a series of twisted homicides. From the clues already acquired by the police, it appears that the victims of the 3 homicides are not acquainted with one another. Aside from the commonality of being male, the killer exhibited a significant degree of randomness in selecting targets. Initially, Li Jie speculated that the assailant might have used a drug to incapacitate the victims before injecting flammable substances into their bodies, subsequently igniting them. However, upon reviewing the evidence, Li Jie realized he was mistaken. According to the police autopsy report, no substances capable of inducing unconsciousness were found in the victim's systems, nor were any traces of flammable liquids detected. Furthermore, the expressions of terror on the victims' faces indicated that they were conscious during the inferno. How, then, did the murderer execute these fiery killings? Closing the dossier, Li Jie recognized that the 3 peculiar cases were riddled with numerous illogical details. Given these inconsistencies, it was unreasonable to deduce the case's circumstances through conventional reasoning. Analyzing the data, he concluded that the only type of individual capable of committing such heinous acts was a mutant. Mutants possess an array of astonishing supernatural abilities, making the direct incineration of the victim's organs a plausible scenario. The young and beautiful woman, who engaged in relations with the victims prior to their demise, also possessed the extraordinary power to incinerate their organs. Li Jie began to profile the deceased when he received a report from Peter Parker, the young spider. After waiting on the rooftop, Peter had finally encountered his lover. Contrary to Li Jie's assumptions, the takeout of golden fried rice and soup was not intended for Mary Jane, but for an entirely unfamiliar woman. Had the young spider truly strayed? Mary, this is a special delicacy I prepared just for you. Do give it a try, Peter Parker said as he presented the golden fried rice and soup to his beloved. Upon hearing Peter address the woman as Mary, Li Jie furrowed his brow, questioning whether the young spider had crossed paths with a woman of that name. Simultaneously, the mention of Mary conjured an image of a striking beauty capable of orchestrating the 3 enigmatic incidents. Peter, did you make this fried rice? It is absolutely delectable. I have never tasted such exquisite egg fried rice, Mary exclaimed after savoring a bite of the golden fried rice, its flavor remaining delightful even though it had cooled. Meanwhile, feedback data appeared on Li Jie's panel. Congratulations, host. You have just gained the recognition of Typhoid Mary, successfully unlocking 10 of her telepathic abilities. Indeed, upon witnessing the scrolling information on the panel, Li Jie confirmed that his previous conjecture was accurate. Typhoid Mary, or Mary Alice Walker, was the former girlfriend of Daredevil. Li Jie suddenly comprehended why these 3 peculiar cases transpired in Hell's Kitchen. It was retaliation by Typhoid Mary against Daredevil, who resided there. Mary Alice Walker possessed multiple personalities, and when she transformed into Typhoid, she became exceedingly violent and promiscuous, thriving on adventure. With her beauty, Typhoid Mary could effortlessly entice the vast majority of men. However, the enigmatic Mary possesses the extraordinary ability of telepathy, enabling her to implant mental suggestions and illusions within the minds of her targets. She can also induce sleep in certain individuals and most animals, and even ensnare others with her psychic prowess, compelling them to fall in love with her. It appears that young Peter Parker has fallen victim to her telepathic manipulation. In addition to her telepathic skills, Mary also wields the power to absorb and control fire, which elucidates the mysterious combustion observed within the deceased. Everything aligns perfectly. Mary is indeed the perpetrator behind the 3 perplexing cases. Next, she intends to engage in an intimate relationship with Peter, mirroring her previous actions with the other victims, before ultimately meeting the same fate as them. Li Jie has successfully unraveled the mystery, yet the system has not indicated the completion of his task. It seems that he must personally apprehend Mary to fulfill his mission. Chapter 27. Variant 0. Come, let me feed you a bite. Typhoid Mary took a sip of her soup and playfully offered it to Peter Parker, smiling as she inquired, "Is it delicious?" Peter Parker, beaming with joy, nodded enthusiastically, and suddenly, he sprang forward, embracing Typhoid Mary. Whoosh! A venomous vine missed its target. Li Jie stood momentarily speechless. Yet he couldn't help but admire Spider Sense for its ability to detect his ambush. With Peter's assistance, Typhoid Mary evaded danger. Yet there was no trace of fear on her face. Rather, the thrill of narrowly escaping death exhilarated her, prompting her to cast a flirtatious glance at Li Jie. "I don't believe I've ever seen you before. Why would you wish to kill me?" Li Jie felt a stirring in his heart. Despite his deliberate efforts to maintain distance, he found himself susceptible to Typhoid Mary's mental allure. Were it not for his own acquisition of certain mental abilities, he might have already succumbed to her charm. Noticing Li Jie's hooded cloak and mask, Typhoid Mary mocked, "It appears you are a mere imitator of Daredevil. I quite admire your vines. They possess a certain queenly whip-like quality." Believing Li Jie to be a mutant due to the venomous vines, she opted not to engage directly. Instead, caressing Peter Parker's cheek and enticingly whispering, "If you can eliminate him, you may do whatever you desire with me tonight." Under the influence of mental manipulation and dopamine, Peter Parker lost all rationality, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. With a sudden leap, Peter launched himself, unleashing a barrage of webbing towards Li Jie. It seemed as though Li Jie had not the time to react, becoming ensnared in layers of web. Typhoid Mary furrowed her brow slightly, disappointment evident in her gaze. Upon regaining his footing, Peter rushed forward, attempting to choke Li Jie into submission. However, with a swift motion, Li Jie broke free from the webbing, seizing Peter's throat instead and forcefully casting him aside. The once motionless venomous vine, sprawled on the ground like a lifeless serpent, sprang into action, ensnaring Peter Parker. Li Jie refrained from allowing the vine to secrete fatal toxins, instead opting for a substance that would render him unconscious. As Peter struggled against the vine's grip, the effects of the toxin quickly overcame him, plunging him into slumber. Witnessing this, Typhoid Mary became increasingly reluctant to engage Li Jie in close combat, remaining ever vigilant against the vine's assault. With a raised hand, she levitated shards of stone from the floor into the air. Telekinetic prowess. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The stones whistled through the air, striking Li Jie like miniature cannonballs, exploding upon impact and showering debris upon the ground. This caused Typhoid Mary to tense once more. Li Jie, having successfully unlocked aid of his Hulk-like physique, combined with a staggering 300 of spider agility, felt no fear from such an attack. With a ripping sound, he broke free from the web entirely. Typhoid Mary let out a chilling laugh, her hands lifted once more. With a resounding boom, 2 fireballs materialized in her palms and swiftly hurled towards Li Jie. With an 8 Hulk-like constitution, he should be able to withstand such a degree of fiery onslaught. Yet Li Jie had no intention of squandering any more time. Whoosh! The fireballs missed their target, and Li Jie vanished from Typhoid Mary's sight. The speed unleashed by his 300 spider agility was beyond her imagination. To her senses, it seemed as though he had teleported. Realizing the dire situation, Typhoid Mary immediately ascended, attempting to escape with her flight ability. However, as she leaped, she found her right leg ensnared by a large hand, and her body was uncontrollably hurled towards the floor. With a thud, Li Jie had restrained his strength, Yet the impact still caused the floor to crack, leaving Typhoid Mary dazed and disoriented. Typhoid Mary, you are the perpetrator behind the 3 bizarre cases in Hell's Kitchen. You first ensnared your victims with your beauty, engaging with them, and then used your fire control abilities to burn them alive. Giggling, Typhoid Mary lay there, her voice cold as she replied, "Indeed, I killed them, but what of it?" This was the admission Li Jie sought. With her acknowledgement of being the murderer in 3 cases, the system responded accordingly. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of solving the bizarre murder cases. You have gained a delicacy, Zhajiangmian. Li Jie rolled his eyes. Another staple dish? He operated a Chinese restaurant. A bowl of golden fried rice would have sufficed, but now he was served with Zhajiangmian instead. Was it because the portion of golden fried rice was too small, and there were concerns about customer satisfaction? Surely, a few more dishes should have been included. The system remained unresponsive to Li Jie's grievances. He had no time to dwell on it, as Typhoid Mary's body began to undergo a transformation. Her top-tier combat skills manifested alongside a protective energy shield, telekinesis, flight, and telepathy. Beyond these abilities, she could also transform into Variant Zero. This persona was an anomaly among her many personalities, typically dormant. When Variant Zero emerged, it would envelop Typhoid Mary's body in a layer of armor equipped with weapons, amplifying her strength significantly. This personality shift served as a self-defense mechanism in the face of danger, yet it also bestowed her with an unknown power. While it could enhance her combat prowess, it also posed a certain degree of risk to her well-being. In essence, this power was a double-edged sword. The extent of Variant Zero's prowess remained uncertain. However, Li Jie was unwilling to waste any time. Sensing the onset of her transformation, he delivered a punch that knocked Typhoid Mary unconscious. He believed this would halt her metamorphosis, but soon realized it was futile. An armor-like layer emerged upon her body, and in her unconscious state, she suddenly drew a large knife, striking towards Li Jie. The velocity exhibited is astonishing, and the transformation from Typhoid Mary to Variant Zero is starkly evident. Li Jie deftly retreats, skillfully evading this lethal strike while scrutinizing Typhoid Mary. No, it would be more accurate to refer to her as Variant Zero. Clad in armor, Variant Zero stands as an imposing figure reminiscent of a valiant warrior, yet exuding an aura of malevolence. With a swift motion, Variant Zero draws forth a formidable blade with the other hand, eyes wide open as they fixate on Li Jie. A sinister smile curling at the corners of her mouth, before she suddenly lunges at him like a phantom. In contrast to Typhoid Mary, Variant Zero has undergone a substantial enhancement in speed, strength, and various combat metrics. Even the formidable daredevil, Matt, would find himself in grave peril when confronting Variant Zero. Chapter 28. The spider's immune system. With a swift motion, Li Jie seized the wrists of the mutant Zero, effortlessly hurling him away. The extraordinary sensory perception of 200 enhanced daredevil abilities enabled him to anticipate the mutant's actions, while the combination of 300 spider agility and 300 enhanced physical prowess allowed him to retaliate with remarkable speed. The mutant Zero, likely caught off guard, found his attacks rendered futile against Li Jie. With a resounding thud, Li Jie pursued the mutant, striking him forcefully in the abdomen. The impact caused the mutant to expel the food he had recently consumed. Following this, Li Jie unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, each blow raining down upon the mutant like a tempest. Under Li Jie's ferocious assault, the mutant Zero, touted as Mary's strongest form, was utterly defenseless, compelled to endure the onslaught without the ability to retaliate. After a series of violent strikes, a distinct cracking sound echoed as the armor clinging to the mutant began to shatter and dissolve. A soft whimper escaped Mary as she curled up on the ground. Trembling with palpable fear, Li Jie recognized that Mary's persona had shifted once more. She was no longer the violent and lascivious Mary, nor the mutant Zero, nor even the Mary Walker in her normal state. Instead, she had reverted to the timid Mary. Timid Mary was a quiet and serene individual, seemingly susceptible to fear from the slightest provocation. This transformation of personality served as a mechanism of self-preservation. Upon realizing that even the mutant Zero could not withstand Li Jie, She resorted to evoking sympathy. Li Jie was only interested in solving the case and completing his mission, not in avenging the 3 victims of the bizarre incidents. Had she remained in the guise of the sickly Mary or the mutant Zero, Li Jie would have had no qualms about eliminating her. However, faced with the harmless, timid Mary, he found himself unable to act. Witnessing her tears of pain and subsequent loss of consciousness evoked a sense of guilt within him. To strike her now would be morally reprehensible. From another perspective, many of Mary's abilities were skills that Li Jie aspired to acquire. Just then, Daredevil arrived, further diminishing Li Jie's motive to act. "It's your responsibility now," he said, disinterested in explanations as he handed the timid Mary over to Daredevil and proceeded towards young Spider-Man, Peter. Daredevil embraced the timid Mary and inquired, "What transpired here?" "It would be best to wait until she regains consciousness to ask her," Li Jie replied, retracting his toxic vines before hoisting young Peter and departing. Daredevil furrowed his brow, already aware of Mary Walker's secret, and understood that this situation was likely her doing. With a heavy sigh, he resolved to take Mary back to his residence for healing. As he sought clarity on the unfolding events, in the restaurant, as a chef, tasting a new dish was a matter of personal duty. Once 2 servings of fried sauce noodles were ready, young Spider-Man's immune system had purged the toxins from his body, allowing him to awaken. "Boss, how did I end up here?" Little Spider Peter cradled his somewhat heavy head, a look of bewilderment etched upon his face. "Do you not recall what transpired on the night of your unconsciousness?" inquired Li Jie. Peter strained to recollect, mumbling, "I have a faint impression. I believe I was on a date with Mary." "Are you certain it was Mary?" Li Jie reminded him. Peter furrowed his brow and exclaimed in shock, "Goodness, my date tonight was not Mary Jane." Pausing momentarily, he called out to Li Jie, "Did we also have a fight?" "It appears you have not lost your spirit," Li Jie remarked, placing a serving of zhajiangmian before Peter Parker. "This is a new offering from the shop. Do give it a taste." "Thank you, boss." Peter Parker expressed his gratitude, yet the thought of his ill-fated date with Mary lingered in his mind, filling him with guilt toward Mary Jane. The tantalizing aroma of the zhajiangmian before him did little to whet his appetite. After a brief hesitation, Peter Parker exclaimed with a hint of agitation, "Boss, I swear tonight's events were not of my own volition. I seem to have become quite unhinged, as though I am not myself. In any case, I implore you, please keep tonight's occurrences confidential. Do not speak of it to anyone." The bowl of zhajiangmian was indeed quite large, a common sight in the restaurant. Yet the meager portion of noodles within it evoked thoughts of establishments where the bowls grew ever larger. One couldn't help but wonder whether they were selling noodles or merely bowls. Such a large bowl seemed cumbersome to carry, and washing it became a laborious task. The scant serving size appeared to be a hallmark of Chinese restaurants. A solitary bowl of zhajiangmian would hardly suffice, but with an order of golden fried rice and a bowl of soup, it could adequately satisfy the appetite of an adult man. "Peter, if you do not wish to eat, you may give it to me," Li Jie suggested, having already consumed nearly half of his own serving, while Peter Parker had yet to touch his chopsticks. "I never said I wouldn't eat." Peter Parker quickly snatched the bowl, playfully licking the noodles. Oh, how fragrant. Initially, he had intended to secure his portion before Li Jie could devour it, but after tasting the sauce, he could no longer resist, promptly lifting a noodle to his mouth. "Delicious, truly exquisite," he declared. "Boss, this is undoubtedly the finest zhajiangmian I have ever tasted." With a swift motion, Li Jie gave Peter a light tap on the head, his expression stern as he said, "What do you mean Italian pasta?" "Peter, remember this. This is authentic Chinese cuisine, zhajiangmian." "Repeat after me, zhajiangmian." "Zhajiangmian," Peter Parker echoed in Mandarin, displaying a commendable aptitude for languages. Li Jie nodded in satisfaction, a joyful smile gracing his face. It had been over 20 days. Spider's physical prowess had now surged to 300, and today, he had successfully unlocked yet another Spider-Man ability, his immune system. Spider-Man's immune system, characterized by an accelerated metabolism, enables Peter Parker to withstand the effects of most drugs and toxins. The radioactive mutation enzymes present in his blood even grant him immunity to vampire transformation. Previously, He had succumbed to the venom of the toxic vine due to its incessant release of toxins. Overexposure to such toxins affects young Peter much like excessive alcohol consumption, necessitating a process of alleviation. With Li Jie unlocking Spider-Man's immune system, he has now developed a newfound resistance to toxins. Otherwise, even a formidable assassin like Bullseye could easily succumb to the toxic vine. After consuming a bowl of noodles, Peter's mood significantly improved. As he was being ushered out, he did not forget to implore Li Jie to keep his secret. Upon returning to the second floor, Li Jie suddenly felt a sense of loss. He had grown accustomed to Erica's presence during this time, and now that she was gone, adjusting was indeed challenging. The long night stretched ahead. Chapter 29. Matt. Who are you cursing? A soft meow jolted Li Jie from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of an orange cat lounging beside his head. The Devourer. A cold sweat broke out on Li Jie's brow. The Devourer, renowned as the most ferocious creature in the universe, had stealthily appeared without his notice, despite his considerable increase in strength. Fortunately, it bore him no ill will. Otherwise, a surprise attack in his dreams would have meant game over. Ever since the Devourer's affection for Li Jie had surged to 14, it had vanished alongside Carol Danvers. Meow? The Devourer mewed again, seemingly seeking his attention as Li Jie opened his eyes. Huey, Li Jie said, sitting up and cradling the Devourer in his arms, only to discover it was filthy, resembling a stray cat. Frowning, he remarked, "You're quite dirty. Has Carol not had time to give you a bath lately?" Meow? The Devourer emitted a dejected sound. Li Jie, endowed with a fragment of Mary's psychic abilities, could not speak feline but comprehended the Devourer's sentiments. Carol had not returned home for quite some time. Had she gone missing? Meow? The Devourer nodded. Carol's disappearance made Li Jie acutely aware that she was on the verge of acquiring her formidable powers, destined to transform into Captain Marvel. All right, Huey, until Carol returns, you shall stay with me. However, you must first take a bath. Meow? The Devourer squirmed, attempting to escape from Li Jie's embrace at the mere mention of a bath. Though it was not a true cat, it shared the familiar aversion most felines had to getting wet. Li Jie tightened his grip on the Devourer, threatening, "If you wish to remain in the Chinese restaurant, you must obey." Imagine how it would look if a filthy cat were to be seen lounging about. Now, be a good sport and take a bath. Later, I shall prepare a delectable golden fried rice for you. Meow? Upon hearing the mention of golden fried rice, the Devourer became compliant. After bathing the Devourer, Li Jie noticed the time had already reached 8 in the morning, prompting him to take the creature downstairs for breakfast. At that moment, a voice from the neighboring building called out, "Matt, what happened to you? Did you get into another fight last night?" Matt, donning sunglasses and a mask, could not entirely conceal the injuries adorning his face. Beyond the bruises, he bore numerous other wounds. The extraordinary healing abilities of Matt were evident. Yet his present state indicated the severity of the beating he had endured the previous night. The one who had inflicted such damage on Daredevil Matt was none other than the timid Mary he had brought back. After treating her, the once timid Mary had awakened to become Bloody Mary. An inevitable battle erupted, culminating in Matt receiving a thorough thrashing while Bloody Mary made her escape. Meow? The Devourer mewed, seemingly puzzled by the sudden smile that crept onto Li Jie's lips. "It's nothing, just a humorous thought that crossed my mind." Li Jie gently patted the head of the Devourer beast, setting it down before humming a soft tune as he proceeded to the kitchen. Meanwhile, Matt, residing in the adjacent building, furrowed his brow upon hearing the words, realizing that Li Jie was mocking him. Peter Parker, also known as Spider-Man, arrived at the shop at 10 in the morning and, upon spotting the Devourer beast, reached out to embrace it, exclaiming, "What an adorable little cat." Meow? Be careful. Both Li Jie and the Devourer beast warned in unison. Thankfully, Peter Parker's quick reflexes spared him from the beast's claws. "How delightfully fierce," he remarked, patting his chest, quickly dismissing the incident. He then retrieved a cup of warm milk from his bag and poured it onto a plate. "Little Huang, come and have some milk." Meow? The Devourer beast expressed its annoyance at the name. Li Jie interjected, "Its name is Huey. Furthermore, it does not appreciate being held by strangers, so it would be wise to keep your distance." I see, Peter replied. Huey, come and drink your milk. He waved to the devourer beast, taking a couple of steps back. A single serving of golden fried rice was insufficient to satisfy the devourer beast, which hesitated before making its way toward the milk. Boss, have you already had this breakfast? Peter asked, slightly disappointed upon seeing the empty plate. Realizing he would have to wait until afternoon to indulge in golden fried rice or other delicacies. Moments later, upon noticing a new dish of fried sauce on the menu, Peter exclaimed excitedly, Boss, will the fried sauce noodles be available for lunch today? Does that mean we can enjoy fried sauce noodles this afternoon? He licked his lips, recalling the lingering taste of the fried sauce noodles he had the previous night. Certainly, Li Jie nodded, as he too was eager to partake. Meow. The devourer beast, sipping its milk, raised its head and vocalized its desire to eat. Li Jie felt a slight tension in his brow. Currently, the restaurant offered 3 delectable dishes: golden fried rice, seaweed shrimp soup, and fried sauce noodles. The system would provide 1 work meal, and if Li Jie purchased an additional one, he might just manage to satiate his hunger. However, with the sudden addition of the devourer beast, his resources were quickly depleted. Peter, take this money and order everything from the menu. Li Jie called Peter Parker over, utilizing his purchasing privileges to resolve the issue of feeding the devourer beast. In the adjacent building, Matt Murdock suddenly muttered, Scoundrel. Huh, Matt, who are you cursing? Foggy inquired, perplexed. Naturally, Matt was directing his ire towards Li Jie, as a subtle tension brewed between them. Oh, it's nothing, Matt replied, adjusting his mood. Did you reserve a table at the restaurant yesterday? Foggy's face brightened as he responded, Of course. I learned from Peter that the restaurant adds 50 extra servings daily. So I scheduled our reservations for the next month through him. Well done. We'll dine at the restaurant for lunch. Matt gritted his teeth, as if merely sharing a meal was an act of revenge against Li Jie. Li Jie furrowed his brow as he observed Peter Parker. This young man had secretly made reservations for Foggy and Matt. Considering that Peter was merely doing a favor without expecting any remuneration, he chose to overlook the matter. After all, Peter Parker was quite diligent and earnest in his work here. Ding! As the clock struck noon, the restaurant opened its doors, and Matt and Foggy were the first 2 patrons to enter. Upon stepping inside, Matt exclaimed, Peter, I'd like 2 orders of golden fried rice, 2 bowls of soup, and an additional 2 servings of noodles with minced pork sauce. Oh, has the Chinese restaurant rolled out new dishes? Foggy directed his gaze towards the menu on the wall. Buzz, buzz. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from outside as a red sports car came to a halt at the entrance of the restaurant. Foggy glanced back and urgently tugged at Matt, exclaiming, That seems to be your ex-girlfriend. Unbeknownst to Foggy, Matt's expression had already darkened considerably. Chapter 30. Spider-Man's desire to flee. The grim expressions were not limited to just Daredevil. Young Peter Parker, the Spider-Man, who had been toyed with by Typhoid Mary the previous night, was equally distressed. Upon catching sight of her, Peter's scalp prickled in anxiety. He turned to Li Jie in the kitchen and exclaimed, Boss, I need to use the restroom. Li Jie muttered to himself, You haven't suffered any loss. Why are you running away? Outside, chaos erupted at the appearance of Typhoid Mary. Mary, could you please give me your autograph? Mary, I can be your devoted fan. May I take a photo with you? Mary, do you have any new works this year? The magnetic allure of Mary Walker was on full display, attracting both devoted admirers and detractors alike. Ladies and gentlemen, I am here to dine today. If you don't mind, could you allow me to enter first? I promise to fulfill your wishes once I emerge from the restaurant, she said, casting coy glances and speaking in a rather brazen manner. Her choice of words revealed her current persona as Typhoid. Some individuals were not inclined to let Mary Walker off the hook so easily, following closely in her wake, eager to seize the opportunity to approach her during her meal. Reluctantly, young Peter Parker chose to withdraw, leaving Li Jie to confront the situation alone. Otherwise, the Chinese restaurant would descend into utter chaos. Hey, listen, we only accept patrons with reservations during lunch. If you do not have a reservation, please return in the evening, Li Jie declared, wielding a kitchen knife at the entrance, his imposing presence silencing the crowd. Moreover, as a regular at the restaurant, Kingpin's association with Li Jie made the crowd hesitant to provoke him. Did you hear that? If you lack a reservation, please come back tonight, he reiterated. Typhoid Mary, blowing a kiss, attempted to squeeze past Li Jia. Not so fast, he interjected, positioning the knife before her with a smile. Excuse me, madam. May I inquire if you have a reservation? Me? Must I also make a reservation? Typhoid Mary responded, moving closer to Li Jia in a bold display before the crowd, completely disregarding her celebrity status. Yes, madam, Li Jia replied, angling the blade. Instantly, Typhoid Mary adopted a more compliant demeanor. Yet, with an unwavering smile, she pointed towards the corner where Daredevil had been hiding and declared, I'm here with Matt. She waved her arms, calling out, Matt, Matt. Daredevil lowered his head, feigning ignorance. Li Jia, with a mischievous grin, sought to embarrass him further and stepped aside, saying, Since you are with Mr. Matt, please do come in. Thank you, handsome. Typhoid Mary flirted, her audacity on full display before the multitude, as Li Jia cursed her under his breath, yet couldn't help but admire her boldness. It was indeed difficult for even the most disciplined to resist the allure of a beautiful star. Might we adorn Daredevil with a hat? Allow me to reiterate, only patrons with reservations may enter, otherwise, remain outside as instructed. Li Jia once again issued a stern warning to those attempting to sneak in before turning back to the Chinese restaurant. Matt furrowed his brow upon noticing Typhoid Mary approaching, silently attributing the situation to Li Jia for allowing her entry. Had he known, he would have acted as Peter Parker would have, avoiding confrontation altogether. However, Foggy was exceptionally courteous, having already risen to pull out a chair for Typhoid Mary. Boss, whatever they order, just bring me the same, Typhoid Mary declared as she squeezed into the seat beside Matt, nearly toppling him over. Li Jia, noticing the scene, secretly relished the moment and approached, stating, I'm afraid our policy requires payment before dining. I wonder who among the three of you will settle the bill. I shall, Typhoid Mary replied, producing a black card while casting an enticing glance at Matt. No pin required. Feel free to swipe. Understood, Li Jia said, taking the credit card and turning away, teasing in a tone only Daredevil could hear. This soft life is truly delectable. Matt's face flushed with embarrassment. He sought to escape. Yet Typhoid Mary draped her arm over his shoulder, hastily insisting, Mary, I believe we've made ourselves abundantly clear. We have no relationship now. The more Matt resisted, the more emboldened Typhoid Mary became, leaning closer as she remarked, What? Even after parting ways, do we lack the privilege of sharing a meal? Matt, you are indeed heartless. As a true starlet, tears welled in her eyes, as if he had committed some grievous wrong against her. Foggy immediately transformed into a defender, saying, Mary, don't listen to him. Just sit here and eat with us. Later, you can join us upstairs to relax. With a swift kick beneath the table, Matt struck Foggy's leg, prompting a yelp of pain. Typhoid Mary, merely performing, quickly resumed her smile, stating, Foggy, you are truly wonderful. Daredevil found himself increasingly restless. Despite the culinary delights before him, his appetite waned. Yet, with Typhoid Mary blocking his escape, he felt trapped. Surely, another confrontation could not ensue, especially with his injuries still healing. In the brief moment it took for Li Jia to process a transaction, over a dozen new customers entered the establishment. Peter, did you get lost in the restroom? Hurry up and get to work. Don't even think about slacking off. Li Jia had no choice but to drag Peter Parker from the restroom. Hello, Peter, Typhoid Mary exclaimed, waving flirtatiously at Peter Parker. He immediately trembled, feigning ignorance as he attended to other patrons. You know Peter? Daredevil blurted out, only to realize he had made an error. If they were not acquainted, how could they have been together the previous night? What is this? Are you feeling jealous? Typhoid Mary, unfazed by the gravity of the situation, chuckled and remarked, Matt, do not be deceived by Peter's seemingly frail appearance. In reality, he possesses greater strength than you. Daredevil furrowed his brow, his competitive spirit ignited, as he utilized his heightened senses to scan Peter Parker back and forth. You may claim I am inadequate, but you cannot assert that another man surpasses me. Due to the nature of his spider sense, Daredevil's acute perception made Peter Parker feel somewhat uneasy. Seizing the moment while retrieving their order, Peter addressed his boss, Boss, I fear I may be unwell. Could I possibly take a leave? Absolutely not. Peter, do you not see the multitude of customers? If you abandon your post now, you will be deemed a deserter. As a man, you must confront challenges and resolve them. Li Jie stated with unwavering seriousness. Peter Parker, feeling a bit conflicted, replied, "But I genuinely feel unwell. I must go to the hospital. If you are not keen on retaining this job, you are free to leave at this moment." Li Jie interrupted Peter's plea. "Boss, I am feeling better now." Peter Parker chose to compromise in order to savor the prospect of free delicacies. While Daredevil muttered under his breath, "Shameless merchant." Chapter 31. Black Widow. Due to Li Jie's explicit stipulation that he would only attend to clients with prior appointments during lunchtime, all individuals, save for Typhoid Mary, were barred from entry. The servings of fried rice, seaweed shrimp soup, and noodles with fried sauce were modest. Those with smaller appetites could find satisfaction, while those with larger appetites could only achieve about 70 to 80% fullness. Even female patrons would often order 3 items simultaneously. Ultimately, a total of 153 dishes were sold during the lunch hour, with a conservative estimate of 3 recognitions per individual. A total of 460 recognitions were amassed. Thanks to Typhoid Mary's presence, Li Jie primarily allocated these recognition points to unlock his telepathic ability, elevating it to a remarkable 300%. The spider immunity system was also of significant importance, which Li Jie enhanced to 200%. The remainder was devoted to unlocking the Hulk-like physique, achieving a 14% advancement. Compared to other skills, the progress in unlocking the Hulk-like physique was somewhat sluggish, prompting Li Jie to focus primarily on this skill going forward. "Madam, may I assist you with anything else?" Peter Parker inquired politely as he approached Typhoid Mary. At that moment, she was the sole patron remaining in the establishment, and even if she had requests, there was little the restaurant could provide for her. Peter Parker's inquiry subtly urged Typhoid Mary to take her leave, placing her finger delicately upon her lips. Typhoid Mary spoke with an allure difficult for men to resist. "I desire you." Instinctively, Peter Parker took a step back, nervously stammering, "Madam, please don't jest. If you have no further needs, we shall be closing soon." A soft, goose-like laughter escaped Typhoid Mary's lips. "Peter, there is no need for you to be so tense. I have lost interest in you for the time being. If you have no other matters, you may clock out and head home. I wish to discuss matters of adult nature with your employer." Upon hearing this, Peter Parker felt as though he had received a reprieve from death, turning swiftly to bid farewell to Li Jie before making his escape. Li Jie, removing his apron and chef's hat, approached Typhoid Mary, inquiring, "What is it that you wish to discuss?" "As you might say, it pertains to romance and intrigue." Typhoid Mary elegantly crossed her long legs atop the table, exuding an enticing allure. Simultaneously, Li Jie sensed Typhoid Mary's mental assault. She sought to entice him into developing feelings for her. This was also the reason Li Jie was eager to enhance his telepathic abilities. With a 300% telepathy capability, he possessed 3 times the mental strength in comparison to Typhoid Mary. Even if she initiated a mental attack in a bid to control him, it would be utterly futile. Conversely, Li Jie could easily counter and manipulate Typhoid Mary, leading her to believe she had ensnared him and that he had fallen for her. "Since we are to discuss matters of romance, this setting may not be suitable," Li Jie remarked, stepping closer and taking the opportunity to place his hand upon Typhoid Mary's thigh. This gesture only served to reinforce her belief that Li Jie was indeed under her influence. With a sultry grip on Li Jie's chin, Typhoid Mary asked, "Then where do you suggest is appropriate for such discussions? Please, follow me." Li Jie securely locked the restaurant's door and then led Typhoid Mary to the bedroom on the 2nd floor. Meanwhile, upstairs in the adjacent building, Matt Murdock, known as Daredevil, crushed his coffee cup in his hand, spilling the beverage all over himself. "Matt, are you all right?" inquired Foggy, who was seated across from him, holding a stack of documents, his expression one of surprise. "Oh, I'm fine," Matt replied, regaining his composure and somewhat awkwardly clearing his throat as he withdrew his heightened senses from the direction of the Chinese restaurant. Foggy handed him a tissue, straining to listen. "Matt, did you hear anything unusual? It seems like someone is watching a pay-per-view channel." "Well, The commotion at the restaurant is intense enough to be heard even without heightened senses, Matt said, a hint of irritation in his voice. Foggy, can you please focus? Let's expedite our investigation of this case. All right, Foggy responded, but then asked, Matt, your hearing is usually sharper than mine. Are you certain you haven't heard anything? No. Matt insisted stubbornly. Fine, Foggy sighed, feeling exasperated. He wished to concentrate on their work, but the faint sounds from the restaurant were distracting him. An hour passed with no sign of resolution, prompting Matt to concoct an excuse to step out for some fresh air. The restaurant reopened for the afternoon. As soon as the door swung open, Tony Stark entered, accompanied by Pepper Potts, along with an additional guest, Black Widow. Jack, this is my friend Natasha. We just ran into each other outside. Do you have room for us? Tony introduced her enthusiastically. Li Jie smiled and replied, while I cannot guarantee space for others. A stunning beauty like you is always welcome at my restaurant. Due to genetic modification, Black Widow had slowed her aging process, appearing remarkably youthful. Indeed, she was old enough to be Tony's mother. You must be Jack, the owner of this Chinese restaurant. Tony has praised your culinary skills as the best in America more than once. I came here uninvited specifically to savor your dishes, Black Widow said with a warm smile, shaking Li Jie's hand with a charming demeanor. Her affability was one of her traits, enabling her to easily gain the trust and approval of others, a skill that later led her to become a leader within the Avengers. However, to Li Jie, Black Widow was a top-tier operative. Her so-called charm was merely a unique form of deception. Unable to resist, Li Jie utilized his heightened senses to scrutinize the alluring woman before him. Indeed, her claim of visiting solely to indulge in culinary delights was a facade. She had ulterior motives for being there. Natasha, your words suddenly make me feel quite pressured. Just tell Peter what you wish to eat, and I assure you I will exert every effort to prepare a meal worthy of your expectations, Li Jie said, summoning Peter Parker over. After exchanging pleasantries with Tony, he retreated to the kitchen. What could Black Widow's true purpose for visiting be? Li Jie pondered. Just as his phone rang, it was a call from Kingpin. Upon the call being connected, Jean Bing spoke. Jack, I realize I did not make a reservation, but I still wish to inquire. Are there any tables available today? Coincidentally, Jean Bing intended to visit the Chinese restaurant. Or perhaps, was the Black Widow specifically targeting Jean Bing on this occasion? Given Jean Bing's tumultuous history with numerous superheroes, it had undoubtedly captured the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. Even if Nick Fury had dispatched the Black Widow to eliminate Jean Bing, Li Jie would not have been taken aback. After confirming that only 2 individuals accompanied Jean Bing, Li Jie consented to his arrival, keen to observe the Black Widow's reaction. Perhaps due to the limited number of patrons aware that Li Jie had reserved a table for the evening, the restaurant remained relatively quiet even after half an hour of opening. The dishes ordered by Tony and his companions began to arrive in abundance. Oh, this soup is truly exceptional. I swear, I have never tasted a broth so fragrant and delightful. The Black Widow took a sip of the customary soup and immediately exclaimed in admiration. Chapter 32, Jean Bing, and the humble congratulations to the host for earning the recognition of Black Widow, successfully unlocking a 10 capability in information processing. Black Widow is a world-class spy, though combat is not her forte. Her affinity allows her to disguise her true emotions, while her information processing skills are her genuine strength. This ability enables her to swiftly manage multiple streams of information and respond promptly to ever-changing tactical situations, forming the foundation of her excellence as a tactical expert and strategist. A black Bentley came to a halt in front of the Chinese restaurant, and the tall figure of Jean Bing emerged from the vehicle. In the shadows, a figure rushed towards him. Both Iron Man and Black Widow were inside. The man approached Jean Bing and whispered, "Are there any ambushes around?" "No," the man replied with a shake of his head. "Understood," Jean Bing said, waving his hand, prompting the man to turn and vanish into the darkness. Jean Bing then moved to the other side to open the door for Vanessa. "Thank you," Vanessa said, surveying her surroundings, and soon spotted Iron Man and 3 others laughing and conversing inside the restaurant. While unfamiliar with Black Widow, it was nearly impossible for her not to recognize Tony Stark. If it's inconvenient, we can come another day, Vanessa said thoughtfully to Jean Bing. There's nothing inconvenient about it. Let us go? I've heard the restaurant not only serves golden fried rice, but also 2 new dishes that I believe you will adore, Jean Bing replied, raising his arm. Vanessa immediately linked her arm with his, filled with trust in her man. Her love for Jean Bing bordered on blind devotion. Initially unaware of his true identity, she continued to love him unwaveringly after he confided in her, willing to do anything for him. This twisted affection reminded Li Jie of the relationship between Harley Quinn and the Joker. It's Jean Bing, Black Widow suddenly murmured. Jean Bing, the mafia boss? Pepper Potts asked curiously. Tony Stark glanced through the window and casually remarked, It's fine. Nothing will happen with me here. Black Widow was equally nonchalant. She had encountered far more perilous situations than this one, even in Hell's Kitchen. Her earlier concern had merely been for Pepper Potts. Ding! Jean Bing pushed the door open and entered with Vanessa. He first nodded in acknowledgement towards Tony Stark before taking a seat in another corner of the restaurant. No one spoke, yet their intentions were unmistakably clear. They reached a silent agreement to indulge in the culinary delights of the restaurant without discussing past grievances. However, Li Jie furrowed his brow, realizing that Black Widow's target was not Jean Bing. If her focus was not on him, then it could only be directed at me. But what outrageous act have I committed to catch the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Was it simply due to my culinary skills? Surely, it could not be that trivial. Could it be the previous encounters with Bullseye, Daredevil, Spider-Man Peter, and Typhoid Mary? Let us first discuss Bullseye. Bullseye met his demise at the hands of Elektra. On the surface, his death appears unrelated to Lee. However, should S.H.I.E.L.D. choose to investigate, they might uncover discrepancies. Next, we have Daredevil. Matt Murdock, the Daredevil, is known to attract beautiful women. While he may not have yet ensnared Black Widow, it is only a matter of time. Then there is Spider-Man, Peter Parker. This young man, believing himself to be well hidden, has always been a subject of interest for S.H.I.E.L.D. It is indeed plausible that Peter Parker has caught their attention. Lastly, we must consider last night's confrontation with Typhoid Mary, which may have also drawn the scrutiny of S.H.I.E.L.D. Overall, the likelihood that Black Widow has her sights set on me is increasing. After nightfall, Hell's Kitchen becomes a desolate place, with no one daring to venture into the streets, thus explaining the restaurant's dwindling business. Additionally, with Kingpin dining here, anyone considering entering would likely be deterred. On one side stands Iron Man and the superheroes represented by Black Widow, while on the other is the crime lord, Kingpin. Though one might expect a stark dichotomy of good versus evil, this evening, a semblance of harmony was achieved within the Chinese restaurant. Iron Man and his companions arrived early and departed before Kingpin. After a satisfying meal, the trio left, each taking different paths. Tony Stark drove away in his sports car with Pepper Potts, while Black Widow rode off on her motorcycle. After navigating a couple of blocks, Black Widow turned into an alley and commenced a conversation with Nick Fury. I have met with the restaurant owner, Jack. Has something gone awry? It is difficult to say. First and foremost, his cuisine is exceptionally delectable, bordering on irresistible. I have collected some samples to analyze for any illicit substances upon my return. And, secondly, have you ever witnessed a ferocious beast lying docile before you? Please continue. While we dined, Kingpin also visited the Chinese restaurant, displaying an excessive reverence toward Jack. Do you believe they are in cahoots? It is hard to say. In any case, Jack is no ordinary individual. My assessment of him is dangerous. Understood. Return for now. I will continue to monitor him. Lee, utilizing his heightened senses, overheard this exchange and couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Am I truly dangerous? Boss, Kingpin wishes to personally express his gratitude to you, Peter Parker announced as he entered the kitchen. Understood, Lee replied, making his way to the dining area. Upon seeing Lee, Kingpin rose and stated, Jack, I must extend my heartfelt thanks for the exquisite meal you provided for Vanessa and me. There's no need for that. You paid for it. It is what you deserve, Lee replied. Kingpin clasped his hands together and bowed his head toward Vanessa, saying, Could you wait in the car for me? Certainly, Vanessa replied, offering her gratitude to Li once more before departing. After Jean bid farewell to Vanessa as she boarded the car, he turned to Li Jie and said, "Jack, I have another purpose for visiting today, to extend my sincerest apologies." Apologies? Li Jie was bewildered by this. Jean continued, "Do you remember the marksman? He was previously in my employ. I regret to inform you that my failure to properly manage him has resulted in a conflict between you two. However, you need not worry. The marksman tragically passed away in an accident yesterday." Upon hearing this, Li Jie grasped Jin's implication. In truth, both Jean and the Black Widow shared a common objective, to observe and analyze Li Jie. Although the marksman met his end at the hands of Erica, Li Jie was also present at the scene, which led to Jean harboring suspicions about him. "What a pity. It was merely a minor misunderstanding between us," Li Jie remarked with a hint of regret. "Jack, I hope the incident with the marksman does not affect our relationship. What I mean is, I sincerely hope to return here for dining in the future. Of course, you are always welcome." Chapter 33. Lady Gao and the Blind Master as Jean Bing departed. The restaurant was momentarily vacant. Li Jie settled into a chair, indulging in the company of a cat, when he suddenly recognized a significant limitation of the Chinese restaurant, its diminutive size. Accommodating 50 patrons was already a stretch, and when the establishment reached full capacity, the pursuit of a pleasant dining experience became futile. The cacophony of conversations presented a considerable challenge, necessitating raised voices to communicate across the table. This was precisely why Jean Bing and Iron Man preferred dining in the evening. The ambience was far more conducive to comfort during those hours. Currently, the menu offered 2 main dishes and a standard soup. To enhance the dining experience and overall comfort, expansion of the business was imperative, yet this introduced new dilemmas. Firstly, a suitable new location had to be sought. Secondly, additional staff would need to be recruited. Lastly, and most critically, lay the secret of the kitchen. As new dishes were continuously introduced and the limit of patrons expanded, it would require an increase in kitchen personnel. This, however, risked the exposure of the kitchen's secrets. For the time being, maintaining the status quo seemed the only viable option for Li Jie. He had no better solutions. Upstairs, a series of clattering sounds echoed, and moments later, Mary Walker hurried down the stairs. Upon seeing Li Jie and Peter Parker, she paused momentarily, then forced a smile, saying, I'm not quite sure why I'm here at this time. However, I think I must take my leave now. I hope I haven't disturbed you." Apologizing profusely after accidentally bumping into a chair, she rushed outside. "Strange, why do I feel she is different from before?" Peter Parker inquired, puzzled. "Of course she is different. She has reverted to her normal persona, Mary Walker, rather than the alter ego, Typhoid Mary." It seemed that Li Jie would once again spend the evening in solitude. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Almost immediately after Mary Walker's departure, an elderly man entered the restaurant, adorned with a hat and sunglasses, wielding a bamboo cane. His appearance suggested he was blind. "Sir, how may I assist you?" Peter Parker approached him. "Wonderful. I'm glad you're still open. A friend of mine highly recommended this establishment, insisting I must try it," the elderly man replied, reaching into his pocket with his left hand to produce a handful of coins, which he placed on the table. "I would like 1 order of golden fried rice, 1 standard soup, and an additional serving of zhajiangmian. Young man, could you please check if this is sufficient?" "Please hold on." Peter Parker began to sort through the coins. Li Jie had already confirmed through his heightened senses that the coins amounted to exactly $250, not a cent more, not a cent less. As for the blind elder, Li Jie had identified him even before he entered, the blind master. Despite his blindness, the blind master was a premier martial artist and the esteemed mentor of both Daredevil and Elektra. The appearance of Stick immediately reminded Li Jie of Daredevil. Could it be that the younger one suffered a setback, prompting the elder to seek confrontation? "Enough. Please hold on. Your meal will be ready shortly." Peter Parker counted the money, delivering his remarks. Meanwhile, Li Jie had already entered the kitchen to prepare the meal. Moments later, Stick's order was served at the table. "Oh, it seems my friend did not deceive me. The food here is indeed of exceptional quality." A look of satisfaction spread across Stick's face. Li Jie successfully earned Stick's approval but did not unlock any new skills from him. Perhaps it was because Stick's most formidable skills were his sensory perception and combat prowess, both of which Li Jie had already surpassed, thus failing to unlock new abilities. Stick consumed his meal at a notably slower pace than usual, not due to any impairment of sight. On the contrary, he observed everything with clarity. He was savoring the exquisite flavors of the food. However, Li Jie's thoughts were not on Stick. Shortly after Mary Walker left the Chinese restaurant, she was involved in a car accident. This collision was a trap. Just as Mary stepped out of her vehicle to assess the situation, she was abducted by the assailants. Li Jie's heightened senses alerted him to these events. At that moment, Daredevil was occupied with other matters and remained unaware of Mary Walker's peril. "Peter, I need to step out for a moment," Li Jie said before exiting, riding away on his battered motorcycle. After all, they had shared a fleeting connection, and it would be remiss to act as if nothing had transpired. This marked Li Jie's first foray into meddling since arriving in Hell's Kitchen. Not only was Mary Walker taken, but her sports car was also driven away. The assailants did not aim to destroy evidence. Rather, they intended to profit from the vehicle's considerable value. The two criminals transported Mary Walker to a secluded basement where numerous other kidnapped girls were held. After being trained, these girls would be sent to various entertainment venues for exploitation. The individual controlling this enterprise was another crime lord in Hell's Kitchen, Madame Gao. With her head crowned in white hair, Madame Gao exuded an air of sophistication, her true age far surpassing her apparent youth. As one of the 5 fingers of the hand, Madame Gao had lived for an extraordinarily long time. Originating from the mysterious Kunlun, she had utilized dragon bone fossils to extend her lifespan, resulting in her expulsion from Kunlun. In her own words, she had survived since the inception of the hand. This, too, constituted her greatest secret. Madame Gao governed the flesh trade throughout Hell's Kitchen and even all of New York, simultaneously reigning as the city's most formidable drug lord. After abducting Mary Walker and delivering her to this place, the two thugs hurried to Madame Gao to seek favor. A superstar like her could fetch a substantial price. Smack! Smack! Madame Gao promptly struck each of them across the face, cursing, "Fools! Do you have any idea what trouble you've brought upon me?" The two, clutching their faces, appeared utterly bewildered, still unaware of their transgressions. Madame Gao let out a cold snort. "What? Do you still feel wronged? Humph, let me tell you. You have provoked a formidable adversary. He is a colossal dragon, capable of devouring everything in this world. He has arrived. Hurry and summon him. I must find a way to rectify all of this." Li Jie discovered the stronghold that Madame Gao utilized to train women and initially intended to burst in and unleash carnage. However, upon hearing Madame Gao's words through his heightened senses, he altered his course of action. Suddenly, he felt a profound curiosity towards this elder who had lived for centuries. Her extended lifespan had bestowed upon her skills unattainable by others. For instance, she possessed the ability to manipulate objects at a distance with mere thought. She was also a martial arts master and a tactical genius, fluent in multiple languages. Furthermore, her body exhibited remarkable drug resistance, and she was a master of mind control, capable of commanding others with just a few words. Creak! The door leading to the basement swung open, and the two criminals were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Li Jie standing there. They were astonished both by the truth of Madame Gao's words and by Li Jie's ability to locate this place in such a short span of time. They quickly regained their composure, and one of them beckoned, "Come in." As Li Jie entered the basement, he observed the criminals glaring at him with palpable hostility. Yet none dared to act against him due to Madame Gao's presence. "You all may leave," Madame Gao ordered the criminals, dismissing them and leaving only herself and Li Jie. "Did you know I was coming?" Li Jie inquired. Madame Gao smiled and replied, "It is not easy to make a name for oneself in Hell's Kitchen, and I am overly sensitive. Any disturbance within this realm will alert me. In other words, you have been under my surveillance for quite some time." Li Jie was taken aback. His heightened senses had reached 3 times that of Daredevil's. If someone were secretly monitoring him, he should have detected it long ago. It seemed he had underestimated the intricacies of Hell's Kitchen. The individuals tasked with observing him had remained undetected. Madame Gao continued, originally. A little-known Chinese restaurant became the most popular one in Hell's Kitchen overnight. I suspect that I am not the only one paying attention to this establishment. Li Jie discerned that Madame Gao was hinting at multiple parties surveilling the restaurant. I may be advanced in age, unlike Jean, who is prone to impulsiveness. Although this is our first meeting, I have been observing you for quite some time. I possess the gift of divination and the ability to read energy. I could tell you are no ordinary person, merely a shallow dragon in the abyss. Sooner or later, you will soar to great heights and be revered by many. Therefore, I do not wish to be your enemy. Of course, I am fully aware that we will never be friends. I merely seek a degree of peaceful coexistence. She paused, inviting him to continue. Upon their first encounter, Li Jie discerned that Madame Gao was indeed an extraordinary individual. With a gentle smile, she remarked, "It was my subordinate's folly to abduct your guest. I have already dealt with them. I hope you will grant me this favor, considering it a personal concession, and refrain from pursuing this matter further." Li Jie, with an icy demeanor, retorted, "What if I choose not to grant you this favor?" Madame Gao called out to the entrance, "Come in." Two assailants who had kidnapped Mary Walker entered, their demeanor underscored by the watchful presence of Madame Gao's subordinates, who appeared ready to pounce. "Boss." The assailants glared fiercely at Li Jie before bowing to Madame Gao. "Kneel before Mr. Jack," she commanded. Reluctantly, they complied, bowing before Li Jie. In the next moment, with a swift and silent motion, Madame Gao unsheathed a sword concealed within her cane, plunging it into the hearts of the two men. With a smile, she turned to Li Jie and inquired, "Jack, I wonder if this satisfies you?" Li Jie was taken aback, unprepared for the execution that transpired amidst their conversation. Truly, she was a formidable figure, having lived for centuries. Before Li Jie could respond, she continued, "If you remain unsatisfied, I can ensure your contentment." After a moment of contemplation, Li Jie replied, "I can grant you this favor, and in gratitude, I invite you to dine at my establishment tomorrow. Then I shall graciously accept your invitation." Madame Gao agreed. "Madame Mary has already been escorted to her car, and I have prepared a gift for her. Now, allow me to see you out." As the door swung open, the assailants outside, upon witnessing the gruesome scene within, exhibited a dispassionate response, their hostility towards Li Jie dissipating. Mary Walker, having been drugged, showed no signs of awakening. Li Jie was left with no choice but to abandon his dilapidated motorcycle, opting to drive Mary Walker's sports car back to the Chinese restaurant. The old man had finished his meal, yet seemed to linger, as if deliberately awaiting Li Jie's return. "Peter, please assist in taking Mary upstairs," Li Jie instructed. "Huh." Peter Parker's face paled, as if Mary were a venomous serpent he dared not approach. "What are you thinking? Do you not see her condition?" Li Jie firmly patted Peter on the back before approaching the old man. "Are you waiting for me? Can we converse elsewhere?" The old man countered. "Follow me," Li Jie said, leading him through the back door to the alley. Suddenly, the old man swung his cane towards Li Jie. Sensing no malice from him, Li Jie refrained from retaliating, merely sidestepping the attack. The old man's speed intensified as they tangled in the narrow alley, yet no matter how earnestly he tried, he could not lay a finger on Li Jie. At last, Stick voluntarily ceased his assault and spoke. "Matt is not mistaken. In terms of both sensory perception and combat prowess, you surpass him. Though Matt has said nothing, I can sense his profound concern for you, fearing that you may tread a misguided path. Daredevil, I extend my gratitude to you." Li Jie cast a sidelong glance and replied, "Perhaps you should devote more attention to Matt." Stick nodded in agreement, stating, "You are correct. I have indeed neglected Matt of late. I presumed he had matured and could manage his affairs independently, yet it appears that the greater his abilities, the more arrogance he has developed. If there are no other matters at hand, we shall conclude for today." Li Jie was reluctant to squander time with Stick, primarily because he sensed that Mary Walker was on the verge of awakening, and young Spider-Man Peter seemed incapable of managing her. "Have you heard of the Hand?" Stick inquired, increasing his pace of speech. Without awaiting Li Jie's response, he continued, "It is a nefarious organization that has infiltrated this city. I hope you will assist me in combating this menace." "I'm afraid I have no interest," Li Jie replied. "However, I believe you should seek out Matt. He would be willing to assist you." Li Jie firmly rejected Stick's request. Stick, taken aback by Li Jie's direct refusal, furrowed his brow and remarked, "A capable individual should not permit evil to flourish. You ought to wield your abilities to safeguard this city. I can aid you. I'm sorry, but if you wish to assume the role of a mentor, you should approach Matt instead. I have other matters to attend to." With that, Li Jie returned to the dining area and secured the back door. Stick removed his hat and rubbed his scalp, frowning as he lamented, "Today's youth are truly difficult to guide." Chapter 34. The Green Goblin. If Li Jie had returned even a moment later, Mary would have engaged in a confrontation with Peter Parker. The reason being, upon being incapacitated, Mary activated her self-defense mechanism, transitioning from her normal persona to the bloodthirsty Mary. This savage incarnation, reviling all, was indifferent to whether her assailant was Peter Parker. She would not hesitate to strike. The restaurant downstairs would automatically repair any damages. But the upstairs, Li Jie's private residence, would require personal expenditure for repairs if destroyed. In a bid to avert a rampage from the bloodthirsty Mary, Li Jie swiftly placed her in his sports car. Indeed, as soon as she regained consciousness, she erupted into her violent state. She began by scraping against several parked cars while driving and subsequently assaulted a group of ruffians she encountered. Eventually, she found herself in a skirmish with Daredevil. At 9 o'clock in the evening, seeing that there were no patrons, Li Jie allowed Peter Parker to finish his shift and head home. With some idle time on his hands, Li Jie decided to ride his old motorcycle back and take the voracious beast out for a spin. Later, the two of them found a bar, indulging until dawn before returning to the Chinese restaurant to sleep. The sudden vibration of his phone stirred Li Jie from slumber. It was already 10 o'clock. Something felt amiss. Why had Peter Parker arrived later than usual today? An air of confusion enveloped Li Jie, having indulged excessively the previous night. He awoke feeling somewhat queasy and disinclined to eat. Thus, he prepared a bowl of seaweed and shrimp soup. As the warm broth soothed his stomach, Li Jie felt revitalized. The effects of the alcohol dissipating. Meow. The familiar sound of the voracious beast echoed from upstairs. Remembering the creature's inebriated antics filled Li Jie with trepidation. That fellow had swallowed an entire table from the bar. Had Li Jie not acted swiftly and taken the beast away, who could predict the chaos that would have ensued? The voracious beast's tolerance for alcohol was alarmingly low. It seemed he would have to refrain from bringing it along for future outings. Ding dong. At 10:30, Peter Parker finally limped through the doors of the restaurant. "Peter, are you injured?" Li Jie inquired with astonishment. Spider-Man's regenerative abilities were renowned, often compared to Wolverine's. Yet, here was Peter, limping into work, suggesting his injuries were severe, likely his leg had been broken. It was rare for someone to possess the capability to fracture Peter Parker's leg. "Oh, it's nothing. I just had a little mishap while riding my bike," Peter Parker fibbed, then earnestly requested, "Boss, I haven't eaten yet. Could you prepare a serving of golden fried rice for me?" The golden fried rice was known for its analgesic and healing properties. However, Peter Parker was certainly not motivated by this aspect. It was primarily his craving that drove the request. "I'll prepare a trio of dishes for you instead," Li Jie replied. The trio referred to the 3 signature dishes available at the restaurant. Since Peter Parker was indispensable during the lunchtime rush, and while he was unable to assist in other ways, at the very least, Li Jie wanted to ensure that the young man would have a hearty meal. Peter Parker opened his mouth. Li Jie understood that the young spider was concerned about his meals for noon and evening, so he remarked, "The 3-course meal is on me. Your work meal is still pending." "Oh." Peter Parker finally breathed a sigh of relief. Li Jie surmised that the devourer had little appetite that day, which prompted him to generously treat Peter to the 3-course meal. After all, it was merely a couple of $100. Problems solvable by money are not truly problems. Li Jie suddenly realized he was being somewhat extravagant. With no expenses to speak of and earning over $2,000 daily, he had accumulated a considerable sum in savings. Task: Spider-Man Peter has been injured in an attack by the Green Goblin. As the Green Goblin is the father of Peter Parker's close friend, this predicament places Spider-Man in a rather awkward position regarding their relationship. Assisting Spider-Man in resolving this dilemma would unlock a new dish, Osmanthus cake. Ever since the last peculiar case task arose, a taskbar had appeared in Li Jia's system information. The taskbar updates automatically each day or suddenly presents new tasks, like the current one. Completing system tasks allows for the unlocking of new items. Li Jia had previously contemplated the introduction of new dishes, primarily constrained by the size of the Chinese restaurant and staffing issues. Without revealing his own secrets, 3 dishes were already sufficient for the daily operations of the restaurant. Thus far, no one had expressed dissatisfaction with the trio of offerings. Consequently, Li Jia had no intentions of introducing new items and had not pursued the system tasks. However, the sudden emergence of this task made Li Jia hesitate. It had been quite some time since he had savored osmanthus cake, which would undoubtedly be exquisite if produced by the system. No, it was primarily due to Peter Parker. After spending considerable time together, Li Jia and Peter Parker had become friends. When a friend is in distress, how could one refrain from offering assistance? Furthermore, Peter Parker was the only employee in the establishment. Any misfortune that befell him would directly impact the restaurant's operations. Therefore, helping was imperative. Li Jia glanced back at the dejected Peter Parker, fully aware that the young spider's psychological burdens far outweighed his physical injuries. "Boss, I'll wash the dishes." After finishing the 3-course meal, Peter Parker felt considerably better, and his leg injury was nearly healed. Suddenly, a honking horn from outside interrupted Peter Parker, and he turned to see his good friend Harry Osborn waving at him from inside a Rolls-Royce. Simultaneously, Norman Osborn, dressed in a meticulously tailored suit, opened the rear door and stepped out, flashing a smile at Peter Parker through the window. Li Jia's heightened senses immediately discerned that Norman Osborn's smile did not stem from a familial joy at seeing a younger relative. Rather, he was already aware of Spider-Man's true identity. Having savagely beaten Peter Parker the previous night, Norman Osborn's visit today carried a hint of a Victor-esque taunt. Peter, Harry Osborn exclaimed with excitement, entirely unaware that his dear friend was none other than Spider-Man. Nor did he know that his father was the Green Goblin. "Your friend?" Lee inquired knowingly. Peter Parker nodded affirmatively, replying, "Indeed, he is my closest companion, Harry. The other is Harry's father, Norman Osborn, the head of Oscorp." "Peter, I never imagined you had such a wealthy employer." Lee couldn't resist teasing. Peter Parker managed a wry smile, internally grappling with how to navigate the relationship between his friend and the Green Goblin. Just then, Harry Osborn burst through the door, enveloping Peter Parker in a warm embrace. "Peter, it has been quite a while since I last saw you. What have you been busy with lately?" Peter Parker jested, "I don't have a wealthy boss like you. I've been occupied with working to earn a living." "Peter, you are a brilliant scholar. How can you be working in such a small Chinese restaurant?" Harry Osborn protested on behalf of his friend. He then turned to Norman Osborn, exclaiming, "Dad, didn't you promise to offer Peter a job?" "Peter, Harry has mentioned this to me more than once," Norman Osborn said with a smile, feigning an air of concern for the younger generation. "I know you are quite fond of various experiments, and as long as you are willing, you can come work in my laboratory anytime." "Mr. Osborn, I truly appreciate it. However, I already have a very good job, and I genuinely enjoy my current work," Peter Parker replied, forcing a smile and striving to appear as he always had. "By the way, Harry, what would you like to eat?" Being somewhat oblivious, Harry Osborn had yet to uncover the secrets of his closest companions. "Peter, it is entirely up to you," he said. "Let us have 2 servings of the 3-piece set. It's our restaurant's signature dish," Peter Parker suggested. "All right, I'll follow your lead. Let us have 2 servings of the 3-piece set," Harry Osborn agreed. As more customers arrived, Peter Parker went to attend to them while Lee busied himself in the kitchen. After Harry Osborn sat down, he turned to Norman Osborn and said, "Dad, please reserve the laboratory job for Peter. I assure you, he is an exceptional talent, and I will certainly persuade him to work for you." "Harry, as long as you are happy, that is all that matters," Norman Osborn nodded in response. Moments later, Peter Parker returned with 2 servings of the 3-piece set for the Osborn father and son. "Mr. Osborn, Harry, please enjoy your meal. If you need anything, just call for me." "Very well, Harry, you may continue with your tasks," Norman Osborn replied, while Harry Osborn, though acknowledging the statement, felt a lingering sense of injustice regarding Peter's employment. "Come on, Dad, you must try this. The Chinese cuisine here is truly exceptional," Harry Osborn exclaimed excitedly after tasting the golden fried rice. Norman Osborn primarily came here to flaunt his superiority over Peter Parker and held little hope for the fare at this humble eatery. However, upon tasting a dish, a smile instantly graced his lips. "Harry, you were right. The cuisine here far surpasses that of any five-star establishment." In the kitchen, congratulations were in order for the host, who had just earned the Green Goblin's approval. No new skills were unlocked. Li Jie felt no disappointment. This was anticipated. The Green Goblin, a formidable adversary of Spider-Man, appeared quite impressive. Yet, in reality, his extraordinary strength, speed, and reflexes stemmed from the super soldier serum he had ingested. Comparatively, however, he paled in comparison to Li Jie. Furthermore, the Green Goblin possessed remarkable regenerative abilities, capable of self-repairing his bodily injuries. While this skill seemed formidable, it was not on par with the Hulk's brute strength. As for the Green Goblin's technological gadgets, such as his glider and pumpkin bombs, they were utterly eclipsed by Iron Man's arc reactor. Consequently, Li Jie could not unlock new skills from him, merely acquiring a measure of acknowledgement. While busy in the kitchen, Li Jie pondered how to complete the Green Goblin mission. The task assigned by the system was to assist young Spider-Man, Peter, in resolving his troubles concerning the Green Goblin. Simply eliminating the Green Goblin would be overly simplistic and crude. The source of Peter Parker's distress lay in his relationship with Harry. To address this dilemma, Harry Osborn must first be made aware that his father is the Green Goblin. How could Li Jie convince Harry of this truth? Directly revealing it would undoubtedly be futile. Harry would never believe him. Thus, the only recourse was to ensure that Harry witnessed the truth with his own eyes. Additionally, obtaining incriminating evidence against the Green Goblin was essential for his apprehension. "Boss, Mr. Norman and Harry have finished their meal and would like to express their gratitude in person," Peter Parker informed the somewhat distracted Li Jie. "Oh, just a moment," Li Jie replied, tidying up before approaching the Osborn patriarch. Norman Osborn, exhibiting remarkable decorum, remarked, "Jack, your culinary creations are simply exquisite. I had intended to take some home, but Peter informed me that each person is limited to one dish per day. Indeed, that is the establishment's policy, designed to ensure that every patron can savor the delicacies on offer," Li Jie acknowledged, noting the resentment concealed within the depths of Norman Osborn's eyes. He could even discern the man's inner thoughts. "Enough. I am Norman Osborn, the Green Goblin. How dare you compare me to those lowly individuals? Just wait. I shall bring ruin to this place. What a pity. I hope to enjoy your dishes again in the future," Norman Osborn said with a beaming smile, masking the darkness and malevolence that lay beneath. "Harry, let us depart. Peter, please reconsider the opportunity to work in my father's laboratory. I shall come to see you when time permits," Harry Osborn advised as he took his leave. The midday ambience remains vibrant. Today, with no restrictions on entry for non-reserved guests, all but 10 meticulously prepared sets were sold. "Peter, I can see you are unwell today. You need not come in this evening. Take some time to rest at home. Oh, here is your meal. Take it with you." As the midday closure approached, Li Jie prepared another set for Peter Parker. In truth, Peter's injuries had completely healed, yet his spirits were somewhat dampened. Li Jie granted him leave not only for recuperation, but also due to the looming presence of the Green Goblin. His heightened senses indicated that the Green Goblin might seek vengeance at the restaurant that evening. Keeping Peter Parker tethered here would hinder his ability to don the mantle of Spider-Man. Thus, Li Jie was facilitating not only Peter's respite, but also his own. The symbiote was still languishing from its prolonged stupor, reluctant to move. Li Jie had placed some milk beside it and left it at that. "Who drinks so much? Remember this for the future." That night, Madame Gao arrived as anticipated, accompanied only by her driver. Li Jie sensed the surroundings with his heightened abilities and detected no hidden threats, indicating Madame Gao's genuine intent. "Jack, I apologize for the intrusion. These are some delicacies I prepared myself. I hope you find them to your liking." Madame Gao placed an exquisite and classic assortment on the table. The box contained the 8 treasures of Luoyang, crispy treats, golden dates, and egg yolk pastries, which are seldom seen even in Chinatown. Li Jie sampled a piece of honeyed pastry. Delectable. The ingredients were of the highest quality. Madame Gao had clearly devoted considerable effort to this meeting. Chapter 35. The revelation of the Green Goblin's identity. Lady Gao has lived for 4 centuries, and throughout this extensive passage of time, she has encountered innumerable experiences and savored a plethora of culinary delights. At her advanced age, the allure of gourmet food has significantly diminished. This is precisely why she has never frequented a Chinese restaurant before. When Li Jie presented the trio of dishes before her, even the enticing aroma failed to ignite her appetite. Out of courtesy, she merely sampled a spoonful of the seaweed and shrimp soup. Upon tasting the broth, her expression shifted, rekindling her desire for exquisite cuisine. Long ago, when I was still in China, I had the fortune of enjoying a soup crafted by the imperial chef. It was painstakingly simmered for days using an array of hundreds of ingredients. Yet it was merely adequate, Lady Gao remarked with a smile. Li Jie chuckled in response. Although he had not unlocked any skills when the old man appeared, he unexpectedly discovered the ability of telekinesis through Lady Gao. You might want to try the other 2 dishes. I dare say they will not disappoint, Li Jie suggested. Lady Gao lightly tapped her forehead. Indeed, the subsequent dishes exceeded her expectations, and she ultimately finished all 3, which was quite remarkable for someone of her age. I apologize for my indulgence, she said, producing a homemade digestive tablet and swallowing it. Li Jie had accomplished his objective in inviting her, and noticing her hesitation, he inquired, "Please, feel free to speak your mind." Lady Gao then expressed, "I am aware that the old man sought you out last night. May I boldly inquire about his purpose for visiting?" Li Jie candidly replied, "He wishes for my assistance in dealing with the hand." Upon hearing this, a hint of concern crossed Lady Gao's features. "May I ask what your decision is?" Li Jie responded, "If I were to acquiesce to his request, do you believe you would still be able to enjoy your meal here?" With urgency, Lady Gao rose and bowed, saying, "Thank you. Should there come a day when I may be of service, please do not hesitate to ask." She then added, "In fact, I do have a small favor to request of you." Li Jie suddenly recalled the Green Goblin. Initially, he had intended to play the role of a paparazzo after Lady Gao departed, armed with a camera to capture evidence of Norman Osborn's criminal activities. Her words served as a timely reminder. "Ninjas are ideally suited for such tasks," he replied respectfully. Li Jie proceeded to inform Lady Gao of his intention to gather evidence against the Green Goblin. The identity of the Green Goblin had been shrouded in mystery, but upon revealing to Lady Gao that he was, in fact, Norman Osborn, the matter became considerably simpler. "Rest assured, I will provide you with updates within 3 days," she assured him before bowing once more and leaving the restaurant. With nothing pressing on his agenda, Li Jie chose to remain in the Chinese restaurant, awaiting the Green Goblin's arrival. As he anticipated, not long after Lady Gao's departure, the young Spider-Man, Peter, appeared on a rooftop near the restaurant, having changed into his suit. With the emergence of the little spider, Daredevil began to take notice of the happenings in the vicinity. Business was virtually non-existent at night. Aside from Madame Gao, there were merely 2 patrons present. These individuals belonged to the Hell's Kitchen gang, yet upon entering the Chinese restaurant, they behaved as docile as students. After finishing their meal, they departed hastily. It was not until 10 o'clock in the evening that Norman Osborn, clad in his Green Goblin attire, made his entrance, gliding above the restaurant on his glider. "Ha ha ha." Norman Osborn let out a maniacal laugh as he casually tossed 2 pumpkin bombs, intending to obliterate the establishment. Whoosh whoosh. 2 clouds of white mist enveloped the thrown pumpkin bombs and pulled them back, causing them to explode beside Norman Osborn. Oscorp had numerous collaborations with the military. Following Tony Stark's return as Iron Man, the military had long sought to acquire his mech technology. Although Tony Stark had refused to allow his inventions to be used for warfare, he, out of friendship, gifted his comrade Colonel James a suit of armor. After obtaining this suit, the military attempted to reverse engineer it in hopes of creating more armors for combat. Ultimately, they discovered that the arc reactor, the core of the suit, was utterly indecipherable. Thus, they shifted their strategy, modifying the suit by adding an array of weaponry, and named this new creation the War Machine. Norman Osborn and his Oscorp joined this clandestine project as well. Like others, while Norman Osborn could not decipher the arc reactor, he drew considerable inspiration from the War Machine. For instance, his current Green Goblin suit largely emulated Iron Man. The Green Goblin armor possessed formidable bulletproof capabilities, even when the two pumpkin bombs detonated nearby. Norman Osborn remained unscathed within his armor. Damn, Spider, today I shall end you. After Peter Parker thwarted his plans, Norman Osborn turned his attention toward pursuing Spider-Man. Peter Parker quickly maneuvered to lead Norman Osborn to an isolated area for their confrontation. Knowing that the Green Goblin was the father of his friend Harry Osborn, and adhering to his principle of not killing, Peter Parker found the battle arduous. In stark contrast, Norman Osborn, transformed into the Green Goblin, had lost all rationality. Despite recognizing that the individual before him was his son's friend, he showed no mercy, unleashing a torrent of firepower aimed at killing Peter Parker. Soon, Spider-Man was battered and bruised, his mask partially destroyed by the explosions. Just as Peter Parker was on the brink of collapse, Daredevil, who had been monitoring the situation, emerged to join the fray. The Green Goblin found himself overwhelmed, facing two superheroes, and quickly began to falter. Realizing that his plans for the day would not come to fruition, the Green Goblin spat a harsh remark before retreating. In the shadows, ninjas from the Hand had captured footage of the battle and trailed after the Green Goblin as he fled. Although Li Jie did not directly participate in the skirmish, he had been utilizing his super senses to keep a constant watch on the unfolding events. Had Daredevil not made his appearance, Li Jie would have lent his assistance. Indeed, young Spider-Man has been quite diligent. Tomorrow, he shall need an extra chicken leg. Li Jie was thoroughly pleased with Peter Parker's performance. Meow. The Devourer of Worlds has finally revived, bounding down from the second floor with milk still clinging to its lips. It appears you will be unable to enjoy the delicacies from the restaurant today. Perhaps we should dine out instead. Li Jie had exhausted both his employee meal and purchasing power for the day, unable to prepare a meal for the Devourer. Tell me what you desire, and I shall take you there. Afterward, we can find a place to revel for a while. Upon hearing the word revel, the Devourer hesitated slightly, yet soon took confident strides forward. Blast! Is it merely drinking? Who is afraid of whom? Witnessing the Devourer's expression, Li Jie couldn't help but chuckle, pondering that if the Avengers did not return soon, this feline might just go astray. Learning from the previous night's experience, Li Jie was cautious not to allow the Devourer to indulge too much. However, it became evident that the Devourer's penchant for drink was insatiable, and upon reaching the right amount, it began to act quite foolishly. The creature dashed into the alley, causing quite a ruckus among a group of stray cats. Returning to the restaurant at dawn with a tipsy gait, Li Jie disdainfully tossed the Devourer into the restroom. 2 days later, Madame Gao sought out Li Jie. Apart from her desire to savor the culinary delights of the restaurant, she personally handed over the criminal evidence that the ninjas had gathered over the past 2 days. Ever since that night when the Green Goblin was soundly thrashed by Spider-Man and Daredevil, he had been seething with rage. That very night, he emerged to commit gruesome acts against a prostitute and a homeless man. The following night, the Green Goblin escalated his violence, taking the lives of innocent bystanders. All these murder scenes were meticulously documented by the ninjas. Moreover, they had infiltrated Norman Osborn's mansion, discovering a hidden laboratory and capturing footage of the transformation between Norman Osborn and the Green Goblin. With this evidence, Norman Osborn would find it difficult to evade accountability. Even Li Jie found himself somewhat impressed by the ninjas' methods. Should they choose to abandon their criminal endeavors for a career in journalism, they would undoubtedly excel. I am curious. How do you plan to utilize this information? Will you hand it over to the police, or seize the opportunity to extort Osborn? Hand it to the police? Li Jie had no intention of doing so, for there were no Jim Gordons in New York City. Submitting this evidence to the authorities would be akin to returning it directly to Norman Osborn. Madame Gao, do you not think you are speaking rather too freely? Li Jie inquired coldly. My apologies. It is the exquisite food here that has caused me to overlook certain important matters, Madame Gao replied, her heart fluttering. If there are no further instructions, I shall take my leave. Li Jie resolved to make the most of the materials in his possession. Initially, A computer was procured to amalgamate the information at hand, followed by an infiltration of Harry Osborn's device to obtain his social media account credentials. Subsequently, this information was disseminated under the guise of Harry Osborn. Thus unfolded a tragic tale of betrayal. As evidence of the Green Goblin's misdeeds circulated online, Norman Osborn was convening in a meeting room of Oscorp. Within the hall, incessant mobile notifications echoed, causing attendees to cast frightened glances toward Norman Osborn. Initially perplexed, Norman's confusion transformed into alarm as he beheld the incriminating evidence of the Green Goblin online. "Harry!" he bellowed in fury, his rationality slipping away as he rushed out impulsively. Unbeknownst to him, Harry Osborn was preoccupied in a different scenario, entangled with a lady in a moment of intimacy. Upon witnessing the abrupt entrance of the Green Goblin, the woman screamed in terror, only to be met with a brutal demise at the hands of the goblin. Faced with the tragic fate of his companion, Harry Osborn was paralyzed with fear, trembling as he pleaded, "No, don't come closer. Harry, why have you betrayed me?" Norman Osborn interrogated directly. Harry, bewildered, retorted, "Betrayed? I do not comprehend your words. What? Are you still feigning ignorance?" Norman Osborn hoisted his son into the air with one hand. Peter Parker, upon discovering the Green Goblin's criminal evidence online, rushed to the scene, fortuitously arriving just in time to witness Harry Osborn being lifted. Believing the goblin intended to harm Harry, he broke through the window without hesitation. "Mr. Osborn, stop. Please, calm down. He is Harry, your son," Peter Parker exclaimed, anxiety lacing his voice. What did you say?" A bewildered Harry Osborn turned to Spider-Man and then back to the Green Goblin, forcing a smile as he questioned, "What a jest. How could he possibly be my father?" "Harry, he indeed is Mr. Osborn," Peter reiterated. "Wait, you were unaware that the Green Goblin is Mr. Osborn? The posts on social media were not authored by you?" Peter, astute as ever, swiftly grasped the underlying issues at play. Harry Osborn, brow furrowed, fixated on the Green Goblin, incredulously inquired, "Are you truly my father?" Yet, Norman Osborn remained unhinged, assuming his son was merely acting, and declared, "Indeed, I am your father. Harry, you have utterly disappointed me by betraying me for a stranger." Pausing momentarily, he turned to Spider-Man, exclaiming, "Peter Parker, is it your intention to incite a rift between father and son?" "Mr. Osborn, that is not my intention. I never meant to." Peter attempted to clarify, but before he could finish, the Green Goblin flung Harry Osborn towards him. Peter hurriedly caught Harry and placed him gently on the ground, asking, "Harry, are you unharmed?" Harry Osborn furrowed his brow even tighter, fixating on Spider-Man and inquiring, "Are you Peter Parker? Peter, meet your demise." The Green Goblin launched an assault. Peter Parker hastily seized Harry Osborn and leaped from the window, scaling the rooftop to set him down, stating, "Harry, I shall explain everything later. For now, I must confront Norman. The Green Goblin." Harry Osborn watched in disbelief as his friend battled his own father. Meanwhile, Ligia concealed himself a street away, employing his heightened senses to monitor the clash between Spider-Man and the Green Goblin. Should the need arise, Ligia would intervene to assist Peter. However, given the current circumstances, Peter Parker appeared more than capable of handling the Green Goblin without the weight of his burdens. When Peter Parker's identity was unveiled before Harry Osborn, everything fell into place. Ligia's mission was also accomplished, successfully unlocking a delicacy, osmanthus cake. Suddenly, the wailing of police sirens echoed from below. As evidence of the Green Goblin's crimes circulated online, the police were compelled to intervene, launching a pursuit of Norman Osborn with astonishing speed. "Damn it, you think you can catch me? Go to hell." The Green Goblin snarled while entangled with Spider-Man, hurling 2 pumpkin bombs downward. "Watch out." Spider-Man, concerned for the safety of innocents, swiftly pursued the bombs, deploying his webs to catch them. "Hee hee." The Green Goblin cackled, seizing the opportunity to flee. Boom, boom. 2 explosions erupted, sending Spider-Man crashing against the wall from the force of the blast. Chapter 36. The gesture is quite grand as Li Jie contemplated how to apprehend the Green Goblin. A motorcycle sped towards him. The rider, clad in a sleek black leather jacket, boasted remarkably muscular arms, and bore a metallic bow slung across his back alongside a quiver brimming with arrows. It was Hawkeye, the flamboyant partner of Black Widow. His presence here was not intended to confront the Green Goblin. Rather, he was merely passing by. Upon witnessing the Green Goblin's attempt to flee, Hawkeye swiftly reached for his bow, retrieving an arrow from his quiver and launching it into the air, all while maintaining the momentum of his motorcycle. As the arrow soared, Hawkeye leaned forward to grasp the motorcycle handlebars, deftly maneuvering a turn before vanishing into the night. The arrow whistled through the air, embedding itself with a thud into the goblin's armor. Although the formidable armor remained largely intact, the Green Goblin scoffed disdainfully, grasping the arrow in an attempt to dislodge it, only to be met with a jolt of electricity. Instantly, he became incapacitated, plummeting from the sky. Seeing this, Spider-Man hurriedly shot a web to ensnare the Green Goblin, gently placing the unconscious villain on the ground. The police surged forward, stripping the Green Goblin of his armor before apprehending Norman Osborn. Watching Hawkeye disappear, Lee Jia muttered under his breath, "Show off." With just a single arrow, he had neutralized the Green Goblin, demonstrating a remarkable confidence in his archery skills. The sight of Hawkeye triggered thoughts of another wealthy archer, Green Arrow. Regardless of who possessed superior archery skills, there was one arena where Hawkeye could never compete with Green Arrow: the latter's financial prowess. As Spider-Man observed the police handling the Green Goblin, he glanced up to see his friend Harry Osborn glaring at him from the window, his expression rife with resentment. After a moment's hesitation, Peter Parker resolved to leave, intending to explain himself to his friend when the opportunity arose. Meanwhile, as Peter Parker lamented over his friend's plight, Lee Jia had returned to the Chinese restaurant, where he crafted a new delicacy, osmanthus cake. A delicate white confection, measuring a mere 3 centimeters in height and 6 centimeters in length, was elegantly arranged on a plate, exuding a subtle fragrance of osmanthus that tantalized the senses. Lee Jia took a spoonful, savoring 1/5 of the cake. The rich aroma of osmanthus enveloped him. It was not overly sweet, yet it imparted an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. What is happiness? Happiness is the ability to relish a bite of osmanthus cake. Sugar can alleviate anxiety and unease, and consuming a slice of osmanthus cake allows one to forget all worries. Upon glancing at the menu's price, he was astonished to find that a portion of osmanthus cake commanded a staggering $100 for such a small piece. However, in comparison to the $50 seaweed and shrimp soup, Lee Jia deemed the $100 osmanthus cake not exorbitant, perhaps even a worthy investment. After all, it was a culinary masterpiece capable of dispelling one's troubles. If ever faced with discontent, one need only indulge in a serving of osmanthus cake to resolve all predicaments. If you find joy in small things, then savoring a piece of osmanthus cake might just make you feel like the happiest person in the world. The adorable creature, a gluttonous beast, was drawn in by the enticing aroma, squatting before Lee Jia and licking its tongue in a charmingly solicitous manner. Such a little glutton. Lee Jia rolled his eyes and offered the remaining third of the osmanthus cake to the creature. After a restful night, Peter Parker arrived punctually for work the next day, though he did so without breakfast, appearing rather lackluster. He sat quietly in a corner, lost in thought, not even clamoring for fried rice or noodles. The previous evening, upon returning home, Peter had called Harry Osborn but received no answer. He sent a message to explain, yet was met with silence. Deep down, Peter understood that Norman Osborn had been apprehended, and with the evidence stacked against him, a conviction was inevitable. His friend Harry would undoubtedly place the blame squarely on his shoulders. With a gentle thud, Lee Jia placed the osmanthus cake before Peter Parker. "Boss," Peter said, standing nervously as he explained, "I didn't mean to be lazy. I'm just feeling a bit under the weather." Lee Jia playfully pressed Peter back into his chair. Chuckling, "Peter, you are truly fortunate. This is a new item from our menu. You must try it." "Oh, all right." Peter instinctively glanced at the menu on the wall to confirm the price. For such a small slice, $100? Well, I suppose I should be accustomed to such prices. A fleeting sense of disappointment washed over him. It seemed as though all the patrons dining at the establishment had achieved financial freedom, spending lavishly without a second thought, while he was the only one preoccupied with costs. Am I truly the only impoverished soul in this world? As he took a bite of the osmanthus cake, a radiant smile broke across Peter's face. How does it taste? Li Jie inquired. Boss, this osmanthus cake is absolutely delicious. Peter responded joyfully, as if all his troubles had vanished in an instant. If it's delicious, then eat up quickly. Focus on your work afterward, and don't let me catch you slacking off again, Li Jie instructed. Meanwhile, the gluttonous beast licked its plate, emitting a sound of protest, obediently sitting there. Li Jie had prepared 2 pieces of osmanthus cake, one for Peter and the other for the creature. In the blink of an eye, the gluttonous beast had devoured its share. Li Jie shot it an exasperated glance, saying, "Don't look at me with those pitiable eyes. Your breakfast is already finished." He then poured a bowl of milk for the creature, adding, "If you're still hungry, have this." The gluttonous beast protested with a mewling sound. Li Jie proceeded to prepare himself a portion of fried rice, accompanied by a seaweed and shrimp soup for breakfast. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door to the shop was kicked open, even before business hours. A disheveled figure, eyes bloodshot and reeking of alcohol, stumbled inside. "Harry!" Peter Parker exclaimed in astonishment. Harry Osborn appears to be in a precarious state. Upon seeing Peter Parker, he brandishes a handgun and charges forth. "Peter, you harm my father and shatter my family. I will kill you." The barrel of the gun pressed against Peter Parker's head, yet he remains remarkably composed. Letting out a sigh, "Harry, if this will offer you some solace, then pull the trigger. Do you think I would flinch?" "Peter, I am going to kill you." Harry Osborn's emotions spiral out of control, but just as he is about to pull the trigger, he realizes the gun has vanished from his grasp. Enhanced senses alert Lee to the fact that Harry Osborn is genuinely intent on firing. While the oblivious Peter Parker shows no inclination to evade, Lee is uncertain whether a gunshot would spell doom for Spider-Man. Yet he is on the brink of opening his restaurant. As a proprietor of a Chinese eatery, Lee cannot permit such a bloody scene to unfold within his establishment. He seizes the weapon from Harry Osborn, admonishing, "Hey, kid, if you're here to dine, you are most welcome. But if your intention is to commit murder, you've come to the wrong place. I offer you 2 choices. Either leave on your own accord, or I shall throw you out." Harry Osborn glances at the imposing Lee, then at Peter Parker, contemplating that even with a gun in hand, he may not succeed in slaying Spider-Man. After a moment of internal deliberation, he forcefully shoves Peter Parker away. "Peter, from this moment forth, we are no longer friends. Mark my words, this matter is far from over." With that, Harry Osborn storms off, his fury palpable. "Kid, take your trash with you," Lee exclaims, hurling the gun out as the door swings open. Harry Osborn hastily retrieves the weapon and retreats in disarray. "Boss, I apologize for the trouble," Peter Parker expresses with a look of regret. Having indulged in osmanthus cake, he finds himself less disheartened than before in the face of a friend's gun threat. "If there's nothing else, gather your spirits and prepare for business," Lee instructs. "Yes," Peter Parker replies, invigorated. As the midday service concludes, Peter Parker leaves with an exuberance reminiscent of a caffeine rush. Beyond his role at the Chinese restaurant, he also has a part-time position at a newspaper. After fulfilling his duties at the restaurant, he often directs and captures photographs of Spider-Man to submit for publication. In the evening, King returns with Vanessa to dine at the restaurant once more. Just as they settle at their table, a black Cadillac SUV halts at the entrance. This vehicle belongs to the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., its true capabilities far exceeding its seemingly innocuous appearance, equipped with an array of high-tech apparatuses, even capable of withstanding an assault from Iron Fist missiles. The driver's side door swings open, and emerging is not Nick Fury, but rather the flamboyant Hawkeye, who had previously brought the Green Goblin crashing down from the skies, albeit today adorned in a sharp suit. Upon disembarking, Hawkeye instinctively tugged at his collar, his vigilant eyes surveying the surroundings, quickly spotting Jean Bing seated within the Chinese restaurant. He turned to Nick Fury, who was resting in the back seat, and remarked that his bodyguards were lurking nearby. "No need to be so tense. We are here to dine, not to engage in combat. Nick Fury stated as he opened the door to exit the vehicle. With a decisive thud, Hawkeye closed the car door and once again adjusted his collar, complaining, "Whoever invented this attire deserves to be condemned to hell." "Hawkeye, mind your manners," Nick Fury admonished. Hawkeye shot him a glance, retorting, "Had it not been for Dr. Banner and Natasha's enthusiastic endorsements of this place, and your insistence on treating me, I swear I would never don such an outfit. Since we are here, let us not dwell on grievances. Let's hurry. If they run out of food, you cannot blame me," Nick Fury urged. A chime rang from the door. Jean Bing merely glanced over, feigning ignorance, and continued his jovial conversation with Vanessa. Nick Fury also pretended not to notice Jean Bing and chose a secluded spot to sit with Hawkeye. Following the recommendation of young Peter Parker, the two ordered the restaurant's new four-course meal. Hawkeye glanced at the menu hanging on the wall and muttered, "The prices here are exorbitant. I would never indulge in such a meal if I were paying out of pocket." As a warrior and a top-tier agent capable of adapting to any complex environment, Hawkeye's culinary standards were solely about satiation. If necessary, he could unhesitatingly consume decayed animal carcasses, driven by a singular purpose: survival. As he had previously stated, their visit was prompted by Dr. Banner and Natasha's fervent recommendations, compounded by Nick Fury's willingness to treat. Soon, the first dish, golden fried rice, was presented. "Is this all?" Hawkeye grumbled, his stomach already growling with hunger, before eagerly shoveling a spoonful into his mouth, instantly rendered speechless. In contrast, Nick Fury was not in a rush. For him, dining at the Chinese restaurant was secondary to the primary objective of meeting Li Jie in person. The sight of luminous fried rice captivated Nick Fury, prompting him to whip out his phone for a photograph, followed by a selfie with the golden dish. Just as he was about to post the picture on social media, he noticed Hawkeye's expression and inquired, "What's the matter? Not to your liking?" Hawkeye wiped away a tear from his glistening eyes and choked out, "No, it is simply exquisite. Nick, I have suddenly realized how wasteful I have been in the past, a profound disrespect towards food." "That sounds exaggerated," Nick Fury replied, taking a bite of the golden fried rice, then clearing his throat to say, "My apologies, I retract that previous statement." Hawkeye cast a glance towards the kitchen and lowered his voice, saying, "Nick, even if you cannot persuade him to join SHIELD, you could at least find a way to invite him back to cook for us. I assure you, if he were our chef, I would relish every meal." Upon hearing this, Li Jie rolled his eyes and muttered to himself, "Two mere novices, lacking even the skills to be unlocked, think they can have me as their private chef? Are they dreaming?" Indeed, while Nick Fury and Hawkeye possessed remarkable talents in their respective fields, they regrettably could not bestow any new unlockable skills upon Li Jie. In this regard, they were even inferior to Kingpin, who had at least offered Li Jie combat skills. Suddenly, a loud thud resonated from outside the Chinese restaurant, as if a heavy object had struck the ground. A figure clad in a trench coat, possessing long hair reminiscent of a golden lion, tumbled down from above, shattering the concrete floor upon impact. Upon landing, the man sprang back to his feet, clutching his abdomen beneath his coat, and scanned the surroundings with heightened alertness. With a swift motion, he dashed towards the Chinese restaurant. Li Jie felt a slight tension in his brow. Judging by the man's demeanor, he was determined to crash through the restaurant's entrance. With a gentle push of his hand, he activated the telekinesis skill he had unlocked from Madame Gao. At the moment the man collided with the door, it swung open inwardly. Thud! The man was momentarily taken aback, and upon rushing into the restaurant, he lost control and tumbled, rolling to a halt before Peter Parker. Spider-Man. This entrance was rather grand. Chapter 37. The Hidden Rules of the Chinese Restaurant. "Sir, may I assist you with anything?" Peter Parker hesitated for a moment before choosing to fulfill his duty as a waiter. "Get lost," the saber-tooth snarled as he shoved Peter Parker aside. However, Peter's spider sense had already detected the impending danger, allowing him to retreat just in time. The saber-tooth stumbled, unaware that the young man before him was Spider-Man, believing instead that it was merely an unfortunate accident. After regaining his footing, the saber-tooth glanced back hurriedly before dashing toward the kitchen with all his might. Bang! Before the saber-tooth could enter, a spoon flew out of the kitchen and struck him squarely in the face, sending him sprawling to the ground, utterly unprepared for the assault. Upon witnessing this, Kingpin furrowed his brow, realizing that the spoon in his hand had deformed from excessive pressure. Yet, upon seeing Vanessa, a smile returned to Kingpin's face as he relaxed his grip. He did not wish to bring danger to her, and inquired, "Have you eaten enough?" Vanessa nodded. "Then let us prepare to leave," Kingpin declared. Meanwhile, Hawkeye, upon spotting the saber-tooth, instinctively wanted to intervene, only to be restrained by Nick Fury's shake of the head. Nick sought to observe Li Jie's capabilities instead. Clad in a chef's uniform, Li Jie emerged from the kitchen and smiled at the saber-tooth, who lay on the ground. "I apologize. This is a restricted area. Entry is not permitted." "You bastard." The saber-tooth cursed, still on the ground as he looked back. Just then, a figure with a buzz cut descended from above, landing precisely where the saber-tooth had just been struck. Glancing around, the figure made his way toward the Chinese restaurant. "It's Wolverine," Hawkeye murmured. Nick Fury tapped his forehead lightly, choosing to observe the unfolding situation. Wolverine, with a half-burnt cigar clenched between his teeth, fixed his gaze on the saber-tooth through the restaurant window. Both the saber-tooth and Wolverine possessed similar abilities, including self-healing and longevity. In the past, the saber-tooth had superior strength, speed, perception, and awareness compared to Wolverine, which allowed him to dominate their confrontations. However, after Wolverine was enhanced with adamantium, the tables had turned. Once, the saber-tooth had been Wolverine's ally, and together they had accomplished numerous missions. Their camaraderie shattered, however, when the saber-tooth killed Wolverine's beloved, turning them into sworn enemies. Drip. A drop of blood fell from the saber-tooth, unnoticed by him, but observed by Li Jie long before he had entered the restaurant. The saber-tooth had lost his healing abilities, a factor that instilled fear in him regarding Wolverine, as he dreaded the possibility of meeting his demise at Wolverine's hands. Clang. Wolverine pushed through the door, not directly approaching the saber-tooth, but first glancing at Nick Fury, Hawkeye, and Kingpin. Exhaling a plume of smoke, Wolverine's voice was low and gravelly as he declared, "Anyone who dares to stop me from taking down this bastard saber-tooth today will face my full wrath." The saber-toothed tiger, preoccupied with escaping danger, suddenly recognized several individuals within the restaurant and dashed towards Nick Fury. "Did you not wish to invite me to join SHIELD? I accept. Now quickly take me away." Nick Fury's expression tightened. He had indeed extended an invitation to the saber-toothed tiger previously, but it had been declined. To offend the far more formidable Wolverine for the sake of one saber-toothed tiger seemed rather unwise. Furthermore, Nick Fury was keen to observe how Li Jie would address the situation, so he donned a smile and replied, "Victor, I'm afraid today is not feasible, as I came to this Chinese restaurant to savor its culinary delights. If you have been attentive to social media lately, you would know that Hell's Kitchen is undoubtedly the most popular establishment. Moreover, I can assure you that the food here is exceptionally delicious. Therefore, I advise you to sit down and place your order." Li Jie scoffed inwardly. Nick Fury had been rather blunt, shifting the responsibility onto him to provide sanctuary for the saber-toothed tiger. Place an order? The saber-toothed tiger was equally bewildered. Was this truly the time to indulge in a meal? "Yes, place an order. I suggest you order everything on the menu," Nick Fury indicated, directing his gaze towards the menu on the wall. "So expensive?" The saber-toothed tiger's immediate reaction was disbelief. A roadside stall in Hell's Kitchen should not command such high prices. However, it soon dawned on him. With the director of SHIELD and the most prominent gang leader in New York present in this modest eatery, it must possess unique qualities. The memories of earlier altercations resurfaced in his mind, prompting him to glance instinctively at Li Jie and Peter Parker. "I shall place an order." The saber-toothed tiger seated himself at the table adjacent to Nick Fury, pointing at the menu on the wall. "I want one of everything listed here. Here's the money." Peter Parker stood still, casting a questioning look towards Li Jie. Surely, it was unreasonable to evict customers dining in the restaurant? Li Jie understood that permitting the saber-toothed tiger to dine here could lead to complications, yet the system had issued warnings. First, customers dining in the restaurant could not be expelled. Second, as the owner, Li Jie had an obligation to ensure the safety of his patrons. Peter, collect the payment. Li Jie instructed. Yes, Boss Jian, Peter Parker replied, proceeding to retrieve the money from the table. After a moment's hesitation, he addressed Wolverine. Sir, may I ask if you intend to dine? Wolverine exhaled smoke directly into Peter Parker's face. Get lost, kid. If you don't want to meet your end here. Step aside. Wolverine brandished his claws. That may not be possible. Sir, if you are here to dine, we would be delighted. However, if your intentions lie elsewhere, I must kindly ask you to leave. Young Spider-Man, overflowing with compassion, sought to protect the saber-toothed tiger. To Peter Parker, the bleeding saber-toothed tiger represented a vulnerable being. Kid, if that's the case, don't blame Uncle Wolf for being impolite. Wolverine brandished his claws and lunged towards Peter Parker. His intent was not to inflict harm, but merely to instill fear. However, to Wolverine's astonishment, his strike met with empty air. It appeared that Peter Parker was no ordinary individual. Realizing that Peter Parker posed a formidable challenge, Wolverine cast a fierce glance at Sabretooth, who was patiently awaiting his meal, and declared, I have already stated that anyone who dares to thwart me today shall face death. This time, Wolverine was resolute in his intentions. Peter Parker found himself in a dilemma. Devoid of his spider gear, engaging in combat would expose his true identity. As Peter grappled with his predicament, Wolverine's claws hovered menacingly in the air, refusing to descend. The scene before Wolverine caused a drastic change in his demeanor. He had encountered a similar situation before. In the presence of Magneto, he had found himself utterly powerless, as Magneto, his arch-nemesis, could effortlessly eliminate him. Initially, Wolverine's instinct led him to believe that Magneto was present, but upon glancing around, he realized this was not the case. If Magneto was absent, then it must be a mutant possessing similar abilities. The individual who had halted Wolverine's movements was none other than Li Jie. Though Li Jie lacked Magneto's powers, he had acquired the telekinetic abilities of Madame Hydra. With the continuous enhancement of this power, Li Jie could achieve feats that seemed almost miraculous. Li Jie's telekinetic prowess was not restricted to a specific element, which enabled him to restrain Wolverine effectively. Nick Fury's eyes gleamed with intrigue. The ability to render Wolverine's attacks impotent surpassed his wildest imagination. Is it you? Wolverine finally noticed Li Jie standing behind Spider-Man. Li Jie stepped forward and stated, Sir, regardless of the enmity you harbor towards that gentleman, this Chinese restaurant is a place for culinary enjoyment. Should you wish to sit and dine, you are welcome. However, if you seek trouble, I must kindly ask you to leave. After a brief pause, he added with earnestness, I shall ask you once more. Do you wish to order or to depart? Wolverine glared at Sabretooth, gritting his teeth, and proclaimed, I will kill that bastard. Regrettably, your answer is incorrect. Li Jie extended his hand to open the restaurant door and pushed Wolverine outside. Upon witnessing this, Sabretooth exhaled in relief and cast a smug glance at Wolverine standing at the threshold, then urged, Hey, where's my food? Feeling a sense of ease, he realized he was indeed hungry. Kingpin rose and remarked, Thank you for the delightful meal today. I accidentally broke a spoon earlier. Consider this payment for the damage. After handing the money to Li Jie, Kingpin wrapped his arm around Vanessa's shoulder and departed. As they reached the door, Kingpin paused momentarily beside Wolverine and suggested, You could have enjoyed the meal, you know. Wolverine's expression faltered slightly, but he soon recognized the wisdom in Kingpin's words. Why wait outside for a gust of wind when he could savor a meal inside the restaurant? Wolverine pushed open the door of the Chinese restaurant and entered without waiting for Peter Parker to speak, directly requesting, Please serve me everything on the menu. Certainly, sir. Please have a seat, Peter Parker replied, pulling out a chair for Wolverine. However, Wolverine did not sit down. Instead, he turned and approached Sabretooth, pulling out a chair across from him and glaring menacingly with his arms crossed. Ahem, Sabretooth cleared his throat, and seeing that neither Li Jie nor Spider-Man intervened to stop Wolverine, he reluctantly accepted the awkward situation. The food was served promptly, and since Wolverine was seated opposite him, Sabretooth did not have the inclination to complain about the portion sizes. After consuming a mouthful of the golden fried rice, Sabretooth suddenly felt the long-dormant self-healing factor within him stirring to life. The pain from his wounds seemed to diminish. To verify his suspicion, Sabretooth devoured the remaining golden fried rice in his plate, swallowing it down with minimal chewing. Indeed, signs of revival in his healing factor were evident, and his wounds began to mend. "Boss, I need a few more servings of this golden fried rice. Here is the money," Sabretooth declared grandly, slapping the cash on the table. "I'm sorry, but each dish is limited to 1 serving per person per day. If you wish to have more, please come back early tomorrow," Peter Parker replied. "Damn it, I've never heard of such a thing while dining out," Sabretooth roared, only to remember that in this setting, he had no standing to act so brazenly upon seeing Wolverine across from him. "Understood, I have no further issues," he said, settling down to eat. Seated opposite him, Wolverine simply used the excuse of having a meal to closely observe Sabretooth. Noticing Sabretooth's over-the-top reaction, Wolverine brought the golden fried rice closer, scooping a spoonful into his mouth. "This is absolutely delicious." Meanwhile, the system panel indicated that Li Jie had gained Wolverine's approval, successfully unlocking a 10 reduction in aging skill. "Is this to grant me eternal youth?" Li Jie mused with a smile, just as Peter Parker poked his head out from the pickup window. "Boss, a customer wishes to speak with you. Are we finally getting to the point?" Li Jie emerged from the kitchen, took a seat across from Nick Fury, and inquired, "What would you like to discuss?" Nick Fury produced a business card and handed it over with a confident smile, saying, "I am Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Jack, would you be interested in a job change?" "I'm sorry, but I have no interest in joining S.H.I.E.L.D. Li Jie replied directly. "Isn't it better to be a successful restaurant owner? Why would I want to run errands for S.H.I.E.L.D.? Nick Fury chuckled awkwardly. "Jack, I may not have made myself clear. I am in the process of assembling a formidable team, and those who join will be among the world's top superheroes. If you are willing to join S.H.I.E.L.D., I could consider you for this team." "A formidable team? The Avengers, perhaps?" "I apologize. I believe I have made my disinterest abundantly clear. I have no intention of joining." "Ah, you are welcome to visit again next time." Li Jie once more declined directly. Even though Nick Fury had developed a rather thick skin, he still found it somewhat disconcerting. The remark about visiting again was akin to being ushered out. Nick Fury resolved to exit the Chinese restaurant before further deliberation. In his view, his preparations had been somewhat lacking this time, yet he was certain he could present Li Jie with an irresistible proposition in the future. Please resolve your personal issues first, and then I will reconsider your invitation to join S.H.I.E.L.D. After rising, Nick Fury vented his inner frustrations on Sabretooth. Sabretooth paused momentarily, then lost his composure, slamming his hand on the table and exclaiming, "Damn. If I could resolve my own troubles, why would I even consider joining S.H.I.E.L.D.? Nick Fury, you are abandoning your own kind. Mind your language." Nick Fury replied coldly, stepping before Wolverine and stating, "Once you have dealt with your current predicament, I believe we can sit down and have a conversation." Clearly, Nick Fury had given up on Sabretooth and sought to recruit the more powerful Wolverine instead. Get lost. Wolverine was indifferent to Nick Fury's S.H.I.E.L.D. status and retorted with a curse. "Meow." The beast from the beyond descended from the second floor. Upon sighting the beast, Nick Fury's expression twitched, and he turned to Hawkeye exclaiming, "Let us go?" Hawkeye was puzzled. Why would the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. be afraid of a mere cat? Chapter 38. We are restaurant owners. As soon as Nick Fury entered the vehicle, he dialed Black Widow's number. "Natasha, wherever you are, come to my office immediately." Hawkeye glanced at Nick Fury through the rearview mirror, noticing the grim expression on his face. "Is there anything I can assist you with?" "Just ensure my safe return to the agency," Nick Fury replied, closing his eyes thereafter. Hawkeye mused to himself, could this possibly involve that cat? At S.H.I.E.L.D., Wearing an eye patch and reclining in a chair, Black Widow emitted soft snores as her feet rested on Nick Fury's desk. Even when Nick Fury entered and slammed the door shut, her slumber remained undisturbed. With a deliberate motion, Nick Fury slammed a file down onto the table, finally rousing her from her sleep. "Nick, do you realize that casually canceling someone else's vacation is exceedingly impolite?" Black Widow yawned, adjusting her eye mask to glance at Nick Fury. "Have you lost your mind?" Nick Fury pushed her feet off the desk and sat down, stating, "Natasha, I have a critically important mission for you." A hint of disdain curled at the corners of Black Widow's mouth as she removed the mask and stretched. "Nick, you always say that. If it weren't important, you wouldn't think of me." She inquired, "What is the severity of this issue?" Nick Fury's expression darkened. "Severe enough to threaten the very existence of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick, are you certain you aren't joking with me?" Black Widow finally sat up straight. "Do I seem like I'm jesting?" Nick Fury retorted. She rotated her neck and stretched her head. "I hope that's the case. Now, what exactly is the mission?" Nick Fury activated a holographic projection, revealing the figure of the creature known as the Devourer. "Have you seen this?" Black Widow scrutinized it. "Isn't this the cat from that Chinese restaurant?" "Indeed, it is," Nick confirmed. "Your task is to retrieve it." "No, just monitor it." Nick Fury quickly amended his statement. "Nick, after all this time, the fate of S.H.I.E.L.D. hinges upon this cat?" "Yes, that is correct," Nick Fury affirmed. "All right, I understand. Goodbye." Black Widow rose to leave. "Natasha, you know I have never asked you for anything. Consider this a plea," Nick Fury called out urgently. Black Widow halted, turning back to Nick Fury, her gaze shifting to the Devourer. "It cannot merely be a cat, can it?" Nick Fury, as if pricked by a needle, glared fiercely at the creature, his voice low and grave. "Natasha, do not be deceived by its gentle exterior. It is, in truth, not merely a cat. Its authentic identity is that of a devourer, the most ferocious creature in the cosmos." Black Widow's eyelids fluttered slightly. The most fearsome being in the universe hardly seemed to align with the orange feline before her. Nick Fury suddenly reached up to remove his eye patch, revealing the grotesque scar that marred his eye. "Natasha, behold this. It is a mark inflicted by the Devourer. The damage wrought by the Devourer is irreparable. Neither cosmetic procedures nor modern technology can mend these scars." Black Widow blinked. "I had always assumed you maintained it for an air of intimidation and personality." "I wish that were the case," Fury replied, reapplying the eye patch. "Moreover, there exists a secret that, given your current rank, you should not be privy to. Do you recall the Tesseract?" Black Widow nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, it has gone missing, hasn't it?" Fury spoke gravely. "I have deceived you regarding this matter. The Tesseract has not vanished. It has been consumed by the Devourer. For years, I have been covertly searching for its whereabouts, only to discover it hiding in a Chinese restaurant. So, you wish for me to retrieve it from the restaurant and recover the Tesseract from its clutches?" Fury sighed in resignation. "If it were feasible, that is indeed my hope. However, based on the data I have amassed over the years, the terror of the Devourer is beyond our comprehension. Should it be provoked, it possesses the capacity to swallow an entire planet." Black Widow's eyes nearly bulged in astonishment. "It can consume a planet? How can such a diminutive form accomplish that?" Fury explained, "I wish I could provide you with more tangible information, but alas, I cannot. The intelligence I possess has been gathered from extraterrestrial sources and is undoubtedly accurate. As for the Devourer's ability to devour a planet, it is said that its stomach connects to another dimension. This capacity for consumption renders it the most formidable creature in the universe. So you merely wish for me to monitor it?" Black Widow inquired. Fury confirmed, "Until we discover a more effective solution, monitoring is all we can do." "Understood. Are there any constraints on this mission?" Black Widow asked. Fury responded, "I shall not interfere with your methods, and will provide you with all necessary technical support." "Very well." Black Widow acquiesced. In the Chinese restaurant, "Gentlemen, we will be closing in 5 minutes," Peter Parker announced, standing alongside Sabretooth and Wolverine, who had been staring at each other in silence for hours. The golden fried rice possessed some healing properties. After consuming a portion, The dormant self-healing factors within Sabretooth had begun to awaken. After several hours of rest, the injuries on the saber-toothed tiger had ceased to bleed, and his strength had largely returned. Hearing that the doors would close in 5 minutes, he produced a $10 bill and pressed it into Peter Parker's hand, exclaiming, "The food here is absolutely delightful. Young man, this is a tip for you. Additionally, please reserve a spot for me tomorrow, as I intend to return." Peter Parker tucked the tip into his pocket, responding, "The 50 spots for tomorrow have already been booked, but you may come by and try your luck." "All right, I understand. Could you kindly direct me to the restroom?" inquired the saber-toothed tiger. Peter Parker gestured toward the corner, stating, "It's over there." "Thank you," replied the saber-toothed tiger, then turned his gaze to Wolverine, licking his lips and saying, "Logan, I know you've longed to kill me in vengeance for that woman, but after all these years, have I not lived quite well? I tell you, you were never my match before, and you shall never be." He continued, "Moreover, I can share a secret. I still vividly remember her final screams. Whenever I feel discontent, I replay them in my mind." With a swift motion, Wolverine's bone claws erupted from his hands, lunging recklessly towards the saber-toothed tiger's throat. The saber-toothed tiger observed Wolverine with a grin, remaining seated and unperturbed. Fully aware that Li Jia would intervene, Wolverine's claws halted just shy of 5 centimeters from the saber-toothed tiger, and he turned, seething with rage, towards Li Jia. Li Jia sighed resignedly. "Trust me, I too wish to extract that fellow's tongue. However, I implore you to exercise a bit more patience. Once he leaves the restaurant, what you choose to do with him will no longer concern me." With that, Li Jia retracted his telekinetic abilities. With a thunderous crash, Wolverine slammed his fist onto the table, glaring at the saber-toothed tiger and declaring, "I swear, I will personally slay you." The saber-toothed tiger, digging his fingers into his ears, retorted, "Logan, do you know how you appear right now? Like a child bullied in kindergarten, eager to run home and tell his mother." He chuckled. "The more helpless you seem, the more delight it brings me." Pausing for effect, the saber-toothed tiger rose and said, "Now, sit patiently here, and we shall converse further when I return from the restroom." Wolverine stood as well. "What? Are you afraid I might escape? No need for concern. The restaurant isn't closing yet. I intend to savor your current predicament a little longer." The saber-toothed tiger laughed heartily, strolling past Wolverine before addressing Peter Parker, "Young man, you just mentioned the restroom is over there, correct?" "Yes," Peter Parker began, but before he could finish, the saber-toothed tiger abruptly turned and dashed toward the door with all his might. The heightened senses of Li Jia allowed him to anticipate the saber-toothed tiger's actions. As the beast forcefully struck the door, utilizing its telekinetic abilities to force it open. With a resounding crash, the saber-toothed tiger missed its target and collided with a parked car, leaving an imprint of its form upon the vehicle. Cursing under its breath, the saber-toothed tiger leaped onto the car's roof upon hearing a rush of air behind it. The silhouette upon the car was cleaved apart by Wolverine's adamantium claws. Acutely aware of Wolverine's attack patterns, the saber-toothed tiger maintained its momentum on the roof, using the force to leap away once more. 3 razor-sharp claws pierced the car's roof precisely where the saber-toothed tiger had just been. While hastily fleeing, it taunted, "Logan, your movements are far too sluggish. Shall I pause and wait for you?" In a direct confrontation, the saber-toothed tiger would be no match for Wolverine. However, when it came to evasion, Wolverine found himself at a disadvantage. Inside the Chinese restaurant, Peter Parker tidied the tableware while inquiring, "Boss, do you think they will return tomorrow?" "I do not know," Li Jia replied, yet he was certain the saber-toothed tiger would indeed make an appearance the following day. This was due to the tiger having uncovered a hidden rule of the restaurant. It provided sanctuary to patrons dining within. As long as one remained inside, Wolverine could not lay a finger on him. Reflecting on this clandestine regulation, Li Jia felt a twinge of unease. Although the restaurant had a duty to ensure the safety of its guests, it was hardly a haven of peace. Moreover, the saber-toothed tiger had discovered that the golden fried rice possessed the remarkable ability to activate its innate healing factors. Though he could not articulate this phenomenon, The desire to fully restore his healing capabilities would undoubtedly bring him back to the restaurant. Peter Parker hesitated before saying, "Boss, have we made a mistake today? I mean, that fellow, the saber-toothed tiger, clearly doesn't seem like a good person, yet we provided him protection." Li Jie, already troubled by the situation, adopted a stern expression and admonished, "Peter, have you forgotten what we are here for? We run a restaurant. Providing personal safety to our diners is a fundamental principle of any establishment." Peter Parker, "All right, tidy up here and then close up. Huey, let us take a walk." With that, Li Jie donned his coat and exited. The symbiote, puzzled, wondered, "A walk? But we haven't even had dinner yet. Are you sure you want to go out?" Upon hearing the sound of a motorcycle revving outside, the symbiote quickly realized that this so-called walk was merely a euphemism for a night of revelry. With a swift motion, the symbiote sprang to its feet and hurried after Li Jie. The bar in Hell's Kitchen was notorious for its disarray, which was why Li Jie had previously opted to drink outside its chaotic confines. Today, I found myself in a gloomy mood due to the unspoken rules of a Chinese restaurant. Seeking a companion to practice my punches, I ventured into Hell's Kitchen and discovered the largest bar in the vicinity. "I apologize, but pets are not permitted inside," came the stern voice from the entrance. As I approached the bar's door, I was halted by two imposing figures clad in leather, their muscular frames a formidable sight. The rules here are utterly ridiculous. I've encountered more upscale bars in Manhattan that do not enforce such restrictions, I thought with a hint of defiance. "Meow, my companion, the creature known as the primordial beast," echoed my sentiments, bracing itself for a confrontation. The brawny doormen cracked their knuckles ominously, ready to engage in a test of strength with me. Just then, a male manager clad in a crisp white suit, his hair slicked back with gel, rushed over with urgency. "My apologies, sir. You may enter now." "With my pet?" I inquired. The manager beamed, "Of course. As long as you wish, you may bring anything inside. Furthermore, we will offer you a 50% discount on all your expenditures." Upon hearing this, a sense of disinterest washed over me. The mere fact that such a large establishment could thrive in Hell's Kitchen suggested it was likely a venture of substantial wealth, and it became evident that I had been recognized. "Never mind, I shall seek another venue," I decided, cradling the primordial beast as I turned to leave. "Sir, you are always welcome to visit us," the manager called out with a smile, watching until I vanished into the night before exhaling a sigh of relief. He swiftly turned and struck the doorman across the face, exclaiming, "Fool, you almost compromised our safety. Did you not recognize that man as the owner of the Chinese restaurant? Offending him is tantamount to offending those above him. Prepare for dire consequences." I apologize, manager. I simply did not expect the owner of the Chinese restaurant to dress in such a manner or ride such a shabby motorcycle," the doorman stammered, anxiety evident in his voice. A sudden sneeze escaped me. Considering the daily revenue of the Chinese restaurant is quite substantial, it struck me that I had not indulged in new attire or transportation for myself. Chapter 39. The Black Widow makes sacrifices for the mission. "Excuse me, handsome. May I buy you a drink?" A rather sweet voice resonated in Li Jie's ear. Without turning around, he recognized the woman who had approached him as the Black Widow, Natasha. "Have we met before?" Li Jie, slightly tipsy, turned to face the Black Widow, feigning ignorance. She had already seated herself beside him, a smile gracing her lips. "Your approach is rather kitsch, but you're right. We have indeed crossed paths. Not long ago, I dined with Tony at a Chinese restaurant." Tony Stark?" Li Jie exclaimed. "Oh my goodness, that's why you look so familiar. You're a friend of Tony's." With a snap of his fingers, he called to the waiter, "Bring this beautiful lady a beer." "No, let us make it whiskey instead. One bottle will suffice." The Black Widow addressed the waiter and then turned her gaze toward the wobbling creature making its way out the door. "Your cat has escaped." Li Jie knew the creature was likely on a hunt for wild cats and paid it no mind. Thinking to himself how much simpler it would be to be a cat, effortlessly finding wild companions whenever needed, provided one possessed enough strength. Unlike himself, never mind that. "But you, with all this alcohol, are you plotting to get me intoxicated for some ulterior motive?" Li Jie pretended to shiver in mock fear. The Black Widow couldn't help but laugh. "Is this how you typically charm women?" Your opening line is quite pedestrian. But even if I had intentions, would you dare? You're not afraid, so why should I be? Li Jie countered. Ignoring the Black Widow's age, she was undeniably a beauty. After all, the night was still young. They were both adults, and with their intentions laid bare, there was no need for pretense. When the waiter delivered the drinks, Li Jie lifted the bottle and suggested, "Why don't we find a different place to drink? Your place or mine?" "Yours, of course. To be honest, I'm curious to sample your culinary skills." The Black Widow replied. "That was precisely my thought," Li Jie responded, rising from his seat. The Black Widow naturally linked her arm with his, and they appeared as a couple in the throes of romance. The Black Widow was a master of disguise, even after being injected with substances and undergoing testing. Her lies remained undetectable. However, Li Jie's heightened senses could see through her faade. Moreover, her intentions were glaringly obvious as she deliberately sought to draw closer to him. Given that such an opportunity was practically served on a platter, it would be foolish not to indulge. Upon returning to the Chinese restaurant, Li Jie and the Black Widow engaged in a passionate kiss. With no need for alcohol to ignite the moment, the Black Widow was indeed a dedicated performer. As dawn broke, Li Jie was roused from his slumber by the enticing aroma of food. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by an exquisitely arranged breakfast before him. "Did you make this?" Li Jie's gaze wandered over the Black Widow, who was clad only in a shirt, exposing half of her posterior and her fair thighs. The scene had shifted to a domestic setting, suggesting a desire to linger here indefinitely. "My culinary skills may not rival yours, yet I hope you find it to your liking. Oh, I also prepared a portion for your cat, though it seems to lack an appetite," the Black Widow remarked as she sliced a piece of ham and offered it to Li Jie. Quite delectable, but I prefer to indulge in something else first," he replied, pulling the Black Widow onto the bed, and the battle recommenced. Since his father, Norman Osborn, was incarcerated, the Osborn mansion had been sealed. Harry Osborn attributed all his misfortunes to Peter Parker, directing his wrath solely at him. Unable to confront Spider-Man directly, Harry resorted to drowning his sorrows in drink. Suddenly, he was roused from slumber on the bar's couch by a series of knocks. Blinking open his eyes, he found a middle-aged black man in a suit standing before him, holding a briefcase. "If Mr. Norman were to see you like this, he would undoubtedly be disheartened," the man stated. Harry rubbed his weary eyes and inquired, "Do we know each other?" "I am your father's attorney, and he asked me to convey a message. He has left something for you at the seaside vacation home, hoping it may be of assistance," the lawyer replied. "What is it?" Harry Osborn struggled to sit up. "I did not inquire about the specifics. Mr. Norman did not divulge that information," the lawyer responded, then paused, hesitating before adding, "Harry, you must gather yourself. Your father, Mr. Norman, is a good man. At least he was before becoming the Green Goblin." "A good man?" Harry Osborn rubbed his face, then pushed against the table to rise unsteadily. He staggered into the restroom, splashing cold water on his face to awaken his senses. With the revelation and capture of his father as the Green Goblin, the Osborn family's reputation lay in ruins. Had it not been for the lawyer's unexpected visit and his peculiar words, Harry would have remained in despair for an extended period. Gazing at his haggard reflection in the mirror, Harry suddenly felt invigorated. "Indeed, Harry, you must pull yourself together." Stepping out of the bar, Harry Osborn noticed the stars still twinkling in the sky, and a gentle breeze prompted him to instinctively tighten his coat. Soon after, he hailed a taxi, heading straight for the seaside villa. Upon entering the room, Harry searched fruitlessly for anything his father had purposely left for him. It was only when he recalled the basement beneath the villa that he ventured downstairs. There, he discovered that the basement had undergone renovations, now featuring a metallic door that required a code for entry. Harry Osborn attempted to input the password, and to his astonishment, the door swung open. Behind it appeared the holographic projection of Norman Osborn. With a grave expression, Norman Osborn declared, "Harry, if I could, I would sincerely wish for you to never set foot here. Your presence signifies the exposure of my identity as the Green Goblin. I am profoundly sorry, Harry. I have let you down. Please believe me when I say that the Green Goblin is not my true self. In reality, I have been aiding the military in researching a super serum designed to enhance soldiers' capabilities, but the project was halted due to an unforeseen incident. Nevertheless, I secretly injected myself with the serum. It bestowed upon me immense power and certain extraordinary abilities, yet it also led me down a path of increasing malevolence. Harry, I am acutely aware that one day I will completely lose my sanity. Thus, while I still possess clarity, I have left something here for you. It has the potential to grant you strength, but may also corrupt you, much like it did to me. Therefore, it is imperative that you contemplate your decision before proceeding. Without a moment's hesitation, Harry Osborn pushed the door open and entered. Upon descending into the basement, he discovered that it had been transformed into a laboratory. Harry, it seems you have made your decision, Norman's projection resumed. I have upgraded the super serum, hoping to eliminate, at least mitigate, its side effects. It can endow you with powers akin to mine. Additionally, there are some resources here that you may find useful. Once more, Norman Osborn's projection appeared before Harry. He beheld the super serum injector and goblin-like equipment. As he grasped the injector, Harry hesitated at the thought of potentially becoming the new Green Goblin. Yet, this hesitation was fleeting, and he ultimately injected the serum into his body. In a Chinese restaurant, Peter Parker entered to find Black Widow, clad in a maid's outfit, diligently wiping tables, leaving him momentarily speechless. He then noticed Li Jia in a corner, munching on sunflower seeds and engrossed in videos, prompting him to hurriedly approach with a hint of anxiety. Boss, have I done something wrong or unsatisfactory? Why do you ask that? Li Jia lifted his eyelids to glance at him. Peter turned to see the seemingly cheerful and dedicated Black Widow and whispered, if it's not something I did wrong, then why are you hiring someone? Li Jia understood and realized that Peter was worried about being fired. Peter, it's all right. If there's work, do it. If not, take a break. If it comes to it, I can give you a few days off. Hearing this, Peter felt even more unsettled and placed the hot dog he was holding before Li Jia. Boss, this is breakfast for you. He then rushed over to Black Widow, saying, Sis, let me handle this. Peter Parker was deceived by Black Widow's seemingly harmless demeanor. He initially intended to snatch the cloth from her hands, but was swiftly subdued and pinned to the table by her swift maneuver. Who are you calling sister, young man? Do I appear so old? Natasha remarked. Remember, from now on, you shall address me as Natasha. All right, Natasha, could you please let go of me? Peter Parker exclaimed. Get up. Black Widow playfully smacked Peter Parker on the backside. As he rubbed his shoulder and turned to leave, he suddenly pointed at the corner of the ceiling, shouting, What a huge spider. Where is it? Unbeknownst to Black Widow, Peter Parker was Spider-Man. She merely regarded him as an adorable younger brother. As a top-tier agent, it was rather amusing that she fell for Peter Parker's little trick. Seizing the moment while Black Widow was distracted, Peter shot a web to snatch the rag, muttering, Turns out I was mistaken. What poor eyesight. Black Widow shot him a glance, reaching for the rag only to find it missing from the table. Strange. Where has my rag gone? Apologies, it seems to be my rag now, Peter Parker declared with a proud grin, waving the rag in his hand before bending down to wipe the table. Black Widow furrowed her brow slightly, realizing that Peter Parker was not as ordinary as she had initially thought. However, she was not angered. Instead, she hummed a tune and turned to fetch a mop. Peter Parker, he is truly stealing my work, she mused. I must defend my position in the restaurant. As Peter wiped the table, he mischievously repositioned chairs with his webs and deliberately knocked over spice containers as Black Widow passed by. Initially, Black Widow paid little heed. But as she recognized Peter Parker's antics, her keen instincts as an agent enabled her to effortlessly counter his mischief. Li Ji pretended to be oblivious, munching on a hot dog. After expending so much energy on Black Widow, he felt he needed to replenish himself. With the lunch crowd, the atmosphere in the restaurant was livelier than ever with Black Widow, donned in her maid outfit, present. At first, Peter Parker eagerly assisted her in serving customers. But when patrons began to specifically request Black Widow's service, Peter found himself with little to do, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Who claims that women lack inherent advantages in the workplace? At least in this Chinese restaurant, Black Widow as a maid was undoubtedly superior. With his newfound free time, Peter Parker grew increasingly anxious about losing this job, which meant losing access to free meals. Black Widow was determined to remain in the restaurant, enduring playful banter from customers without taking offense. Why is there yet another woman beside Jack? Fergie remarked with envy, gesturing. Natasha, could you please pour us some hot water? Apologies, but we do not provide hot water at our establishment, Natasha replied, having grasped the restaurant's rules. Come on, Natasha, don't be like that. We are not like other customers. We are neighbors from next door. And didn't you notice that I have a disabled friend here? A little special consideration would be appreciated. Fergie brought up Daredevil, Matt, to make his point. Matt had grown accustomed to Foggy's casual flirtations with women, choosing to feign ignorance while inwardly pondering. What is it about Jack that captivates them? The women around him seem to change partners more frequently than I do. The Black Widow cast a glance at Daredevil and remarked, Very well, I shall consult the boss. Natasha, please inform Jack that it is Foggy and Matt from the adjacent law firm. Understood, Natasha replied, turning towards the serving area. Li Jia had already caught wind of the conversation. After all, Foggy's voice resonated throughout the Chinese restaurant. While others might not discern any difference in the seemingly composed Daredevil, Li Jia's heightened senses detected the disparity within him. This sense of accomplishment brought Li Jia a quiet satisfaction, prompting him to offer a pot of hot water. As for the other patrons, none dared to voice dissent. After all, Matt was indeed blind and deserved some special consideration in such an environment. Moreover, anyone wishing to dine at the restaurant would surely refrain from offending its proprietor and chef. After successfully executing his little scheme, Foggy sighed, Matt, our expenditures this month have exceeded the budget. If we wish to continue dining here, we must secure some more lucrative cases. Perhaps we could reduce the frequency of our visits, Matt suggested, though the words felt disingenuous. Absolutely not. I would rather cut costs elsewhere than diminish our dining experiences here. Foggy firmly opposed. Upon hearing this, Matt secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 40. The Green Giant encounters a robbery due to the peculiar circumstances of Hell's Kitchen. Even the police dared not roam the streets alone after nightfall, resulting in a relatively sparse clientele at the Chinese restaurant during the evening hours. Should business flourish during the midday hours, Li Jia would set aside 10 portions of each dish, anticipating visits from superheroes in the evening. At night, those who dared to wander through Hell's Kitchen were either heroes or criminals. Perhaps it was the alluring maid outfit of Black Widow that attracted patrons. As the lunchtime business thrived, with everyone ordering an array of 4 exquisite dishes each. This meant that the average expenditure per meal at the Chinese restaurant soared to $350, a considerable sum even by Manhattan standards. It was no wonder that Daredevil and his friend Foggy fought tirelessly to secure more jobs, hoping for additional opportunities to dine at the restaurant. After reserving 10 portions of the 4-course meal, Li Jia promptly closed the restaurant. Peter, the subsequent cleaning duties are yours, he stated before ascending to the second floor with Black Widow. For others, Black Widow's maid outfit might merely be a visual delight. But Li Jia was determined not to squander such a rare opportunity. Shameless, Daredevil muttered under his breath, opting to shut down his heightened senses and don headphones to focus on his work. Afternoon arrived, and as Li Jia and Black Widow descended from the upper floor, they found the restaurant spotless, thanks to Peter Parker's diligent efforts. Even the ceiling had received a thorough cleaning. Clearly fatigued from the day's exertions, Black Widow sought a spot to rest before the arrival of guests. Peter, it seems I must reward you with a bonus. Li Jia expressed his satisfaction with Peter Parker's cleaning work. Boss, no need for that. This is all part of my duties, Peter Parker quickly replied. It appeared that Black Widow's presence had introduced a competitive dynamic to the restaurant, instilling a sense of urgency in Peter Parker, prompting him to work with renewed vigor. His motivation stemmed not from the desire for rewards, but rather from the hope of retaining his position. Boss, I encountered that fellow with retractable blades earlier. Peter Parker suddenly brought up the topic. Retractable blades? Are you referring to Wolverine? Black Widow inquired with interest. That should be the case. I recall another called Sabretooth, who refers to him as Logan, Peter Parker responded. That must be correct. It is indeed Wolverine. Wait, you just mentioned Sabretooth. Did Wolverine and Sabretooth both appear here last night? Black Widow pressed for clarification. Peter Parker then proceeded to recount the events of the previous night. In truth, aside from his concern that Black Widow might usurp his position, he held no grievances against her. As for Wolverine, he had been lurking outside the restaurant long before dawn, although Peter Parker had failed to spot him upon his morning arrival. After all, Wolverine had allowed Sabretooth to escape the previous night and had likely settled in to wait for his return to the restaurant. Even if the saber-toothed tiger did not arrive, it mattered little. Wolverine was eager to indulge in the culinary delights of this establishment. However, the expense of $350 was somewhat steep for him. Ding! Just as Peter Parker had finished explaining the events of the previous night to Black Widow, the restaurant's doors swung open to reveal Wolverine, clad in leather and clutching a cigar. "Hey, Uncle!" Black Widow instinctively stood up. "Natasha." Wolverine paused, taken aback by Black Widow's maid outfit. "He's your uncle?" Peter Parker was momentarily dumbfounded. The two bore no resemblance whatsoever. Black Widow and Wolverine were not related by blood. When Natasha was a young girl, Wolverine had saved her and trained her for a time. Thus, in a technical sense, Wolverine was her mentor. However, as Natasha evolved into Black Widow, their relationship underwent subtle transformations. Due to conflicting interests, they had both aided and battled one another, existing in a delicate balance of rivalry and camaraderie. "What brings you here? Dressed like that?" Wolverine inquired. Although Black Widow was accustomed to any scenario and remained poised in all circumstances, a hint of awkwardness lingered. "Oh, the owner here is a friend of mine. The business is thriving and they needed assistance, so I'm helping out for a while." Black Widow invoked Li Jia as a shield and swiftly redirected the conversation. "By the way, are you here to eat? Please, take a seat." Wolverine had not consumed anything since leaving the Chinese restaurant the previous night, not even a sip of water. Fearing the food might sell out, he decided to enter and eat while he waited. "I'll sit here," he said, dragging a table to a position facing the entrance. This way, he could spot the saber-toothed tiger immediately should it appear. "Uncle, what would you like to eat?" Black Widow asked, stepping closer. Wolverine gazed at the menu on the wall, then rummaged in his pocket, finally fishing out a handful of coins that amounted to a mere $100. "I'll have the golden fried rice, please." "Certainly, just a moment," Black Widow replied, taking his money before moving to Li Jia, whispering, "Bring him the other 3 dishes as well. I'll cover the cost." Li Jia shrugged, indifferent, knowing it wouldn't affect his earnings. Moments later, 4 delectable dishes were laid out before Wolverine. "Natasha, this is a mistake, isn't it? I only ordered the golden fried rice." Wolverine frowned. Black Widow chuckled. "Uncle, there's no error. You are the fortunate patron of the day. The other 3 dishes are a gift from the owner." Having lived for so long, Wolverine could easily discern the truth. He understood that this was all arranged by Black Widow. A single serving of golden fried rice would hardly satiate him. After a brief moment of hesitation, he set aside his reservations and picked up his spoon to eat. While Wolverine was dining, Li Jia's extraordinary senses had already detected the presence of Sabretooth lurking outside. Since Wolverine was inside the restaurant, Sabretooth hesitated, contemplating the risk of entering. Compared to yesterday, Sabretooth appeared to be in much better condition, though his injuries had yet to heal. This was also the reason for his choice to visit the Chinese restaurant, hoping to awaken his dormant self-healing factors. Perhaps due to his military background, Wolverine ate with remarkable speed, prepared to confront Sabretooth at any moment without wasting his meal. After finishing, Wolverine let out a burp and called, "Natasha, could I trouble you for a glass of water?" "Of course," replied Black Widow. However, just as she turned to fetch the water, a shout echoed from outside. "Logan!" Almost simultaneously, Wolverine clenched his fists, unleashing his adamantium claws as he rushed toward the door. The entrance of the restaurant swung open automatically, preventing it from being destroyed by Wolverine's charge. Li Jia muttered to himself, "These guys are always so impulsive. If they break my door, do they have the funds to replace it? Why must they always be so reckless?" Black Widow complained under her breath, preparing to clear the dishes, but Li Jia stopped her. "Let it be for now. He might return, and it would be nice to save him a spot." Only then did Black Widow notice that Wolverine's plate appeared to be clean, yet he had deliberately left a small amount of food. It seemed he intended to engage in a prolonged standoff at the restaurant, but felt embarrassed to sit idly. Leaving a trace of food on his plate served as an excuse. "I haven't tea finished yet," Li Jie remarked, prompting Black Widow to pour a glass of water and place it on the table. Clang. The restaurant door swung open once more. "Welcome," exclaimed Natasha. Entering was none other than the formidable Hulk, Dr. Banner. The relationship between Dr. Banner and Black Widow was notably ambiguous. She was the only one capable of calming him with her song when he lost control. Regrettably, they were not in a romantic relationship, as Dr. Banner had kept his feelings for her hidden. Fearing that he might transform into the savage Hulk and inadvertently harm others, he deliberately distanced himself from Black Widow. Upon seeing Black Widow in her maid outfit, Dr. Banner tactically adjusted his glasses. Black Widow was momentarily taken aback upon spotting him. "Why is it that familiar faces keep showing up tonight? Banner, are you here to dine alone again?" she interrogated, recalling the last time he had come to the restaurant by himself. I simply didn't know you were back," Dr. Banner replied, adjusting his glasses again, his gaze unwilling to leave Black Widow's maid attire. "By the way, how did you end up here?" "Because I am here on a mission," Black Widow stated, pulling Li Jie closer. "Jack is my friend, and I'm here to assist." "Friend?" Dr. Banner felt a pang of disappointment as he discerned that Li Jie and Black Widow shared a bond that transcended mere friendship. Glancing up at the menu adorning the wall, he expressed a flicker of surprise. New dishes have been introduced." He then requested one of each of the 4 delectable offerings. After placing his order, he produced some cash. Unlike the carefree Wolverine, Dr. Banner often engaged in part-time work alongside his research endeavors. Furthermore, devoid of any vices, he was comparatively more affluent than Wolverine. When the sumptuous dishes arrived, Dr. Banner habitually took out his phone to capture the moment. Except when he transformed into the ferocious Hulk, Dr. Banner possessed a sensitivity that rivaled that of any woman. "Natasha, may we take a photo together?" he mustered the courage to ask. Black Widow, pulling a chair beside him, retorted with a playful threat. "Banner, a photo is permissible. However, should you dare to post a picture of me in this maid outfit on social media, I assure you, I will end your life." "Rest assured, I would never do such a thing," Dr. Banner murmured to himself. "I shall keep it for my own enjoyment." In order to relish the sight of Black Widow in her maid attire for a little longer, he savored his meal at a leisurely pace. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a breathless Sabretooth entered the Chinese restaurant, a victorious grin plastered across his face. "Waiter, I would like to place an order," he announced. Almost immediately after, Wolverine entered, looking somewhat fatigued. "Logan, be mindful, we are now in a Chinese restaurant," Dr. Banner inquired, somewhat puzzled. "Natasha, what does he mean by that?" Black Widow glanced at Li Jie and replied, "Jack does not appreciate brawls occurring in the restaurant." Dr. Banner nodded in understanding, recognizing that a restaurant is a place of business, and no one desires their establishment to be ruined. "Sabretooth, you are truly a shameless creature. If you have the guts, step outside and duel me." Instead of scuttling around like a coward, Wolverine shouted angrily, "Logan, you have lived for 2 centuries. Yet your grammar remains abysmal. How can a coward run about?" Sabretooth retorted, "Fighting may be on the table, but I must first enjoy my dinner." As he spoke, he pulled out a chair and sat down, his gaze briefly lingering on Black Widow. "Isn't this Natasha? How did you end up as the maid here? What? Are you free tonight? If you find yourself lonely, I could keep you company." "Hey, what are you saying?" Dr. Banner interjected immediately. Sabretooth lightly tapped the table with his claws and scoffed. "Four Eyes, you should consider yourself fortunate to be in a restaurant. Otherwise, your throat would already be slashed." "Calm down," Black Widow urged, placing her hand on Dr. Banner's shoulder to prevent him from losing control. She then addressed Sabretooth. "Victor, you would do well to mind your words. Otherwise, it won't just be my uncle wishing to end your life today." Sabretooth shrugged indifferently. "Anyone who wishes to kill me may certainly try. In the end, we shall see who meets their demise." In a hushed tone, Peter Parker whispered to Li Jie, "Boss, this fellow has a truly foul mouth." Li Jie remained silent, contemplating whether he should intervene and extract the saber-toothed tiger's tongue. Suddenly, the saber-toothed tiger produced a wallet and retrieved $350, declaring, "Bring me all 4 delicacies from the establishment." Li Jie noticed that the driver's license within the wallet belonged to a rotund individual, indicating that the wallet was not the saber-toothed tiger's. Truly, it was a case of murder and mayhem. Wolverine had only dared to order a single serving of golden fried rice due to his lack of funds. If the saber-toothed tiger were similarly destitute, he would resort to violence to seize what he desired. "Uncle, your seat is still reserved for you," Natasha reminded. "Thank you." Wolverine replied gratefully as he made his way to a seat. Concerned that Dr. Banner might lose control under the saber-toothed tiger's verbal provocations, Natasha offered, "Banner, let me help you with your takeout." Dr. Banner hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Okay." With the packaged food in hand, Dr. Banner exited the Chinese restaurant ahead of the others. Reflecting on Natasha's maid outfit, he pulled out his phone to glance at their shared photograph, a silly grin spreading across his face. Suddenly, a car came barreling down, knocking Dr. Banner to the ground. Subsequently, a man with dreadlocks emerged from the passenger seat, reaching out to rummage through Dr. Banner's belongings. This was evidently a premeditated robbery, and it had the audacity to target the Hulk himself. Chapter 41. The struggle. In stark contrast to the fearsome form of the Hulk, Dr. Banner appeared excessively timid in his ordinary state. This may have stemmed from his profound anxiety over the possibility of losing control and transforming. Initially, after being struck by a vehicle, Dr. Banner dismissed it as merely an unfortunate traffic incident. Shortly thereafter, confronted by a robbery, he lay on the ground and raised his hands, exclaiming, "Do not be alarmed. You merely seek money. My wallet resides in my pocket. Take it if you wish." Upon retrieving the wallet, the assailant's spirits lifted, and he proceeded to snatch Dr. Banner's phone. The doctor, having finally obtained a cherished photograph with Black Widow, instinctively shielded his phone and declared, "You cannot have this. Enough of your nonsense. Hand it over." The robber shouted, and when Dr. Banner refused to relinquish the phone, he fired a shot at his chest, yelling, "Die." Inside the Chinese restaurant, Black Widow abruptly turned her head toward the entrance and inquired, "Was that the sound of gunfire?" "Here in Hell's Kitchen, gunfire is hardly unusual," Sabretooth scoffed. However, Black Widow was unconcerned with gang conflicts. Her dread lay in the possibility that the gunfire was connected to Dr. Banner. "Natalia, I suggest you step outside and investigate," Lee said, his expression grim as he internally cursed the audacity of the foolish thug who dared to rob Dr. Banner and even fire upon him. Such recklessness was surely a death wish. Black Widow dashed outside, only to witness a vehicle careening around the corner. With a resounding crash, the car flipped and landed in the middle of the street, less than 30 meters from the restaurant. The driver sat frozen in terror, the stench of urine filling the air around him. Bang, bang, bang. A flurry of gunfire erupted from the direction of the intersection. Dr. Banner had transformed into the Savage Hulk, while the foolish dreadlocked thug continued to fire at the Green Giant. As the bullets ricocheted off Hulk's form, the thug's legs turned to jelly, leaving him paralyzed with fear. With a swift motion, Dr. Banner reached for the thug, intent on crushing his skull if he succeeded in his grasp. However, the dreadlocked man was struck by a stone on his knee and fell to the ground, narrowly evading the Hulk's onslaught. "Banner!" Black Widow shouted at the Green Giant, seizing the moment to yell at the still-stunned thug, "Run!" "My God!" the thug screamed, scrambling away in a frantic escape. "Banner, it's me, Natasha. Please, calm down." Black Widow extended her arms, attempting to soothe Dr. Banner. But before she could finish her plea, the Hulk swung a fist toward her. She swiftly dodged, avoiding the attack. While she possessed the ability to calm Dr. Banner with her song, it was not a guarantee of success every time. Especially in the face of the enraged Hulk, any efforts are utterly futile. With a soft flick, Li Jie lit a cigarette by the entrance of the restaurant, fully aware that Black Widow was no match for the green behemoth. "Hey, is there no one willing to step out and lend a hand?" Li Jie turned to the other three individuals inside the restaurant. Although Li Jie's physique had reached a level comparable to the Hulk's, it was still impossible to bring down such a massive figure, particularly with the Hulk's ever-increasing rage, which granted him boundless strength. Engaging in combat with him was akin to courting death. Besides, who would deploy their trump card right from the outset? Before Li Jie made his move, it was prudent to play a few lesser cards first. After all, there were superheroes present in the restaurant eager to showcase their prowess. I need to use the restroom. Peter Parker made a hasty retreat, seeking to don his Spider-Man persona and join the fray. Sabretooth grinned. What does this have to do with me? I'm just here to eat. Wolverine, however, furrowed his brow. He had come for Sabretooth, yet could not ignore the havoc wreaked by the Hulk outside. Sabretooth, consider yourself fortunate today. Finally, Wolverine clenched his teeth and rose to head outside. Logan, Sabretooth suddenly called out, grinning, I hope you survive that brute. Otherwise, my life will become dreadfully dull. Rest assured, there's no way I'll perish before you do. Wolverine scoffed, striding past Ligia and unleashing his claws with a swift flourish, dashing towards the chaos ahead. In fact, before Spider-Man and Wolverine arrived, Daredevil, the protector of Hell's Kitchen, had already reached the battlefield. However, bang, thud, Daredevil was immediately sent flying by the Hulk's might upon his appearance. It was his first encounter with the Hulk, and he finally grasped the terrifying ferocity of the savage creature. The second to arrive on the scene was young Peter Parker. His spider sense alerted him to the imminent danger posed by the Hulk, thus he refrained from engaging in close combat, opting instead to provide support from a distance by shooting webs. Initially, Peter attempted to ensnare the Hulk with his webs. This tactic proved somewhat effective at first, given the incredible tensile strength of Spider-Man's webs, enhanced by Peter shooting 10 strands in succession. Yet, as the Hulk's rage surged, he unleashed unimaginable strength, effortlessly breaking free from the webs. Get back! Wolverine made a striking entrance. As the Hulk broke free from the webbing, Wolverine leaped into action, his metallic claws poised to pierce the Hulk's chest. Clang, clang. Wolverine frowned. His adamantium blades were reputed to be the hardest metal on Earth, yet they failed to breach the Hulk's skin. It was important to note that the Hulk's hide could withstand nuclear assaults, rendering Wolverine's attacks trivial by comparison. Having moved to the side of the display window to dine, Sabretooth felt a tightening in his brow upon witnessing the scene. If even Wolverine could not inflict harm upon the Hulk, then he had little hope of doing so himself. With a swift motion, Wolverine unleashed his metallic claws, striking several times in quick succession. However, the only marks left upon the Hulk's formidable frame were faint scratches that soon vanished. Watch out! Black Widow exclaimed. Wolverine, realizing the Hulk's massive hands were converging upon him, found himself cornered, having been too focused on his assault to consider an escape route. Just as the Hulk was about to seize Wolverine, Spider-Man, Peter Parker, timely shot a web to ensnare Wolverine's feet, yanking him to safety. Thank you, Wolverine expressed his gratitude. Had Spider-Man not intervened, he would have surely fallen into the Hulk's grasp. The thought of the Hulk's terrifying strength and the potential consequences was unfathomable. Despite Wolverine's remarkable healing abilities, the pain of injury was all too real. He wished to avoid experiencing such torment, if at all possible. This cannot continue. We must devise a plan to lure him away to an unpopulated area, Daredevil declared, clutching his chest as he approached. His healing capacity paled in comparison to Wolverine's. After sustaining a blow from the Hulk, he felt as though his bones had shattered. Without several days of rest, recovery seemed unlikely. The Hulk's destructive power was astonishing, and he was not focused on a single target. Anyone could become a victim of his wrath. If left unchecked, Hell's Kitchen would truly descend into chaos. With a thunderous crash, the Hulk flattened a car beneath his foot before setting his sights on other targets of destruction. A nearby building soon fell victim to his rampage. Let us join forces, Wolverine commanded, channeling his leadership prowess. You divert the behemoth's attention, you delay his attacks, and I shall handle the rest. Agreed, Daredevil responded. Just as the trio prepared to confront the Hulk, Black Widow extended her arms to halt their advance. Your actions will only serve to further provoke him. His strength will escalate with his fury, resulting in even more uncontrollable destruction, Black Widow cautioned. Then what do you propose we do? We cannot simply stand by and watch him wreak havoc, Peter Parker retorted. Black Widow was momentarily at a loss for words. She understood that only after allowing the Hulk to exhaust his rage could she use her voice to soothe him. However, until that moment arrived, Hell's Kitchen was merely the beginning, and the Hulk's devastation could potentially engulf the entire city. She glanced back at Lee, who remained at the shop in trance, smoking. With his super senses, Lee had locked onto the Hulk while simultaneously surveying all of Hell's Kitchen. It became evident that, aside from himself, Madame Gao, the man in the stick, and others were covertly observing the unfolding events in Hell's Kitchen, each employing their own methods of surveillance. Beyond the confines of Hell's Kitchen, there were also those keenly watching. In the words of Black Widow, it was akin to four superheroes confronting a singular Hulk. Everyone was eager to know the outcome. Moreover, many were curious to see when Li Jie would take action and how he would confront the Hulk. Prior to that moment, no faction intended to act impulsively. If necessary, they would prefer to withdraw temporarily from Hell's Kitchen to avert disaster. Even Spider-Man, Wolverine, and Daredevil, filled with anticipation for Li Jie's intervention, could only sigh helplessly upon realizing that he merely stood there, smoking. After all, Li Jie was merely the proprietor of a Chinese restaurant, not a superhero. He bore no obligation to intervene, and whether he chose to act depended solely on his own disposition. Others could not compel him. Li Jie was not averse to taking action. Rather, he seized this opportunity to unleash his heightened senses, striving to extend his awareness as far as possible. He yearned to ascertain how many were monitoring the situation. Regardless of whether these individuals would become adversaries, it was prudent to be aware of their presence. As for the moral dilemma of those lurking in the shadows, why did they not choose to intervene? They were not devoid of strength. For instance, Li Jie's super senses detected the nearby New York sanctum, keeping a watchful eye on the scene. Do not entertain thoughts of harming him. Merely delay his movements. I shall attempt to calm him, Black Widow advised. In the absence of additional allies, they could only rely on the combined efforts of the four of them. The battle reignited. Unlike the previous solo confrontations, this time they coordinated their efforts to engage the Hulk, attempting to keep him anchored in place. Meanwhile, Black Widow began to sing, attempting to soothe the Hulk through her melodic voice. Despite her efforts, the battle remained arduous for Wolverine and the others, primarily due to the disparity in strength. It was akin to landing 10 punches on the Hulk, which would merely tickle him, while a single blow from the Hulk could very well cost half of one's life. Bam! Crack! One by one, Wolverine, Daredevil, and Spider-Man were hurled away, and the Hulk then lunged towards Black Widow, who stood atop a car, singing. Black Widow realized that even a moment of hesitation could render their previous efforts futile. Gritting her teeth, she stood her ground and continued to sing to the Hulk. Natalia, Wolverine, Daredevil, and Spider-Man, struggling to rise from the ground, realized it was too late to intervene. As Black Widow saw the Hulk's fist descending towards her, fear gripped her, and she closed her eyes. Boom! Black Widow heard a resounding crash followed by a gust of wind. Opening her eyes, she discovered that Li Jie had appeared out of nowhere, shielding her from the Hulk's lethal strike. Li Jie's Hulk-like physique had reached an impressive 80, complemented by an astonishing 800 enhancement of his spider-like agility. Thus, blocking the Hulk's formidable punch posed no challenge for him. Even if they were to engage in a serious bout, the outcome remained uncertain. However, Li Jie had no intention of entangling himself with the Hulk for too long. After successfully deflecting the Hulk's blow, he swiftly employed his psychic ability, inflicting a staggering 300 mental attack that rendered the furious Hulk momentarily immobilized, as though ensnared by a paralysis spell. Without immunity to mental attacks, even the mightiest of superheroes would succumb. For instance, the seemingly invincible Superman from a neighboring universe had been manipulated by Poison Ivy on more than one occasion. Don't stop. Keep singing, Li Jie urged. Oh, Black Widow, momentarily taken aback, regained her composure and resumed her melodic performance. Under the dual assault of Black Widow's song and the illusion Li Jie conjured through his psychic powers, the Hulk's rage began to dissipate. Visibly, the towering green giant reverted to Bruce Banner. When he transformed into the Hulk, Dr. Banner's glasses, shirt, underwear, and shoes had all been torn asunder. Yet his jeans remained intact. As he shifted back and forth between forms, the jeans adjusted accordingly in size. Li Jie, intrigued, reached out to touch them, finding the material surprisingly ordinary. What are you doing? Dr. Banner inquired, his form hunched and unable to recognize the figure before him due to his severe myopia. Damn, do you think I am trying to take advantage of you? Li Jie, slightly embarrassed, cleared his throat and, using his telekinetic ability, handed Dr. Banner his broken glasses, saying, Dr. Banner, are you alright? Chapter 42. The Ancient One bestows skills. Only after Dr. Banner donned his glasses did he recognize Li Jie, and his gaze then fell upon the Black Widow standing behind him. Natasha, I am truly sorry, Dr. Banner expressed with a visage full of regret, acutely aware that he had likely caused trouble for everyone present. Natasha spoke, I have just contacted S.H.I.E.L.D. They will send someone to escort you away from here. Before that, let us return to the restaurant for a moment of respite and perhaps a change of attire. Very well, Dr. Banner replied, his eyes cast down at the ravaged buildings and cars surrounding him, burdened by a sense of guilt. Banner, you must not blame yourself for this, Natasha reassured him. Had it not been for those unfortunate individuals who fired upon you, none of this would have occurred. Yet Dr. Banner shook his head, burdened by self-reproach. If I had not come to Hell's Kitchen, this would not have happened. Let us not dwell on this matter any longer. We shall discuss it upon our return to the restaurant. Li Jie mused to himself, contemplating the loss of his clothing, albeit old ones. Tomorrow's routine will require me to procure some new attire. Once Dr. Banner had returned to his normal state, Peter Parker hastily made his way back. Daredevil, wishing to keep his identity concealed, followed closely behind Peter. As for Wolverine, he returned to the restaurant alongside Li Jie, confirming that Sabretooth had fled, cursing under his breath as he departed. S.H.I.E.L.D. proved to be quite prompt. By the time Dr. Banner had changed his clothes, they had already arrived outside the restaurant. The agents sent to escort him were none other than Agent Coulson and Hawkeye. Initially, Hawkeye was not required for this mission, as he was quite busy and preferred to spend time with his wife and children when possible. However, since his last visit to the restaurant, he had become enamored with the food. When Coulson accepted the assignment, Hawkeye happened to be present and volunteered to assist. Natasha, both Hawkeye and Coulson exclaimed, their voices unintentionally rising upon seeing the Black Widow in her maid outfit. What seems to be the matter? Natasha, well aware of men's thoughts, did not take offense. Hawkeye hastily shook his head. No issue at all. It's just that your attire is rather unique and suits you wonderfully. Coulson nodded in agreement. It accentuates your distinctive charm. You look quite beautiful. Hello, Hawkeye, Coulson. My apologies for the trouble I've caused, Dr. Banner greeted as he descended the stairs. Banner, there's no need for such formalities with us. Come, allow me to escort you to the vehicle. As for the damage outside, fret not. Thankfully, no lives were lost. And S.H.I.E.L.D. will handle the situation. Coulson guided Dr. Banner to the vehicle, casting a wink at Hawkeye as they departed. Jack, if there are any leftovers, please pack 2 portions for us. I mean, 1 for each of us, Coulson and I. Hawkeye revealed the true purpose of their visit. After bidding farewell to Hawkeye, Coulson, and Dr. Banner, Li Jie spoke. It appears there will be no business today. Let us close up. With his words, the bell above the restaurant door jingled as it swung open. A figure, unexpected and out of place, materialized before them. A venerable old man clad in robes, adorned with a lengthy white beard, entered, accompanied by a dashing young sorcerer. It seems we have not arrived too late, the elder sorcerer remarked as he stepped inside. His countenance exuded warmth, yet it was juxtaposed with an aura of formidable power. The young sorcerer trailing behind him felt the weight of this immense presence. The moment they appeared, Black Widow became instantly alert. Simultaneously, Peter Parker felt an overwhelming sense of danger through his spider sense. In contrast, Li Jie remained remarkably composed, having recognized the elder as the Sorcerer Supreme of Kamar Taj, Ancient One. The young sorcerer following him was merely an apprentice, yet it would not be long before he matured into another formidable Sorcerer Supreme, Dr. Strange. Ahem. Master, have you forgotten something? Dr. Strange reminded from behind. My apologies, I was remiss. When one becomes youthful again, certain details often slip the mind, Ancient One replied, continuing forward. Yet his formidable aura vanished as if he were merely an ordinary old man. Golden fried rice, a bowl of soup, fried sauce noodles, osmanthus cake. Ah, all my favorites. Let us have 2 of each, Ancient One said, eyeing the menu on the wall, then turning to smile at Li Jie. Li Jie understood that after he subdued the Hulk, the surveillance from the sanctum in New York had ceased. Now, with Ancient One and Doctor Strange appearing in the Chinese restaurant, was it merely for the pleasure of culinary delights? Perhaps the cuisine was one of the reasons for their visit, but Li Jie was certain that Ancient One had come specifically for him. Although he had not employed any spells while assisting Dr. Banner, indeed, he was incapable of such. Rendering the Hulk powerless had undoubtedly captured Ancient One's attention. From Li Jie's perspective, regardless of the reason for Ancient One's visit, it represented a rare opportunity. Gaining the Elder's acknowledgement could grant him access to immense magical prowess. Please hold on, Li Jie said as he turned towards the kitchen. While preparing the meal, Li Jie suddenly realized he may have underestimated the situation. Ancient One possessed the Eye of Agamotto, a tool capable of glimpsing into the past and future. If he were concerned about something, there would be no need for him to come in person. He could simply use the eye to verify matters. Alternatively, he could send Baron Mordo or another sorcerer to investigate. Yet, he chose to come himself. This indicated that whatever might transpire in the future held significant importance. So much so that Ancient One deemed it necessary to personally address certain issues. And these matters were intertwined with Li Jie himself. Upon reflecting on this, Li Jie employed his supersensory abilities to pinpoint the Ancient One, hoping to glean some clues from the minutiae. However, he soon discovered that his supersensory powers were ineffective against the Ancient One. Not only did this apply to her, but even when he attempted to use his abilities to observe Doctor Strange, he found nothing at all. It appeared that the Ancient One was aware of Li Jie's unique capability and had preemptively cast a magical barrier to obscure his supersensory perception. While Li Jie could face the Hulk without fear, he was not so bold in confronting the most formidable sorcerer in existence. Should he become the Ancient One's adversary? Who could fathom the unimaginable means she might resort to in order to counter him? As a modest meal was served, Li Jie emerged from the kitchen, seeking a chair to sit upon, his anticipation palpable as he watched the Ancient One bring a spoonful of golden fried rice to her lips. Yet, after that, there was nothing more. The Ancient One set down her spoon, lifted her bowl, and sipped from the soup. Meanwhile, the system remained unresponsive. A pang of disappointment washed over Li Jie. He mused that the Ancient One's palate seemed rather discerning. The golden fried rice, accompanied by seaweed and shrimp soup, had evidently failed to earn her approval. If he could not gain her endorsement, how could he ever hope to acquire her powers? This fried rice is exceptional. I have never tasted such exquisite fried rice before. Beyond its flavor, there seems to be some unique restorative effect, Dr. Strange remarked, a frown creasing his brow. Before entering Camartage to become a sorcerer, he had been one of the world's foremost surgeons. His early accomplishments had rendered him a rather fastidious individual. Surgery, music, and gourmet cuisine were the 3 great passions of his life. An unfortunate accident had left his hands disabled, forever barring him from wielding a scalpel, which ultimately set him on the path to becoming a sorcerer. On the surface, it appeared that Dr. Strange's hands had fully healed, yet in truth, the reality had been obscured by his newfound powers as a sorcerer. The injuries to his hands persisted. After consuming the golden fried rice, Dr. Strange faintly sensed the possibility of restoration in his hands. This recovery did not imply using magic to conceal his injuries, but rather a primitive restoration of his physical capabilities. Although it was merely a faint indication, it sparked a flicker of hope within him. Congratulations to the host for gaining Dr. Stevens' recognition, successfully unlocking 10 of surgical skills. The system promptly responded. It seemed there was no malfunction. The Ancient One truly had withheld her acknowledgement. Li Jie mused to himself. Acquiring the skills of a top-tier surgeon like Steven meant that, should he ever choose not to pursue culinary arts, he could at least become a distinguished surgeon. Having an additional skill in his repertoire was certainly a boon. Steven, your thoughts are disordered, the Ancient One remarked as she set down her soup bowl. I apologize. Dr. Strange quickly gathered his focus. reminding himself that he had embarked on the path of a sorcerer and should not dwell on his injured hands. Only by completely forgetting the wounds of his hands can Stephen journey further along the path of the sorcerer. Suddenly, Li Jie sensed something amiss. Stephen lowered his head and ceased to eat, his entire demeanor resembling that of a statue. It was not only Stephen. Peter Parker and Black Widow within the restaurant had also succumbed to a state of stasis. Outside, a pigeon remained suspended mid-flight, as if the entire world had pressed the pause button. A time spell. Li Jie realized that someone had cast a time spell, halting the passage of time for all objects except himself. Instinctively, he glanced towards Master Gui. Within the restaurant, only Master Gui possessed the ability to wield such a spell. Just moments ago, she had been seated beside Doctor Strange, but now she had vanished without a trace. As Li Jie contemplated unleashing his heightened senses to locate her, he found himself propelled backward. More precisely, his spirit had detached from his body, which remained seated in the chair, as he, along with the others, became ensnared in the temporal seal. It seemed that Master Gui had a penchant for inducing out-of-body experiences. He was not alone in this peculiar circumstance. When Doctor Strange had expressed skepticism regarding the spell, Master Gui had employed the same technique. Clearly, you are not at all astonished, Li Jie mused. Is this the purpose of your visit? To grant me a glimpse into the extraordinary life of a sorcerer? Li Jie inquired with an air of calm. Master Gui shook her head and replied, No, I have come here to teach you spells. What do you mean? Li Jie feigned confusion, half genuine, half an act. Master Gui, with her hands clasped behind her, exuded an air of profound mystery. Some matters need no elaboration, while others require a brief explanation. I possess the ability to glimpse the future. In the near future, I will depart from this world, and at that time, Doctor Strange will not yet have truly matured. Consequently, this world will be devoid of the Supreme Sorcerer's protection, entering a period of vulnerability to prevent malevolent magical beings from wreaking havoc during this interval. I need you to step forward and safeguard this realm until Doctor Strange is capable of assuming responsibility from you. I still do not quite comprehend. Do you mean to take me as your apprentice? Li Jie continued to feign ignorance. Master Gui smiled and said, Jack, some things need not be explicitly stated. As long as you understand within your heart, that suffices. Promise me, and you shall soon acquire the skills of a sorcerer from me. Otherwise, you will forfeit your chance to become the most powerful sorcerer. The decision now lies with you. After a moment's contemplation, Li Jie responded, So, you mean to say that I need not be beholden to Camartage or the constraints of the sorcerer community, but rather, I should protect this world when necessary. Master Gui nodded in affirmation. You are correct. You are not bound by any sorcerer's limitations, and no one will know that your skills were bestowed upon you by me. Even in the face of skepticism, I firmly believe that no sorcerer could possibly contend with you. For you, this is undoubtedly a lucrative venture. Very well, I shall acquiesce. Li Jie nodded in agreement. Thank you. Ancient One responded gratefully, gesturing with a wave of her hand, causing Li Jie's soul to return to his body, and time, which had come to a standstill, resumed its flow. Li Jie observed Doctor Strange bowing his head, engrossed in his meal, while Peter Parker busied himself with a cloth, aimlessly wiping the table. And Black Widow pulled out her phone to make a call. Everything seemed as though nothing had ever transpired. Stephen, I must admit, you were entirely correct. The cuisine at this Chinese restaurant is indeed a rare delight, the Ancient One remarked with a smile. Almost simultaneously, the system provided feedback. Congratulations, host. You have gained the recognition of the Supreme Sorcerer, the Ancient One, successfully unlocking one of the Supreme Sorcerer's skills. A torrent of immense magical knowledge surged into Li Jie's mind, and this was merely one of the Ancient One's abilities. The last time he encountered a similar one-skill unlock was when he acquired the Hulk's physique. This time, he had unlocked the skills of the Ancient One. A Supreme Sorcerer, rather than a singular ability within the mage framework, and the level of difficulty was far beyond that of the Hulk's physique. Given this circumstance, Li Jie suspected that the Ancient One's intentional bestowal of skills was a deliberate act. What troubles might lie ahead that warranted such elaborate measures from the Ancient One? Chapter 43. The art of teleportation. As the Ancient One and Doctor Strange departed, the Chinese restaurant officially concluded its day's operations, though the future remained uncertain, prompting the Ancient One to willingly bestow her mastery of sorcery. For Li Jie, the present moment marked a significant enhancement in his abilities. Acquiring the Ancient One's skills was indeed a cause for celebration. Li Jie treated Peter Parker, Black Widow, and the Devourer of Worlds to a meal, a modest attempt to elevate their dining experience. It became evident that Peter Parker was a person devoid of lofty aspirations. Despite Li Jie's explicit invitation, Peter chose a pizza parlor. Why not simply request instant noodles from a convenience store? Nevertheless, one cannot purchase joy with wealth. In addition to dining in, Li Jie secured a whole supreme pizza for Peter to take home, a bounty sufficient for 2 days. Peter's preference for pizza stemmed not from its affordability, but rather from the need to save time. As Spider-Man, romance could be postponed. The world awaited salvation. On his journey back to Queens, Peter assisted an elderly lady across the street, thwarted 3 robberies, and halted a car careening out of control due to intoxication. For superheroes, opportunities to save the world do not present themselves daily. Thus, Peter often engaged in such small acts of heroism. Upon returning home, Peter leaped onto his bed, which creaked under his weight. After discarding his shoes, he lifted his right foot to his nose and inhaled. Not foul. He could manage 3 more days before a wash was warranted. Time to sleep. Just as Peter closed his eyes, his spider sense detected imminent danger, prompting him to flip and hang upside down from the ceiling. Crash! A sound of shattering glass echoed through the room, nearly simultaneously accompanied by a bullet hole appearing in the mattress. TSK, TSK. Laughter erupted from outside the window. Turning his head, Peter beheld a figure clad in green armor, standing atop a metallic hoverboard. The Green Goblin. A surge of alarm coursed through Peter's mind. Rat-a-tat-tat. The Green Goblin discharged an automatic rifle, emptying the magazine before turning to depart. Don't leave, Peter growled, using his webbing to fling open the window and leap outside. After pursuing for a short distance, he realized he had lost the elusive figure. Hesitating atop a rooftop for a moment, Peter decided to visit the Osborn mansion. The estate remained cordoned off by law enforcement, and within its secret chambers, all evidence pertaining to the Green Goblin had been removed. As Peter wandered through the mansion, it became apparent that no one had visited for several days. Was it the original Goblin, or merely an impersonator? The Green Goblin was a figure of considerable notoriety among criminals. Imitators were not out of the question, especially given the use of an automatic rifle, which led Peter to suspect he had been targeted by a copycat. However, the equipment bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the Green Goblin. A sudden wave of concern for Harry Osborn washed over Peter, prompting him to make a phone call, only to discover he had been blocked unbeknownst to him. As Peter Parker stealthily infiltrated the Osborn mansion for an investigation, the Green Goblin had already returned to the Osborn seaside villa. In the living room, Harry Osborn removed his helmet, his excitement palpable as he gazed at his own hands. The super soldier serum had endowed Harry Osborn with astonishing strength, and coupled with his adeptness in wielding the Green Goblin's equipment, this led to the audacious attack on Spider-Man. This sensation is simply magnificent, Harry Osborn exclaimed with fervor. Although Harry had merely engaged Peter Parker from a distance using an automatic rifle today, the experience felt like a window had been opened, revealing a brand new self in a different world. Due to Peter Parker's influence, Lee and Black Widow also settled for pizza for their dinner with the Venomous Beast. After finishing their meal, the Venomous Beast hurried off to the alley in search of frisky feral cats. Huey, do not return until dawn, Lee advised before he and Black Widow made their way back to the Chinese restaurant. Seizing the opportunity while Black Widow bathed, Lee began to experiment with the magical abilities he had acquired from the Ancient One. Just as Harry Potter requires a wand to cast spells, the sorcerers of Camartage rely on the power of their mystical rings to perform magic. Even Doctor Strange, upon becoming the formidable Sorcerer Supreme, found himself incapacitated in the absence of his ring, rendering most of his spells ineffective. Before departing the Chinese restaurant, Doctor Strange had intentionally left a magical ring for Lee, which now adorned his finger. Lee commenced his spellcasting, initially levitating a glass filled with water into the air. This levitation spell bore a resemblance to telekinesis. Even without casting spells, Li could utilize Madame Gao's ability to retrieve objects from a distance. Thus, the successful levitation did not bring Li a significant sense of accomplishment. The second spell he cast was the mirror dimension, transporting him to a realm entirely opposite to reality. In this world, the structure could be altered by mere thought. And it could. After observing Black Widow for a while in the shower, Li exited the mirror dimension. The third spell was a teleportation portal. By envisioning the destination in his mind, he could create a portal that would directly transport him there. Imagining the Statue of Liberty, Li conjured the portal and found himself atop its crown. Indeed, success. Compared to the mirror dimension, the triumph of the teleportation portal exhilarated Li even more. The effect was akin to a door to anywhere, fulfilling a childhood wish. After relieving himself atop the Statue of Liberty, Li used the teleportation portal to arrive at a 24-hour convenience store to purchase some beer. Subsequently, he indulged in drinks at iconic locations such as the Hollywood sign, the Eiffel Tower, and Tokyo. The experience was utterly exhilarating. As he neared the last can of beer, Li found himself losing interest in these tourist spots. There was still time to visit one more place before Black Widow finished her shower. Where to go? A mischievous thought suddenly crossed Li's mind. In this realm of Marvel, I ponder whether I can traverse to the world of DC through a portal. Li Jie envisioned the grandeur of Wayne Manor in his mind. It is important to note that Wayne Manor is situated in Gotham City, a place that does not exist in this world. With a sudden crackle, a portal of shimmering golden light materialized in the void, and on the other side stood Wayne Manor. Has it succeeded? Bruce Wayne had just concluded a day of vigilantism as Batman. After leaving the Batmobile and his gear in the Batcave, he indulged in a warm bath and poured himself a glass of wine before approaching the window. What is this? Bruce Wayne furrowed his brow as he witnessed a sudden flash of golden light in the garden, followed by the emergence of a peculiar door. Behind it stood a man holding a beer, their gazes locking across the expanse. After a moment of bewilderment, Bruce Wayne reached out to open the window. At that instant, he noticed that the strange golden door and the figure had vanished without a trace. Li Jie had merely attempted a trial and had not succeeded in entering Wayne Manor through the portal. The world where Wayne Manor resided did not belong to this realm. For Li Jie, it was merely an exploration of curiosity, albeit he understood the perilous nature of such an endeavor. Would recklessly traversing between two disparate dimensions precipitate adverse consequences for both worlds? Perhaps it was best to reconsider. Ultimately, Li Jie suppressed his curiosity, dismantled the portal, and returned to his Chinese restaurant in Hell's Kitchen. As Li Jie savored the sandwich prepared by Black Widow, he mused, Peter Parker has grown increasingly lazy. Before Black Widow's arrival, Peter Parker would come in early each day, sometimes even stopping to procure breakfast. One would expect that the presence of Black Widow would instill a sense of urgency in him. Yet today, he arrived late once more. This left Li Jie feeling concerned. Could it be that young Spider-Man had succumbed to despair and was contemplating giving up? In terms of warmth and companionship, Black Widow was undoubtedly unmatched. However, when it came to work ethic, the restaurant truly relied on Peter Parker. Li Jie was unwilling to lose such a remarkable employee and resolved to find an opportunity to have a heart-to-heart with Peter. If necessary, he would consider raising his salary. Ding! It was well past 10:30 when Peter Parker finally pushed open the door to the restaurant. Natasha, good morning. Boss, good morning. This is breakfast I brought for you. Peter placed the now-cold hot dog on the table and sat down, lost in thought. Li Jie exchanged a glance with Black Widow. Without needing to employ superhuman senses, Li Jie could discern that Peter Parker was not himself. Peter, have you had a quarrel with your girlfriend? Li Jie seated himself across from Peter and gestured for Black Widow to pour him a glass of water. Huh. Oh no. Peter Parker snapped back to reality and replied, What has happened to you? Li Jie inquired, his tone laced with concern. Peter Parker hesitated momentarily before responding. Boss, the Green Goblin was apprehended by the police, correct? Indeed. The Green Goblin has been captured, Li Jie affirmed, immediately realizing the connection between Peter Parker and the villain. He must still be incarcerated, am I right? Peter Parker pressed on. Li Jie deliberately pulled out his phone and scrolled, stating, "There are no reports of the Green Goblin's release from prison." "Well, never mind," Peter Parker said, swallowing the words that lingered on his lips. Observing Peter's unease, Li Jie remarked, "Peter, I understand your relationship with Mr. Norman is unique. If you wish to meet him, I could explore some options." "Boss, you can arrange for me to see Mr. Norman?" Peter Parker asked, excitement evident in his voice. The Green Goblin's appearance the previous night had left Peter in turmoil, and he yearned for confirmation from Norman Osborn, having even made a trip to the prison, only to find no one there. "Natasha, could you facilitate this?" Li Jie turned to the Black Widow, who, as a senior SHIELD agent, possessed certain privileges. Peter Parker also directed his gaze toward the Black Widow. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, "I can give it a try, but I cannot guarantee anything." "Wonderful. Thank you, Boss and Natasha. I'll get back to work," Peter Parker exclaimed, revitalized, and began tidying up. Suddenly, a roar of an engine interrupted the atmosphere as a red Ferrari pulled up outside the restaurant. "Boss," Peter Parker winked at Li Jie while sweeping. Without needing to be told, Li Jie had already noticed the striking beauty outside was Mary Walker. Her demeanor exuded the persona of Typhoid Mary. Li Jie glanced at Typhoid Mary and then at the Black Widow, wishing only for a peaceful coexistence between the two women in the restaurant. With a jingle, Typhoid Mary pushed the door open, chewing gum, and adjusted her sunglasses with a flick of her fingers, her gaze flitting over the Black Widow. A newcomer? The astute Black Widow immediately discerned that the relationship between Typhoid Mary and Li Jie was far from simple. "Welcome. Just one for dinner? This way, please." Peter Parker set aside his broom and dashed over, positioning himself between the two women to shield Li Jie and divert their attention. "We have a new delicacy, osmanthus cake. Would you care to try some?" "Peter, are you no longer afraid of me?" Typhoid Mary teased. "Huh, am I?" Peter Parker chuckled nervously, instinctively taking a step back, wary of falling into Typhoid Mary's trap once more. "It seems you still fear me," she quipped. Typhoid Mary smiled with a sense of pride, walking towards the corner while proclaiming, "If you fear me, then perhaps you should summon someone unafraid." "Who says I fear you?" Peter Parker declared, puffing out his chest and turning to Black Widow. "Apologies, but the guest is calling for you." "What is her background?" Black Widow seized the opportunity to inquire. Peter Parker shook his head, stating, "I am not well acquainted with her." Black Widow's expression darkened. "Peter, do you still wish to meet Norman?" "I truly do not know her well." Instinctively, Peter Parker glanced towards the kitchen and lowered his voice. "Her name is Mary Walker, a patient with multiple personalities, possessing the ability to manipulate minds. You should exercise caution." "A mutant?" Black Widow furrowed her brow, her demeanor becoming more guarded upon learning of Typhoid Mary's mind-controlling power. "What? Do you fear me as well?" Typhoid Mary smiled at Black Widow. "You came to the Chinese restaurant to dine. Why would I fear you?" Black Widow retorted. "As long as you are not afraid of me." Typhoid Mary chuckled, then inquired, "Sister, do you find me beautiful?" Black Widow felt a sudden stir within her, realizing that Typhoid Mary's smile was captivating, igniting a flutter in her heart. No. Having been forewarned by Peter Parker, Black Widow quickly recognized that she had fallen under the woman's spell and hastily pinched herself. Yet, why does this woman before me increasingly evoke such feelings? Black Widow realized she had yet to free herself from the mental influence, unsure of how to proceed when she felt a gentle pat on her shoulder. "Natasha, you should attend to your duties." The discomfort Black Widow had previously felt vanished in an instant. Turning to see Li Jie at her side, she inwardly sighed in relief. Chapter 44, Lady Bullseye. Typhoid Mary chuckled softly, playfully swaying her pristine thighs as she remarked, "What's the matter? No longer hiding from me." "Hiding from you? When have I ever done that?" Li Jie replied with a smile. Typhoid Mary glanced at Black Widow and said, "I thought perhaps you had forgotten about me with a new girlfriend in tow. Mary, perhaps it would be prudent to discuss your purpose for being here." Li Jie discerned that Typhoid Mary's presence was not solely for dining or reminiscing. With a flirtatious glance, she replied, "In truth, I have been reminiscing about our time together. If you're amenable, we could have a proper chat upstairs." "Very well." Li Jie extended his hand. Typhoid Mary placed her right hand in his palm, only to retract it suddenly as she rose. On second thought, I'd rather not risk being shot in the head when I leave. Resuming her seat, she crossed her legs and stated, I am here to convey a message. Have you heard of Lady Bullseye? Lady Bullseye, originally named Jinshi, was once an ordinary individual who idolized Bullseye after witnessing his lethal prowess. It can be asserted that she is Bullseye's most devoted follower and his most adept imitator. She transitioned from an average person to a world-class assassin, acquiring the ability to become vaporous. Regrettably, I have never heard of Lady Bullseye. Li Jie shook his head in denial, acknowledging that he had yet to encounter her. Surely you are acquainted with Bullseye himself? She inquired. He was formerly employed by Jean and was recently discovered dead in an alley not far from here. What does that have to do with me? Li Jie asked. Typhoid Mary smiled. I, too, believe it bears little relevance to you. But Lady Bullseye does not share that sentiment. Erica publicly claims to have killed Bullseye, yet Lady Bullseye harbors suspicions and has already confronted Erica. Erica recounted the entire sequence of events leading to Bullseye's demise, and Lady Bullseye considers you a prime suspect, especially in light of the video that has surfaced. Pausing slightly, Typhoid Mary retrieved her phone and began to play a video. It depicted Dr. Banner losing control and transforming into the Hulk, battling numerous superheroes, and ultimately regaining his composure with Li Jie's assistance. The footage had been captured by a dash cam of a vehicle parked nearby and had quietly circulated online. What does this signify? Li Jie inquired. Typhoid Mary put her phone away and replied, at the very least, it indicates that you are not an ordinary person, thereby amplifying the suspicion surrounding your involvement in Bullseye's death. After all this, what you truly wish to convey is, Lady Bullseye believes I killed Bullseye and plans to eliminate me in retribution? Li Jie summarized Mary's implication. Bang, she said, mimicking the action of a gun with her hand. Oh, I see now. Thank you for sharing this information with me. If you have no further matters to attend to, I believe I shall retreat to the kitchen to prepare our meal, Li Jie remarked as he turned to leave. Hey, Jack. Given the significance of the information I have provided, might today's lunch be complimentary? Hastily called out Typhoid Mary. As he walked away, Li Jie replied, the delicacies of the Chinese restaurant are never complimentary. However, I can cover the cost for you. Thank you, Typhoid Mary said, revealing a smug smile, casting a provocative glance at Black Widow. Moments later, Typhoid Mary's meal was served at the table, just as the restaurant's entrance chimed, heralding the arrival of the second wave of patrons for the day. Trust me, Attorney Jinshi, the culinary delights of this establishment will not disappoint. Matt and I frequent here often, Attorney Fuji declared, leading the way, followed by a raven-haired beauty clad in professional attire, carrying a briefcase. Peter, 3 of you, Fuji continued. Thank you, Fuji and Matt, for treating me to this meal. However, allow me the opportunity to express my gratitude. Today's bill shall be on me, Jinshi said with a cheerful smile. How could that be? Fuji interjected. Although Matt and I do not profit much from our cases, treating you to a meal is certainly within our means. Upon hearing Fuji's insistence to pay, Matt furrowed his brow, internally chastising Fuji for trying to appear affluent, forgetting that their meals last night and this morning had consisted solely of instant noodles. Fuji, Matt, this is precisely why I admire both of you. You are the true champions of justice, Jinshi flattered. Fuji, filled with pride, responded, Jinshi, your words have left me somewhat bashful. Yet, you are correct. Matt and I are attorneys who fight for justice, never motivated by monetary gain. As they spoke, the trio settled near the window, where Fuji generously ordered 3 sets of 4 courses and willingly settled the bill. Pardon me, I must greet someone. Daredevil Matt had noticed the solitary Typhoid Mary and, after a moment of internal conflict, decided to approach her. Mary, how have you been lately? Matt, thank you for your concern. I am doing quite well. As for you, it would be wise to be cautious of the women around you, Typhoid Mary replied, glancing at Jinshi, who was engaged in lively conversation with Fuji. Oh, are you referring to Attorney Jinshi? We are merely colleagues. She is here for a consultation regarding a case. I have no relationship with her, Matt quickly clarified. Typhoid Mary beckoned him closer, whispering in his ear, everyone harbors their own secrets. How can you be certain that the attorney's identity is not a facade. Matt's brow furrowed as he focused his heightened senses on Jinshi, then nodded, saying, "Thank you for the warning. I shall be more vigilant." At that moment, Matt remained unaware that the so-called attorney, Jinshi, was in fact the vigilante known as Hawkeye. Like Daredevil Matt, Hawkeye also utilized a lawyer's identity as a guise. The recent endeavor to approach Matt and Foggy was merely a desire to observe Li Jia up close. "Matt, Foggy just mentioned that you share a close rapport with the owner here. If the opportunity arises, could you introduce me?" The woman known as Hawkeye inquired with a smile. Before Daredevil could respond, Foggy interjected confidently, "It's no trouble at all. Peter, when you have a moment, could you summon Jack? I have a few words I'd like to share with him." "Foggy, I will relay your message to the owner. However, whether he decides to come is beyond my purview," Peter Parker replied. With an air of unwarranted confidence, Foggy reassured, "Rest assured, once Jack knows I'm the one seeking him, he will undoubtedly come." Li Jia, intrigued by the woman's intentions, chose not to decline. After the meal was served, he approached the table occupied by Daredevil and Matt. "Maki, see, I told you Jack would honor my request," Foggy said, winking proudly at Hawkeye before introducing, "Jack, allow me to present to you, Attorney Maki, my partner alongside Matt. Maki, this is Jack, the owner of the Chinese restaurant. Quite handsome, though perhaps not as much as I," he added with a smirk. "Mr. Jack, I've been following you on social media for quite some time. I know many superheroes are regulars here. It is truly an honor to meet you," Hawkeye declared, feigning the demeanor of an adoring fan as she extended her hand. As Li Jia shook her hand, he immediately sensed the concealed mechanism in her ring, which projected a poisoned needle aimed at him. Daredevil, having locked onto Hawkeye with his heightened senses, felt a shift in expression but refrained from intervening. As the needle failed to pierce Li Jia's skin, collapsing instead as if striking steel, the resilient skin of the Hulk had proven effective. "Attorney Maki, I want to be swayed into offering you a discount simply because of your compliments," Li Jia remarked. With the needle now rendered ineffective, Hawkeye discreetly removed it along with the ring from her hand, smiling as she said, "Mr. Jack, you misconstrue my intentions. I genuinely admire you. Another guest has arrived. Please, continue your meal and call for me if needed." Li Jia glanced toward the entrance, indicating his acknowledgement. "Very well," Hawkeye replied, returning to her seat. This clandestine exchange illuminated for her that Li Jia was far more formidable than she had anticipated. Yet, rather than dampening her enthusiasm, it ignited a sense of exhilaration within her. She relished such challenges, perhaps disliking chaotic environments. As the restaurant began to fill, Typhoid Mary decided to take her leave. Before departing, she made a point to greet Daredevil and teased Hawkeye lightly. Hawkeye's target remained Li Jia. She had no desire to complicate matters before securing her objective. In a confrontation, she was acutely aware that she might not be a match for Typhoid Mary, especially considering Mary's various formidable forms. It is peculiar. Where has Natasha gone? After several deliveries, Peter Parker suddenly realized that the Black Widow, who had been competing fiercely for the same tasks, was nowhere to be found. A powerful sound wave erupted from Typhoid Mary's sports car as she exited Hell's Kitchen. Suddenly, she detected an unusual noise emanating from the trunk, prompting her to pull over to investigate. As she opened the trunk, the spare tire flew out unexpectedly. In a moment of panic, Typhoid Mary dodged the tire's assault, only to be taken down by a forceful figure that struck her to the ground. "Don't move, or I will blow your brains out." The Black Widow pressed an M1911 pistol against Typhoid Mary's head. Unable to suppress a laugh, Typhoid Mary jested, "Black Widow, you truly don't wait overnight for revenge. What? Do you want to kill me? Go ahead and pull the trigger, and soon we will both be trending at the top of social media. What title do you think we should use? Legendary S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent commits murder in broad daylight." The Black Widow's brow furrowed as she noticed vehicles had stopped, with bystanders capturing the scene on their phones and surveillance cameras observing the encounter. As Typhoid Mary had pointed out, it was impossible for the Black Widow to commit murder in public. "Listen, this matter is far from over. I will settle this score with you in the near future." With that, the Black Widow holstered her weapon and helped Typhoid Mary to her feet. However, Typhoid Mary, unyielding, suddenly tore open her shirt and shouted, "Murder! ASHIELD! Agent is committing murder in the streets. Damn it!" The Black Widow quickly lowered her head, donned her hat, and melted into the crowd. Subsequently, she called Nick Fury, saying, "I've run into a bit of trouble. Is there a way to defend against mental attacks?" Defend against mental attacks? I'm not entirely sure, but Magneto might provide us with some insights. At least his hats can accomplish that, Nick Fury replied thoughtfully. I need one of Magneto's hats. And I need it fast, the Black Widow urged. By the time noon arrived and business hours ended, the Black Widow had yet to return to the Chinese restaurant. It appeared that Typhoid Mary had employed a mental assault against her, making the Black Widow reluctant to let the matter go. Moreover, having been outmaneuvered by Typhoid Mary on the road, the Black Widow was seeking a way to retaliate. After finishing her lunch, Lady Bullseye prepared to leave, but was kept behind by Foggy, who concocted a reason to delay her. Foggy endeavored to showcase his masculine charm before Lady Bullseye, hoping to capture her attention. Foggy, Attorney Jessica is quite busy. We should not disturb her, Daredevil Matt subtly hinted to his old friend, concerned that he might become increasingly entangled. After closing the door, Li Jie waited in the Chinese restaurant, knowing that Lady Bullseye would inevitably come seeking him next door at the law firm. Indeed, the woman known as Bullseye cleverly evaded capture and slipped into the Chinese restaurant from the upper floor. "Jack, we meet again," she declared, brandishing a silenced pistol. Next door, Foggy remained in a state of exhilaration, incessantly inquiring about Bullseye's impression on Daredevil, preemptively offering his own affirmative responses before Matt could utter a word. Daredevil, desiring to spare his friend disappointment, discreetly monitored Bullseye with his heightened senses. Although he was aware that Bullseye posed no threat to Lee, his curiosity about the outcome lingered. If the opportunity arose, Daredevil hoped to find a way to have Lee owe him a favor. He understood the complexity of the situation, yet remained in hiding. Biding his time. "Bullseye, I have received a warning that you intend to kill me." Lee confronted her directly, unmasking her identity. Bullseye scoffed, "I know. It was that wretched Typhoid Mary." She added, "Once I am done with you, I shall settle the score with her." "Do you believe I killed Bullseye?" Lee inquired. Bullseye chuckled. "I know what you're insinuating. You wish to claim that Bullseye's demise is unrelated to you, attributing it to Erica instead. If you think I am so easily deceived, you may deny it all you want. However, I have conducted extensive investigations and know that without your assistance, Erica would never have had the opportunity to kill Bullseye. Therefore, you must die here today, without fail." Chapter 45. The malicious old man, Li Jie, lit a cigarette, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he remarked, "Your reasoning is quite astute. It is a pity you do not pursue a career in detective fiction." Setting aside the question of whether the target met his demise at my hands, do you not fear being discovered by venturing into a Chinese restaurant to carry out your deeds? Discovered? Mr. Jack, do you believe those of my profession fear the police? Moreover, both Lawyer Matt and Lawyer Fuji can serve as my witnesses. At this moment, I am in the adjacent law firm. The lady with the target-like eyes scoffed disdainfully. Li Jie rolled his eyes, deliberately stating, "So, you have exploited the good-natured Matt and Fuji to provide you with perjured testimony? Good-natured? No, in my eyes. Those two are mere fools. What is the point of practicing law if it does not yield profit? They delude themselves into thinking they are champions of justice." She retorted vehemently. A loud crack echoed as Matt, the night demon, lost his composure upon hearing her words, snapping the pen in his grasp. Fuji, who had just poured himself a cup of coffee, happened to witness this scene and inquired with curiosity, "Matt, what is the matter?" "Oh, nothing," Matt replied, hastily holding a document up to shield his face. "Are you truly all right, Matt?" Fuji pressed again. "Fuji, if you find yourself with nothing to do, it would be prudent to check on Lawyer Maki. She has been in the restroom for quite a while, and I would hate for anything to happen." Matt, unwilling to be used as a pawn, deliberately urged Fuji to investigate. Furrowing his brow, Fuji replied, "Matt, Maki is in the ladies' room. Would it not be inappropriate for me to go? Also, you are holding the document upside down." "I am merely practicing reading it backwards," Matt shamelessly retorted. In the Chinese restaurant, Li Jie exhaled a plume of smoke, stating, So, even if you were to perish here, no one would come to your aid, correct? The lady with the target-like eyes let out a cold laugh. Mr. Jack, you are mistaken. It is you who shall meet your end here. My patience has worn thin. It is time for you to die. With a swift motion, she pulled the trigger. In her mind, one bullet was meant to pierce Li Jie's heart, while the other would strike his head. At such a close range, she was confident that even with her eyes shut, she would not miss. Yet, she faltered. A shimmering shield materialized before Li Jie, deflecting both bullets. Startled, the lady quickly squeezed the trigger again, emptying the magazine while maneuvering to shoot from multiple angles. The outcome, however, remained unchanged. Every bullet was thwarted by the protective barrier. Do you not wish to know how I eliminated Mr. Target? Li Jie inquired, drawing on his cigarette. The lady's expression darkened, realizing she had gravely underestimated Li Jie's prowess. Discarding her gun, she swiftly retrieved a tactical grenade. At that moment, her demeanor shifted as she noticed that the scenery outside the window had all reversed. Meanwhile, Matt, holding the documents, noticed a change in his expression as both Li Jie and Lady Bullseye vanished from the radar of Daredevil's heightened senses. Li Jie understood that Matt had been vigilantly monitoring the Chinese restaurant with his superhuman abilities. If he were to eliminate Lady Bullseye, he certainly did not wish for a witness to remain. Thus, Li Jie employed his magic to draw Lady Bullseye into the mirror realm. You are a sorcerer? Lady Bullseye inquired, astonished. Li Jie remained silent. With a mere thought, a tendril struck towards her like a striking serpent. In a flurry, Lady Bullseye hurled a tactical grenade at Li Jie, but the tendril swiftly batted it away. With a resounding explosion, the grenade detonated above her head. One of Li Jie's intentions for pulling Lady Bullseye into the mirror space was to prevent any damage to the Chinese restaurant from their confrontation. Although the establishment possessed self-repairing abilities, Li Jie was keen to keep its secrets hidden from Daredevil Matt. Lady Bullseye executed several backflips to evade the shrapnel of the grenade until she felt her feet tighten, suspended upside down by the tendril. With a swift motion, she drew a concealed dagger, aiming to sever the tendril, only to discover its hardness rivaled that of metal. The dagger proved ineffective against the vine. Seizing the opportunity, the tendril ensnared Lady Bullseye completely. She grunted, struggling fiercely, yet unable to break free from the tightening grip of the tendril. Suddenly, the speed of constriction accelerated, and she vaporized, escaping from its clutches. This was one of Lady Bullseye's extraordinary abilities, vaporization. She could transform her body into mist to facilitate her escape or launch a surprise attack. Is this your method of eliminating Lady Bullseye? I admit, these tendrils are formidable, but they are of no consequence to me, she taunted, materializing her form only to vaporize again as the tendril lunged at her. After several attempts, Lady Bullseye suddenly collapsed to the ground in pain, astonished as she asked, "What have you done to me?" Li Jie exhaled a plume of smoke and replied, "Did you forget? These tendrils secrete a lethal toxin. Are you feeling weak? That's because the poison is spreading within you, undermining your extraordinary abilities." Lady Bullseye tested her powers and found that she was regaining her strength before fully vaporizing, realizing the instability of her mist form. Poison. This is your true method of killing Lady Bullseye. Li Jie discarded his cigarette but onto the ground, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "I must say, it is a pity you do not write detective novels." Indeed, Lady Bullseye had been poisoned following the tendril's assault. However, theoretically, it was Erica who had killed Lady Bullseye. In the span of mere sentences, Lady Bullseye recognized that her ability to vaporize had entirely dissipated, and even crouching was a considerable effort. Biting her tongue to maintain clarity, she turned her head, scanning her surroundings for a means of escape. Li Jie manipulated the vines to ensnare Ms. Target Eye, speaking with an air of finality. "Cease your futile struggles. We are in a mirrored space, and without my assistance, you shall remain trapped here for eternity." Ms. Target Eye fought desperately against the onslaught of the vines, yet was ultimately ensnared tightly, succumbing to the effects of the toxin and losing consciousness. Li Jie refrained from directly killing Ms. Target Eye, not out of compassion, but rather to avoid staining the restaurant. Upon exiting the mirrored space, he promptly called Madame Gao. "Jack, I am delighted to receive your call. How may I assist you today? Madame Gao responded courteously. Are you acquainted with Miss Target Eye? She ought to be affiliated with your syndicate, Li Jie remarked bluntly. Madame Gao's heart sank, and she hastily replied, I have heard of Miss Target Eye. She is an admirer of the Target Eye. However, I am not well acquainted with her. She is merely an underling of the gambler. Madame Gao, do not waste my time with irrelevant details. Do you believe that invoking the name of gambler, this ninja leader, will absolve you of your ties to the syndicate? Li Jie retorted angrily. Forgive me, that was not my intention. Madame Gao quickly apologized. Li Jie continued, Miss Target Eye is currently at the restaurant. Send someone to retrieve her. Remember, I do not wish to see her again. Understood. I shall personally handle this matter, Madame Gao assured, and after hanging up, she immediately dialed Gambler's phone. Once connected, she spoke in a grave tone. Gambler, your foolish subordinate, Miss Target Eye, has caused me considerable trouble. I will rectify this issue for you, hoping you can comprehend that my actions are solely for the future of the syndicate. At the restaurant, Madame Gao arrived bearing a gift box, accompanied by a delivery truck. Mr. Jack, please rest assured, I guarantee she will not trouble you again, she stated. Casting a glance at Ms. Target Eye being packed into a wooden crate, internally cursing her, while maintaining a facade of a smile. Additionally, you may be assured that this incident will not implicate you or the restaurant in any way. Madame Gao, I can trust you this once. But I hope such matters do not recur, Li Jie cautioned. I promise there will be no further occurrences of this nature, Madame Gao immediately vowed. And after her subordinates loaded Ms. Target Eye into the vehicle, she bid farewell to Li Jie. Meanwhile, at the law office, Matt, something is amiss. Lawyer Jinshi has vanished. Fuji burst into Matt's office. Did you check the ladies' restroom? Matt inquired. Yes, I went to the ladies' restroom. But that is not the point. The point is that Lawyer Jinshi is not in the restroom. She is missing. Fuji exclaimed, his anxiety palpable, akin to losing a spouse. Have you checked the men's restroom? Matt pressed. Are you suggesting that Lawyer Jinshi has gone to the men's restroom? Fuguwei paused momentarily, then shook his head in disbelief. It was inconceivable that Attorney Jinshi, who was literate, could simply vanish. Fuguwei, I advise you to search again, Matt suggested. Reluctantly, Fuguwei made yet another trip to the men's restroom, returning to report, Matt, I've already checked the men's restroom. Attorney Jinshi is not there. Have you searched the restrooms upstairs and downstairs? Matt inquired. Growing increasingly frustrated, Fuguwei retorted, Matt, what's wrong with you today? The disappearance of Attorney Jinshi from our law firm is a grave matter. I believe we ought to notify the authorities. Hearing the sound of a car starting downstairs, Matt realized Mrs. Gao was preparing to leave with Miss Target Eye. Although Matt held reservations about Mrs. Gao's handling of the situation, he watched as she took Miss Target Eye away. After all, that woman had treated him like a fool. If it were Spider-Man Peter, perhaps he would have intervened. But the dark-hearted daredevil would not. Fuguwei, there's no need to be so anxious. I believe Attorney Jinshi must have left for an urgent matter, Matt reassured him. Left for an urgent matter? But her bag is still in my office. Fuguwei pointed out the inconsistency. Oh, then Attorney Jinshi must have departed in haste, Matt replied. Furrowing his brow, Fuguwei pressed. Matt, you are acting strangely today. Is there something you know that I do not? Fuguwei, you are overthinking it. I am merely contemplating the case and how to earn more money. Otherwise, by the end of the month, we might not even afford instant noodles, Matt said, pushing Fuguwei out while thinking to himself that he would need to be wary of any women who approached him in the future. Mrs. Gao personally drove towards the seaside, planning to dispose of Ms. Target Eye. Just as the car exited Hell's Kitchen, it was abruptly halted by a taxi rear-ending them. Blind beggar. Mrs. Gao exclaimed upon seeing the old man emerge from the taxi. The beggar smirked coldly, raising his cane to strike at Mrs. Gao without hesitation. Simultaneously, his henchmen engaged in a gunfight with Mrs. Gao's associates. As she struggled against the beggar, Mrs. Gao shouted, Beggar, this is not what you think. Stop at once. The beggar scoffed, Mrs. Gao, regardless of who is in your vehicle, whatever actions you undertake, our Pure Heart Society will find a way to thwart. This interception had been meticulously planned, and Mrs. Gao's men were quickly overwhelmed and killed. Seeing no way to thwart the beggar, Mrs. Gao could only retreat, exclaiming, Beggar, You and the Pure Heart Society will pay dearly for today's foolish actions. With a crash, the box containing Ms. Target Eye was forcibly opened by the ninjas of the Pure Heart Society, followed by one of them exclaiming, "There is a woman inside the box." The beggar chuckled disdainfully. What a fuss over nothing. Isn't this simply the nature of Mrs. Gao's business? The previously comatose woman with target-like eyes suddenly opened her eyes and, with a swift motion, plunged a knife into the ninja's throat. Be cautious. The old man with the stick hastily swung his staff, only to miss entirely. The woman with the target eyes had vanished into thin air. How could this occur? The old man furrowed his brow, recalling the words of Madame Gao before her departure, and pondered if he had indeed erred this time. The police have arrived, the ninja warned. Retreat, the old man commanded. In the Chinese restaurant, Li Jie had witnessed the entire scene through his heightened senses. He was not particularly concerned about the woman's escape. After all, as long as she was alive, she would inevitably return to the restaurant seeking vengeance. As for delivering her into Madame Gao's hands, Li Jie only sought to ascertain whether her assassination attempt against him was linked to the hand. He had not anticipated the old man's sudden interference. Before opening for the evening, Peter Parker anxiously inquired, "Has Natasha not returned yet?" "No," Li Jie replied, aware that Peter was eager to meet Norman Osborn to confirm whether the Green Goblin he encountered yesterday was indeed the true Norman Osborn. "Boss, whenever Natasha returns, could you please give me a call?" Peter Parker said uneasily. "Certainly, Mr. Parker. Now, you must prepare for the opening," Li Jie replied, casting his gaze towards the window as a van pulled up to the entrance. With a loud clang, the van door swung open, and a man with dreadlocks stumbled out. Trembling, before collapsing to his knees at the threshold of the restaurant, Li Jie instantly recognized him as the thug who had fired upon Dr. Banner the previous night. Chapter 46. The proud Mr. Hammer, a middle-aged black man, entered, first acknowledging Li Jie with a nod before stating, "Mr. Jean Bing has informed me that the young man outside assaulted a patron exiting the Chinese restaurant last night, causing a negative impact on Mr. Jack and the establishment. We have brought him here. How shall we proceed?" At Mr. Jack's instruction, Li Jie glanced at the trembling figure of the man with dreadlocks kneeling outside and inquired, "What do you suggest I do with him? Shall I sever his throat?" The middle-aged man replied, his expression devoid of emotion, "If that is Mr. Jack's wish, I can do so immediately." "Insane," Li Jie retorted. "This is a Chinese restaurant. If you slit his throat here, who will dare to dine with us?" The middle-aged man paused, seemingly having overlooked this crucial point, and then replied earnestly, "I can take him far from the restaurant before carrying out such an act." Seeing the seriousness on the man's face, Li Jie suddenly found himself wanting to laugh. It was evident that Jean Bing, that formidable figure, would go to great lengths for a taste of exquisite cuisine. Anyone who dared to offend the Chinese restaurant would not be treated kindly by Jean Bing. "Peter, what do you think we should do with that young man outside?" Li Jie unexpectedly entrusted the decision to Peter Parker. Me? I believe it would be best to turn him over to the police. After all, executing him privately would also be against the law." Peter Parker provided the expected answer. Li Jie addressed the middle-aged man. "Did you hear that? Let's hand him over to the police. He must face legal judgment. And we cannot allow him to be released prematurely, understood?" The middle-aged man frowned, clearly displeased with the notion of turning the person over to the police. For a criminal of his ilk, it was preferable to die at the hands of an adversary than to fall into the clutches of the law. However, since Jean Bing had already given his orders, he begrudgingly responded, "Very well, I shall take him to the police station. My apologies for the disturbance." After another apology, the middle-aged man turned to leave the restaurant, passing by the dreadlocked man and saying, "You are in for a rough time. Come with me." Following this brief interlude, the Chinese restaurant officially commenced its evening service. A Rolls-Royce came to a halt outside, and soon after, a distinguished elderly gentleman clad in a finely tailored suit, wielding a cane, pushed open the door and entered. "Good evening, sir. How many in your party?" Peter Parker inquired, stepping forward. The elderly gentleman produced a wad of cash from his breast pocket, a smug smile gracing his lips as he declared, "I am Justin Hammer. I am here to meet a friend tonight, and I wish for no interruptions, if you understand my meaning." Li Jie raised an eyebrow. Individuals who introduced themselves so readily often exuded an air of confidence, as though the entire world ought to recognize them. The name Justin Hammer may not resonate with prominence, yet the industrial conglomerate he commands stands as the most formidable rival to Stark Industries. Although Justin Hammer possesses no superhuman abilities, his very existence is dedicated to vanquishing Iron Man and the Stark Enterprise. Armed with financial prowess, Justin Hammer has clandestinely funded numerous supervillains. Today, Justin Hammer unexpectedly graced a Chinese restaurant, leading Li Jie to suspect that his presence was prompted by Iron Man's prior visit. Upon entering the establishment, Justin Hammer did not conceal his disdain for such a humble eatery, as if dining here diminished his own stature. For a guest of this nature, Li Jie was tempted to open the door and give him a swift kick to send him flying. Rest assured, sir, no one will disturb you this evening, Li Jie remarked as he approached, pocketing the money he received from Peter Parker. It would be foolish to refuse money that was offered. Justin Hammer's intentions were clear. He wished to reserve the restaurant for the night. However, Li Jie cleverly sidestepped a definitive response, assuring him only of a quiet dining experience. Given the sparse clientele expected that evening, it was likely that Justin Hammer would be the sole patron. Peter, please serve our esteemed guest a glass of plain water. Oh, Mr. Hammer, the water is complimentary, reserved for only distinguished guests such as yourself, Li Jie said with a cheerful smile. Indeed, this flattery seemed to please Justin Hammer, who settled into a corner as per Li Jie's arrangement. The bell jingled as the restaurant door swung open once more, and a man clad in a trench coat, sporting a hat and mask, squeezed inside. He scanned the restaurant with caution before hastening towards Justin Hammer. Mr. Hammer, he greeted. Justin Hammer deliberately raised his hand to showcase the luxurious watch adorning his wrist. Mark, you know I have little patience for those who are tardy, no matter your talent. If you cannot arrive on time, I will never choose to collaborate with you. Fortunately, you are not late, Li Jie observed, realizing that this fellow was ostentatiously flaunting his watch. The man was Mark Scarati, a name not widely recognized, yet many were familiar with his alias, Whiplash. Mark Scarati was a mechanical genius and a formidable figure. After graduating from university, he had worked with a crime syndicate led by a family named Maki, utilizing his mechanical and weaponry skills to bolster their power. His clandestine meeting with Justin Hammer was aimed at switching allegiances for greater support. Mr. Hammer, I mean no offense. It's just that this Chinese restaurant is frequently visited by Iron Man, and his sudden appearance could adversely affect our meeting. Suddenly, a figure descended from above, none other than Tony Stark in his armored suit. It had been a while since Tony Stark last visited the restaurant, but today, he happened to stop by for a meal. Iron Man, Mark Scarati exclaimed in surprise. It is indeed true that the more one fears something, the more it tends to manifest. Justin Hammer, initially taken aback, then cursed, Mark, has your mouth been blessed? After a brief pause, he smugly added, do not worry. I have reserved this restaurant. Even if he is Tony Stark, he shall not intrude tonight, Tony. Welcome, Peter Parker announced as he opened the door. Justin Hammer felt as though he had been slapped in the face. He slammed his hand on the table and shouted, what do you mean? I have reserved this restaurant. Why are you allowing unrelated individuals to enter? Justin Hammer? Tony Stark, who had not noticed anyone in the corner, turned at the sound of the voice. Li Jie emerged from the kitchen and said, Mr. Hammer, I believe you may have misunderstood. I merely agreed to provide you with a quiet dining environment. I never consented to your exclusive reservation of the Chinese restaurant. Therefore, if other guests arrive, I must accommodate them. If you are dissatisfied, you are free to leave at any time. Kid, you took my money, and now you want to kick me out? Justin Hammer shouted indignantly. Li Jie cleared his throat and replied, Mr. Hammer, I did indeed accept your payment. However, I also provided you with certain special services. A glass of plain water. Justin Hammer yelled. Li Jie nodded. Indeed, a glass of plain water, which others in the restaurant would be unable to procure even if they were willing to pay. The corners of Justin Hammer's mouth twitched, realizing he had been a fool, flaunting his wealth only to be treated like a pig for slaughter. Damn it. Mark, take off your hat and mask. Do you think Iron Man hasn't recognized you yet? Justin Hammer suddenly scoffed, directing his scorn at his partner. Mark Scarlatti furrowed his brow, silently cursing his incompetent ally, yet he still removed his hat and mask, greeting Iron Man with a nod. Justin Hammer sneered, "Iron Man, are you surprised to see me and Mark together? Let me guess, you must be itching to knock Mark down, right? TSK, TSK. If you have the guts, then make your move." Tony Stark thought to himself, is this idiot out of his mind? Meanwhile, Mark Scarlatti, perplexed, inquired, "Mr. Hammer, what do you mean by that?" "Mark, there's no need to be anxious. In this restaurant, there is a rule that mandates providing security for the dining guests. This means that even if our Iron Man despises you to the core and wishes to kill you personally, he cannot act upon it here. Otherwise, he would be thrown out by the restaurant owner." Justin Hammer reached out and patted Mark Scarlatti's shoulder, a look of inexplicable satisfaction gracing his features as he addressed Tony Stark. "Iron Man, if you possess the prowess, why not make a move?" Tony Stark turned to Li Jie and inquired, "Jack, is there a rule in the Chinese restaurant regarding this?" The establishment had previously provided sanctuary to Sabretooth on 2 occasions, and Li Jie had long anticipated that this concealed regulation would eventually become common knowledge. The question lingered. How did Justin Hammer become privy to this information? Did he choose to dine in the restaurant precisely because of this hidden rule? "Tony, I regret to inform you that this is indeed a rule of the restaurant. We are obligated to ensure the necessary security for our patrons while they dine," Li Jie explained. "I hope you can comprehend this." "Yes, I understand," Tony Stark nodded, turning to walk towards another corner of the restaurant. "Peter, please bring me a selection of all the delicacies from the menu." "Certainly, Mr. Stark. Please take a seat." Peter Parker assisted Tony Stark by pulling out a chair for him. Justin Hammer, this was not how the script was supposed to unfold. Why had Tony Stark refrained from taking action? "Mr. Hammer, let us sit down and discuss matters of substance," Mark Scarlatti interjected. "Oh, very well," Justin Hammer replied. But upon seeing Tony Stark's relaxed demeanor, he felt as if he had swallowed a fly. After a moment's hesitation, he approached. "Iron Man, you are a superhero. A criminal is seated before you. Do you not intend to take action?" Tony Stark glanced at Mark Scarlatti across the table and then smiled at Justin Hammer, saying, "The title of superhero is bestowed upon me by others. I did not proclaim it myself. Besides, even superheroes require sustenance. I am here to dine, not to engage in combat. Iron Man, you are nothing but a coward. I disdain you." Justin Hammer was on the verge of erupting with rage. "Mr. Hammer, if you have concluded your remarks, please return to your seat." "I wish to commence my meal," Tony Stark said politely. "Tony, I double disdain you." Justin Hammer was truly incensed, having orchestrated everything to witness Iron Man's humiliation, only to find himself the fool. Tony Stark shrugged nonchalantly, and after Peter Parker brought him his meal, he whispered, "Peter, please convey to Jack that I consider him a friend and will adhere to the restaurant's rules. I shall never resort to violence within its confines." Li Jie felt a surge of gratitude upon hearing this. Until that moment, he had never regarded Iron Man as a true friend. Based on Tony Stark's conduct that evening, Li Jie resolved to accept him as such. Meanwhile, the dining atmosphere between Justin Hammer and Mark Scarlatti had grown exceedingly awkward. Had it not been for his desire to secure Justin Hammer's technical support, Mark Scarlatti would have departed long ago. Awkwardness lingered in the air, yet the exquisite flavors of Chinese cuisine had undeniably captivated both individuals. The system indicated that Li Jie had earned the approval of the two. Following the uncomfortable meal, Justin Hammer spoke up, saying, "Mark, I can assure you of my technical support, but you must agree to one condition in return." "Mr. Hammer, what is it that you wish me to do?" Mark Scarlatti understood that there is no such thing as a free dinner. If he were to benefit from Justin Hammer, he must reciprocate in kind. Stealing a glance at Iron Man, Justin lowered his voice and said, "I will depart first. I need you to lie in wait outside and ambush Tony, making him regret crossing paths with you." Mark Scarlatti, who already harbored a personal grudge against Iron Man, did not hesitate upon hearing this request. "Mr. Hammer, I am more than pleased to serve you. Boss, the food here is simply delightful. I shall return," Justin Hammer remarked as he took his leave, provocatively addressing Iron Man. "Tony, I hope to encounter you here again. Furthermore, It was the restaurant's protective measures that spared you today, but outside, you may not be so fortunate. Mr. Hammer. I wish you luck, Tony Stark replied with a wry smile. Justin Hammer snorted disdainfully, exchanged a knowing glance with Mark Scarlatti, and hummed a tune as he exited the Chinese restaurant, only to be halted in his tracks. There, suspended in midair on a levitating metal platform, was the Green Goblin, arms poised with an automatic rifle. Good heavens, Justin Hammer instinctively dropped to the floor. The sound of gunfire erupted, and bullets whizzed past Justin Hammer's head. Chapter 47. Nuke's Assault on Wolverine. Clang, clang, clang. Tony Stark's armor emerged, deflecting every bullet and preventing any damage to the Chinese restaurant. Ouch! My backside! Good heavens, I am injured! Justin Hammer cried out in agony, having been struck by a stray bullet. Green Goblin. Peter Parker swiftly exited through the back door of the restaurant, transforming into Spider-Man as he scaled the building. Utilizing his webbing to pull Justin Hammer to safety behind a car, Li Jia emerged from the kitchen, quietly lighting a cigarette. His enhanced senses confirmed that the Green Goblin before him was none other than Peter Parker's friend, Harry Osborn. However, due to the super serum, Harry had become immensely powerful, and coupled with the Green Goblin suit, he posed a formidable challenge for the young Spider-Man. Fortunately, Harry Osborn's mind had not yet succumbed to the Green Goblin's influence. Otherwise, Justin Hammer would have long since met a grim fate. Sighing, Li Jia shook his head. It was exceedingly troublesome for young Spider-Man Peter to always have to evade the public eye to transform. Among all superheroes, very few could boast of a public identity as recognized as Tony Stark's. It seemed that everyone was concerned about their identities being revealed, fearing the impact on their ordinary lives. In truth, once one chooses the path of a superhero, the notion of leading a normal life becomes a distant dream. Oh, Tony Stark was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Spider-Man, and upon noticing the absence of Peter Parker, the astute man deduced that Spider-Man was indeed Peter Parker. Harry, stop! Peter Parker called out softly as he grappled with Harry Osborn. He had already surmised that the Green Goblin before him was Harry Osborn. He merely sought confirmation. This was also the reason he needed to verify that Norman Osborn remained imprisoned. Peter, I now possess the power to kill you. Prepare to die, Harry Osborn declared, deliberately tossing 2 pumpkin bombs toward the restaurant to distract Peter Parker. Peter swiftly shot out webs, ensnaring the bombs and launching them into the air to detonate. Boom, boom, boom. Taking advantage of Peter's focus on the pumpkin bombs, Harry seized Peter Parker by the neck, forcefully pushing him against the wall. Spider-Man's costume, a rather cheap homemade outfit, was of appalling quality. Amidst the scuffle, the mask was torn halfway, revealing Peter Parker's face. Hey, are you planning to just sit there and watch the spectacle? Li Jia exhaled a puff of smoke, glancing at Tony Stark. I simply believe that young Spider-Man does not require my assistance. Just a moment. I'll be right there, Tony Stark replied, lifting a bowl and gulping down the soup within, then stuffing the remaining piece of osmanthus cake into his mouth. As he exited, his armor automatically assembled around him. Mr. Hammer, do you need me to call an ambulance for you? Justin Hammer clutched his rear, exclaiming, Tony, hurry and get lost. I do not require your pity. Very well. Best of luck, Tony Stark shrugged before soaring into the air to assist Spider-Man. Mark Scarlatti emerged from the Chinese restaurant, rushing to Justin Hammer's side, inquiring, Are you all right? Mark, did I not instruct you to deal with Iron Man? Why have you yet to take action? Justin Hammer complained. Mark Scarlatti glanced upward, noting that with Iron Man's arrival, the Green Goblin was swiftly faltering in a 2-to-1 situation and was preparing to flee Hell's Kitchen. Mr. Hammer, this cannot be blamed on me. That fellow can fly, he retorted. Useless fool, Justin Hammer cursed angrily, continuing to address Mark Scarlatti. Just wait and see. I will make you soar. Now, quickly summon an ambulance. I feel I am on the brink of collapse. Listen, if I perish, do not expect to acquire the equipment capable of defeating Iron Man, Mr. Hammer. You have merely been grazed by a stray bullet. You shall not die. Mark Scarlatti assessed the injury and remarked, Mark, do not squander time. Hasten to drive me to the hospital. Justin Hammer declared, retrieving his car keys. Watch out, Tony Stark shouted from above. A pumpkin bomb tumbled down, crashing onto Justin Hammer's Rolls-Royce. With a resounding explosion, Hammer's vehicle was reduced to a heap of scrap metal. Momentarily stunned, Justin Hammer shook his fist at the sky. "Tony, you despicable bastard. That was intentional, wasn't it? Why did you not intercept it with a missile? I shall file a complaint." Pausing briefly, he turned to Li Jie, who was smoking and enjoying the spectacle, shouting, "And you? Aren't you supposed to ensure the safety of your patrons? Look at me. I am injured. How do you explain this?" Li Jie exhaled a puff of smoke and replied, "Sir, if memory serves, you have already concluded your meal. Moreover, you exited the restaurant on your own accord. You cannot expect me to be responsible for your safety indefinitely simply because you dined in my establishment. That is unjust." Suddenly realizing his predicament outside the restaurant, Justin Hammer redirected his frustration toward Mark Scarlatti. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and call an ambulance. Do you truly wish to witness me bleed to death? Mr. Hammer, please bear with me. The ambulance will arrive shortly." Mark Scarlatti hurriedly dialed for assistance. Li Jie interjected, "Allow me to offer you a friendly piece of advice. This is Hell's Kitchen, and ambulances do not venture in at night. You might as well wait until you are out of Hell's Kitchen before calling." Mark Scarlatti hung up the phone and informed Justin Hammer, "It appears we must walk for a while." Justin Hammer felt an overwhelming urge to chastise himself. Why had he ventured out from the comfort of the Chinese restaurant? The Green Goblin, Harry Osborn, had made his escape. Or rather, it seemed that the young Spider-Man, Peter Parker, had intentionally allowed Harry Osborn to slip away. With Harry Osborn now assuming the mantle of the new Green Goblin, Peter felt an immense weight of guilt, believing that he bore sole responsibility for this turn of events. The confirmation of Harry's transformation into the new Green Goblin left Peter's mind in turmoil. How could he possibly guide his friend Harry Osborn back to the path of righteousness? On his return to the restaurant, Peter stopped at a convenience store to procure some beer and snacks. "Peter, did you not see the sign on the door? No outside food allowed." "My apologies, boss. I merely wish to offer you a drink." "Very well. Considering your dismal mood, I shall indulge you this once." Thus, Li Jie accompanied Peter Parker in his revelry. After consuming a can of beer, Peter began to lament, recounting the tale of a friend who had unwittingly harmed his closest companion. This betrayal had driven his best friend down a dark path. "How can I bring my friend back to the light?" Peter pondered. You might tell your friend that it is not his fault. If your friend's companion possesses a good heart, he will come to understand. If he is inherently malevolent, no amount of your friend's distress will alter that. Li Jie, buoyed by the effects of alcohol, attempted to console Peter Parker. Suddenly, a knock resonated at the door, and Sabretooth entered, accompanied by a man cloaked in shadows. "What is this? Has the establishment closed for the evening?" Sabretooth queried, eyeing the scattered beer and snacks with surprise. "Not yet. What would you like to eat?" Li Jie inquired, his gaze drawn to the enigmatic figure accompanying Sabretooth. This man exuded a palpable aura of menace. His face, partially obscured by the hood, bore the tattoo of an American flag. "Frank, trust me, the food here is indeed worth every penny. More importantly, we have the opportunity to reunite with an old friend," Sabretooth remarked, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. He paused momentarily, extending 2 fingers towards Li Jie. 2 orders of the 4-piece set, and today, it's on me." Upon hearing Sabretooth address the man as Frank, Li Jie surmised the identity of the mysterious figure beneath the cloak. Nuke, originally known as Frank Simpson. Born into affluence, Frank Simpson's life took a dark turn due to his mother's alcoholism and her abusive tendencies towards him. His nanny, having an affair with his father, manipulated young Frank into committing matricide, propelling him onto a path of villainy. Eventually, Wolverine intervened, eliminating both the nanny and Frank's father, subsequently recruiting Frank into a military program known as Project Super Soldier. This initiative ultimately produced both Wolverine and Deadpool. Following his transformation, Frank Simpson acquired extraordinary abilities, with much of his flesh replaced by mechanical augmentations. The flag emblazoned on Frank Simpson's face was etched there by Wolverine, marking the principal cause of Frank's psychological turmoil. For an extended period thereafter, Frank dedicated his life to the singular goal of eliminating Wolverine. It was evident that Sabretooth's encounter with Frank was no mere coincidence. He sought out Frank specifically to confront Wolverine. As Sabretooth and Frank settled into their seats, Wolverine pushed open the door and strode in. In stark contrast to the exuberant Sabretooth, Wolverine appeared disheveled and weary, having spent the day laboring at a construction site. Clenching a cigar between his teeth, he was well acquainted with the customs of the Chinese restaurant. Upon spotting Sabretooth, he silently took a seat at a nearby table and placed a handful of change down to order. "My friend, do not be so impulsive. Please sit here and savor the exquisite cuisine. After all, that fellow cannot escape," Sabretooth advised the restless Frank Simpson, turning to glance at Wolverine. Frank noticed that Wolverine had now recognized his face. "Nuck!" Wolverine exclaimed. Frank grinned and resumed his seat. Shortly thereafter, 3 servings of 4-course meals were presented at their table. Wolverine consumed his food with remarkable speed, a habit honed from military training, coupled with a concern that Sabretooth might make a hasty exit. He had no desire to waste the hard-earned food purchased from a day of labor. Frank, too, ate rapidly. For him, the culinary offerings held little allure, serving merely to satisfy his hunger. He yearned to finish his meal quickly and engage Wolverine in battle. Only Sabretooth transformed into a connoisseur, savoring the dishes at a leisurely pace. "Boss, the atmosphere seems a bit off," Peter Parker remarked as he approached Lee. Understanding Frank's unstable psyche would not conform to conventional reasoning, Lee instructed Peter, "Open the door." "Oh, right," Peter replied, pushing the restaurant's doors wide apart. Frank soon stuffed the last morsel of food into his mouth, chewing as he addressed Sabretooth. "Thank you for the meal. I am quite full." "Don't mention it. Frank, I must remind you that the owner of this establishment does not permit disturbances within his premises." Sabretooth grinned, more to distance himself from responsibility than to genuinely warn Frank. "I am aware," Frank replied, suddenly drawing an assault rifle concealed beneath his cloak and aimed it at Wolverine. This weapon, named Becky, was capable of firing standard bullets, as well as 6 light cannonballs and 2 incendiary rounds. The moment the gunshot rang out, Lee appeared, positioning himself in front of Wolverine and conjuring a defensive shield to absorb the incoming bullets. In truth, Frank's sudden gunfire in the restaurant merely surprised Wolverine. Those bullets posed no lethal threat to him. Li Jie made his appearance, shielding Wolverine from a hail of bullets merely to express his stance. The rules of the Chinese restaurant, which serve to protect patrons, apply not only to Sabretooth, but equally to Wolverine. As for Frank Simpson, his violation of the restaurant's regulations by inflicting harm resulted in the loss of its sanctuary. While Li Jie deftly deflected the bullets with a defensive force shield, he simultaneously utilized his telekinetic abilities to seize the submachine gun from Frank Simpson's grasp, effortlessly hurling him out through the open door. Splash! Frank Simpson landed directly in a refuse bin outside. Sabretooth, witnessing the scene, merely shrugged, indicating that it was of no concern to him, and resumed his indulgence in the culinary delights before him. Cunning fellow. He was aware that as long as he focused on his meal, Li Jie would not trouble him. Wolverine cast a glance at Sabretooth, then turned his attention to Frank Simpson, who was scrambling out of the trash can and charging back towards the restaurant. After a brief moment of hesitation, he stood up and addressed Li Jie. "Thank you. However, since he is coming after me, I shall handle this myself from here on. By the way, please reserve my meal." With a swift motion, Wolverine clenched his fists, and his metallic bone claws sprang forth. In an instant, he surged out of the restaurant with remarkable speed, intercepting Frank Simpson at the threshold. Thud! Frank Simpson's shoulders were pierced by Wolverine's bone claws, yet he grinned widely. Gripping Wolverine's wrist with his left hand while drawing a handgun with his right, pulling the trigger with determination. Bang! 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 Wolverine felt the bullets strike his knees first, followed by a violent tremor in his chest as he half-kneeled on the ground. Chapter 48. Deadpool and the Soulmate. With a swift motion, Wolverine extracted his left-hand bone claw from Frank Simpson's body, forcefully slicing through the gun in Frank's grasp, reducing it to 4 segments, before plunging the claw into Frank's abdomen. The sound echoed as the bullet lodged within Wolverine's body was expelled by his muscle, falling to the ground, while the wound healed at an astonishingly visible pace. "Ah, splendid." Li Jie was immensely satisfied with Wolverine's remarkable regenerative abilities, though he regretted that the skill he had acquired from Wolverine merely slowed his aging. While the prospect of eternal youth was undeniably appealing, death would render it moot. Thus, Li Jie found himself yearning for Wolverine's regenerative prowess instead, contemplating the notion of self-healing. Li Jie naturally thought of another individual endowed with formidable regenerative capabilities, Deadpool. Deadpool and Wolverine were comrades, having served in the same mercenary group before subsequently joining the X-Men. Deadpool, after being afflicted with cancer, was compelled to undergo a genetic modification experiment, which bestowed upon him a powerful healing factor. In a comparison of their regenerative abilities, Li Jie personally leaned towards Deadpool. Indeed, even if Wolverine were to be dismembered into 8 pieces, his body would seamlessly reassemble and heal. However, Deadpool's regenerative power was even more extraordinary. Even if his soul were to vanish, as long as a single cell remained, he could achieve rebirth. Frank Simpson was audacious in the face of death, yet before the formidable Wolverine, he was distinctly outmatched. With a thud, Wolverine brought Frank crashing to the ground. His bone claw poised against Frank's neck, yet he refrained from delivering the fatal blow. "Listen, Nuke," he began. "I acknowledge I have committed grievous wrongs in the past. But those times are behind me. It is over. Do you understand?" A series of mocking laughter erupted from Frank Simpson as he cast his gaze through the glass at Sabretooth, who was indulging in a feast. "Is it really over? Logan, can you truly end things with Sabretooth?" Wolverine's expression shifted, rendered momentarily speechless. He had once lost himself and committed numerous misdeeds. Yet he had since regained his senses and sought to atone for his past errors. This was the very reason he hesitated to kill Frank Simpson. However, he could not relinquish the enmity he bore towards Sabretooth. Intriguingly, Li Jie lit another cigarette, suddenly grasping Sabretooth's motive for summoning Nuke. Nuke stood no chance against Wolverine. Sabretooth intended to employ him as a psychological weapon, subjecting Wolverine to mental torment. "No V.C." Sabretooth suddenly uttered, delivering a hypnotic command. Upon hearing this directive, Nuke would lose all rationality, becoming a relentless machine of slaughter. Once, after being injured, Frank Simpson had been rescued by villagers, only for this very command to drive him into a frenzy, resulting in the massacre of all in the village. The saber-toothed tiger, issuing this command, sought to force Wolverine's hand. "Damn bastard," Wolverine cursed as he prepared to confront the frenzied Frank Simpson once more. "You truly are a scoundrel," Li Jie remarked, turning to face the saber-toothed tiger. With a shrug, the saber-tooth replied, "Thank you for the compliment." Wolverine found himself in a moral quandary. If he refrained from delivering a fatal blow, he would surely be defeated by Frank Simpson, yet to strike would betray his own principles. With a reluctant resolve, Wolverine ultimately drove his bone claws into Frank Simpson's chest. At that moment, the saber-toothed tiger finished his meal and, while nonchalantly grooming his claws, mocked, "Logan, you are indeed a cold-blooded killer." Saber-tooth. Wolverine spun around, lunging at the saber-tooth with his claws drawn. The saber-tooth deftly parried the attack, taunting, "What's this? Do you wish to silence me?" Although imbued with the power of adamantium, Wolverine found himself unable to dispatch the saber-tooth with ease. Provoked by the saber-tooth's words, Wolverine gradually lost his composure. However, the saber-tooth had no desire to engage in a life-or-death struggle with Wolverine. He fought defensively and swiftly made his escape. "Boss, should we take him to the hospital?" asked Spider-Man, Peter Parker, glancing at Frank Simpson, who lay bleeding on the ground, his compassion swelling anew. "No need. Someone will come to his aid," Li Jie replied, flicking ash from his cigarette. Daredevil leaped down from above, having witnessed the entire confrontation. Curiously, though he had clashed with Nuke on multiple occasions, Daredevil couldn't bear to see him perish there and promptly hoisted Nuke away. "Peter, some villains cannot be reformed," Li Jie advised Peter Parker. "Huh, are you referring to that Frank gentleman?" Peter inquired. "No, I mean your friend as companion. If he cannot find his own way, then he is inherently a villain, and your friend need not hold back next time they meet," Li Jie cautioned. "Understood. But my friend as companion was once a good person. He has merely lost his way for a moment," Peter responded. Wrap things up quickly. It's time to clock out, Li Jie urged, unwilling to waste any more time on the matter of Harry Osborn. Harry needed to come to terms with his own situation, as did Peter Parker, to discern what was truly right. Or perhaps some matters are simply devoid of clear right or wrong. As night fell and the door closed, Li Jie found himself missing Black Widow, who had yet to return. Meow? The symbiote approached Li Jie. A long night stretched ahead. Perhaps it was better to indulge in a drink. For some, this night was destined to be long, particularly for Peter Parker. After leaving the Chinese restaurant, Peter made his way to the Osborn mansion once more. In truth, he had not thoroughly contemplated how to explain himself upon encountering Harry Osborn. He merely instinctively wished for Harry to return to the path of righteousness. The sound of the doorbell from the Chinese restaurant below stirred Li Jie from his slumber. And as he opened his eyes, he noticed the sun's rays filtering through the curtain's crevice, warming his skin. His heightened senses informed him that the person entering the restaurant was none other than the Black Widow, who had nearly vanished for an entire day. She had even brought him breakfast, milk, and a sandwich. This simple repast evoked within Li Jie a sudden nostalgia for deep-fried dough sticks and soy milk. It seemed he ought to prepare an authentic breakfast soon. Despite not possessing the culinary skills bestowed by the system, he found himself yearning for it. After all, as a chef in a Chinese restaurant, crafting a genuine breakfast should not pose much difficulty, should it? Apologies, I thought you were still asleep, the Black Widow said as she artfully arranged the breakfast before presenting it to Li Jie. Have you resolved your issues? Li Jie inquired, pulling the Black Widow into his embrace. Compared to the sandwich and milk, he found her presence far more delectable. Not yet, she replied. During her absence, she had intended to borrow Magneto's helmet, which could shield against psychic attacks, but he had coldly rebuffed her request. Hey, little girl, do you think I am a good person? Magneto had scoffed at her plea. Despite trying various special methods, the Black Widow was unsuccessful. Magneto would neither lend her his helmet nor divulge its formula. He even suspected that she might be a spy sent by Professor X, fearing that should she lose the helmet, she would succumb to a psychic assault and lose her identity. The Black Widow leaned down to kiss Li Jie's forehead. I'm afraid I bring you some unfortunate news. Mary and Lady Bullseye have teamed up. They are plotting to murder you. That hardly qualifies as bad news, Li Jie retorted, flipping her onto the bed. There's another matter you might find intriguing. Justin Hammer is covertly investigating the Green Goblin, the Black Widow continued. Justin Hammer? Li Jie asked. Indeed, she affirmed. Li Jie surmised the reason behind Justin Hammer's investigation, and a smile crept across his face. I suppose this will give Iron Man and Spider-Man a headache, but what does it have to do with me? Natalia, there is only one thing I wish to do right now. I know. The Black Widow sealed his lips with her own. At that moment, Peter Parker entered the restaurant, appearing more fatigued than either Li Jie or the Black Widow, who had just endured a fierce battle. Hey, boss. Hi, Natasha. Peter greeted them weakly before his spirits lifted as he exclaimed, Natasha, you're back. Hello, Peter. I heard from Jack that you've been waiting for me. Is it about Osborn? The Black Widow inquired, broaching the subject of Norman Osborn. Yes. Natasha, you are aware that Mr. Norman is my uncle, and his incarceration is indirectly related to me. Hence, Peter Parker endeavored to elucidate the intricate relationship he shares with Norman Osborn. Peter, I comprehend, Black Widow remarked, leaning in to scribble down a number for Peter Parker. I've arranged a contact for you. This is Agent Coulson's number. You may wish to call him before visiting the prison. Coulson will facilitate a meeting between you and Osborn. Natasha, how can I express my gratitude? Peter pondered, yearning to embrace her, but ultimately refraining. In any case, I am immensely grateful. Instantly revitalized, Peter Parker opened his arms to offer Black Widow a heartfelt hug, only to lower them obediently upon seeing Lee. Confident that he could persuade Norman Osborn to counsel Harry Osborn, Peter was certain that no father would desire his son to become a villain, even if that father were the Green Goblin. Ding! The bell above the restaurant door chimed, signaling the arrival of a guest. Welcome. How may I assist you? Peter Parker turned to see a man clad in soft armor, donning a helmet and mask, with two swords strapped to his back and a submachine gun slung across his chest, along with various other weaponry. This individual exuded an unmistakable air of menace. Deadpool, Peter exclaimed, only to shake his head and correct himself. No, you are not Deadpool. Upon entering the Chinese restaurant, the man surveyed his surroundings before removing his helmet and declaring, "What kind of stare is that? Does Wade's foolhardiness match my charm?" Peter Parker's eyes widened. Indeed, this man was strikingly handsome, far surpassing the scarred visage of Deadpool. Nevertheless, he bore an unmistakable resemblance to the mercenary. "You are a Deadpool impersonator?" Peter blurted out. Bang! The man forcefully placed the submachine gun on the table and shouted, "If your eyes are failing you, then do yourself a favor and get them checked. I am called Tombstone. That Deadpool character is merely imitating me." Lee pondered. Tombstone isn't a character from the DC universe. How did he end up in the Marvel universe? Could it be due to my previous use of the portal to Wade's estate? The thought of his last venture to Batman's residence led Lee to speculate that Tombstone's appearance might have resulted from some butterfly effect. Ding! The restaurant door swung open once more, and another figure burst in. This newcomer bore a striking resemblance to Tombstone, save for the fact that one was cloaked in typical dark attire while the other leaned towards a red color scheme. "Hi, Peter." The red-clad man greeted Peter Parker before turning to Tombstone and complaining, "Slade, wasn't I supposed to keep you waiting? Why did you come here alone?" "Oh, right. Slade, allow me to introduce you to my dear friend, Peter Parker." You may not have heard of Peter Parker, but if I were to reveal his alternate identity, ahem, well, I promised Peter I wouldn't disclose his secret. Anyway, Peter, meet Slade, my half-brother. Peter Parker's eyes widened in surprise. Lee, indeed. There have been rumors that Deadpool and Deathstroke are half-brothers. As for Deadpool openly acknowledging Deathstroke as his brother, that has been a well-known fact. And even Deathstroke's daughter has acknowledged having an uncle named Wade. However, there is another theory suggesting that Deathstroke is actually Deadpool's uncle. Wait, can you not let your mouth rest for even a moment? Honestly, I am beginning to regret agreeing to dine with you, Deathstroke complained. Yet Deadpool chuckled merrily, Slade. Humans possess mouths not only for eating but also for conversing, do they not? Trust me, the cuisine at this Chinese restaurant will not disappoint. Since it comes highly recommended by my good brother Peter, I have faith in his taste and discernment. Otherwise, we would not be friends. Moreover, we are family, and family should dine together frequently. Silence, or I shall sew your mouth shut, Deathstroke exclaimed, visibly exasperated with his brother. Lee could hardly fathom how Peter Parker tolerates this character. Deadpool claims that little Spider-Man Peter is his best friend, and that assertion is far from unfounded. Deadpool's affection for Peter Parker has transcended even that of Deathstroke and the Queen of Succubi. It is said that Spider-Man once served as Deadpool's soulmate, illustrating the profound bond they share. In their twilight years, Deadpool even relinquished his wealth to reside in a nursing home, solely to accompany Spider-Man. Chapter 49. Everyone wants my head, Wade. Don't you think you are being a bit ostentatious? Peter Parker leaned closer to Deadpool, nervously glancing outside the Chinese restaurant. What? Are you afraid others might mistake me for Spider-Man? Come on. Peter, you need not concern yourself with such trivialities. In truth, it is Spider-Man who has imitated me. Impressive, isn't it? Deadpool proclaimed while rising onto his toes and executing a flamboyant 720-degree spin. Slap. Peter Parker smacked his forehead in exasperation, muttering to himself, What? I'm the one imitating you? Wade, although you are older than I am, chronologically speaking, I had already undergone my transformation before being bitten by the spider. However, my fame has certainly outlasted yours. Who, then, is imitating whom? To be fair, Deadpool's attire did bear a striking resemblance to Spider-Man's, which explained why people often claimed they were copying one another. Slap. Deadpool tugged at his remarkably elastic costume, grinning as he said, Peter, to be fair, this is my work attire. You can't expect me to run around naked, can you? Wade, you sly dog, I concede to you. Now please take a seat. Peter Parker remained speechless. He knew no one could take advantage of Deadpool. Thus, he purposely arranged a corner table for himself, Deadpool, and the Grim Reaper to avoid drawing too much attention. What shall we eat? Naturally, everything the Chinese restaurant had to offer was laid before them. Peter, my friend, I am affluent. You need not worry about the cost, Deadpool declared, reclining with an air of a newly rich individual. In reality, Deadpool was often poorer than Spider-Man, but he had far more avenues for making money. All right, then let us have 2 sets of 4 dishes. However, you must settle the bill first. It's the restaurant's rule. Peter Parker stated. All right, since that is the rule. Wait, where's my wallet? Deadpool suddenly exclaimed, frantically patting himself down, muttering, Oh my wallet is missing. Which scoundrel dares to steal my wallet? If I catch them, I shall surely chop off their hands. Peter, why are you looking at me like that? Goodness, you don't think I'm putting on an act, do you? I swear on Wade's character, my wallet is truly lost. Wait, did you remember to take your wallet when you left this morning? Peter Parker called out Deadpool's deception in front of everyone. Oh, Peter, you've reminded me. I changed clothes this morning and might have left my wallet at home. But rest assured, when Wade goes out to eat, he never shirks his responsibilities. Deadpool then turned his gaze toward the Grim Reaper. Don't look at me. I have children to support and am living paycheck to paycheck. I never carry my wallet when I go out. Besides, weren't you the one who said you would treat me to dinner? The Grim Reaper shot Deadpool an exasperated glance. Ahem. Yes, I did offer to treat you to dinner. Deadpool cleared his throat and cast a glance at Peter Parker. Peter, you're a good person. You would never just stand by and, enough, Wade. Spare me the theatrics. You still owe me for the cigarettes you borrowed last time. So don't even think about asking for another dime. Peter Parker interjected sharply. Peter, don't be like that. I swear, if I don't repay you this time, you can use this knife to decapitate me and kick my head around like a ball, Deadpool declared, retrieving a knife from behind him and placing it on the dining table. Cough, cough. Sitting opposite them, Deathstroke cleared his throat twice, pondering how Deadpool was once again attempting to deceive the young ones. Even if he truly were to have his head severed and used as a ball, what difference would it make? After all, this fellow cannot truly die. Wade, this is your final warning. If you don't repay me, I will sever all ties with you. Peter Parker exclaimed in frustration. Peter, I adore you. Rest assured, once we return home and I find my wallet, I will repay you. Now, let us proceed to dine, Deadpool replied, blowing a kiss at Peter Parker. Just wait, Peter Parker muttered angrily as he turned to leave, lamenting the misfortune of having a friend like Deadpool. Another $700 down the drain. He pulled out his credit card to settle the bill. Deathstroke leaned in closer and whispered, Wade, you're not falling for that kid, are you? Who? Peter? Slade, that is not something to jest about. He is still a child. Though, if he needs me to warm his bed, I wouldn't mind, Deadpool chuckled, crossing his legs. Deathstroke rolled his eyes and cautioned, Wade, that woman has been watching you. Deadpool glanced back at Black Widow and whistled. Hey, Natasha, how have you been lately? Black Widow shot him a glare and turned her head away. She doesn't seem to like you, Deathstroke remarked. Deadpool chuckled and leaned forward, saying, Slade, would you believe me if I told you that woman is my ex-wife? She? You? Deathstroke's gaze darted back and forth between Deadpool and Black Widow, shaking his head. I don't believe it. Deadpool shrugged. To be honest, I don't believe it either. But in some parallel universe, she truly is my wife. Oh, my ex-wife. I remember how deeply in love we were. Yet, love can vanish just as swiftly as it appears. Perhaps that is why she harbors resentment towards me. Wait. Shut up. I'm not a child. I won't fall for your nonsense, Deathstroke retorted. All right, let us change the subject. Slade, I heard you had another daughter? Deadpool asked, a hint of jealousy in his voice. Indeed, I named her Rose Wilson, Deathstroke replied. Rose. That is a lovely name. However, Slade, I am your own brother. Why did you not inform me about such a significant event as the birth of your daughter? Deadpool inquired, furrowing his brow. Are you truly afraid that I might harm them? Yes, Wade. If possible, I wish for them to never have to deal with you, Deathstroke replied. Deadpool, covering his face with his hands, lamented, Slade, your words are truly hurtful. I am your brother, after all. Wade, how many times do you intend to repeat that? Deathstroke replied, his brow furrowing as well. Regardless of how many times it is repeated, it cannot alter the nature of our relationship. We are siblings. Yet you deny me the chance to meet my niece and nephew. Mother would be heartbroken if she knew. I swear, she would be devastated, Deadpool exclaimed dramatically. Enough, Wade. I genuinely regret agreeing to join you for dinner. If you dare to utter another word, I swear I will rise and leave this wretched place, Deathstroke retorted angrily, as conversing with Deadpool often felt like a descent into madness. Anyone who becomes an enemy of Deadpool need not lift a finger. Mere words are sufficient to drive one to insanity. "Your golden fried rice," Peter Parker announced as he approached with a tray. But upon seeing the expressions of Deadpool and Deathstroke, he set the food down and departed. Only a fool would wade into this murky water. It smells divine," Deadpool remarked, momentarily captivated by the culinary delight. "Slade, look at this presentation. It is undoubtedly the most exquisite fried rice I have ever encountered. And the aroma. Just inhaling this fragrance is worth every penny. Do you see? It appears to be glowing. A masterpiece. It is truly a work of art." Pausing momentarily, Deadpool moved his chair closer to Deathstroke, wrapping his arm around his brother's neck. "Slade, I was just thinking. We are brothers. We should spend more time together to strengthen our bond. Come, let us take a photo together. You can post it on social media later and tell Rose that I am her uncle. I swear, Rose will adore her uncle, for I am Deadpool." Click. Deathstroke begrudgingly posed for a photo with Deadpool before taking a spoonful of the golden fried rice. The dish brought relief to his previously overwhelmed lungs. A heavenly delight. In the kitchen, Li Jia's system panel indicated that he had gained Deathstroke's approval. "Congratulations, host. You have earned Deathstroke's recognition and successfully unlocked 10 of his cerebral development." Li Jia's eyes brightened slightly. Among Deathstroke's numerous abilities, the most formidable was not his regenerative powers or assassination skills, but rather the high development of his intellect. It was said that his cerebral development had reached 90, making him a true superhuman. "Wade, I suggest you try a bite of the fried rice. It will surely silence you," Deathstroke remarked. Deadpool waved his hand dismissively. "That is impossible. No matter how delectable the food might be, it will not make me close my mouth." His voice abruptly halted. Congratulations to the host for gaining the recognition of Deadpool, successfully unlocking a 10 regeneration ability. Quite impressive. Li Jia excitedly raised his fist, feeling the urge for a can of beer to celebrate. "Peter, do we still have the beer from last night? If not, just go to the convenience store across the street and buy some." Li Jia called Peter Parker over with a command. Peter Parker paused for a moment. "Boss, it's barely opening hours. Are you sure you want to drink now? Enough with the nonsense. Just go and do it quickly. And take these 2 orders of soup with you," Li Jia gently reprimanded. "Oh, fine." Peter Parker took the soup and headed out. Deadpool immediately lifted his bowl and began to savor the soup, closing his eyes in delight. Peter Parker mused to himself. It seems only the delights of the Chinese restaurant can silence Wade. After Deadpool and the Grim Reaper finished their meal, the restaurant finally began to fill with patrons. Everyone entering the Chinese restaurant cast curious glances at Deadpool and the Grim Reaper. It was impossible not to attract attention with such attire. Deadpool grabbed the busy Peter Parker and cheerfully said, "Peter, thank you for your lunch. As a token of my gratitude, I know you've encountered some troubles recently, and I can help you resolve them." "Wait, what do you mean my lunch? Wade, are you trying to skip out on the bill?" Peter Parker responded warily. Deadpool patted Peter Parker on the shoulder, adopting a serious expression. "Peter, don't sweat the details. Where were we? Oh right, the Green Goblin. I took care of that bastard for you. How does that sound? Normally, I charge quite a bit for my services, but this time it's free, which should offset the cost of a meal, right?" Peter Parker realized that Deadpool was determined to evade the bill. If this weren't a Chinese restaurant with so many patrons, Peter Parker swore he would have smashed his fist into Deadpool's smug face. However, another matter now occupied his mind. "Wait, come with me." Peter Parker pulled Deadpool out of the restaurant and pressed him against the wall, stating, "You are not to meddle in my affairs without my permission, especially concerning Harry. You must not touch him, understand? The Green Goblin is that kid Harry, right? I could tell he wasn't up to any good. Like father, like son, Norman Osborn is the Green Goblin, and Harry is just a little." Before Deadpool could finish his sentence, Peter Parker silenced him with webbing over his mouth. Realizing he had just let slip too much, Peter Parker could only threaten, "Wade, Harry is my friend. You cannot harm him, remember?" Unable to speak, Deadpool could only nod. "Wade, I swear, if you dare to touch Harry behind my back, I will truly sever your head from your body," Peter Parker threatened. Deadpool tilted his head thoughtfully. It seemed that losing his head wasn't such a big deal, and he shrugged indifferently. Peter Parker felt a twinge of unease as he tore the webbing from Deadpool's mouth. Wait, you swear you won't harm Harry? I swear, Peter. Otherwise, you can take my head, Deadpool replied with a mischievous grin. By the way, is it all right for you to be out here while the restaurant is so busy? The notion of an oath meant little to him. After all, oaths were merely made to be broken. What was the big deal about losing one's head? Damn it. Peter Parker hurried into the Chinese restaurant, assuming the role of a server. Deathstroke emerged from the establishment, lighting a cigarette. Wait, thanks for lunch. I still have work to attend to. Perhaps we shall meet again. Slade, if you have the time, let us gather our families for a meal. I'll treat, Deadpool suggested. Deathstroke feigned ignorance and quickened his pace, muttering to himself, Wade, if it weren't for the exquisite cuisine, I wouldn't even consider dining with you, let alone endure your incessant chatter. Deadpool chose not to pursue Deathstroke, but instead turned the corner, tapping on the door of a nearby phone booth. Hey, Logan. Wolverine, clad in a hat and sunglasses, draped in a trench coat, and smoking a cigar, paused momentarily. Wait, how did you recognize me? There are more keen noses than just yours, Deadpool teased before continuing. By the way, I hear you've encountered a bit of trouble lately. I happen to have some free time. I could assist you with Sabretooth and even offer you a discount. Wolverine, sensing Deadpool's intent to profit from his predicament, retorted. Damn you, Wade. I haven't even had lunch yet. Do you think I have the funds to hire you? And Sabretooth is mine. If you dare to touch him, I swear I will twist your head off. Deadpool touched his neck, pondering, why does it seem like everyone wants my head? Chapter 50. The toll of ambush upon departing from the Chinese restaurant. Sang Zhong turned a corner and hailed a taxi. Did the cuisine suit your palate? Inquired Madame Gao, grinning from the back seat. Sang Zhong replied, aside from the somewhat exorbitant prices and the meager portions, it was quite satisfactory. That's good to hear, Madame Gao said, as she handed over a dossier. This contains your target. Sang Zhong accepted the folder, casting a fleeting glance at the cash within, which appeared to amount to around $100,000. He then extracted a photograph and remarked, "2?" Madame Gao nodded affirmatively. Indeed, 2. Upon completion of the task, I shall compensate you with an additional $100,000. Sang Zhong whistled softly, finally scrutinizing the photograph. One depicted a blind man wielding a cane, while the other featured an alluring woman. The cane man and the targeted lady. These two will prove to be formidable adversaries, he mused, shaking his head. Madame Gao cautioned. They are not working in tandem. Even so, they remain challenging targets. Otherwise, you would not have sought my assistance, would you? Sang Zhong turned to Madame Gao and continued. $15,000 each, totaling $30,000. I require cash only. Agreed. Madame Gao nodded in affirmation. Meanwhile, Wolverine appeared to be financially strained, lingering in a telephone booth and refraining from entering the restaurant. Deadpool waited for Peter Parker to finish work before shamelessly trailing him to the prison to see Norman Osborn. By the time the afternoon doors opened, the two returned to the Chinese restaurant. I apologize, but the restaurant's policy permits each patron to purchase only one of each dish per day, Peter Parker informed Deadpool, blocking his entry. Anyone who had spent an afternoon with Deadpool would not wish to endure his incessant chatter. Deadpool, performing a sleight of hand, brandished a $100 bill before Peter Parker. Peter, I understand the restaurant's rules, but you picked up the tab at noon. That shouldn't count against me. Now, I'm spending my own money on a meal, which does not violate the establishment's regulations. Peter Parker reached for the bill, only for Deadpool to deftly evade him, exclaiming, Wade, you're a real jerk. Even with money, you won't pay me back. Deadpool tucked the cash into his jacket, grinning as he replied, Peter, rest assured, I will repay you. Just not right now. Let us go. I'm famished. With that, he playfully poked Spider-Man's sturdy chest and pushed the door open, greeting, Hi, Jack. Hi, Natasha. Ligia and Natasha were engrossed in gossip on their phones and pretended not to hear Deadpool's salutation. I'm sorry, boss. He insisted on coming in for a meal, and I couldn't stop him, Peter Parker explained as he followed inside. Deadpool waved the cash in his hand, placing it on the table as he declared, Peter treated me at noon. Now, I'm paying for myself. I'll have a serving of golden fried rice. Jack, could you perhaps increase the portion size, considering Peter's influence? No, you can choose not to eat, Li Jie decisively refused. Very well then. A serving of golden fried rice, Deadpool said nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders before finding a seat for himself, exclaiming, Peter, fetch me a glass of water. I'm parched. Li Jie pocketed the money but did not rise to cook. Instead, he inquired of Peter Parker, how are things this afternoon? Peter Parker replied somewhat dejectedly. I spoke with Mr. Norman. He too wishes for Harry to choose a righteous path, but he cannot emerge from his predicament just yet. However, Mr. Norman has promised to write a letter to Harry. I hope that upon reading it, Harry may find his way back. Peter, in that case, there is no need for you to fret excessively. Let things unfold naturally, Li Jie remarked, casting his gaze out the window as a mech descended from the sky, subsequently separating, allowing Tony Stark to emerge. While most superheroes favored tight-fitting suits, Iron Man was a notable exception. It was one thing to wear a mech. The real peculiarity lay in the fact that he donned a suit and tie within it. Isn't it uncomfortable? Ding. Tony Stark stepped through the door. Iron Man. Deadpool leapt from his chair, performing a front flip to land before Tony Stark. Stark instinctively took a step back, frowning at Deadpool. Whose wild child is this? Iron Man. I'm your fan. May I take a photo with you? Deadpool grasped Tony Stark's hand, and before Stark could respond, he called out to Peter Parker, Peter, hurry and take a picture. Tony Stark, unable to withdraw his hand, coughed awkwardly. Well, all right then. After the photo was taken, Deadpool leaned against the window, gazing excitedly at the mech, shouting, so cool. Iron Man, may I try your mech? Without waiting for Tony Stark's reply, he dashed outside. Unfortunately, without Stark's commands, the mech remained unresponsive. Who is he? Tony Stark questioned, puzzled. No idea, Li Jie and Black Widow replied in unison. Stark mused internally. Why do I feel as though you all know him quite well? Tony, why haven't I seen Pepper lately? Li Jie shifted the topic. Tony Stark shook his head with a sigh. She is now the CEO of Stark Industries, perpetually busy. Even I must schedule an appointment to see her. Thus, I can only pass the time indulging in culinary delights. Pausing momentarily, his gaze shifted to Black Widow, frowning as he asked, Natasha, why aren't you in your work attire today? Work attire? Maid outfit? Was this fellow here specifically to see Black Widow in a maid outfit? From Tony Stark's expression, it was evident he wished to give Li Jie a poor rating. How do you manage your employees? Tony, it has been quite a while since I last saw Pepper. Do you think I should give her a call now? Black Widow inquired as she pulled out her phone. Tony Stark immediately hesitated, saying, Pepper is rather busy. It might be best not to disturb her. After a brief pause, he extracted a wad of cash from his pocket, counting none of it before handing it to Peter Parker. Get yourself a 4-piece set, and keep the rest as a tip. All right, Tony, please have a seat. Peter Parker replied, feeling quite pleased. After losing $700 to Deadpool at noon, he could finally recoup some of his losses. Ding. Deadpool, having failed to unlock the mech, returned to the restaurant and approached Tony Stark, stating, could you help me design a suit of armor? Just replicate the colors of the one I'm wearing. Upon hearing that Deadpool wanted Tony Stark to craft him a suit, Li Jie began to envision how absurd it would be to see Deadpool in such armor. The thought was rather comical. He then recalled the impressive suit that Tony Stark had made for Peter Parker, which was undeniably stylish. Do you have any money? Tony Stark inquired. Of course I have money, Deadpool replied, but then recalled that coming to a Chinese restaurant and only ordering a single serving of golden fried rice hardly seemed affluent. He chuckled nervously. Don't worry, I will definitely have money. You can draft up the design, and when I have the funds, we can proceed, he added. Tony Stark replied with a polite smile. When you finally have money, I might consider making you that armor. All right, it's a deal. Deadpool seemed oblivious to the fact that Tony Stark was merely brushing him off, whistling cheerfully as he returned to his seat. Peter, where's my golden fried rice? Isn't it ready yet? I'm starving here. Could you hurry it up? Peter Parker, that guy just loves to pick on me. Tony, I have some bad news, Li Jie warned. Hammer is secretly in contact with the new Green Goblin. You should be cautious. Is this information reliable? Tony Stark asked. Looking at Black Widow, aware that the source must be linked to S.H.I.E. L.D. Black Widow nodded in affirmation, absolutely reliable. I'm certain Hammer is plotting something significant. Oh, is that so? No matter. Hammer has never truly been my enemy. Tony Stark suddenly laughed. He had never regarded Justin Hammer as a worthy adversary, believing him unfit to be considered a rival. Lee Jie felt inclined to give Tony Stark a thumbs up for his nonchalance. The golden fried rice was served in 2 portions, accompanied by a bowl of soup, fried noodles with sauce, and osmanthus cake. Sensing the delightful aroma wafting from Tony Stark's side, Deadpool suddenly found his own golden fried rice lacking in appeal. Being wealthy is wonderful. One can indulge in whatever one desires. Deadpool then turned his attention to Peter Parker, determined that this time, no matter what he said, Peter Parker would not lend him any money. A taxi came to a halt outside the Chinese restaurant, and an elder wielding a crutch stepped out. Upon realizing that a blind man was approaching, Peter Parker took the initiative to assist the elderly gentleman in opening the door, only to be halted by Li Jie's hand. No need, Li Jie remarked as he pulled out a chair facing the window and seated himself. Turning to Black Widow to instruct, retrieve the sunflower seeds from the drawer and pour me a glass of water. Outside the door, as the elderly gentleman took a couple of steps toward the Chinese restaurant, he suddenly halted and retreated. A figure descended from the heavens, and with a resounding clash, a blade struck precisely where the elderly gentleman had just landed. Li Jie observed the deep gash in the ground, his brow tightening slightly. The experience of witnessing the spectacle up close was indeed exhilarating. Yet the destruction inflicted upon the infrastructure outside the Chinese restaurant raised concerns about how long the city would take to repair it. Damn it, I'll have to pay for the repairs. Sunflower seeds arrived. Black Widow placed them on the table, pulled out a chair beside her, and beckoned Peter Parker to join her in watching the performance. Upon recognizing his older brother, Deadpool promptly clasped his hands atop his head, propped his legs up, and began to critique the events, voicing his belief that the execution of the blade by the clock tower was flawed. Tony Stark intentionally repositioned himself to enjoy the show, relishing the combination of delectable food and thrilling combat, feeling as though his expenses and tips were well justified. The elderly gentleman was formidable, yet age had taken its toll, rendering him unable to match the stamina of the clock tower, who soon began to gain the upper hand. Just as the clock tower was about to deliver a fatal blow, a figure appeared with a resounding impact, intercepting the clock tower's assault. The apprentice of the elderly gentleman, Daredevil, timely came to the rescue. The prowess of the clock tower was extraordinary. In a purely physical confrontation, even Daredevil would struggle against him. At this juncture, with the elderly gentleman and Daredevil collaborating, the clock tower showed no signs of faltering. Realizing that this stalemate was unsustainable, the elderly gentleman fought while gradually retreating toward the restaurant, calling out to Daredevil, "Hurry into the restaurant." Daredevil's expression shifted, understanding that the elderly gentleman sought refuge within the establishment. I, the illustrious Daredevil, guardian of Hell's Kitchen, am to seek sanctuary from a restaurant? Unthinkable, absolutely unthinkable. He resisted inwardly. Li Jie silently cursed the old dog. Here he was, a spectator, yet they compelled him to take center stage. Who else should I scold if not you? Seeing Daredevil's reluctance to enter the restaurant, the elderly gentleman pressed on, continuing to engage with the clock tower. Yet the struggle became increasingly arduous. Slade, you've regressed. If it were me, they would have perished long ago. Deadpool lamented, shaking his head. This was not mere bravado. The clock tower's regenerative abilities paled in comparison to Deadpool's, which allowed him to fight without reservation. Deadpool, in contrast, exhibited no such scruples, engaging in battle with reckless abandon, trading life for life without hesitation, whether wielding cold steel or firearms. In the face of such unprincipled tactics, one could only resign to misfortune. A barrage of gunfire erupted, causing the clock tower to awkwardly evade, as multiple bullets struck his bulletproof vest. Daredevil, after tonight, I shall owe you nothing. Suddenly, Nuke emerged to join the fray. Once a sworn enemy of Daredevil, he came to repay a life saved the previous night. Outnumbered 3-1, the Punisher began to falter. Deadpool, stretching his neck, pushed open the door of the Chinese restaurant with a grin, exclaiming, "Slade, It seems you've landed quite the job. What do you say? Shall I lend a hand? Nothing too much, just a fair 50-50 split. The Punisher shot Deadpool a fierce glare, retorting, I am your blood brother, yet you dare to discuss money? What a scoundrel! Deadpool, digging into his ear, replied, blood brothers must keep accounts clear. Besides, I have to eat. The Punisher's brow furrowed, unwilling to miss the chance to eliminate Stick, gritting his teeth and saying, 28% for you, 72 for me. Trust me, that sum will suffice for your indulgence. 28 is far too little, it must be 40-60. That is my bottom line, Deadpool insisted. You wretch, I have a family to support. Do you intend to rob me in my time of need? 37. Take it or leave it. If you refuse, stay there and watch the show. With a swift motion, Deadpool unsheathed 2 blades from his back and charged forward, shouting, agreed on 37, no debts left unpaid. I demand cash. Clang. Daredevil swiftly intervened to block Deadpool's assault. After exchanging a few blows, he was taken aback by Deadpool's unorthodox tactics and urgently called out to Stick and Nuke into the restaurant. Stick had long awaited this moment. With Nuke distracting the Punisher and Daredevil holding off Deadpool, he was the first to slip through the restaurant door. 1 order of golden fried rice. Stick slammed cash onto the table, knowing that only by becoming a patron of the restaurant could he secure refuge. Chapter 51. Blood-lipped with a resounding thud. The Grim Reaper propelled Nuke against the wall before striding towards the Chinese restaurant. Deadpool, aware that Grim Reaper's target was the Stick, realized that even if he were to eliminate Daredevil, there would be no monetary gain. He promptly retreated, putting distance between himself and Daredevil, and cheerfully declared, this is where I draw the line. Daredevil's chest heaved as he faced the relentless onslaught. The pressure of engaging Deadpool in a life-or-death struggle manifesting in 6 distinct wounds adorning his body. Observing Deadpool's withdrawal, Daredevil too wished to disengage, stepping aside to maintain a vigilant watch on both Deadpool and Grim Reaper. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed as Spider-Man, Peter Parker, emerged from the restaurant. Cautioning the approaching Deadpool and Grim Reaper, Wade, the restaurant has a duty to ensure the safety of its patrons. Please refrain from fighting inside. Initially, Deadpool had intended to storm into the restaurant alongside Grim Reaper to eliminate the Stick, but upon hearing Spider-Man's warning, he shot a glance at Jia. With a swift motion, he sheathed his 2 blades, grinning as he replied, Peter, I may disregard others, but I certainly won't disregard you. All right, since you insist on no altercations within the restaurant, I shall abide by your request. My meal remains unfinished, and I trust you won't mind if I return to indulge in culinary delights. Peter Parker hesitated, unable to conjure a valid reason to refuse Deadpool's request, and thus stepped aside. Peter, let us go inside together. We can discuss our grand plans for fortune. Surely, you don't intend to remain here, serving tables in this establishment indefinitely? Deadpool draped an arm around Peter Parker's shoulder as he spoke. Peter Parker, lacking ambition, replied, I see nothing wrong with being a server here. Peter, you must understand that with great power comes great responsibility. It is a waste for someone of your caliber to linger in a restaurant. You deserve a more expansive stage. Trust me, Wade would never deceive you, Deadpool asserted, thumping his chest confidently. Wade, you just swindled me out of $700 at noon, Peter Parker reminded him. Is that so? Peter, you are destined for greatness. Let us overlook such trivial matters, Deadpool chuckled awkwardly. Grim Reaper, acutely aware of his brother's inclinations, understood that their alliance had reached its conclusion. This left him perplexed as he glanced through the window at Jia, who remained obliviously munching on sunflower seeds. He pondered the inexplicable allure of the restaurant. Why did the Stick recklessly flee inside when confronted with danger? Why did Deadpool abruptly abandon their alliance? Solely due to Peter Parker? Or perhaps it was that Chinese chef. Truth be told, within the restaurant, there were only 2 individuals that Grim Reaper found to be formidable. One was Deadpool, who clung to Peter Parker with a familiarity surpassing that of lovers, and the other was the true bystander, Tony Stark. Deadpool was certainly not a threat to him, but Tony Stark was an entirely different matter. Grim Reaper calculated the odds in his mind, contemplating how formidable his chances would be should Tony Stark don his Iron Man suit and engage. In stark contrast, the old man, despite sustaining some injuries, composed himself upon entering the Chinese restaurant. After regaining his composure, he approached Li Jie, bowed respectfully, and sincerely said, "Jack, please accept my heartfelt apologies. I was unaware that the incident involving Miss Target had any connection to you, which led to my unfortunate oversight in allowing her escape. Old man, you are a guest here. Let us not discuss such matters. Please, find a seat, and I shall prepare a meal for you shortly," Li Jie replied, spitting out the shell of a sunflower seed. "Thank you, Jack. I implore you to accept my sincere apologies once more," the old man said before stepping back and finding a seat. With a chime, the Grim Reaper entered, perplexed by the mysterious allure that Li Jie and the restaurant seemed to possess. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to forfeit the opportunity for profit and resolved to confront the old man. His entrance cast a tense and awkward atmosphere over the restaurant. Deadpool, stealing a glance, found himself puzzled by why Peter Parker willingly chose to serve in this modest establishment and was also curious about Parker's recent warning. To be candid, like the Grim Reaper, Deadpool was equally intrigued by the peculiar charm of Li Jie and the restaurant. However, he opted to observe the unfolding events. Before Li Jie could speak, Tony Stark set down his spoon and, with a serious demeanor, declared, "Hey, you with the knife. Listen, regardless of your grievances with that blind man, this is a Chinese restaurant. Jack is my friend, and it would be prudent for you not to create a disturbance here, lest you find yourself at odds with me, Tony Stark." The Grim Reaper scoffed dismissively. Although he held a certain respect for Iron Man, he was not one to abandon his mission simply because of a wealthy young man's words. "Without money, you are nothing," he thought bitterly as he continued toward the old man, keeping a watchful eye on Li Jie and Tony Stark. Outside the restaurant, Daredevil refrained from entering, primarily due to the fact that his expenses for the month had already exceeded his budget. Entering the restaurant would only expose him to the temptations of its culinary delights, and he had no means to settle the bill. Quite the predicament. Nuke, having sustained a minor injury, also chose to remain outside for two reasons. He lacked funds, and he had already learned the restaurant's rules and wished to avoid causing trouble. Consequently, both remained outside. Meanwhile, Wolverine, lurking in the shadows, furrowed his brow, pondering. With all this commotion, will Sabretooth even show up tonight? Inside the restaurant, the old man, upon seeing the Grim Reaper before him, remained remarkably calm, as he knew Li Jie would undoubtedly protect him. "Young man, I do not know who has sent you to kill me, but this is a Chinese restaurant. Take my advice and sheathe your knife. Whatever the matter, let us first finish this meal." "Humph," the Grim Reaper scoffed, swinging his knife toward the old man. However, as the blade descended halfway, it was suddenly halted by an unseen force. Almost simultaneously, his body felt as if it were ensnared, unable to move. The bell chimed as the door of the Chinese restaurant swung open, and the Grim Reaper involuntarily flew out, landing with a thud on the ground. Rising to his feet, the Grim Reaper glanced awkwardly at the nearby Daredevil and Nuke, then furrowed his brow as he looked towards the restaurant and the snacking Li Jie. How peculiar, he mused internally. Wolverine cleared his throat, feeling a tinge of embarrassment as he recalled the moment he was cast out by Li Jie. The similarity was uncanny. "All right, I shall prepare the meal," Li Jie announced, clapping his hands as he rose and made his way to the kitchen. The Grim Reaper refrained from confronting Li Jie directly, but the inexplicable ejection from the restaurant made him comprehend why the stick chose to escape inside and understand Peter Parker's warning. If a confrontation were to ensue, he realized he would be no match. Perhaps it was wiser to wait outside. The Grim Reaper leaped onto a nearby car, sitting there with an air of nonchalance. Daredevil and Nuke hesitated for a moment before taking their seats as well. "Peter, was that your boss's doing? How did he manage to throw Slade out?" Deadpool inquired in a hushed tone. "I do not know," Peter Parker replied, shaking his head. "Come on, he is your boss. Surely you must know," Deadpool retorted, his disbelief evident. Then, feigning indifference, he continued, "Peter, even if you say nothing, I know your boss must be a mutant like Magneto, possessing the power of telekinesis. Am I right?" "I knew it. What could escape my notice?" "Peter, do you think Jack is a natural mutant or an acquired one?" "Wait, I'm still at work. I won't disturb you any longer," Peter Parker interjected, wishing to evade Deadpool's incessant chatter. Just then, the bell chimed as Li Jie called for food. Seizing the opportunity, Peter Parker slipped away. The stick savored his golden fried rice slowly, not only relishing the exquisite flavors, but also taking his time, biting for a fortuitous turn of events. For a moment, silence enveloped both inside and outside the restaurant. Suddenly, this tranquility was shattered by the roaring engine of a street racing car. A red sports car appeared like a flash of light, executing a 720-degree drift before halting at the roadside in front of the restaurant. Mary, Peter Parker's heart leapt to his throat. Wow, what a beauty, Deadpool remarked, suddenly appearing behind Peter. Why are you so anxious, Peter? Come clean. Do you have a history with that stunning woman outside? Startled, Peter Parker turned to glance at Li Jie, chuckling nervously. What? Are you joking? I barely know her. Oh dear, my stomach hurts. I must visit the restroom, he added hastily, darting away. Deadpool, observing Peter's retreat to the restroom, stroked his chin and mused. Peter and that woman outside undoubtedly share a story, and it seems to be a profound one. Li Jie turned to glance at the Black Widow, pondering to himself. Surely these two women won't start fighting again? The Black Widow, meanwhile, was quietly munching on sunflower seeds. Although she had managed to regain some ground yesterday, defeating Mary Walker would prove challenging without Magneto's helmet. Outside, after disembarking, Mary Walker first cast a puzzled look at the somber figures of the Punisher, Daredevil, and Nuke sitting by the roadside. She then pushed her sunglasses up onto her forehead and sauntered into the Chinese restaurant with a serpentine sway of her hips. Before entering, she paused by Iron Man's suit, pressing her face against its chest for a quick selfie. Hey, Tony, it's been quite a while since you asked me out. Upon entering the restaurant, Mary greeted Tony Stark. Tony, wiping his mouth with a napkin, replied, Excuse me, do we know each other? Tony, you truly have no conscience. I am Mary Walker. She lamented. Mary Walker? Goodness, no wonder you look so familiar. Mary, I'm your devoted fan. May I take a picture with you? Deadpool exclaimed excitedly upon hearing her name, and without waiting for her consent, he wrapped an arm around her shoulder and snapped a selfie. Mary chuckled and, after posing with Deadpool, teasingly traced her fingers across Tony Stark's table. Tony, knowing you've turned over a new leaf, I shall refrain from troubling you today. With that, she swayed her hips toward Li Jie and the Black Widow, deliberately producing $400 and handing it to the Black Widow. Could you kindly order me a serving of golden fried rice, a bowl of soup, a plate of zhajiang noodles, and a piece of osmanthus cake? The rest is your tip. The Black Widow furrowed her brow, aware that Mary was intentionally humiliating her. All right, have a seat. It will be ready shortly. Li Jie, not wishing to witness a clash between the two women in his restaurant, swiftly grabbed the money and made his way to the kitchen. Wait a moment, Mary said, pulling out a chair and sitting down, playfully rubbing her foot against Li Jie's leg. Did you know that Hawkeye wants your life? Taking my life will not be so easy, Li Jie replied with a smile. What if I were to join in? Mary pressed on. What's this? Has she approached you? Li Jie asked, feigning ignorance. Indeed, Mary responded. She wishes for me to partner with her to kill you. Besides me, she has also sought out Bloodlust, a terrifying fellow who delights in consuming human flesh. Once he devours someone, he acquires their memories and abilities. Quite the perverse creature. It's nauseating just to think about. Li Jie chuckled. Compared to Bloodlust, I am more curious whether you accepted Hawkeye's invitation. What do you think? Mary suddenly pulled Li Jie closer, her breath fragrant as she said, I could refuse her, but only if you agree to be my boyfriend. Well, if you were to embody the persona of Mary Walker at this moment, I might consider it, replied Li Jie. What a pity, chuckled Typhoid Mary, covering her mouth with a hand. Hurry and prepare my meal. I am famished. Only when I am well fed will I possess the strength to slay you. Once you are dead, you shall be bound to me forever. All right, just wait, Li Jie said, turning towards the kitchen. Cough, cough. Deadpool intentionally cleared his throat twice and smiled at Typhoid Mary. Mary, if you seek a companion to share this lonely night, perhaps you might consider me. You? Typhoid Mary's gaze fell upon Deadpool, and suddenly she broke into a wide grin. Sure, I believe we could delve deeper into this. Splendid, he responded. gesturing for her to follow him to his table. Black Widow approached the pickup counter and remarked to Li Jia, "Wade might be in for it. Are you not concerned?" Li Jia, while stir-frying rice, replied, "He came to this upon himself. What can I do?" Pausing briefly, he added, "Go and open the door. We have more guests arriving." Buzz. Once again, the sound of an engine revving echoed outside the Chinese restaurant, this time announcing the arrival of a Mustang. The black Mustang parked itself squarely in the middle of the road, and shortly thereafter, Lady Bullseye emerged from the driver's seat. With a loud bang, a disheveled figure, clutching a club, stumbled out from the back, resembling a creature from the primordial ages. "Ugh," he groaned, retching from motion sickness. After emptying his stomach, he suddenly broke into a grin, surveying his surroundings and exclaiming, "There are so many delicious things here." Daredevil shuddered at the thought of being mistaken for food. "The food inside is even more delectable," Lady Bullseye declared. Chapter 52. The Kill the gaze of Blood Lip fixated upon the Chinese restaurant, greedily licking his lips. "You are indeed correct. There are far more delectable offerings within." The Black Widow, noticing this, slightly narrowed her eyes and murmured, "Does he perceive everyone here as mere sustenance?" Li Jie, equally captivated, observed the targeted eye lady and Blood Lip outside. Just the day before, the targeted eye lady had narrowly escaped, and now she had returned with two accomplices, truly courting disaster. With a swift motion, the targeted eye lady approached and reached to push the door open. Suddenly, the somber bell tolled, launching a knife towards her with astonishing speed. The strike was so abrupt that Blood Lip, standing beside her, had no time to react. The blade sliced into the left side of the targeted eye lady's neck, swiftly traversing her form and emerging from her right side. Yet, upon landing the hit, the bell displayed no exhilaration. Instead, his expression tightened as he instinctively withdrew. Remarkably, the targeted eye lady did not fall, but rather transformed into a wisp of smoke, ascending into the air before reconstituting into her human form. As a top-tier assassin, her vigilance had never waned. Despite the bell's earlier composure, she sensed a greater threat emanating from him. Thus, she had remained on guard, keeping her body in a semi-ethereal state. The moment the bell launched his assault, she swiftly transitioned into complete vaporization, successfully evading a fatal blow. This exemplifies the distinction between the extraordinary and the ordinary. While a common individual may enhance their physicality to its utmost limits, eliminating an extraordinary being proves to be a formidable challenge. The bell was acutely aware of this reality, which explained his choice to ambush the targeted eye lady. Blood Lip was too late to prevent the bell's attack, but reacted with remarkable swiftness, intercepting the bell and drawing blood from his arm with a mere flick of his fingertips. The bell distanced himself from both the targeted eye lady and Blood Lip, casting a surprised glance at the wound on his arm, astonished by the sharpness of Blood Lip's fingers, which were nearly akin to those of a saber-toothed tiger. Blood Lip savored the taste of the blood, smacking his lips before addressing the targeted eye lady. "It is Lady Gao who has hired him to eliminate you." After a brief pause, he glanced through the window at the stick elder and added, "Moreover, he is also the target of that fellow tonight." The targeted eye lady was hardly taken aback by the revelation of Lady Gao's contract on her life. Although both served the Hand Association, they were not of the same faction. "Lady Gao," she scoffed coldly, turning to Blood Lip, "let us attend to the matter at hand." With a chime, the targeted eye lady pushed open the door to the restaurant, followed closely by Blood Lip. "2 orders of golden fried rice," she declared, placing $200 on the table, a cunning smile gracing her lips. Her intention was unmistakable. By becoming a patron of the establishment, she ensured its obligation to protect her. In essence, Li Jie was unable to lay a hand on her, while she could recklessly unleash her wrath upon him. The notion was commendable, as it could impose a certain restraint on Li Jie. However, it seemed that Lady Bullseye had not anticipated the system's notification. It detected the animosity harbored by the patrons of the Chinese restaurant towards the host and activated its self-defense mechanism, an absolute principle. This principle dictated, the host supersedes all others. Note, when the host's safety or interests clash with those of the patrons, the safety and interests of the host take precedence, thereby nullifying all protective measures concerning the patrons. Upon seeing the system's prompt, Li Jie's eyes twinkled slightly, and a faint smile graced his lips. "Ah, you clever one," he mused. "Please hold on a moment." Deadpool, after exchanging a few words with the Mercurial Mary, excitedly dashed outside and approached Deathstroke, whispering, "Slade, do you have 2 targets? That complicates matters. Do you require assistance? If so, feel free to ask. A brother will surely lend a hand." Deathstroke felt an urge to retaliate against Deadpool, but hesitated and replied, "The usual terms, 70-30. 70-30? No way. Slade, that ratio is applicable when you had only 1 target. Now, with 2 targets and allies at their side, you cannot accomplish this alone without my help. How about this? Considering your need to provide for your family, let's adjust to 60-40. I take 40, you take 60. Deadpool's suggestion had an opportunistic edge, despite the fact that the other party was his own brother. This time, Deathstroke did not hesitate and nodded in agreement. Fine. Deadpool scratched his head, pondering. Am I getting the shorter end of the stick? Slade, refrain from making a move in the Chinese restaurant, regardless of who emerges first. We will flank them and take down one at a time. Understood. Deathstroke nodded in response. Deadpool cheerfully returned to the Chinese restaurant, engaging in lively conversation with the Mercurial Mary, even arranging to go to the cinema together afterward. Lady Bullseye pretended not to recognize Mary and found a seat for herself. Tony Stark had finished his meal but showed no intention of leaving. Instead, he leaned towards Li Jie and quietly remarked, "Brother, the atmosphere tonight seems off. Perhaps we should alert the authorities?" Li Jie shot him a glance and replied, "What are you thinking? We are in Hell's Kitchen. It's fine. If the police can't handle it, we still have S.H.I.E.L.D. Let Natasha call them. They arrive faster than the police." Requesting assistance from S.H.I.E.L.D. Li Jie recalled having recently rejected Nick Fury's overtures and shook his head. "Tony, I appreciate your willingness to stay and help. However, if anything does happen, just observe from the sidelines. I will handle it myself." With that, Li Jie cast a glance at Lady Bullseye and Blood Lips, musing internally, "They are merely minor nuisances." This statement was far from an exaggeration. Li Jie's formidable Hulk-like physique has reached a remarkable 100, while the skills of the Sorcerer Supreme have also ascended to level 11. Other various abilities have been steadily improving, albeit to varying degrees. It is needless to say that even if Lady Bullseye and Bloody Mary joined forces, or even if all present were to unite, it would be tantamount to courting disaster. "Jack, do you truly believe I am the sort to stand idly by? Very well. It appears I must make some preparations, no matter what transpires shortly. I shall stand by your side." After Tony Stark spoke, he returned to his position, secretly activating his armor in readiness for action. After savoring her golden fried rice, Lady Bullseye wiped her mouth with a napkin and smiled at Bloody Mary, inquiring, "How does it taste?" Bloody Mary licked her lips and replied, "Once I finish speaking, I crave something fresh. No need to rush. It shall be here shortly." Lady Bullseye gestured. "Waiter, please bring us 2 portions of osmanthus cake." "Peter." Li Jie restrained the Black Widow, allowing Peter Parker to approach instead. While the Black Widow is no slouch, her capabilities remain confined to the pinnacle of human potential. Thus, she would find herself at a distinct disadvantage against the combined might of Lady Bullseye and Bloody Mary. Peter Parker, however, is well equipped to handle any unforeseen occurrences. "Please hold on, it will be ready soon." Peter Parker extended his hand to accept the money offered by Lady Bullseye, when suddenly his spider sense detected an imminent danger, prompting him to instinctively leap to the ceiling. A spoon shot past him, narrowly missing. Bloody Mary looked up at Peter Parker, who was clinging to the ceiling, and with a chilling smile remarked, "Interesting. It's no wonder I find you so delectable." After a brief pause, she glanced around in confusion, asking, "Have we left the Chinese restaurant?" Lady Bullseye rose to clarify. "To be precise, we have entered the mirror dimension, with everyone in the restaurant. Except for the bystanders and the stick, Li Jie had pulled them into this mirrored realm to prevent any interruptions during the impending conflict." Peter Parker sprinted along the ceiling until he reached Li Jie, whispering, "Boss, did you do this?" Tony Stark interjected, "Strange, I've lost contact with my armor." Li Jie instructed, Natasha, you and Peter are responsible for protecting Tony. I shall handle the rest. Understood, Natasha replied, guiding Tony Stark aside. Peter Parker then turned his gaze toward Deadpool, inquiring, Boss, does the rest you mentioned include Wade? As he hesitated, noticing Deadpool standing in front of Bloody Mary, he exclaimed, Damn it, Wade looks to be in dire straits. Deadpool had fallen under Bloody Mary's mental control, rendered a mere puppet. In truth, Bloody Mary's initial target was Iron Man, Tony. However, upon Deadpool's unsolicited arrival, she opted to shift her focus. This one is quite troublesome. Let us all attack together, Lady Bullseye commanded. Yet, despite the call for a united front, Lady Bullseye and Bloody Mary deliberately lagged slightly behind, leaving only the ensnared Deadpool to charge recklessly forward. Then, with a sudden sound of a puff, four tendrils emerged unexpectedly from behind Li Jie, simultaneously piercing Deadpool's forehead, shoulders, and heart. Wait! Peter Parker instinctively cried out, suddenly recalling that Deadpool had the ability to resurrect, and thus he remained motionless. After the tendrils penetrated Deadpool's body, they did not cease, but continued their assault towards Lady Bullseye and Black Tongue. Meanwhile, Li Jie altered the spatial structure to restrict the movements of his targets. In this critical moment, Lady Bullseye hurriedly rendered herself intangible to evade the tendrils' attack. Black Tongue, however, was not as fortunate, as two tendrils pierced through his chest. Under normal circumstances, with two gaping holes the size of arms in his torso, Black Tongue would have been doomed. Yet, having recently consumed the flesh and blood of the bell ringer, he had acquired its abilities, thus evading death. While evading the tendrils, Lady Bullseye urgently called out to Mary, who remained seated in shock. Mary, don't just sit there. Switch personalities and fight. Mary's personality transitions were not under her conscious control. At that moment, seated there, she suddenly burst into tears, fearfully exclaiming, What is happening? How did I end up here? What have I done? She had transitioned to the timid and cowardly Mary persona, rendering her devoid of any combat capability. Observing this, Lady Bullseye addressed Mary in the most gentle tone before lunging towards Li Jie in her intangible form. Suddenly, a tablecloth soared up, enveloping the intangibly cloaked Lady Bullseye. And then the tendril struck with a series of punctures. Foolish, you cannot kill an intangible me this way. Lady Bullseye scoffed, yet she soon realized something was amiss. Her breathing became labored, as if an invisible hand were choking her neck. Li Jie lit a cigarette, exhaling smoke as he calmly stated, The tendrils are poisonous. Not only were Li Jie's tendrils as strong as steel, but they also secreted various lethal toxins. These toxins were not limited to liquid form. They could also manifest as vapor. It was under such circumstances that Lady Bullseye became infected with a fatal toxin. Thud. Meanwhile, Black Tongue was the first to collapse. Although he had gained the abilities of the bell ringer and would not perish from two gaping wounds in his chest, even the bell ringer himself would succumb to the deadly toxins if injured by Li Jie's tendrils. Black Tongue's lips turned black, and foul black blood oozed from his orifices as he perished. Drip, drip. Enveloped by the tablecloth, Lady Bullseye was forced to materialize due to the lethal toxin, subsequently being pierced by the tendrils. She fell victim to the dual assault of deadly toxins and physical harm. Tony Stark's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the unfolding scene. Initially, he had intended to provide protection for Li Jie, yet he had not anticipated that such a formidable adversary would perish in the blink of an eye at Li Jie's hands. Even Peter Parker and Black Widow were left in a state of shock. The two individuals were well aware of Li Jie's formidable strength, yet they could hardly fathom the extent of his power. If they were to discover that Li Jie had not yet exerted his full potential, they would likely be left utterly astonished. At that moment, Deadpool emitted a groan as he opened his eyes. Even while his body remained impaled by vines, continuously poisoned, he had somehow survived. The first words that escaped Deadpool's lips upon awakening were, "Oh God, I'm still alive." His tone conveyed a sense of disappointment, as if he had narrowly escaped death. Isn't that infuriating? Peter Parker quipped as he approached. Although Deadpool had indeed survived, his body was effectively ensnared by the vines, rendering him immobile unless they were removed. Thus, he turned to Peter Parker for assistance. Peter, please help me get this damn thing out. Wait, I'm afraid I can't assist you with that. You'll need to consult the boss, Peter Parker replied with a meaningful glance. Deadpool immediately directed his plea to Li Jie. Jack, regardless of what I may have done to you in the past, it was never my intention. Moreover, shouldn't a Chinese restaurant provide refuge for its guests? Could you please let me go so we can talk? Refuge. This was precisely the reason that both Deadpool and Mary remained alive. Li Jie could torment Deadpool 1,000 times over. Yet he was unable to extinguish the life of this loquacious character. As for Mary, her existence was tied to the restaurant's hidden rules. Once she transformed into her timid persona, she posed no threat to Li Jie, who, adhering to the restaurant's singular principle, could not take her life. He was compelled to provide her protection, for she remained a guest of the establishment. Chapter 53, Spider-Man's Torment. Li Jie released Deadpool. Not due to the regulations of the Chinese restaurant concerning the protection of patrons, but rather because, aside from his incessant chatter, Li Jie held no animosity toward him. Upon escaping, Deadpool glanced at the corpse of Lady Bullseye and cheerfully remarked, Jack, it wouldn't reflect well if the owner of a Chinese restaurant were to be known as a murderer. I mean, this could adversely affect the restaurant's business and bring unnecessary trouble to you and the establishment. As a gesture of goodwill, allow me to handle this matter. I can publicly declare that Lady Bullseye and the Bloodscream met their demise at my hands. Li Jie couldn't help but roll his eyes at Deadpool. He had never encountered someone so unabashedly shameless. While Deadpool's proposition indeed alleviated some of Li Jie's troubles, his willingness to claim responsibility for Lady Bullseye's death was merely a ploy for bounty. The pretense of nobility he presented was utterly disgraceful. In that moment, Li Jie comprehended why Deadpool was affluent while Spider-Man struggled financially. It was difficult for someone as unprincipled as Deadpool not to prosper. As for Spider-Man, best to leave it be. Very well, but let today be the end of this. You may take the Gloomy Bell with you, Li Jie decided, permitting Deadpool and Gloomy Bell to spare the old man, thus extending a favor to Daredevil. Upon returning to the Chinese restaurant from the mirror dimension, Deadpool shouldered the bodies of Lady Bullseye and Bloodscream and exited. It was unclear what he discussed with Gloomy Bell, but through the window, Gloomy Bell observed the old man, then glanced at Li Jie, ultimately nodding in agreement as he departed with Deadpool, bearing the corpses. The old man was the sole individual in the restaurant who had not been drawn into the mirror dimension. Curiously, he remained seated in his place, wondering where everyone had gone, yet he did not stir. The patrons outside the restaurant were equally compliant, lacking any intention of entering. As none knew what awaited them should they do so, they merely awaited developments. Once Deadpool and Gloomy Bell had left, the old man approached Li Jie and bowed, saying, Jack, I thank you for your assistance. This time, I owe you a favor. Should you ever require my services in the future, I shall readily oblige. Old man, I must remind you, once you step beyond the threshold of this restaurant, I shall no longer be responsible for your safety, Li Jie cautioned, addressing both the old man and Daredevil outside. I understand, the old man replied, expressing his gratitude once more before leaving the restaurant. With the old man now out of danger, Daredevil chose to depart as well. Nuke glanced toward the hiding spot of Wolverine, hesitated briefly, and then opted to leave. After all, in a one-on-one confrontation, Nuke was no match for Wolverine, especially with his injuries still healing, diminishing his chances of success. Li Jie was aware that Nuke had not truly departed, but was instead concealed in the shadows, monitoring Wolverine, waiting for an opportunity, one that would allow him to eliminate Wolverine once and for all. Meanwhile, Wolverine lay in wait to ambush Sabretooth, yet regrettably, even as the restaurant's doors closed, Sabretooth failed to materialize. Meow, the Carnage beast grumbled in dissatisfaction. The return of the Black Widow signifies that Li Jie will no longer indulge in carefree nights at the bar with her. After voicing his grievances about Li Jie's preference for romantic pursuits over friendship, the Devourer Beast exited the Chinese restaurant alone, deciding to seek the company of stray cats for the evening. The Black Widow had not forgotten her true purpose for visiting the restaurant, to surveil the Devourer Beast. Thus, as soon as the latter departed, she seized an opportunity to leave as well. Was it for the sake of the Devourer Beast? A smile crept across Li Jia's face as he sensed the Black Widow's movements with his heightened senses. With the Black Widow absent, he was unwilling to languish alone in solitude and resolved to take a stroll outside, mounting his beloved little motorcycle, which would never be ensnared in traffic. Li Jia hummed a tune as he meandered through the streets of Hell's Kitchen, contemplating where to wander. At this hour, aside from criminals, the streets of Hell's Kitchen were eerily deserted. Soon, Li Jia noticed a peculiar phenomenon. People either avoided him from afar or bowed in deference as he passed. Goodness, have I been recognized? He realized he had become a veritable celebrity in Hell's Kitchen. The respect he garnered was undoubtedly linked to Jean Bing, Madame Gao, and the Stickman. Jean Bing controlled over half the criminal enterprise in Hell's Kitchen, with the remainder divided among the Hand and other gangs. Following them was the True Existence Society, which fancied itself the embodiment of justice, led by the Stickman. With the influence of these three figures, no one dared to provoke Li Jia in Hell's Kitchen. A cry for help pierced the air, capturing Li Jia's attention. Utilizing his super senses, he pinpointed the source of the distress from 20 miles away in Queens, the territory of Spider-Man, Peter Parker. A car had lost control due to a flat tire, with half of its body precariously dangling over the bridge. The driver was a woman, and in the back seat, a 2-year-old boy was wailing in terror. Through his super senses, Li Jia discerned that this accident was no mere misfortune. Someone had deliberately punctured the tire and was hiding beneath the bridge. The orchestrator of this malevolent act was none other than Harry Osborn, the Green Goblin and friend of Spider-Man. Having learned from his previous mistakes, Harry had chosen not to confront Peter Parker at the restaurant, but instead, he had devised a trap for Spider-Man here. Li Jia heightened his super senses, discovering that Spider-Man was still 3 kilometers away from the bridge, and the car was on the verge of plummeting. It appeared that Harry Osborn's mind had been corrupted by evil, oblivious to the peril facing the mother and child inside the vehicle. Should Spider-Man fail to arrive in time, another tragedy would ensue. It seemed he would have to assume the mantle of a superhero. With a murmured resolve, Li Jia donned his hood and mask, employing a teleportation technique to traverse directly from Hell's Kitchen to the bridge in Queens. A Ford minivan came to a halt, and out stepped a middle-aged man clad in a gray trench coat, donning sunglasses. A metallic arm pierced through the trench coat. Emerging from behind the man, and with a sharp snap, it plunged into the trunk of a car suspended over the bridge, pulling it back. Had he been outmaneuvered? Li Jia halted the vehicle and blinked in disbelief. Just when he felt a surge of inspiration to don the mantle of a superhero, he found himself outshone. The crux of the matter was that the one who outshone him was none other than Dr. Octopus. "My friend, are you not a villain?" Dr. Octopus, whose real name was Otto Gunther Octavius, was a distinguished nuclear physicist. During an experiment, a pipeline rupture led to a catastrophic release of radiation, resulting in a massive explosion. Although Otto miraculously survived, for mechanical tentacles fused with his body, and the radiation altered his cerebral structure. Thus, the nefarious Dr. Octopus was born, becoming an arch-nemesis of Spider-Man. The mechanical appendages behind him were capable of effortlessly lifting 8 tons, and their extraordinary agility had led Peter Parker to suffer numerous defeats in their encounters. Initially, Peter Parker could do naught but endure torment in the presence of Dr. Octopus. The villain happened to pass by this location, and upon witnessing a car teetering on the brink of falling from the bridge, he instinctively intervened to save a mother and child. This incident illustrates that even villains can occasionally perform acts of kindness. However, Dr. Octopus's benevolence incited the wrath of Harry Osborn, who lay concealed beneath the bridge. Crack! Crack! With a submachine gun in hand, Harry Osborn soared upward, immediately unleashing a barrage of bullets upon Dr. Octopus. The mechanical tentacles behind Dr. Octopus sprang into action, deftly deflecting every single bullet. "The Green Goblin?" Dr. Octopus murmured, adjusting his slipping glasses with a look of confusion. "Aren't you supposed to be incarcerated? You foul octopus. You've thwarted my plans. Die." Harry Osborn hurled 2 pumpkin bombs toward him. Li Jia scoffed derisively at this display. It appeared Harry Osborn had not learned from the lesson of his bullets being deflected. The 2 pumpkin bombs were swiftly returned by Dr. Octopus's mechanical arms. Boom, boom, The bombs exploded near Harry Osborn, nearly dislodging him from his metallic glider. Witnessing the clash between the Green Goblin and Dr. Octopus, Li Jie decided to pull over his motorcycle. First, he utilized his telekinetic abilities to relocate the car with the mother and child to safety, then lit a cigarette to enjoy the spectacle. He thought to himself that he should have brought some snacks along. Using his heightened senses, Li Jie detected that Peter Parker was hastening toward the battlefield and was on the verge of arrival. Noticing the car had been moved, Dr. Octopus turned in surprise to glance at Li Jie. Harry Osborn furrowed his brow, recognizing Li Jie through the motorcycle and the telekinetic abilities. How did he end up here? Both Dr. Octopus and Harry Osborn were perplexed, yet neither had the opportunity to divert their attention to Li Jie, as they remained locked in their fierce confrontation. Harry Osborn, being quite youthful, soon fell prey to Dr. Octopus, who seized the opportunity to damage the metallic hoverboard with his mechanical tentacles. Bang! Harry was sent crashing into the bridge by the hoverboard, his body plummeting downwards. Whoosh! A strand of white webbing suddenly appeared, ensnaring Harry's right foot and preventing his descent. Spider-Man. Upon sighting Peter Parker, Dr. Octopus reacted as an enraged bull confronted with a crimson cape. Furthermore, given that Peter had just rescued the Green Goblin, it was only natural for Dr. Octopus to presume an alliance between Spider-Man and the Green Goblin. Whoosh bang! Instinctively, Dr. Octopus lunged at Peter Parker, only to be evaded and subsequently slammed against the bridge. Creak! The metallic pillars of the bridge were mercilessly bitten off by Dr. Octopus's mechanical appendages. Rat-a-tat-tat. Having just been rescued, Harry Osborn raised his firearm and unleashed a volley of bullets towards his friend, Peter Parker. A farmer and a snake, indeed. Li Jie murmured softly, a smile creeping across his lips, finding the unfolding drama increasingly intriguing. Li Jie cast his gaze towards the opposite side of the bridge, where a black motorcycle sped towards them. Although the rider was obscured by a helmet, Li Jie's heightened senses immediately recognized him as Whiplash, Mark Scarlatti. The appearance of this individual made it clear to Li Jie that he had followed Spider-Man here, with intentions concerning the Green Goblin. Justin Hammer had set his sights on the Green Goblin's technology, hoping to repurpose it for Whiplash, while also aiming to forge an alliance between the Green Goblin and Whiplash for their mutual benefit. Whiplash's purpose for being here was to do Harry Osborn a favor by eliminating Spider-Man, Peter Parker. Peter Parker was now tasked with fending off Dr. Octopus's assaults while simultaneously holding onto Harry Osborn to prevent his fall, all the while needing to dodge his friend's attacks. Confronting Dr. Octopus alone was already a formidable challenge for Spider-Man, and the current predicament left him in a state of disarray. Possessing remarkable speed, immense strength, and extraordinary regenerative abilities, Peter Parker's greatest shortcoming was his lack of impenetrable skin akin to the Hulk's. Simply put, Spider-Man had no bulletproof capabilities. Not only could he be harmed by bullets, but cold weapons could also inflict injury upon him. Thus, in comparison to Dr. Octopus's assault, Harry Osborn's gunfire posed a greater threat. Even under such dire circumstances, Peter Parker showed no intention of relinquishing his hold. This fool, has his brain been kicked by a donkey? Li Jie frowned and muttered, losing his interest in the spectacle. I have already spoken with Mr. Norman. He deeply regrets his past actions and hopes you will not tread the same path. Listen, there is still time for redemption. Peter Parker, despite his dire struggle and battle, endeavored to seize this opportunity to counsel his friend while discreetly concealing Harry Osborn's name. Boom. Harry Osborn hurled a pumpkin bomb at Peter Parker, shards of the explosion carving deep gashes into Peter's arms and chest. Blood immediately flowed forth, staining his garments. Seizing the moment, Dr. Octopus ensnared Peter Parker's throat with his mechanical tentacles. Despite this peril, Peter displayed no intention of relinquishing his hold. Witnessing this, Li Jie sighed in frustration. The scene before him was reminiscent of Spider-Man. Peter Parker, in his relentless pursuit of justice, often found himself ensnared in precarious situations, bearing numerous injuries. This tendency was intertwined with Spider-Man's inherent goodness. Even towards criminals, he hesitated to inflict harm. Were Peter Parker to adopt a more decisive approach, he might evade such dire predicaments. Li Jie restrained himself from intervening. It was only in the face of danger that Peter Parker could truly evolve. Unless a life-threatening situation arose, Li Jie's premature actions would merely hinder Peter's growth. After all, this fellow's regenerative abilities rivaled those of Wolverine. A bit of hardship would serve him well. Li Jie discarded his cigarette, and lit another, noting that this spectacle was rather taxing on his supply. Suddenly, a whip-like sound approached, as a motorcycle executed a graceful drift to halt in the middle of the road, followed by a swift lash from its rider. With a resounding crack, Peter Parker received the full force of the whip, leaving his back lacerated and bones starkly visible. Chapter 54. Mech Design Blueprint. Peter Parker let out a pained cry as he forcefully swung his arm, hurling Harry Osborn onto the bridge. Before launching a web towards both Dr. Octopus and Whiplash, Dr. Octopus, with his 4 mechanical tentacles, had one constricting Spider-Man's neck, another ensnared at its tip by webbing, while the remaining 2 restrained Peter Parker's arms, preventing him from retaliating with his web shooters. Meanwhile, Whiplash rolled to the side, narrowly evading the webbing, and upon rising, he swung his whip once more toward Peter Parker. Helplessly ensnared, Peter became a prime target, and Whiplash aimed directly for Spider-Man's head, seemingly intent on delivering a fatal blow. Witnessing this perilous scene, Li Jie felt compelled to intervene. Harnessing his ability to manipulate objects, he altered the trajectory of Whiplash's attack, causing the whip to strike Dr. Octopus's mechanical appendage instead. Damn it! Dr. Octopus cursed vehemently, retaliating by sending the ensnared tentacle toward Whiplash. Confused by the sudden turn of events, Whiplash could only watch in disbelief as he was ensnared by Dr. Octopus's mechanical limb and lifted off the ground. In an astonishing display of strength, Dr. Octopus simultaneously subdued both Spider-Man and Whiplash. After rising from the ground, Harry Osborn saw Spider-Man gravely injured and on the verge of death at the hands of Dr. Octopus, igniting his fury. "Damn it, that guy is mine. No one else can take him," Harry shouted, drawing a Desert Eagle from each hand and launching an assault on Dr. Octopus and Whiplash. Dr. Octopus quickly redirected one of his mechanical appendages to intercept the bullets, while Whiplash, still able to use one arm, frantically swung his whip to deflect the shots, exclaiming, "Stop! Our target is Spider-Man. We should be allies." "Allies, my foot. Spider-Man is mine," Harry roared back. After successfully blocking the bullets, Dr. Octopus hurled Whiplash toward Harry, coldly remarking, "Yours? Did you ask for my consent?" At this spectacle, Li Jie couldn't help but chuckle. It was quite the commotion as the trio turned on one another. After assisting Peter Parker in evading Whiplash's attack, Li Jie continued to utilize his powers to help Peter escape. Suddenly, Dr. Octopus felt an unexpected force applied to his mechanical tentacles, causing him to glance in surprise at Li Jie, then back at Spider-Man. At that moment, only 2 tentacles remained to restrain Spider-Man. One gripped his neck, while the other coiled around his upper body. Under the influence of Li Jie's manipulation, the tentacle binding Spider-Man began to loosen. Seizing the opportunity, Peter Parker freed his hands and forcefully twisted the tentacle around his neck, snapping it with a sharp crack. When considering sheer strength, Peter Parker possesses the ability to overpower Dr. Octopus, which forms the foundation of his eventual triumph over the villain. After taking a moment to catch his breath, Peter Parker unleashed his webbing with remarkable rapidity, firing a volley of strands that ensnared Dr. Octopus. In swift succession, he also immobilized Whiplash and the Green Goblin within his silken trap. With assistance from Li Jie, Peter Parker executed a decisive counterattack, achieving a remarkable turnaround. The blaring sirens signaled the customary tardiness of the New York police, who always seemed to arrive just in time to reap the benefits of others' efforts. Peter Parker added 2 more webs to further secure Dr. Octopus and Whiplash before hoisting Harry Osborn and making his escape. It appeared that the 2 brothers would have a serious conversation that night, albeit under duress for Harry. As he passed by Li Jie, Peter lightly tapped his forehead in gratitude, having recognized him. Li Jie, eager to avoid police inquiries, utilized his teleportation ability to vanish from the scene. After indulging in a couple of drinks at a nearby location, Li Jie returned to the Chinese restaurant, where neither the Devourer nor Black Widow had yet returned. With time to spare, he took out paper and pencil to sketch, alleviating his boredom. The Devourer made his entrance at dawn, followed closely by Black Widow, who joined Li Jie in repose. At 9:30, Peter Parker entered the restaurant, having made a special trip to Chinatown to procure soy milk and fried dough sticks for Li Jie. "Thank you for your assistance last night." Peter initiated the conversation. "Thank me for what?" Li Jie feigned ignorance while nibbling on his fried dough stick. "Oh, it's nothing. I simply wanted to express my gratitude for your ongoing support," Peter replied, believing he had successfully concealed his identity as Spider-Man. "Don't mention it. In a few days, I shall present you with a gift. By the way, have you spoken to your friend and his companion?" Li Jie casually inquired. Peter sighed. "My friend has indeed conversed with his associate. Unfortunately, the misunderstanding between them runs quite deep. His friend is rather obstinate regarding this matter, and progress has been minimal." Li Jie, somewhat vexed, retorted, "Peter, please inform your friend that if things do not improve, he should simply turn his companion over to the authorities." Peter paused momentarily before responding. "Let us observe the situation a bit longer. If it comes to that, then it might be the only course of action." Following the conclusion of lunchtime business, Li Jie employed his teleportation ability to arrive at Long Island, where Tony Stark resided. "Jack, what brings you here?" Tony Stark exclaimed, rushing out of his workshop, covered in grease and oil, having had no time to prepare upon learning of Li Jie's visit. Since Pepper Potts took over the company, Tony had found his dates with her increasingly scarce, channeling his time instead into research on his armor. "Tony, I brought you lunch." Li Jie retrieved the meticulously packaged 4-piece dining set from the Chinese restaurant. It is customary to bring a gift on one's first visit, especially since Li Jie sought Tony Stark's assistance. "Has noon arrived already?" Tony Stark paused momentarily, engrossed in his research and oblivious to the passage of time. In truth, he had remained in his studio since leaving the restaurant the previous night. Gurgle. The enticing aroma of food wafted through the air, causing Tony's stomach to audibly protest. "Jack, if you don't mind, could we converse after I finish my lunch?" "Of course," came the reply. "However, may I first tour this place?" Li Jie inquired. "JARVIS," Tony called, and a virtual image materialized. "Jack, this is my intelligent assistant, JARVIS. JARVIS. Please show Jack around." "Certainly." Tony, JARVIS, responded. "Is he really going to have his intelligent assistant give me a tour?" Li Jie pondered, suspecting Tony Stark of blatant boasting, though lacking evidence. Under JARVIS guidance, Li Jie explored the opulence of Stark's mansion, save for the studio, designated as a restricted area. Previously, Li Jie felt quite content residing on the second floor of the restaurant. Yet after witnessing Stark's grandeur, he felt a twinge of envy. Truly, the adage that comparison breeds discontent held weight. "Jack, what do you think of this place?" Tony Stark inquired. "It's quite impressive, but you might want to tone it down a bit. Otherwise, I fear someone might blow this place up. Blow up my home." "Jack, you're quite the joker," Tony chuckled. Li Jie, however, maintained a serious demeanor, responding, "Tony, do I appear to be jesting?" "Jack, allow me to show you something remarkable. Please wait here," Tony Stark declared as he darted into the studio. A moment later, he emerged carrying a striking red briefcase, feigning mystery as he asked, "Jack, do you know what this is?" Li Jie instantly recognized the briefcase as the renowned Mark V. Well, this time, Tony Stark was undoubtedly showing off. Clearing his throat, Li Jie jested, "It wouldn't happen to be a suitcase suit, would it?" Tony's smug expression evaporated in an instant, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Jack, how did you know?" "Indeed, it is a suitcase suit." Observe, Tony demonstrated the suitcase suit before Li Jie. This groundbreaking piece of technology significantly reduced the suit size while enhancing its portability. However, for Tony Stark, this suit served as a contingency option, thus lacking any weaponry beyond the palm and chest-mounted repulsors. Even its flight capabilities were somewhat limited. "Tony, you are truly a genius," Li Jie remarked, perhaps with a hint of exaggeration. Tony Stark proudly declared, "It is well known across the globe that I am a genius." Now, Jack, do share the purpose of your visit. Tony, I seek your assistance in creating 2 small devices, replied Jack, as he presented the sketches he had laboriously drawn overnight. Jack, I can assist you with many tasks, but if it pertains to mech suits, Tony exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging in astonishment. Is this a design for a mech suit? Jack, did you create this? Feigning modesty, Li Jie replied, yes, I drew it. Though it contains many immature elements, I would greatly appreciate your guidance. Please hold on, Tony Stark instructed, as he directed JARVIS to scan the drawings and project them in 3 dimensions. My goodness, this is simply astonishing. It is a groundbreaking masterpiece. Jack, how did you conceive this? Li Jie responded, I was merely pondering during my idle moments, though of course, it pales in comparison to your genius designs. Tony, recalling his earlier arrogance, grimaced, Jack, there is no need for such humility. I am the one who feels embarrassed to face others. Among the designs Li Jie presented to Tony Stark was the Iron Spider suit, specifically crafted for Spider-Man. This suit was equipped with an oxygen system, enabling the young hero to survive in outer space. Additionally, it featured spider-like mechanical legs on its back, capable of delivering devastating output in an instant kill mode. However, for the current Tony Stark, the suit's design was somewhat ahead of its time, as it incorporated technologies he had yet to master. Li Jie was inspired to design this suit after witnessing the battle between Peter Parker and Dr. Octopus the previous night. Providing essential safety measures for his employee was a responsibility he felt obliged to fulfill, prompting him to sketch the suit overnight. Lacking the materials and conditions to create it himself, he came to seek Tony Stark's assistance. Beyond the Spider-Man suit, Li Jie had also designed a suit of armor for himself. This suit utilized nanotechnology, typically resembling a wristwatch, which could transform at the touch of a nano switch. As his inaugural suit, Li Jie had invested considerable thought into its design. Initially inspired by traditional Chinese aesthetics, he conceptualized it as a heroic outfit, but later adopted a more straightforward and bold design reminiscent of the Monkey King, infusing it with distinct Chinese characteristics. Jack, I can assist you in bringing this to fruition, though I will require some time. Furthermore, I hope you can grant me one request, Tony Stark remarked after a thorough examination. Speak, Li Jie replied. Tony Stark continued. I wish to obtain your authorization to utilize some of the technologies incorporated in these 2 suits. Rest assured, I have no intention of exploiting them for commercial purposes. That is agreeable, Li Jie responded readily. These technologies inherently belong to Tony Stark. I merely borrowed them for my own use. How much will it cost to create these 2 sets of armor? Li Jie inquired. Jack, are you mocking me? Given our relationship, how could I possibly ask you for money? Besides, you have already granted me permission to utilize the technology within the armor. If we must discuss finances, it should be I who compensates you, Tony Stark replied with utmost seriousness. After a brief pause, he continued, Jack, I am genuinely expressing my gratitude for your generosity. Whenever you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask, and I shall exert my utmost effort. Tony, since you put it that way, I shall not be overly polite. Let us leave it at that for today. Get some rest and ensure that you produce what I need promptly, Li Jie stated as he prepared to depart. Rest? Such a waste of time. I must commence work immediately, Tony Stark declared. Li Jie understood that Tony was a workaholic when it came to researching armor, and even Pepper Potts could not deter him, so he refrained from making an effort. Leaving Tony Stark's opulent mansion, Li Jie did not venture elsewhere, but returned directly to the Chinese restaurant. Jack, where have you been? The Black Widow, already nestled in bed, asked with a hint of melancholy. This woman certainly possessed a considerable amount of energy. Fortunately, I could withstand it. By the way, I have a friend coming for dinner tonight. Please reserve a seat, the Black Widow suddenly remarked after their intimate exchange. Who? Li Jie inquired with curiosity. The Black Widow replied, Steve Rogers. Captain America? Li Jie thought, envisioning the man adorned with a shield and the stars and stripes. Chapter 55. Baron Modu the Black Widow believed that the presence of Captain America at the Chinese restaurant would bring joy to Li Jie. However, Li Jie held no particular anticipation for Steve's arrival. As one of the most traditional superheroes, Captain America boasts immense popularity. and his visit to the restaurant could serve as excellent publicity. Yet, in terms of promotional impact, Captain America's presence pales in comparison to that of Iron Man, Tony Stark. Even if Tony Stark were not Iron Man, his status as the wealthiest individual in New York City would render his mere presence at the restaurant equally, if not more, beneficial for publicity. Furthermore, Tony Stark's identity as a super-rich heir has elevated Iron Man to the pinnacle of contemporary superheroes. As for strength, there is little comparison to be made. Captain America's might during World War II could be deemed invincible, yet in the present day, he ranks far lower. In terms of power and combat skills, he falls short of Spider-Man. Thus, even if Li Jie were to gain Captain America's approval, it would yield no more than a mere acknowledgement, devoid of any skills being imparted. To Li Jie, Captain America is simply an ordinary patron at the restaurant, which is why he does not exhibit much enthusiasm. However, while Li Jie lacks anticipation for Captain America's visit, he also harbors no objections. What? Captain America is coming? Peter Parker, upon learning of Steve Rogers' impending arrival at the restaurant, displayed an uncommon fervor. It is evident that Captain America serves as Peter Parker's idol. Natasha, will I be able to take a photo with the captain? It would be wonderful if he could sign something for me. Peter Parker expressed eagerly. I don't see any problem with that. Steve is very approachable, the Black Widow replied. That's fantastic. Aunt May will be thrilled if she finds out I obtained Captain America's autograph. Peter Parker exclaimed, performing an excited backflip. In contrast to Peter Parker, Captain America's influence on the generation of Spider-Man's aunt is far more profound. It is no exaggeration to state that in that era, Captain America was a super idol, a symbol of morale meticulously crafted by the U.S. government. Before the restaurant opened for the evening, Peter Parker undertook an urgent and thorough cleaning of the establishment. Ding dong. The first to enter the restaurant was not Steve Rogers, but rather the long-absent Kingpin and Vanessa. After exchanging polite greetings with Li Jie, Kingpin guided Vanessa to the most romantic spot in the restaurant. Ding dong. The third individual to enter was not Captain America either, but Sabretooth, who had not shown up the previous night. Upon entering, Sabretooth habitually scanned every corner of the restaurant and, noticing Kingpin and Vanessa, hesitated momentarily before approaching them. Mr. Kingpin, I apologize for interrupting your meal. I just wanted to introduce myself. My name is Victor Creed. If you have any issues that require resolution, feel free to seek me out. Having said that, he requested paper and a pen from Peter Parker to jot down a phone number, which he then handed to Kingpin. Kingpin detested being disturbed during meals, yet Sabretooth was an exception. He was well aware of Sabretooth's identity. In the wake of Bullseye's demise and the mysterious disappearance of Erica, he found himself in dire need of someone to handle sensitive matters on his behalf. Victor, I shall remember your name, should the need arise. I believe I will seek you out, Kingpin stated, tucking the number into his pocket. I wish you both a pleasant evening. Sabretooth retreated. Even a legendary figure like him appeared subservient in the presence of Kingpin, eager to secure a lucrative position. After placing an order of 4 dishes, Sabretooth settled into a corner of the restaurant. Clink. The fourth patron to enter the Chinese restaurant was Wolverine. Having lurked outside the establishment for an entire day and night without encountering Sabretooth, had left Logan rather disheartened. Today, instead of visiting the restaurant, he had worked at a construction site to earn some pocket money. After devouring 3 hot dogs, he found himself yearning for the culinary delights of the Chinese restaurant. So he ventured there with the sole $100 he possessed, only to unexpectedly run into Sabretooth. What a delightful surprise. Peter, 1 order of zhajiangmian. And if it's not too much trouble, a glass of water as well, Wolverine instructed, handing his loose change to Peter Parker before heading directly to Sabretooth's table. Logan, to be honest, I truly miss the days when we fought side by side, Sabretooth remarked with a smile. How long has it been since we sat down together in such a calm manner to share a meal? At least here we can dine and converse as we once did. Flattery, subtle as ever, Wolverine quipped, his right fist clenched as he unsheathed his adamantium claws, gesturing menacingly in the air. Victor, savor this moment of bliss, for as soon as we step out of this restaurant, I shall sever your throat. Logan, you remain as humorless as ever, Sabretooth chuckled, returning to his meal, fully aware of his safety within the confines of the restaurant. free from concern regarding Wolverine seated across from him. Moments later, Wolverine's food arrived. Alongside his zhajiangmian, there was Yangzhou fried rice, a soup, and osmanthus cake. Peter, I believe there has been a mistake. I only ordered zhajiangmian. Wolverine frowned. Peter Parker pointed to the Black Widow behind him, stating, the rest is courtesy of Natasha. Upon noticing Wolverine's gaze, Black Widow raised a hand in greeting. After a brief hesitation, Wolverine approached her, saying, Natasha, do you have something to discuss with me? Feigning mystery, Black Widow replied, Uncle, you should eat first. Once you're done, we can head to the bar across the street for a drink and a chat. No. If you have something to say, I'd prefer you to say it now. Otherwise, I cannot eat in peace, Wolverine insisted resolutely. Very well. Uncle, please follow me. Black Widow led Wolverine to the restroom door, a sanctuary away from the prying eyes of the patrons in the Chinese restaurant. Uncle, Director Nick Fury has requested that I speak with you. He hopes you might consider joining S.H.I.E.L.D. Wolverine furrowed his brow, responding, Natasha, you must understand that I have grown weary of my former life. I am aware that you have taken up a position as a substitute teacher at the X-Mansion, living a semi-reclusive existence. However, Uncle, the work at S.H.I.E.L.D. does not contradict your current endeavors. In fact, much of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s mission aligns with that of the X-Men. Moreover, the compensation and benefits at S.H.I.E.L.D. are quite substantial. Should you choose to join, at the very least, you would no longer be subjected to this frugal lifestyle. Black Widow articulated fervently. Wolverine's brow knitted tighter. Her last statement had undoubtedly struck a nerve. His nature forbade him from resorting to thievery like Sabretooth. The job at the X-Mansion was, after all, semi-charitable, offering little financial reward. After nearly 2 centuries of life, it felt like a failure to still be living in such modesty. Had he known, he should have accumulated more land over a century ago. Even preserving the possessions from those times could have afforded him a more prosperous life now. Natasha, grant me some time to contemplate this. Wolverine's demeanor softened slightly. Uncle, whatever your decision or troubles, you can always seek me out here, Black Widow replied cheerfully. Very well, Wolverine acknowledged. Turning back to the main hall, where he saw Sabretooth reaching for a spoon in his plate, he lunged forward. With a swift motion, Wolverine severed the spoon in Sabretooth's grasp. Caught in the act, Sabretooth displayed no shame, instead grinning as he remarked, Logan, don't be so stingy. I was merely trying to lend you a hand. A hand? Humph. Victor, if you dare extend that spoon into my plate again, I assure you, I shall take my time torturing you before I slice your throat, Wolverine growled through gritted teeth. Such a miser, Sabretooth taunted, deliberately placing a $100 bill before Wolverine, belittling him further. Consider it my purchase of your meal. What? Not enough? I could offer another 100, just for half of your fried rice. $300? Wolverine gasped. Sabretooth's mockery undeniably guiding him toward a decision. As Black Widow had indicated, joining S.H.I.E.L.D. would at least extricate him from this penurious existence. Peter, could you please help me change my seat? Wolverine requested. Sure, Peter Parker replied, just as he took a couple of steps toward Wolverine. The bell on the restaurant door jingled, and upon turning, he spotted Captain America, rushing over with excitement. Captain, welcome. First and foremost, it's a pleasure to have you at our Chinese restaurant. Secondly, my name is Peter Parker, and I am a server here. Whatever you need, please do not hesitate to call on me. May I take a picture with you? Peter Parker, overwhelmed with excitement, stumbled over his words until he finally expressed his request, letting out a sigh of relief. Natasha, the Black Widow, approached and embraced Captain America in a public display, smiling as she said, Peter is quite the fan of yours. Go ahead and take a photo with him. Also, could you sign something for me? A fan. To be honest, Peter Parker was not exactly Captain America's devoted admirer. His request for a photograph and signature was largely influenced by his aunt. Captain America chuckled calmly. Peter, where's your phone? Oh, right here. Peter Parker hurriedly retrieved his phone. Captain America took Peter's phone and snapped a selfie, then asked Natasha to capture a photo of the two of them together. As for the signature, Peter requested Captain America to sign his t-shirt, inscribing, "Wishing May health and happiness," followed by Captain America's name. After placing their orders, Captain America glanced at Wolverine and Sabretooth without any reaction, then turned to approach them. "Gentlemen, may I join you?" Steve inquired. Sabretooth scoffed dismissively. "Kid, do you have a death wish?" Given their ages, Captain America seemed far too young to share a table with them, especially since during World War II. While Sabretooth and Wolverine were mere soldiers, Steve had already achieved iconic status. This disparity in experience left them quite irked. "I simply did not expect to encounter you here," Captain America said as he pulled out a chair and sat down, addressing Sabretooth. "Director Nick has agreed to let you join S. H. I. Eel. D. Really?" Sabretooth chuckled, casting a challenging glance at Wolverine. Boom. Wolverine slammed his fist on the table, directing his words at Captain America. "If Victor joins S. H. I. Eel. D. then I'm out." Captain America looked bewildered, unaware that Natasha was close to persuading Wolverine to join the organization. However, Sabretooth happily declared, "Please inform Nick that I am ready to start at any time." Humph. Wolverine turned to leave, taking only his order of noodles. "Logan, you might want to reconsider. If you also join S. H. I. Eel. D, we could fight side by side like we used to." Sabretooth taunted. Wolverine ignored him, settling at the nearest seat to the door. "Steve, why bring this up now?" Natasha complained, setting down the golden fried rice, soup, and osmanthus cake in front of Wolverine. "Uncle, this is my personal treat for you, unrelated to S. H. I. Eel. D. Regardless of whether you agree to join, you will always be my uncle." Wolverine ultimately found himself unable to resist the allure of the culinary delights offered by the Chinese restaurant. After a moment's hesitation, he remarked, "Natasha, please set them down. Uncle, feel free to summon me if you require anything." Black Widow let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the door of the restaurant swung open once more, and a man clad in a robe entered, instantly capturing the attention of all present. Inwardly, Li Jie mused, "The business tonight is indeed thriving. Welcome. How may I assist you?" Black Widow approached him. The man, his expression devoid of emotion, scanned the restaurant before striding directly towards Li Jie. "Are you the proprietor of this establishment?" Li Jie lit a cigarette and replied, "Baron Modu, whether you have come to dine or for other matters, I kindly ask you to sit down first." "You recognize me?" Baron Modu inquired, astonished. Li Jie smiled and said, "No need to ponder it too deeply. This is our first encounter. However, I dare say my knowledge of you may surpass your expectations. Care for a cigarette?" Baron Modu shook his head, a look of shock in his eyes. "Peter, please pour this gentleman a glass of water," Li Jie instructed. "I've visited so many times, yet I haven't even qualified for a glass of plain water." "This restaurant certainly knows how to show favoritism," Sabretooth grumbled. Li Jie retorted immediately, "No one invited you here. If you have grievances, you are welcome to refrain from coming." Sabretooth shrugged helplessly, lowering his head to eat, thinking to himself, "Were it not for these delectable dishes and their remarkable effects, even if you begged me to come, I would refuse." Chapter 56. The Sorcerer and Technology. "It is rather noisy here. I shall find a more suitable place to converse," Baron Mordo remarked as he cast a spell, transporting Li Jie into the mirror dimension. In the Chinese restaurant, Black Widow and Peter Parker had grown accustomed to Li Jie's abrupt disappearances, especially given Baron Mordo's garb as a sorcerer. Nevertheless, the sudden vanishing of both Li Jie and Mordo stirred a slight commotion. "Kim, did you see that? Jack and that oddly dressed fellow just vanished," Vanessa exclaimed, a hint of anxiety in her voice. Although Kim, as a crime lord, possessed no superhuman abilities, he was well versed in the extraordinary, and he recognized Mordo as a sorcerer. "Vanessa, there is no need for concern. That was likely magic," he reassured her. "Magic?" Vanessa furrowed her brow in confusion. "Or you may interpret it as an illusion," Kim added. "An illusion?" Vanessa was certainly aware of the distinctions between magicians and sorcerers, having heard of sorcerers who masqueraded as illusionists for profit. Yet, the unfolding scenario unsettled her. Clearing his throat, Kim continued, "Vanessa, I must apologize for not having arranged this place in advance. If you feel uncomfortable, we may leave at once. It is regrettable to miss out on this exquisite cuisine. Vanessa looked up at Peter Parker and asked, "Could you help us with takeout?" Meanwhile, Wolverine, Sabretooth, and Captain America, seasoned veterans of the extraordinary, were taken aback but exhibited no overt reaction, merely heightening their vigilance. In the mirror dimension, Li Jie observed the varied reactions of people in the real world and sighed. "Baron Mordo, you ought not to have pulled me into the mirror dimension without so much as a word, nor should you cast spells indiscriminately in my restaurant. Does Kamartaj impose no restrictions upon sorcerers such as yourself?" "Apologies, but circumstances compelled me to act hastily," Mordo replied, his expression betraying little remorse. Nonetheless, the regulations governing sorcerers were indeed stringent. A sorcerer of Mordo's standing should refrain from displaying magic before ordinary folk. "Well then, let us discuss the purpose of your visit," Li Jie stated, flicking off a bit of ash, his calm demeanor prompting a hint of intrigue from Mordo. In truth, Mordo had been filled with curiosity about Li Jie even before arriving at the restaurant. His act of pulling Li Jie into the mirror dimension was, in fact, a test. "The Ancient One has sent me to relay a message. Kaecilius has betrayed Kamartaj and, upon his departure, took with him certain dark magics," Mordo declared, his gaze fixed intently on Li Jie, as if attempting to peer into his very soul. "Baron Mordo, I advise against employing any mind magic or soul attacks against me," Li Jie warned. Mordo's brow furrowed slightly as he replied in a low voice, "It appears you possess a greater understanding of me than I had anticipated." A smile curled at the corners of Li Jie's mouth. Baron Mordo was a formidable sorcerer. As a fellow disciple of the Ancient One, their magical prowess was nearly indistinguishable. Due to his expertise and personal inclinations, Baron Mordo particularly excelled in the arts of hypnosis and soul manipulation. In the film, he even took on the role of a mentor, instructing Doctor Strange in the intricacies of magic on behalf of the Ancient One. Subsequently, Baron Mordo ascended to become the new Sorcerer Supreme, supplanting Doctor Strange. However, in the comics, he is depicted as an exceedingly malevolent sorcerer, recognized as one of Doctor Strange's most formidable adversaries. Returning to Kaecilius, the film portrays him as a powerful antagonist aligned with Dormammu. Yet, in the comics, Kaecilius is merely a minor follower of Baron Mordo. If we were to liken the comics and the film to two disparate realms within a multiverse, one must ponder whether the present Baron Mordo is a force of good or malevolence. Li Jie's heightened senses detected an aura of wickedness emanating from Baron Mordo. The cunning fox had expertly masked his true nature. Baron Mordo continued, "The Ancient One believes Kaecilius may come seeking you, hence my presence here to assist." Li Jie discarded his cigarette but onto the ground, responding, "Please convey to the Ancient One that I have no desire to become embroiled in the conflict among the sorcerers of Kamartaj. He need not worry so much. Should Kaecilius indeed arrive, I shall personally deal with him. Oh, and if the Ancient One desires a living prisoner, I can deliver him to Kamartaj." Baron Mordo scoffed, "Jack, your words only serve to illustrate your ignorance. You have no comprehension of the magnitude of Kaecilius and the dark magic he has pilfered. Perhaps so, but I wish to refrain from further discourse on this matter. Your presence is adversely affecting the restaurant's business," Li Jie asserted, casting a spell to withdraw himself and Baron Mordo from the mirror dimension. Baron Mordo appeared taken aback and hesitated before saying, "Jack, you are indeed more powerful than I had anticipated. Very well, I shall relay your message to the Ancient One. Have you dined?" Li Jie inquired. Baron Mordo momentarily paused, mistakenly believing Li Jie was inviting him to dinner, only to be met with Li Jie's continuation, "If you have yet to eat, I recommend savoring the delicacies at this restaurant before you depart. Otherwise, your visit will have been in vain." Baron Mordo seemed to imply that he would need to spend money. "Sir, your water," Peter Parker announced as he brought a glass of water. Baron Mordo glanced at the menu on the wall, not allowing a moment of displeasure to linger. "I shall have one of everything listed." "Very well, sir. That will be $350, Peter Parker stated. "It is the restaurant's policy to pay up front," Li Jie reminded. "What? Do you fear I might abscond without paying?" Baron Mordo appeared as though he had been insulted, reaching into his pocket to retrieve $400, which he handed to Peter Parker, saying, "No need for change." A $50 tip. Peter Parker was taken aback. Who could have imagined that Baron Mordo, who bore an air of asceticism, possessed such wealth? In truth, sorcerers are akin to charlatans. They may seem impoverished on the surface, yet they possess numerous avenues to acquire wealth and can easily obtain substantial sums from the affluent. "Very well, sir. Please hold on a moment." Peter Parker felt a surge of joy at the prospect of receiving a $50 tip. Li Jie entered the kitchen to prepare 2 sets of 4 dishes, one for Baron Mordo and the other for Captain America. Congratulations to the host for gaining the recognition of Captain America. Congratulations to the host for gaining the recognition of Baron Mordo. As anticipated, Li Jie merely acquired recognition points from Captain America and Baron Mordo without obtaining any skills. There was no need to elaborate on Captain America. As for Baron Mordo, it was due to Li Jie having already acquired all the skills of the Ancient One and being in the process of unlocking them. Baron Mordo, being a disciple of the Ancient One, possessed skills that were all taught by his master. Therefore, the magic that Baron Mordo wielded was already within Li Jie's grasp. Pending successful unlocking, Jean Bing and Vanessa had already departed, leaving only Captain America, Sabretooth, Wolverine, and Baron Mordo in the Chinese restaurant. Baron Mordo consumed his meal with great speed, and upon finishing, he wiped his mouth with his hand and addressed Li Jie, saying, "Jack, it was you who declined my assistance. Should you encounter any trouble, I hope you do not blame my departure at this moment. Keeping you close would only invite greater danger." Li Jie muttered to himself before responding, "Baron Mordo, we welcome your next visit. Perhaps by then, the restaurant will have introduced new dishes. The food here is indeed delightful." Baron Mordo acknowledged the quality of the cuisine and, seeing that Li Jie had no intention of retaining him, left the restaurant willingly. As Baron Mordo exited, Wolverine also rose to leave, lighting a cigar and standing at the entrance of the restaurant awaiting Sabretooth. "Haha," Sabretooth chuckled, now fully recovered from his previous injuries. And with his self-healing factor thoroughly activated, he no longer feared Wolverine. "Am I considered an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. now?" Sabretooth suddenly turned to inquire of Captain America. Captain America replied, "In theory, yes, but we are still lacking some formalities. So, that means we are on the same side." Sabretooth pressed further. Captain America hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. "That's good. So, if I were to be attacked, you would come to my aid, correct?" Sabretooth asked. Captain America, not being foolish, immediately grasped Sabretooth's implication and turned his gaze to Wolverine outside the restaurant. "Hey, Victor, you and Logan have a personal vendetta. Moreover, you have yet to complete any formalities. S.H.I.E.L.D. will not interfere in matters between you and Logan." The Black Widow timely intervened to extricate Captain America from his predicament. It was rather lackluster. Sabretooth inserted a toothpick into his mouth and stood up, making his way towards the exit of the Chinese restaurant. This time, he chose not to flee but intended to confront Wolverine. Captain America looked up at the Black Widow and inquired, "Have I erred today?" "Steve, this is not your fault," she reassured him. Captain America observed the tumult outside, where Sabretooth and Wolverine were already engaged in battle, and pondered aloud, "Perhaps I should intervene." After all, Nick hoped for both of them to join S.H.I.E.L.D. The Black Widow scoffed, "Nick will likely be disappointed. Only one can join S.H.I.E.L.D. between Sabretooth and Wolverine." After a brief pause, she placed her hand on Captain America's shoulder and advised, "Steve, refrain from meddling. You should sit here and enjoy your meal. If Nick inquires later, I shall explain on your behalf." "Very well," Captain America conceded, deciding to heed the Black Widow's counsel. Li Jie, having learned that Caecilius was seeking him, activated his heightened senses to ascertain whether Caecilius was nearby. At the Queen's Police Department, Dr. Octopus and Whiplash were temporarily detained. Whiplash's weaponry had been completely confiscated, while Dr. Octopus's mechanical tentacles remained attached to his body, rendering them beyond the police's control. To ensure Dr. Octopus posed no trouble, the authorities administered a substantial dosage of sedatives, rendering him immobile. Whiplash engaged in a sporadic conversation with Dr. Octopus, hoping to persuade him to work for Justin Hammer. Growing weary of the discussion, Dr. Octopus scoffed, "If you wish for me to work for that scoundrel Hammer, it is feasible, provided he extricates me from this place." Whiplash, brimming with confidence, replied, "Mr. Hammer is already aware of our confinement here. He will surely devise a means of our release." "What means? Hiring a lawyer? Posting bail?" Dr. Octopus retorted with derision. For Justin Hammer, who possessed no superhuman abilities, financial resources were indeed his sole recourse. A lawyer and bail could temporarily secure the release of Dr. Octopus and Whiplash. However, this time Justin Hammer had no intention of hiring legal counsel. A dull thud resonated through the air. Whiplash turned to see the officer assigned to guard them collapsed on the floor. Following this, a strikingly attractive female officer emerged. She reached down to retrieve the keys and unlock their cell, stating, "Mr. Hammer has sent me to escort you from this place." Whiplash glanced at Dr. Octopus and remarked, "He has been administered a considerable amount of sedative. Escaping here may prove challenging." The officer's lips curved into a smile as she formed a hand seal and waved her right hand in the air. With a flash of golden light, a portal manifested before them. "Like a sorceress?" Whiplash exclaimed in astonishment. The female sorceress chuckled lightly. "Let us not squander time. Carry him and follow me." Without further hesitation, the whip wielder hoisted Dr. Octopus onto his back and departed the prison alongside the sorceress through the teleportation portal. Meanwhile, at Hammer Industries, Justin Hammer held a glass of red wine, presenting a projection to Mr. Caecilius. "Mr. Caecilius, as you have just witnessed, my factory is now equipped to produce mechs. The only thing lacking is energy. If you could assist me in acquiring the technology for Iron Man's arc reactor, I could provide you with a formidable mech army. I acknowledge the power of sorcerers, but possessing a robust mech battalion would undeniably augment your strength." Caecilius downed the wine in one gulp, remarking, "Merging sorcery with advanced technology. Mr. Hammer, your imagination knows no bounds." He paused momentarily, then sneered, "With your mech army, I could effortlessly conquer Kamartash. However, Mr. Caecilius, we must first address the arc reactor technology," Justin Hammer reiterated. "Rest assured, I shall resolve that matter. However, prior to that, I have a small gift for you," Caecilius declared, clapping his hands. A golden light flickered, and a teleportation portal materialized in the air, through which a male sorcerer emerged, accompanied by Norman Osborn. "The Green Goblin," Justin Hammer exclaimed, followed by a smile. "Osborn, it has been quite a while." Chapter 57. The Gathering of Sorcerers and Green Goblins at the Chinese Restaurant with Weary Footsteps. Peter Parker entered the Chinese restaurant and greeted Li Jie and Black Widow. "Good morning. Peter, you are in for a treat today. I have prepared beef spicy soup and fried dough sticks." Li Jie called out from the kitchen. After the restaurant closed last night, Li Jie had made a special trip to the 24-hour convenience store to procure the ingredients. He had long been craving the beef spicy soup and fried dough sticks. Leaning closer to Peter Parker, Black Widow whispered, "Peter, do you know what beef spicy soup is?" Peter Parker shook his head. Black Widow continued, "It's a dark dish developed by Jack. It looks murky and sticky, utterly unappetizing. I cannot fathom how anyone could enjoy such a thing. I swear, even if a gun were held to my head, I would never take a single bite. And the fried dough sticks? They are just deep-fried breadsticks. Greasy and utterly unhealthy." After hearing this, Peter Parker lost interest in the spicy soup and fried dough sticks and replied, "I'm sorry, Natasha. I forgot to buy you a sandwich. If you need it, I can go get one now." "Peter, forget about the sandwich for now. You should focus on how to get through Jack's challenge. If you refuse to eat the spicy soup and fried dough sticks, Jack will surely be upset." Li Jie, having overheard the conversation between Black Widow and Peter Parker, couldn't help but chuckle. The more you despise the spicy soup and fried dough sticks now, the more you'll come to appreciate them later. Ding! Li Jie forcefully struck the order bell. "Peter, serve the meal." Peter Parker approached the counter and glanced at the dish containing the spicy soup and fried dough sticks. They did not seem as dreadful as Black Widow had portrayed. First, let us talk about the spicy soup. It wasn't tea black, but rather a deep red, with large pieces of beef floating atop. enticing one to take a taste. Then there were the fried dough sticks. They did resemble breadsticks, but their golden exterior was undeniably alluring. Boss, is this the spicy soup and fried dough sticks? Indeed. Freshly fried dough sticks paired with a bowl of spicy soup are simply a match made in culinary heaven. Li Jie suddenly thought to himself that many consider soy milk and fried dough sticks to be a perfect pair. However, in his heart, he held that spicy soup and fried dough sticks were the true champions of the culinary world. Upon seeing the spicy soup and fried dough sticks, Black Widow furrowed her brow, wondering silently, "Can this even be eaten? You must eat the spicy soup and fried dough sticks while they are hot. Hurry, don't waste time," Li Jie urged as he picked up a fried dough stick and took a bite. The crisp texture was delightful, and sipping the spicy soup allowed the two flavors to meld beautifully in his mouth, bringing comfort to his stomach. "Delicious." Black Widow, covering her jaw, said, "Jack, I have a toothache and no appetite. You all go ahead and eat. I think I need to see a doctor. Natalia, you're going to miss out on a chance to indulge in exquisite cuisine." Li Jie chuckled. Peter Parker was quite unpretentious, possessing faith in Li Jie's culinary skills. Imitating Li Jie, he seized a fried dough stick and took a bite. Boss, this Chinese baguette is simply delectable." Peter's eyes sparkled with delight. "Congratulations to the host for gaining the recognition of Spider-Man," flashed a message on the system panel. Li Jie felt a surge of joy. It turned out that food not provided by the system could also earn the approval of diners, a delightful surprise. "What you refer to as a Chinese baguette is actually called youtiao," Li Jie corrected, bestowing the proper name upon it. "Youtiao," Peter Parker repeated with a slightly awkward accent. "Not bad. Go ahead and eat," Li Jie nodded in satisfaction. "Boss, this spicy soup is absolutely fantastic." After tasting a spoonful, Peter gave a thumbs up, then stuck out his tongue and added, "It's just a bit spicy, but the more I drink, the more I crave it." Well, of course, the soup contains spicy in its name. If it weren't spicy, how could it still be called spicy soup? To accommodate Black Widow and Peter Parker's tastes, Li Jie had made it mildly spicy. "Peter, you might want to try it this way," Li Jie suggested as he dipped one end of the youtiao into the spicy soup before swiftly bringing it to his mouth. This way, the youtiao retained its original crispness. If left too long, it would become soft and lose its texture. Like this? Peter Parker imitated Li Jie, quickly raising his thumb again. "Delicious, truly exquisite." Black Widow, observing Li Jie and Peter Parker enjoying their meal with such enthusiasm, felt a twinge of envy, especially as they began their second bowl of spicy soup. She cleared her throat and remarked, "Actually, I wouldn't mind trying it myself." With that, she took a youtiao and bit into it. "It really is good." Following suit, she sampled the spicy soup, secretly thinking, "I didn't expect the soup to taste so delightful despite its unassuming appearance. Hey, that last youtiao is mine." Seeing only one youtiao remaining on the plate, Black Widow quickly pulled the plate toward herself. "Natasha, didn't you say you couldn't eat because of a toothache?" Peter Parker inquired. Black Widow shot him a glare, thinking he had a knack for saying the wrong thing. "Did I ever say that? I don't believe so. You must have misunderstood. I just saw my dentist yesterday, and he said my teeth are in perfect health." Peter Parker sighed. "All right, I suppose I must have misheard." There was no point in arguing with a woman, especially one as formidable as Black Widow. "Boss, are the spicy soup and youtiao new items on the menu?" Peter Parker asked. Black Widow lifted her gaze toward Li Jie, considering that if these were new additions, her chances of enjoying them would increase. "No," Li Jie replied decisively. "Whose spicy soup and deep-fried dough sticks require one to procure their own ingredients, which not only consumes time, but also incurs expenses. Where can one find a system that provides complementary materials for a more delightful experience?" After satiating his hunger, Li Jie lit a cigarette and remarked, "Peter, you seem rather glum today. What troubles you? Did you not catch the news?" Peter Parker retorted, then continued, "Norman Osborn escaped from prison last night. Moreover, both Whiplash and Dr. Octopus mysteriously vanished from their cells. The police have issued a manhunt for them." Li Jie was already aware of this development from the previous night and knew that a sorcerer had aided the trio in their escape. "Peter, what relevance does this have to you?" Black Widow inquired. "Of course, it concerns me. I am Spider-Man." he nearly divulged, only to clear his throat and add, Mr. Osborne is the father of a dear friend of mine. His escape has me somewhat worried for my friend. Peter, do not overthink it. Gather your things and prepare to open for business, Li Jie instructed. Yes, boss, Peter Parker replied, feeling considerably uplifted after consuming 2 bowls of whose spicy soup. Ding! The bell above the restaurant door chimed, announcing the arrival of the first customer of the day. A sharply dressed middle-aged man entered, his hair slicked back and adorned with a small braid, exuding an air of confidence. Accompanying him were a man and a woman, appearing to be high-ranking professionals from Manhattan. Despite their change in attire, Li Jie immediately recognized the braided man as Caecilius, who had recently defected from Kamar Taj, with the other 2 being his lackeys. Welcome. What would you like to eat? Peter Parker inquired as he approached them. Although he did not recognize the trio, his spider sense alerted him to their considerable danger, prompting him to maintain a prudent distance. Caecilius' gaze bypassed Peter Parker and settled on Li Jie, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Bring forth all the delicacies in this establishment, the female sorcerer ordered. Seizing the moment, Caecilius sidled past Peter Parker and approached Li Jie, asking, Are you the proprietor of this Chinese restaurant? With a smile, Li Jie affirmed, Indeed, I am Jack, the owner of this establishment. However, if you seek to take a photo or request an autograph, I regret to inform you that our restaurant does not offer such services. Caecilius raised an eyebrow, silently questioning the source of his confidence. Jack, remember my name, Caecilius, he declared, tilting his chin in an air of arrogance. And then what? Li Jie asked. Caecilius replied, I shall become the greatest sorcerer in this world, and all shall bow before me in reverence. Regardless of your ties to the Ancient One, you cannot escape this fate. I have heard that your food is exceptionally delicious, and I wish to sample it. Caecilius, suppressing his irritation, remarked, Oh, then please be seated. After settling the bill, the food ordered by them would swiftly arrive at the table. Li Jie casually responded, prompting Caecilius to raise an eyebrow. Hey, I am Caecilius. Is your demeanor not a tad disrespectful towards me? With that, Caecilius turned to see that the sorceress had already paid, and he chose a spot with a favorable view to sit down. Ding dong. The bell at the restaurant door chimed once more as Justin Hammer strode in with an air of indifference, whistling a tune. Hello, everyone. Upon entering, Justin raised his right hand in greeting, as if he were an inspector overseeing the operations. Noticing the lack of response, he nonchalantly pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket, waving a $100 bill in the air. Peter, this is your tip. Peter Parker scoffed. Am I the kind of person who is swayed by money? He reconsidered, realizing that it would be foolish to refuse money offered directly. Mr. Hammer, it would be my pleasure to assist you. Peter then tucked the $100 bill into his pocket. Justin Hammer wore a smug smile. He relished the thrill of displaying his financial prowess. He withdrew another $100 bill and handed it over, saying, Please find me the safest spot. Peter Parker accepted the money, grinning as he replied, Any location in this Chinese restaurant is safe. Justin produced another $100 bill, stating, Then help me secure a spot that is undisturbed yet offers a view of the entire restaurant and its exterior. Right this way, Peter Parker responded, leading Justin to a table conveniently close to the restroom, fulfilling all of Justin's requests. Thankfully, there was no unpleasant odor emanating from the restroom. However, Justin still furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat uneasy. Peter, do you know why I chose to dine here today? Justin Hammer inquired after settling into his seat. I assume it is due to the delectable cuisine of this restaurant, Peter Parker replied. Justin, deliberately adjusting his attire, cleared his throat and said, Indeed, that is one reason. The true motivation behind my visit today is my concern that I might miss the opportunity to savor this establishment's delights in the future. Sir, I do not quite grasp your meaning. Are you unwell? Peter Parker feigned concern. I am in perfect health. Fool. What I mean is that this Chinese restaurant may one day be erased from existence. Do you understand? He sighed, exasperated. Enough of this trivial chatter. I would like to order a 4-piece set. Justin Hammer huffed, feeling that conversing with Peter Parker was indeed a laborious task. Please hold on. Peter Parker, intentionally playing the fool, pocketed another tip from Justin Hammer, and just then, he spotted a figure descending from the heavens. It was Iron Man, Tony Stark. Tony Stark entered the Chinese restaurant clad in his armor. Upon entering, he lifted the visor of his suit and addressed Jack. "Splendid. Jack, it appears I have arrived just in time." "Tony, is something amiss?" Jack inquired. Tony Stark emerged from his armor, surveying the patrons of the establishment as he spoke. "I received word that there are plans to destroy this restaurant before noon, so I hurried over." He paused momentarily, lowering his voice to ask, "Jack, have you encountered any troubles of late?" "Tony, you are truly a remarkable friend," Jack thought to himself before responding. "As you can see, everything is well here. Since you are already here, please take a seat. Today, I shall treat you. Natalia, please pour a glass of water for Tony." "Certainly." Tony Stark chose a vantage point that allowed him to observe the entire room, while his armor stood guard like a sentinel. "Tony, I wish you a delightful day," Justin Hammer remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Tony Stark snorted dismissively, replying, "Hammer, I will be keeping a close watch on you. Should you engage in any outrageous behavior, I shall personally ensure you are escorted to prison." "Am I to take this as a threat, Tony? Should I summon my lawyer to discuss this matter with you?" Justin Hammer responded nonchalantly. "Suit yourself," Tony Stark retorted indifferently. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted outside the restaurant, causing vehicles on the street to careen out of control and paralyzing traffic throughout the entire block. Cackling maniacally, the Green Goblin, perched on a metallic glider, made his ominous entrance before the startled crowd. Chapter 58. The Green Goblin's Betrayal. The Green Goblin. Peter Parker mused inwardly, recognizing that the figure before him was Norman Osborn, not his dear friend Harry. How did he come to be here? With a sense of bewilderment, Peter glanced around to ensure no one was watching before he dashed toward the rear exit of the Chinese restaurant. Tony Stark, who had just taken his seat, stood up and proclaimed, "Jack, it seems my visit was not in vain. Prepare to witness my performance. I shall ensure that Rogue is incarcerated." He then handed a watch to Lee, winking as he added, "This is the spider suit you requested. Simply press the switch on the watch to activate it. A second suit will take another couple of days. Tony, I owe you my gratitude. However, as a superhero, your time spent here with me is diminishing your opportunity to make an entrance," Lee reminded him. Turning back, Tony Stark noticed that Spider-Man had emerged, engaging in combat with the Green Goblin. "Norman, cease this madness. You promised me you would reason with Harry. This will only serve as a cautionary tale for him." As Peter Parker maneuvered against the Green Goblin, he attempted to persuade Norman Osborn. "Be quiet, little spider. Do you not find yourself utterly tiresome? The affairs of the Osborn family do not require your intervention. Furthermore, today marks your demise." With that, the Green Goblin hurled two throwing knives at Peter. Just as he evaded their assault, Peter's spider sense alerted him to an impending danger, prompting him to instinctively leap upward, clinging to a nearby utility pole. Whoosh! A mechanical tentacle whizzed past Peter's feet. "Dr. Octopus!" Peter immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Confronting either the Green Goblin or Dr. Octopus was already a formidable challenge. Facing both was overwhelming. Peter shot a web toward the wall of the opposite building, striving to pull himself up and evade Dr. Octopus's onslaught. Boom! As Peter ascended, a pumpkin bomb exploded nearby, causing him to lose his grip and plummet toward the ground. Whoosh! A metallic tentacle surged forth, grasping Peter by the ankle and flipping him through the air. The situation was becoming increasingly dire for Peter Parker. Tony Stark, witnessing the chaos, couldn't help but smirk. Addressing Lee, "Jack, see? A hero's entrance is never too late." As he spoke, Tony stepped into his armor and soared out of the Chinese restaurant. Lee hastily used his telekinetic abilities to open the restaurant's door, allowing Tony to fly out, lest the entrance suffer damage. "These ruffians, one and all, what have my doors done to deserve such treatment? They seem intent on smashing them to pieces." Lee silently lamented. Iron Man, Tony Stark, possesses an undeniable flair for the dramatic, making his entrance by soaring around the venue in a spectacular flight. Shouldn't we offer a round of applause to welcome our hero? Whoosh! He swiftly follows up by launching two miniature Sidewinder missiles at the Green Goblin and Dr. Octopus. The Green Goblin, situated upon his flying apparatus, retaliates by deploying a missile to intercept Tony's Sidewinder. The two missiles collide midair, creating a dazzling explosion. Meanwhile, Dr. Octopus, in a display of brute force, seizes a Buick from the ground and hurls it with abandon. Boom! The Sidewinder strikes the car, resulting in a violent detonation. The earlier missiles were merely a prelude to Tony Stark's grand entrance. The true battle has only just begun. As he ascends into the skies, Tony aims to leverage his aerial advantage against Dr. Octopus and the Green Goblin. Suddenly, the mech's intelligence system issues a warning. Almost instantaneously, Tony's right foot becomes ensnared by a crackling metallic whip. Looking down, he realizes he has been ambushed by the Whiplash. This adversary, having stealthily appeared, now rides a flying apparatus reminiscent of the Green Goblin's devilish glider. However, Whiplash's craft is bifurcated, with each foot equipped with a smaller version, enhancing maneuverability, albeit at a third of the glider's size. With a fierce tug on the whip, Tony Stark loses control and plummets to the ground. A cacophony of laughter erupts from the nearby Chinese restaurant. Justin Hammer, reveling in the chaos, remarks, "It seems these superheroes are not so formidable after all. This battle will surely make headlines." The numerical disadvantage of 3 villains against 2 heroes is palpable. Caecilius, wearing a triumphant grin, turns to Li Jie and quips, "Jack, I've heard the restaurant has a policy ensuring the safety of its patrons. Now that your guests are in peril, are you not inclined to intervene?" Li Jie, maintaining his composure, replies, "They are fighting outside the restaurant. It is beyond my jurisdiction. Moreover, intervention is unnecessary." Caecilius, sensing an underlying implication in Li Jie's words, redirects his attention to the unfolding battle outside. Li Jie's confidence in not needing to intervene stems from the presence of Daredevil, Matt Murdock. Let us not forget that Daredevil is the vigilante of Hell's Kitchen, and his law office is conveniently situated next to the restaurant. With 3 supervillains and 2 superheroes clashing at his doorstep, Daredevil has no justification for remaining idle. Seizing the moment while all eyes are averted, Matt discreetly slips into the restroom to don his Daredevil persona, wielding his trusty nunchaku as he leaps from the window. His heightened senses grant him an unparalleled advantage in the fray, allowing him to infiltrate the battlefield like a wraith. Dr. Octopus has completely subdued Spider-Man, while Green Goblin seizes the opportunity to ambush Iron Man, who is entangled with Whiplash. Both Spider-Man and Iron Man find themselves in dire straits. The tide of battle only shifts when Daredevil intervenes. As soon as Matt Murdock makes his entrance, he shatters the flying apparatus beneath Whiplash's right foot with his nunchaku. This device, a new piece of equipment for Whiplash, was already challenging for him to maneuver with the finesse of Green Goblin. After losing one of his flying machines, Matt dances through the air like a novice on an ice rink, precariously balancing on the remaining apparatus. Seizing this moment, Iron Man, Tony Stark, retaliates with a repulsor blast, sending Whiplash crashing into a nearby trash bin. Following this, Iron Man unleashes a barrage of firepower, directing a volley of missiles at Green Goblin. For a moment, Green Goblin finds himself overwhelmed, scrambling to fend off Tony's relentless assault. Unbeknownst to anyone, as Iron Man exited the Chinese restaurant, the watch he passed to Lee was discreetly concealed behind him. Amidst the chaos, Lee cleverly utilized his telekinetic abilities to transfer the watch to Peter Parker, simultaneously employing his telepathic skills to instruct him on its usage. As Green Goblin remained preoccupied with Iron Man, Peter Parker seized his chance to counterattack. Activating the device on the watch, a nanotech suit enveloped Peter's body like a flowing stream. This suit far surpassed Peter's homemade spider costume in both aesthetics and functionality, particularly highlighted by the retractable spider limbs that emerged from his back, giving him the appearance of a mutated arachnid. With the formidable power of these limbs, Peter swiftly freed himself from Dr. Octopus's grasp and launched his own counteroffensive. Daredevil confronted Whiplash, who had just emerged from the trash can, while Iron Man faced off against Green Goblin and Spider-Man battled Dr. Octopus. In this 3-on-3 scenario, the superheroes maintained a decisive advantage. Black Widow, who had secretly concealed a dagger, contemplated joining the fray, but, upon witnessing the reversal of fortune, merely scoffed and turned to Justin Hammer, proclaiming, It seems that justice prevails after all. Justin Hammer's expression darkened, while Caecilius remained relatively composed, casting occasional glances at Lee. Hammer pulled out his phone and sent a text. Initiate Plan B. Suddenly, a helicopter appeared above the restaurant. Suspended beneath it was a man, Peter Parker's dear friend, Harry Osborn. At the same time, Green Goblin's radio crackled with a warning. If this battle were to be lost, Harry Osborn's life would be forfeit. Damn it, Norman Osborn cursed. Feeling the weight of his son's peril, ignited by desperation, he recklessly disregarded Tony Stark's attacks, absorbing a blow before forcefully hurling Iron Man away. Harry, Spider-Man, Peter, let out a cry as he relinquished his struggle with Dr. Octopus, launching 2 strands of webbing onto the power lines to create a makeshift slingshot that propelled him skyward. Unfortunately, Dr. Octopus had no intention of letting Peter Parker escape so easily. He severed the power lines with a mechanical tentacle. With a resounding thud, Peter Parker's attempt ended in failure, and he crashed to the ground. The situation subtly shifted. Seated in the Chinese restaurant, Justin Hammer emitted a discordant chuckle, stating, "I wish justice could always prevail. Regrettably, given the current circumstances, it appears that justice is destined to lose." The Black Widow's eyelids fluttered slightly, and a fleeting thought of using her dagger to sever Justin Hammer's throat crossed her mind. Though everyone comprehended that Justin Hammer was the mastermind behind these events, they lacked any evidence to substantiate this claim. As an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., the Black Widow found herself unable to act against Justin Hammer in such a scenario. Moreover, they were in a Chinese restaurant. Stealing a glance at Li Jie, she noted that he remained remarkably composed, casually smoking while cradling the creature known as the Devourer. The Black Widow furrowed her brow, internally questioning, "Brother, is this truly the appropriate moment to be indulging in the Devourer?" The creature, held in Li Jie's arms, yawned, seemingly uninterested in the ongoing battle, preferring instead to find a wild cat to occupy its time. With a sudden impact, the Green Goblin was propelled away by Iron Man Tony's palm cannon, seizing the opportunity to leap out of the fray and onto a flying device, heading towards an armed helicopter. With a resounding explosion, the Green Goblin hurled a pumpkin bomb into the helicopter's cabin, obliterating it, and then reached out to catch Harry Osborn, who was plummeting from the sky. "Dad!" Harry Osborn exclaimed with excitement. Norman Osborn placed his son on the rooftop of a building, removing his mask to say, "Harry, I've come to realize that Peter might be right. You shouldn't follow my path. You ought to listen to your heart and forge your own correct path." "Norman, surrender," Iron Man Tony called out as he pursued them. "Harry, from now on, you must rely on yourself." Norman Osborn placed a reassuring hand on his son's shoulder. "Dad, what are you planning to do?" Harry Osborn asked, his voice filled with concern. Norman Osborn merely smiled enigmatically, donned the Green Goblin mask once more, and stood to face Iron Man Tony. Iron Man Tony readied himself for battle, only to witness the Green Goblin suddenly leap from the building, landing on his flying device and soaring towards Spider-Man Peter Parker. The hidden cannons within the devilish glider roared to life, unleashing a torrent of bullets. However, instead of targeting Spider-Man, they rained down upon Dr. Octopus. Justin Hammer's foolish maneuver of using Harry Osborn as leverage against the Green Goblin had backfired dramatically. After all, the Green Goblin was never meant to be a mere subordinate. He often operated as the puppeteer above Justin Hammer in various events. His reluctant acquiescence to join forces with Justin Hammer and others for destruction carried a hint of resignation. Suddenly, Dr. Octopus seized a car as a shield, effectively blocking the incoming bullets. Although he emerged unscathed from this assault, the Green Goblin's unexpected betrayal shifted the dynamics once more. Inside the Chinese restaurant, Black Widow turned to Justin Hammer with a smile, remarking, "It seems you were right. Victory always belongs to the side of justice." Justin Hammer clenched his fists, wishing he could swallow the Green Goblin whole, and then turned his gaze toward Caecilius. If Caecilius did not act soon, there would be no chance for a comeback. After a moment of hesitation, Caecilius instructed his 2 henchmen to engage. Upon witnessing the sorcerers take action, Justin Hammer felt a sense of relief and provocatively told Black Widow, "The finale has yet to unfold. Do not draw conclusions prematurely. The involvement of the sorcerers would indeed influence the outcome of the battle. Moreover, their true objective was Iron Man, Tony Stark, as they sought to seize the arc reactor embedded in his chest. As the two sorcerers exited the restaurant, they employed flight magic to ascend to the rooftop, encircling Tony Stark from both sides. It was not until Tony Stark was under magical attack that he realized the duo before him were sorcerers. Engaging in combat with sorcerers for the first time, Tony Stark found himself lacking in experience. His attacks were either thwarted by defensive shields or vanished through portals, only to reappear behind him, leaving him utterly unprepared. Chapter 59. Physical attacks defeating the sorcerers. The sudden arrival of two sorcerers has once again altered the tide of battle. Should they succeed in capturing Iron Man, Tony Stark, it would inevitably lead to a significant reversal in the conflict. Observing this, Justin Hammer even whistled and urged for the dishes to be served promptly. In Li Jie's eyes, Justin Hammer was no more than a mere buffoon, unworthy of his attention. He strode directly to Caecilius, exhaling a cloud of smoke, and said, "I am solely responsible for the safety of the patrons within the restaurant. Once they step outside, whatever transpires is beyond my purview." Caecilius scoffed derisively. "Jack, are you attempting to threaten me? I suspect you have already discerned that my two subordinates are sorcerers. Sorcerers are impervious to threats. Moreover, there is no one here capable of harming them." Li Jie took another drag from his cigarette, releasing the smoke as he replied, "Are sorcerers truly formidable?" TSK. With an air of arrogance, Caecilius proclaimed, "Sorcerers are not just formidable, they are exceedingly powerful. To put it plainly, only a sorcerer more potent than another can vanquish a sorcerer. Here, no one can achieve that." "That may not be the case," Li Jie responded, directing his gaze towards the rooftop where Iron Man Tony was fiercely battling the two sorcerers. Tony Stark had gradually acclimated to the manner of combat against sorcerers. Yet turning the tide seemed a daunting task. Unless reinforcements arrived, it was merely a matter of time before he succumbed to defeat. "Caecilius, it is still not too late for you to call back your minions," Li Jie cautioned. "What? Do you intend to intervene?" Caecilius sneered, relishing the prospect. Long before his alliance with Justin Hammer, Caecilius had been monitoring Li Jie and the restaurant. The visits of the Ancient One and Doctor Strange to the establishment were no secrets. In Caecilius's view, the Ancient One had left behind something of immense significance within the restaurant, an object capable of shaping the future of the magical realm. He even believed that acquiring such an artifact would elevate him to the pinnacle of power within the magical community, provided he could first defeat Li Jie. Thus, prior to engaging, Caecilius sought to gauge Li Jie's strength. The two sorcerers were merely a means to test the waters. Even if Li Jie refrained from action now, they would find a way to compel him to fight. "Caecilius, you have squandered a valuable opportunity. You are the architect of their demise," Li Jie remarked before turning to Black Widow, embracing her and kissing her publicly, deftly relieving her of the knife concealed in her hand. Leaning close, he whispered, "I need your assurance that regardless of what transpires outside the restaurant tonight, SHIELD must cover this incident. I believe that should pose no issue." Black Widow nodded in agreement. SHIELD is adept at handling such matters. "Thank you," Li Jie replied, turning to exit the restaurant. Ding! The bell above the restaurant door chimed as he stepped out. After the restaurant door was pushed open, it closed automatically. Everyone witnessed Li Jie exiting the Chinese restaurant. Yet none saw him appear at the entrance. Instead, he materialized directly on the rooftop where Iron Man Tony resided. Utilizing such a teleportation method over such a short distance seemed a waste of time. Li Jie employed one of the skills of the Ancient One, instantaneous movement. Upon witnessing this, Caecilius's expression darkened, suddenly realizing he had underestimated Li Jie. Since the Ancient One entrusted Li Jie with something capable of altering the fate of the magical realm, it was only fitting that Li Jie possessed immense power. At the very least, the ability to safeguard such an artifact. The male sorcerer reacted swiftly, immediately preparing to confront Li Jie. However, before he could even cast his spell, he was enveloped by a sound akin to gentle rain, followed by a mist of blood. Instinctively, he clutched his neck, and the sound of rain, along with the blood mist, ceased abruptly. How could this be? A look of shock spread across the male sorcerer's face. He distinctly saw Li Jie standing still. When had his throat been slashed? The speed of Li Jie's instantaneous movement was so rapid that the male sorcerer's visual perception could not capture it. In the instant the male sorcerer turned, Li Jie had already appeared before him, swiftly cutting his throat, before returning to his original position. The blinding speed led the male sorcerer to mistakenly believe that Li Jie had remained in place. Thud! The male sorcerer collapsed onto the ground. Observing this, the female sorceress raised one hand to shield herself with a defensive magical barrier against Tony's bullets, while her other hand conjured a wave of magical energy directed at Li Jie. The golden magical energy was interspersed with streaks of black impurities, the very essence of dark magical energy sourced from the dark grimoire, a potent force of darkness. In her moment of desperation, the female sorceress unleashed a dark power she could not fully master, granting her a sudden enhancement in both speed and magical prowess. Li Jie could not evade this strike, and the wave of magical energy pierced through him. A smirk of triumph graced the female sorceress's lips as she glanced at the lifeless body of the male sorcerer, thinking to herself, "I have avenged you." Immediately, she turned to face Iron Man Tony, intent on capitalizing on her victory by employing her dark powers to eliminate him. Yet, Iron Man Tony remained suspended in midair, unmoving. This sparked a flicker of doubt within the female sorceress. When she attempted to summon her magical power, she discovered she was unable to do so. If there was anyone to blame, it was Caecilius. He was the one responsible for their demise. Li Jie's voice echoed in the female sorceress's ear. Instinctively, she turned to look, only to be confronted by two figures of Li Jie. One stood where the magical energy wave had struck, dissipating. The other was right beside her. It was then that the female sorceress realized that the one hit by the magical energy was merely an afterimage. Lowering her gaze, she found a knife embedded in her chest, blood staining half her body, which was the reason she could not wield her magic. After vanquishing two sorcerers in swift succession, Li Jie did not return to the Chinese restaurant, but instead stood on the rooftop, gazing at Caecilius from a distance. As long as Caecilius remained within the sanctum of the restaurant and adhered to its sole principle, Li Jie was bound by the rules that prevented him from taking action against him. Caecilius had not anticipated that his two henchmen would fall so easily. Setting aside Li Jie's use of teleportation, both sorcerers had perished due to physical attacks. Such a demise was a profound humiliation for any sorcerer. Caecilius felt as though he had received two stinging slaps to the face. With a swift motion, Caecilius pushed back his chair and rose to his feet. Justin Hammer, seated in another corner, promptly interjected, "Caecilius, as long as our compatriots remain within the restaurant, no harm shall befall us. Once you step beyond the threshold, you will forfeit the restaurant's protection." Caecilius cast a disdainful glance at Justin Hammer. Regardless of Hammer's wealth, in the eyes of a sorcerer, he was merely a mortal. Caecilius had never held Justin Hammer in high regard. Their collaboration was merely a matter of mutual exploitation. "Then you may stay here like a good little boy," Caecilius scoffed, continuing his advance toward the restaurant's entrance. With each step he took, the dark energy emanating from him grew stronger. His suit transformed into the robes of a sorcerer, and his eyes took on a shadowy appearance, resembling the effects of heavy eye makeup, which rendered him even more formidable. On the rooftop, Li Jie fixated on Caecilius as he stepped through the grand entrance of the restaurant, speaking without turning his head, "Tony, go assist Spider-Man and the others." Iron Man, Tony, recognized that his presence would not prove beneficial, and thus replied, "Jack, do take care of yourself," before soaring towards Peter Parker. Caecilius paused momentarily at the entrance of the restaurant, then suddenly vanished, only to reappear on the rooftop in an instant. This act seemed like a challenge. "Teleportation is but a simple trick. I can do that too." Caecilius and Li Jie locked eyes, both extending their arms toward the fallen male and female sorcerers. Dark energy began to devour the residual magical power within the two sorcerers, transforming it into an even greater reservoir of darkness for Caecilius to absorb. Li Jie's eyelids flickered with concern. At that moment, The skills of the Ancient One had only been unlocked to 28, yet this did not cloud his judgment regarding Caecilius. Having glimpsed a fraction of the power from the Dark Tome, Caecilius's strength was now rivaling that of Baron Mordo. At this juncture, Dr. Strange was in no position to contend with Caecilius. Hand over whatever the Ancient One left behind in the restaurant, and I shall treat this as if nothing transpired. Caecilius stated grimly. Ligia, what did the Ancient One leave here? Aside from allowing me to replicate his skills, he left nothing. Ligia suddenly realized that the Ancient One's appearance in the restaurant had been a trap. Indeed, I have acquired skills from the Ancient One. Yet it is the Ancient One who has dragged himself into the mire. The very presence of Caecilius serves as the most compelling evidence. The magical realm has already begun to circulate rumors about me. Caecilius, what do you suppose the Ancient One left behind in the Chinese restaurant? Li Jie sought to unravel the detrimental gossip surrounding him within the magical community. Jack, the Ancient One is not as sanctified as you might envision. Kamartaj, no. The entire magical world has been deceived by that old fool. All along, the Ancient One has claimed the mantle of Earth's protector, yet in truth, he has been exploiting the Darkhold to prolong his own existence. It can be asserted that the Ancient One is the primary source of malevolence in this world. To obscure the truth, he clandestinely left the Darkhold in the Chinese restaurant. Caecilius suddenly morphed into a Sherlock Holmes, embarking on a thrilling deduction. Li Jie, quite the kettle of fish. Indeed, Li Jie was aware that the Ancient One utilized the Darkhold to extend his life. Among the numerous skills of the Ancient One, there exists knowledge regarding the power of the Darkhold, though it has yet to be unlocked. However, to assert that the Ancient One left the Darkhold in the Chinese restaurant is an unequivocal slander. From whence does this rumor arise? From the Ancient One himself? Caecilius, I regret to inform you that I cannot relinquish the Darkhold to you, for it is not in my possession, Li Jie declared. Caecilius sneered. Jack, do you think mere words can dismiss me? If you have not acquired the Darkhold and drawn formidable power from it, how then did you instantaneously eliminate my two subordinates? Li Jie, Caecilius, you are truly a fool. Do you comprehend the concept of physical attack? Well, it appears you do not. You are merely a simpleton who believes magic surpasses all. Very well. Today I shall vanquish you with physical prowess. Physical attacks defeating magic? Jack, what nonsense are you? Before Caecilius could complete his sentence, Li Jie had already made his move. Without resorting to teleportation magic, his speed was akin to that of instantaneous movement. Particularly in this close-quarters combat scenario, he suddenly appeared before Caecilius. The greatest weakness of a magician lies in the time required to cast spells. Few magicians excel in melee combat. Employing magic is far less direct than using one's fists. With a resounding crack, Li Jie's fist connected squarely with Caecilius' face. Thud! Caecilius was sent tumbling from the rooftop to the street below, creating a crater upon impact, and lay there motionless. Dazed, Li Jie blinked. This is too easy. Isn't it? It is not that Caecilius is weak, but rather that Li Jie is exceedingly powerful. To say nothing of other attributes, let us focus solely on strength. With the physical prowess of an 800 spider, even if Li Jie had not exerted his full strength in that punch, it would still possess a force of at least 100 tons. Could an ordinary person withstand such a ferocious assault? A mere blow to the head would reduce it to a crimson mist, akin to a watermelon. It was only due to the protective power of the dark grimoire that Caecilius survived that devastating strike. Should another blow land, even the shield of the dark grimoire would prove futile, as he would be obliterated by the sheer force. As Li Jie leaped down from the rooftop, he beheld a radiant golden light before Caecilius, revealing a portal of teleportation. Upon noticing Baron Mordo standing on the opposite side of the portal, a cold chuckle escaped Li Jie's lips. What a fortuitous arrival. After stepping through the portal, Baron Mordo greeted Li Jie before turning his gaze to the unconscious Caecilius. With a flick of his wrist, he cast a magical binding. I am here on the orders of Master Ancient One to escort Caecilius back to Camartage for trial. I kindly request your cooperation. Li Jie felt as though he had been ensnared in a scheme by the Ancient One. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that he had indeed gained formidable magical skills from the Ancient One, thus owing a debt of gratitude. Baron Mordo, I will permit you to take Caecilius. However, please convey to the Ancient One that our accounts have been settled. Henceforth, should any sorcerers from Camartage or any dark mages infringe upon the rules of my establishment, I shall not hesitate to act. Very well, I shall relay your message to Master Ancient One, Baron Mordo replied. Chapter 60, Dr. Ant-Man. The two deceased sorcerers, along with Caecilius, were taken away by Baron Mordo. Sorcerers have long been regarded as one of the most enigmatic professions in this world. Even in death, their bodies must be recovered to prevent the revelation of their secrets. Upon recognizing the unfavorable turn of events, Dr. Octopus and Whiplash hastily made their escape, while the Green Goblin departed with his son, Harry Osborn. Thus, a farcical battle came to a close. When Caecilius regained consciousness, he found himself in a shadowy underground chamber, where Baron Mordo regarded him with an inscrutable expression. Startled, Caecilius quickly rose and knelt, uttering, "I apologize. I have botched the task." Baron Mordo's voice resonated with gravity as he replied, "You are not to blame. No one anticipated Jack's formidable strength, capable of vanquishing you with mere physical strikes. Rest assured, my lord, I shall devise a means to eliminate Jack," Caecilius asserted fervently. "No. While Jack may pose an obstacle, our most pressing threat remains the Ancient One. We must find a way to eliminate the Ancient One first, then annihilate the three sanctums. Only then will this earth lose its protection." Granting Dormammu the opportunity to descend upon it, Mordo instructed. Caecilius furrowed his brow, expressing his concern, "But the Ancient One is the most powerful in Camartage. We stand no chance against him." A faint smirk crossed Mordo's lips as he retorted, "Foolishness. Caecilius, do you not comprehend why I sought to assist you in acquiring the power of the Darkhold? It will enable you to establish a connection with Dormammu. Once you become a devoted follower of Dormammu, you will harness that formidable dark power. When that time comes, not even the Ancient One will be able to thwart you. Do you understand?" "Yes, my subordinate comprehends," Caecilius replied, bowing his head. With a flick, Mordo cast a dagger to the ground, imbued with a tinge of dark energy. "Wound me with it. I must provide an explanation to the Ancient One and Camartage." "Understood." Without hesitation, Caecilius picked up the dagger and plunged it into Mordo's shoulder. In a Chinese restaurant, the failure of this operation had left Justin Hammer exceedingly unsettled. As Iron Man Tony Stark entered, Hammer rose and proclaimed, "I suddenly recall an important meeting I must attend. I shall take my leave." "Mr. Hammer," Black Widow intercepted him, her voice low and threatening. "You would do well not to allow me to uncover evidence of your crimes. Otherwise, I shall personally ensure your imprisonment." Feigning composure, Justin Hammer adjusted his attire and replied with a smile, "Natasha, the world is not entirely under the thumb of your S.H.I.E.L.D. If you possess evidence, I welcome you to confront me at any time." He paused before addressing Tony Stark, "And you too, Tony. Listen, one day I shall triumph over you and your Stark Industries." Justin Hammer retorted, his expression darkening as he bit down on his teeth, choosing silence as he hurriedly exited the Chinese restaurant. Tony Stark, ever the master of diversion, deliberately shifted the topic. The Black Widow then produced her phone, contacting S.H.I.E.L.D. to dispatch personnel for the aftermath. "My goodness, what transpired?" Peter Parker exclaimed, entering through the back door with a feigned look of surprise. "I merely stepped away for a moment, and it appears the outside world has undergone an apocalypse." The young man certainly had a flair for drama. Tony Stark cast a glance at the watch on Peter Parker's left wrist, feigning ignorance as he returned to his seat. "Jack, since all 4 guests have departed, could you serve me a portion of their orders? I wish to prepare a takeout for Pepper." "No problem. Tony, just a moment, please," Jack replied. Peter Parker approached Jack, stating, "Boss, may we have a word?" "Certainly," Jack responded, leading Peter to the second floor. Peter appeared somewhat anxious, hesitating before asking, "Boss, when did you discover my secret?" "What, that you were Spider-Man?" Jack countered. With the veil of secrecy lifted, Peter felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Yes, when did you realize I am Spider-Man?" "I had my suspicions prior, but the other day on the bridge in Queens, I caught a glimpse of your face, though it was only partial." I am quite certain you are Spider-Man. Jack fabricated a seemingly plausible lie. Peter sighed in relief upon hearing this. So that's it. I thought I had let my guard down. He hesitated, then removed his watch, extending it toward Jack. Boss, here, this belongs to you. Peter, you should keep it. It was specifically crafted by Tony for you. How do you find it? Jack inquired. Boss, this watch is simply marvelous. I meant to say, this spider suit is incredible. With it, my combat prowess is significantly enhanced, and, wait a moment. Are you implying that Mr. Stark is also aware of my identity as Spider-Man? Jack replied. I noticed he saw the watch earlier. I believe he must know your secret. Peter furrowed his brow, exclaiming, Goodness, I suddenly realize I have no secrets left. Peter, you need not bear such a heavy psychological burden. Even if your identity as Spider-Man is unveiled, it is of little consequence. Look at Tony. Everyone knows he is Iron Man, but what of it? Jack reassured him. Peter Parker, somewhat dejected, replied, I am not like Tony. I cannot be so nonchalant. You are indeed different from Tony. He is constantly preoccupied with the fear of succumbing to palladium poisoning. Recently, however, it seems he has momentarily forgotten this concern. Li Jie mused quietly to himself, then reached out to pat Peter Parker on the shoulder, saying, When you head downstairs, do remember to thank Tony. He hasn't slept a wink these past few days in order to craft this suit for you. Understood, Peter Parker replied. Agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. arrived, and Black Widow stepped out of the Chinese restaurant to meet them. The establishment was devoid of patrons save for Iron Man, Tony. Seizing the opportunity while Li Jie was busy in the kitchen, Peter approached Tony Stark and expressed, Mr. Stark, I am immensely grateful for your assistance. As he spoke, Peter gently brushed his hand across his watch. Tony Stark immediately understood, smiling as he replied, Peter, there is no need for formality. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, then thank Jack instead. Regardless, I must still thank you, Peter Parker said appreciatively. This watch has indeed made Spider-Man's escapades far more convenient. Ding! Li Jie rang the bell for meal collection, prompting Peter Parker to rush over. Peter, this one is for Tony, and this one, please deliver to the Nelson Murdoch law firm for Matt Murdock. Does Matt Murdock have a meal? Peter Parker paused, still unaware that Matt was the daredevil. The sudden addition of 4 meal orders had prompted Li Jie to send one to Matt as a token of gratitude for his earlier assistance. Don't concern yourself with that. Just deliver it quickly, Li Jie instructed. Understood, Peter Parker replied. Jack, please pack mine as well. I wish to take it back to enjoy with Pepper, Tony Stark remarked. Slightly irritated by the incessant glances from the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents outside, Li Jie prepared 2 meal packages for Tony Stark. Just as Tony donned his armor and prepared to leave, the door of the restaurant swung open with a clang, revealing a Mediterranean gentleman. Mr. Stark. I am Coulson, a friend of Natasha. May I take a photograph with you? Coulson asked, somewhat bashfully. He had a penchant for capturing moments with superheroes using his position. Out of respect for Natasha, Tony Stark obliged and posed for a couple of pictures with Coulson. After seeing Iron Man off, Coulson approached Li Jie with his camera, stating, Jack, I would like a set of 4, please. Additionally, may I take a picture with you? Li Jie, accommodating Coulson's small request, casually inquired. You are conducting research on the Tesseract at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s secret base, correct? Coulson appeared as though he had been bitten by a snake. Nearly leaping in surprise, his expression tense as he replied, I apologize, but that is highly classified information, and I am not well informed on the matter. He paused, glancing toward Black Widow who was returning, and asked, Did Natasha mention this to you? Li Jie suddenly mentioned the Tesseract while conversing with Peter Parker, recalling the incident of Tony Stark's palladium poisoning. Harnessing the energy of the Tesseract could potentially replace the palladium element, allowing Tony Stark to experience a rebirth. However, the prerequisite is to locate the Tesseract first. Through his heightened senses, Li Jie discerned that Coulson was not lying. He genuinely lacked knowledge regarding the Tesseract. It appears that to find the Tesseract, discussions with either Black Widow or Nick Fury are imperative. Amidst his busy schedule, Coulson indulged in a sumptuous meal at a Chinese restaurant. Just outside, A fierce battle had recently transpired, and with S.H.I.E.L.D. agents on duty at that moment, Li Jie initially presumed that no more patrons would arrive that evening. To his surprise, however, as closing time approached, a silver-haired elder stepped inside. "Wonderful. I thought I would miss out today. Please bring me one of each dish from the menu," the elder declared, pointing at the wall-mounted menu. After making his order, he produced cash to settle the bill and, upon noticing Black Widow, remarked, "Haven't we met before? Ah, I recall now. You are with S.H.I.E.L.D. You were once tasked with tracking me." Black Widow forced a smile and replied, "Dr. Pym, your memory is indeed remarkable. However, I must clarify that during that time, I was not tracking you. I was ordered by S.H.I.E.L.D. to protect you covertly. Regardless, whether it was tracking or protection, it is all in the past," Dr. Pym said, waving his hand and choosing a seat for himself. Black Widow then approached Li Jie and whispered, "That gentleman is Dr. Henry Jonathan Pym, a scientist of equal renown to Howard Stark. Are you curious as to why he is here in this restaurant?" Li Jie inquired, "Is Dr. Pym's presence here solely for the culinary delights?" Black Widow lightly tapped her forehead. "Dr. Pym is certainly not here merely for the food. He undoubtedly has his own agenda." After a brief pause, she smiled at Li Jie and added, "Jack, I share this with you to maintain transparency. This matter must be reported to Nick Fury. Natasha, you need not concern yourself with me. This is your duty," Li Jie replied before humming a tune as he entered the kitchen. Few are acquainted with Henry Jonathan Pym. At the inception of S.H.I.E.L.D., two significant projects were launched, the Pegasus Project and the Goliath Project. The Pegasus Project focused on the study of the Tesseract, overseen by Tony Stark's father, while the Goliath Project was dedicated to the research of human shrinking technology, with Dr. Henry Jonathan Pym at its helm. Dr. Pym is also the discoverer of Pym particles and has mastered the development of Pym technology, becoming the original Ant-Man. As for Ant-Man, more individuals are familiar with that concept. Moments later, Dr. Pym's meal was served at the table. After savoring a bite of osmanthus cake, Dr. Pym exclaimed in disbelief, "This is absolutely exquisite." The system promptly provided feedback. Congratulations to the host for earning recognition from Dr. Pym, successfully unlocking 10 of Pym particle technology. Today has finally yielded some rewards. A smile crept across Li Jie's lips. Mastering Pym particle technology signifies that Li Jie can fabricate Ant-Man suits, acquiring the ability to enlarge and shrink. Dr. Pym dined at a leisurely pace, finishing all the food on his plate just as the Chinese restaurant was closing. "Jack, your culinary skills are truly exquisite," he complimented, then glanced at Peter Parker and Black Widow, smiling as he inquired, "Might I have the honor of speaking with you privately for a moment?" The conversation was finally steering towards the main topic. Black Widow understood that the mystery behind Dr. Pym's presence tonight was about to be unveiled, and quickly stated, "I need to buy some personal items from the store across the street." As she departed, Black Widow discreetly affixed a listening device beneath the dining table. "Peter, you should tidy up and prepare to leave as well," Li Jie instructed before taking a seat opposite Dr. Pym. "Feel free to speak your mind." Dr. Pym's expression turned serious as he replied, "Jack, I believe Natasha has already introduced my identity to you, correct?" Li Jie nodded in affirmation. "She mentioned that you are an extraordinary scientist. Did she not inform you that I am Ant-Man? Nor did she mention that S.H.I.E.L.D. has been seeking Pym particle technology?" Dr. Pym queried in succession. Li Jie shook his head. "Very well, let us set aside the discussion of S.H.I.E.L.D. As I mentioned earlier, I am indeed Ant-Man. I have been a superhero for 30 years. The purpose of my visit today is to invite you to join a superhero team that Huang Feng and I are planning to assemble," Dr. Pym expounded.